something, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Hi everybody, welcome to EWC Roundtable. My name is Danny Lim. I'm here joined by the crazy raccoons. We have Hee-Seng and Shu, and we also have Fearless from Zeta Division. 여러분 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
그렇지. 자, 어떻게 지냈어? 내가 봤을 때는 이제 크레이지 라쿤 쪽은 마지막 우리가 봤을 때가 달라스에서 봤지? 네. 너희들이 우승을 하고 좀 시간이 지났는데 그동안 어떻게 지냈지 너희들은?
한국에서 휴가를 보내면서 스크림도 게임도 하고 친구도 만나고 가족도 보고 그래? 그렇게 지냈던 것 같아요.
많은 걸 했네.
좀 오래 쉬긴 했어요. 그래? 또 이번에 우승하고 나서.
좀 많이 필요하긴 했지. 또 너희들도 항상 또 너무 달려왔으니까.
네, 그렇죠.
희상은?
저도 너무 많이 쉬어서 대회가 빨리 왔으면 좋겠어 있었던 것 같아요.
그래서 또 이번에 또 EWC 온 것도 굉장히 또 그러면 또 좀 파이팅이 넘치게 온 거야?
파이팅이 넘치는지는 좀 모르겠는데 대회를 빨리 하고 싶긴 한 것 같아요.
아이고 그리고 또 우리 또 미국에서 북미에서는 또 우리 또 몽키킹이라고 부르거든. 또 이제 원숭이의 또 갓 원숭이.
네.
우리 피어레스 선수 또 다시 오랜만에 또 이렇게 오게 되는데 어때? 어떻게 좀 오랜만에 오니까?
일단 전 너무 오래 쉬어가지고 이런 분위기 너무 오랜만이고 그리웠거든요. 근데 이렇게 오니까 두근거리네요, 그냥 마음이.
네가 은퇴를 한다고 얘기했던 게 얼마나 됐지 지금?
제가 한 1월 말 했으니까 한 반년 정도 지났어요.
그리고선 솔직히 말해서 은퇴 얘기하고 괜히 했다라는 생각 했다 안 했다?
무조건 했지.
했죠.
했어?
네.
그래서 함부로 말하면 안 돼.
인정을 할게요. 네.
근데 또 이렇게 또 얘기를 하고 내가 봤을 때 뭐 팬들도 그렇고 또 우리 다 왜냐면 또 피어레스 선수의 경기를 또 다시 오랜만에 보게 돼서 너무나 좋은데 일단 너 같은 경우에는 또 다시 또 이렇게 잡으니까 좀 어떻게 좀 많이 변한 것 같아? 어떻게 전체적인 오버워치 프로 씬이 좀 많이 변했다고 느껴? 아니면은 똑같은 것 같아?
프로씬은 많이 변한 것 같진 않은데 게임이 좀 바뀐 것 같아요. 뭔가 막 치감인가 생기고 이것저것 생기니까 내가 알던 게임은 아닌 것 같구나 생각이 들었어요.
그리고 일단 크레이지 라쿤 쪽으로 좀 넘어가면은 너희들이 1위도 했고 어떻게 보면은 너도 그렇고 항상 오버워치 씬에서 어떻게 보면 강국하면 이제 한국이 거의 최고잖아. 좀 그렇게 된 이유가 뭐라고 생각하니 너희들 3명 입장에서 봤을 때는? 이게 연습량에 다른 거야? 아니면 그냥 센스가 다른 거야?
항상 이런 질문 받을 때 대답하기가 좀 어렵긴 해요. 뭔가 재능이 조금 더 많지 않을까. 같은 노력을 해도 솔직히 재능이 조금 더 뛰어난 사람들이 더 잘하기 마련인데 뭔가 유독 한국인들이 좀 더 오버워치에 관해서는 재능이 더 많지 않을까.
나는 반대로 내가 봤을 때는 좀 그 한국인들의 그 특성이 있는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 우리 다 한국인들이잖아.
네.
이렇게 좀 지는 거 싫어하고
네.
경쟁력이 굉장하다 보고 내가 봤을 때 딴 나라들도 뭐 그런 사람들이 있겠지만은 전체적으로 봤을 때 한국 사람들이 특히나 내가 봤을 때는 좀 이렇게 경쟁에 대해서 불타는 게 좀 센 것 같아. 좀 이렇게 남한테 지기 싫어하고 좀 이런 게 내가 봤을 때 오버워치 씬에서 좀 많이 발생하지 않았나 생각을 하거든. 너희들은 시상이나 또 넌 피어레스 넌 어떻게 생각해?
저는 다 앞에서 말했듯이 저도 비슷한 생각이고 근데 이제 제가 드는 생각 중 하나가 한국 팀이 유독 연습량이 많은 것 같아요. 외국 팀은 들어갔을 때 보통 스크림을 이제 2타임을 하는 경우가 많더라고요. 막 주말에도 이틀씩 쉬는 팀도 많은 것 같고 근데 한국에서 할 때는 항상 주 6일에 3타임 풀로 돌리고 이제 새벽까지 맨날 게임하니까 잘할 수밖에 없는
연습량이 좀 많이 다르다.
네.
희상 너는 어떻게
저는
생각하니?
승부욕이 강하다는 말이 맞는 것 같아요.
그지? 그렇다니까. 솔직히 그것도 맞잖아. 너희도 지는 거 별로 그렇게 좋아하지 않잖아.
그렇죠.
그러니까 외국인들 내가 봤을 때 가끔씩 어떤 외국인들에게 좀 지면 그래 여기서 지고 여기서 뭐 이런 걸 배웠다라고 하지만 우리는 이기고 배울 수도 있잖아. 이런 멘탈이 좀 있기 때문에 좀 그런 생각을 하기도 하고 일단 EWC까지 우리가 좀 멀리 와가지고 어떻게 보면 좀 굉장히 좀 많은 팀들이 있잖아. 그럼 일단 크레이지 라쿤부터 좀 얘기를 하자면은 아무래도 아시아 쪽에서 탑인 팀만큼 너희들이 좀 이렇게 봤을 때 라이벌이 좀 바뀌었는지 아니면 계속 EWC에서 라이벌 한 팀을 꼽자면 누가 있는지.
다른 팀들도 되게 다 잘하는데 이번에 올라온 한국 팀들 솔직히 해외 팀은 저는 무조건 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 결국엔 또 한국 팀들끼리 또 결승전이나 4강을 전을 하지 않을까라는 예측을 하긴 하는데 저는 그래도 사우디잖아요. 팔콘을 또 뽑아가지고 팔콘을 또 이기고 싶네요.
여기서 한 번 더
네.
보여주겠다.
네.
팔콘을 한 번 더 이겨보겠다.
이게 또 홈팀이라는 거에
그치?
또 그게 또 뜻이 있거든요. 결국에는
그치.
축구든 어떤 스포츠든 그래가지고 팔콘을 뽑아서 네,
이긴 다음에 딱 확실히
네,
우리가 너희들 위다라는 걸 보여주겠다.
그러고 싶네요.
우리 안 뽑아주는 거지?
사우디잖아. 사우디잖아.
기대할게.
일단 희상 너도 똑같이 생각해. 팔콘이 라이벌인 것 같아? 아니면 제타는 어떠니?
요즘 피어스님 들어오고 나서 좀 더 잘해진 것 같아서 제타도 좀 위험할 것 같아요.
맞지.
제타도 위험하고 어때요, 쌤부터 지금 아시아 팀들이 아무래도 다 잘하는 팀이니까 일단 뭐 피러스 너 입장에서는 이번에 새로 들어와서
네.
좀 너희들이 생각했을 때 제타에 지금 딱 라이벌이 있다면 누구라고 생각하니?
일단 저희 팀의 라이벌이라 생각하면은 팔콘이라고 생각을 하고 뭐 같은 일본 팀인 만큼 뭐 라쿤이라고도 생각을 했지만 라쿤이 현실적으로 좀 많이 잘하더라고요. 라이벌이 되려면 결승전에서 만나야 되지 않나.
그지.
네.
재밌겠네. 일단 계속 이렇게 선수를 얘기하는데 또 아무래도 아까 우리가 얘기했던 또 한국 선수들이 잘하는 선수도 많고 해서 너희들이 입장에서 봤을 때는 좀 제일 잘하는 선수가 지금 자기 자신을 제외하고 또 누가 있는지 지금 EWC에
그냥 선수들 중에
어려우니까 같은 포지션으로 할까?
그렇게 해도 돼. 같은
같은 포지?
포지션에서 해. 그러면 그래. 넌 뭐 서포트, 넌 힐러 쪽에서 한 명 픽하고 탱커 쪽에서 하고 이쪽도 그쪽 포지션으로 한번 하고.
민기로 하겠습니다. 바이올렛.
바이올렛. 너무 뻔하다.
저는 저희 팀의 이제 메인 딜러인 립 선수.
누구?
립 선수.
립? 같은 팀 말고 다른 팀.
살짝 노잼인데 립은?
그러면
이제
저랑
그냥
같은
이죠?
포지션인 스토커 선수.
스토커? 왜 스토커가 잘하는 것 같아?
같이 약간 상대 팀으로 게임을 해보면 진짜 잘한다는 거가 느껴져서 그렇게 뽑은 것 같아요.
그렇군.
저는 준빈 선수 라쿤 팀에
너.
다 잘하더라고요. 보니까. 네.
아무래도 이제 또 이 얘기를 나와서 또 다른 질문을 해보자면은 준빈 같은 경우에는 너가 선수일 때
같이 했었어요.
같이 했었어?
그러니까 휴스턴 저희가
네,
휴스턴
딱 한 번.
작년에.
네, 한 시즌 만났어요.
한 시즌
시즌.
만났지.
네, 한
그래도
시즌.
아무래도 너랑 이렇게 경력을 봤을 때는 네가 훨씬 위잖아. 같은 탱커지만 네가 더 오래 했잖아. 준빈 선수보다 아닌가?
그렇죠.
맞지. 그러니까 좀 너희들 입장에서 봤을 때 좀 새로운 선수들이 어떻게 보면 또 많이 들어오면서 오버워치 씬에 좀 이 선수는 진짜 좀 앞으로 더 어떻게 보면 또 미래가 좀 더 밝다. 좀 정말 잘하는 것 같다라고 생각하는 선수가 있는지 뭐 준빈 선수라고 너는 방금 또 말을 했지만은 또 딴 선수들이 또 있는지 또 각자 포지션에서.
저도 그나마 준빈인 것 같은데.
그래?
제가 같은 팀에 온 거랑.
왜?
제가 의석이 형이랑 작년에 하면서 의석이 형이 엄청 잘해줬거든요. 그래가지고 이런 멘팅을 처음 해봤어요. 그 탱커들 중에서. 그래가지고 이제 준빈이랑 딱 이번에 딱 그 팀이 딱 된다고 했을 때 좀 걱정이 있었거든요. 근데 제가 딱 준비를 딱 몇 판 하고 느낀 게 이제 리틀 피어리스.
그래?
네, 잘한다. 네, 콜도 잘하고 야무지다. 딱 탱커의 역할에 맞는 친구라는 걸 느꼈어요.
넌 뭐 새로운 선수 중에?
딱히 새로운 선수가 있는지 모르겠는데 일단 준비는 원래 잘했던 거 알고 있어서 앞으로도 더 잘.
다 전체적으로 다 준빈이를 굉장히 좋아하는 세 명이네.
얘는 애초에 준비랑 절친이라서 그런 거예요.
그래?
절친이 아니고
아니 뭐 앞으로 더 기대가 되네. 그리고 또 하나 더 내가 또 물어보고 싶은 게 아무래도 너희는 3명 지금 딱 여기 있는 애들은 어차피 오버워치 씬에서 굉장히 이름을 알린 3명이고 또 굉장히 유명한 선수들이 잘하는 선수 3명이 딱 내 앞에 있는데 어떻게 하면 이제 개인적으로 내가 물어보고 싶었던 게 너희들은 어떻게 해서 이렇게 계속 뭐라고 해야 되지? 계속 이렇게 잘할 수 있는 건지 이 폼을 어떻게 계속 유지를 하는지. 왜냐면 어떻게 보면은 계속 몇 년간 쭉 잘할 수 있을 확률이 굉장히 낮잖아. 근데 너희들 같은 경우에는 항상 그렇게 잘해왔고 좀 이렇게 폼을 유지하는 데 있어서 뭐 개인적인 뭐 팁이나 노하우 같은 게 있는지.
제가 또 그런 걸 또 한번 또 혼자서 생각해 본 적이 있거든요. 근데 이게 첫 단추를 좀 잘 끼면 될 것 같아요.
무슨 말이야?
그러니까 이제 리그로 따지면 좀 처음에 그러니까 제가 그러니까 못하는 팀이어도 걔가 그 팀에서 좀 돋보이면 결국에는 좀 잘하는 팀으로 불려가잖아요. 좀 그게 전 되게 중요한 것 같아요. 솔직히 개개인 선수들은 결국에는 그러니까 좀 상위권에 있는 애들은 그렇게 별 차이가 안 나요, 솔직하게. 막 뭐 콜적인 거 몰라도 그냥 게임 그냥 순수 에임이나 이런 걸로는. 근데 이제 좀 다른 코치들이나 감독들한테 좀 눈이 좀 맞아가지고 결국에는 잘하는 좀 돈 많이 쓰고 잘하는 팀에 다 같이 있어야 이게 우승을 하는 거잖아요. 좀 그게 좀 중요한 것 같아요. 그래서 조금 못하는 팀이어도 좀 열심히 하면서 좀 자기를 좀 돋보이는
좀 어떻게 봤을 때는 뭐 개인적인 피지컬 면도 중요하지만은
네.
팀적인 거랑 어떻게 보면 같이
저도
성장할 수 있는.
네, 이제 질문을 좀 어긋났긴 했는데 제가 그래서 제가 조금 더 잘해진 계기가 있는 것 같아요. 강조에서도 그렇고 그렇게 돼서 이제 좀 오랫동안 롱런을 할 수 있지 않았나.
결국에는 또 이름값도 중요하기도 하고.
맞는 말이네. 왜냐면 뭐 한 명이 너무 잘한다고 해서 만약 팀 전체적이 그 레벨이 아니면은
네.
네가 아무리 특출나 보여도
결국에는 탑 그
그치.
선수들끼리 모여가지고 이제
같이 하는 게
뽑혀가기 때문에 그게 좀 롱런에 좀 많이 크지 않나. 그렇게
그래서
되는
넌
계기가.
어떻게 생각해? 너는 뭐 당연히 은퇴하기 전 넌 딱 내가 봤을 땐 딱 피크를 찍고 나갔잖아. 피크 찍고 나가서 그래서 아무리 너도 계속 너무나 오랜 시간 동안 최고의 탱커라고 여겨지면서 어떻게 해서 그렇게 좀 계속 폼을 유지하게 됐는지.
일단 저는 지금도 그렇지만 거의 지금 프로 생활 7년째 하고 있거든요. 근데 7년 동안 맨날 제가 지고 싶지 않아가지고 항상 포기를 안 했던 것 같아요. 그냥 스크림을 하든 뭐 경쟁전을 하든 약간 항상 마인드가 그냥 지고 싶지 않다. 약간 게임할 때도 내가 쟤보다 잘해야 된다. 이런 생각을 가지고 게임하고 뭐 그냥 항상 제가 최고다라고 게임을 했거든요. 생각을. 그렇게 생각하면서 내가 쟤보다 무조건 잘하는데 약간 이런 생각을 계속 가지게 되다 보니까 실력이 좀 늘었던 것 같은데 자연스럽게 그 생각을 조금 내려놓으면서 점점 못해졌던 것 같아요. 나중에는. 그래서 다시 그러면 안 되겠다 싶었거든요.
신기하고 계속 그게 있어야 되는 거야. 내가 최고다라는 좀
이거는 기본 전개로 깔고 가긴 해야 돼요. 그냥 그
신기하네.
최고다.
처음 들어 이거를.
저도 제가 최고라 생각해서 저는 등 숫자 넘버가 1등이거든요. 전 처음 프로 시작할 때부터 저는 그 생각을 했었어요. 무조건 1등이다라는 생각을 했었죠.
희상 너는 네가 봤을 때는 뭐 특히 내가 봤을 때도 딜러진 쪽이 너무나 잘하는 선수도 많고 이렇게 너처럼 이렇게 탑으로 계속 유지할 수 있는 게 너만의 좀 이게 노하우가 있는지.
저는 아직 약간 여기 낄 레벨이 아니라서
에헤이 이제
앞으로 더 잘해 나가야 된다고 생각하고 있어요.
근데 그래도 지금까지도 너무 잘해왔기 때문에 지금까지 그럼 너의 생각은 어땠어? 어떻게 해서 여기까지 온 것 같아?
약간 연습을 할 때 일단 지면은 혼자 화가 좀 많이 나고 그것 때문에 더 열심히 했던 것 같아요.
이게 공통적으로 다 그게 있구나. 진짜 좀 어느 정도 내가 나에 대한 믿음이 좀 굉장히 있어야 되는구나. 내가 최고다. 내가 잘할 수 있다. 신기하구만. 오케이. 내가 봤을 때 이 정도면 좀 된 것 같긴 한데 마지막으로 이제 가기 전에 한마디씩 하고 싶은 말 있는지. 나를 보면서 해도 되고 카메라 굳이 안 하고.
이번에도 이제 댈러스 때 마냥 이제 사우디 e스포츠 월드컵도 이제 결승전에 올라가서 좋은 성적으로 이제 우승까지 해볼 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
넌?
예, 저도 뭐 그만뒀다가 예, 잠깐 어찌 보면 좀 용병 느낌으로 합류한 거거든요. 예, 이렇게 여기까지 온 만큼 결승까지 일단 가보도록 하고 가게 되면 뭐 우승할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
저희 팀 이제 다 같이 결승 올라가서 웃으면서 이제 한국으로 돌아갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
오케이. 자, 그럼 마지막 가기 전에 너희들 지금 제타 대 크레이지 라쿤이 벌써 아직 결정 안 났지? 안 났지? 그룹에서는
그룹 아니에요.
아니지. 같은
다른
그룹
그룹이에요.
아니지. 그래도 만약에 올라가게 된다면 크레이지 라쿤 대 제타 디비전 몇 대 몇으로 이길 것 같나요?
저는 진짜 치열할 것 같긴 해요.
아, 그래?
네.
오케이.
진짜 그 한 끗 차이로 누구 한 명이 떨어지지 않을까라는 생각이 드네요.
저 치열할
똑같이 치열할 것 같아? 너 얼마 차이 이길 수 있을 것 같아?
저는 첫 판이 중요할 것 같아요.
첫 판에
저희가 만약에 뭐 이기면 또 모를 것 같아요. 어떻게 될지. 예.
야, 이렇게 얘기만 해도 너무 재밌을 것 같다. 자, 얘들아 너무 고맙고. Alright, everybody, that is it for the EWC Roundtable. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This was Crazy Raccoons and of course Fearless from Zeta Division. We'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
바이바이.
I think on paper, this is a really serious team. I think all the teams from Korea are incredibly serious competitors. Falcons and Crazy Raccoons were the ones to punch their ticket to the international competition. But I think there's a very good argument to be made that Fnatic and Zeta Division could still find themselves in top 4 placements here at the Esports World Cup.
Fnatic has a really nice roster here coming in EWC and now in Overwatch 2, right? They're the 4th team out of APAC, but still very strong, a lot of really good young talent. And I think Checkmate is a player that a lot of people got to know last year, tremendous damage dealer, which he's kind of leading the charge.
아무래도 해외에서만 계속 하다가 올 한국인 팀이 처음인데 새로운 느낌도 나고 좀 신선한 것 같아요. 좀 더 한맞추기도 쉬운 것 같고 그래서 네, 좋은 느낌입니다.
What I think makes Checkmate such a great player and somebody who's been really valuable to basically every team that he's been on is just his flexibility. I think having a player like Checkmate who can just do just about everything at an extremely high level is so important.
각지에 있는 모든 지역이 합치는 거다 보니까 조합이 다양하게 나온다 생각하는데 여러 가지 조합을 생각하면서 다양하게 연습을 했던 것 같아요.
Fnatic's biggest strength is going to be their ability to just output incredible individual performances on the server.
아무래도 소통 같은 게 뭐 굳이 길게 말 안 해도 원활하게 되고 그리고 뭐 각자 경험이 많다 보니까 알아서들 다 잘하는 것 같아요. 좀 쉬운 것 같아요.
I think Fnatic has a reasonable chance, depending on how the bracket shakes out. Like they could easily find themselves, a little bit of a dark horse run to a final.
I think it's definitely going to be huge. This is a team that's a fusion of veterans and young, up-and-coming, highly motivated players, which is often a recipe for incredible success.
아무래도 우승 경험이 있는 코치분들이다 보니까 선수의 시점도 잘 알고 그냥 이 상황에서 어떻게 하는 게 더 좋은지도 너무 잘 알고 계셔서 그냥 시키는 대로만 하면은 그냥 우승할 수 있는 그런 느낌입니다.
I honestly expect Fnatic to be in a top 4 spot. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
목표는 당연히 우승인데 우승이지만 그래도 그냥 우승하는 것보다는 좀 좋은 임팩트를 남기면서 우승을 하고 싶은 게 목표입니다.
Going to be traded out the bottom marker in behind Naga, and it looks like it's all coming to a conclusion as no one alive. Fighting back, finds the options, got to be traded. Not in the spot for that one, but even pretty effective for Stola. So very long, but in one fell swoop. Job done, sure. Oh, very early that, including the winter, one in the point.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
everybody, and welcome to the sunny boulevard here in Riyadh. Temperatures are soaring, and they absolutely were at Overwatch 2 throughout this whole week. So far, we've gone in with 16 of the best teams in the world, and 4 have been knocked out in the group stage. And yesterday, we knocked out 4 more. We continue on, of course, into our quarterfinals, and this is when things really heat up, because a big part of what makes Esports World Cup as cool as it is the fact that every team that gets eliminated, well, gets their key crushed. Literally, hopes, dreams, the whole shebang. And this is all elimination from now on. There's no second chances, no lower bracket, nothing to save you. And hero bans just add an extra layer of mysticism to it all. And so far, Crazy Raccoons will be playing ENCE. Reminder, the teams that have already made it, so Crazy Raccoons, virtus.pro, Zeta Division, and Twisted Minds, they already got to pick the teams that they play against, which is actually pretty unique. It really sets up a story in its own right. And so Crazy Raccoons, they play ENCE, virtus.pro playing Falcons. I'm really excited for that one personally, not just because Falcons have a pretty decent following here in Riyadh, but just because the level of play has been something else. And Zeta Division taking on SSG. We'll get to see SSG, maybe Hadi again with a Reinhardt. Zeta Division, they played excellently in the group. I really want to get to see them on the stage. And Twisted Minds, they picked Toronto Ultras. Toronto, sorry for all the Torontons out there. I don't even know how to say that one. And they're going to be playing against one another later today. That was an active, purposeful choice. And I really want to know why Twisted Minds actually did it. But hey, maybe they're confident. Maybe it's hubris. Who knows? More of that and more as we get our days started. Quarterfinals today. Tomorrow, it's all done and dusted in the evening. So how about we get the show started?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup, and Riyadh has been a blast. We started with some fantastic teams, and today we've narrowed that pool down to our top 8. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. We've got some big brains, though, joining me on the stage. Please welcome. We got ZP and the Australian, the man from down under with the wrinkliest of brains, Mr. Unter. Unter, I want to start with you. Your team came out here, Makers, you put on a great showing, but you fell short in groups. And yesterday, you were on the sideline watching our round of 12. What did you learn yesterday?
I learned that Gaming Gladiators doesn't know how to draft when it comes down to the wire. I learned that M80, they deserve to pack their bags in groups, but they managed to sneak in one more win. And Toronto Ultra, I think they had a pretty positive showing overall. I was really happy to see that they were actually capable of winning a match that I thought they were going to go down in.
ZP, we got to remind everybody at home, who were the 16 teams that came out to Saudi Arabia and who is still in the tournament? Let's take a look at our squads. Of course, Crazy Raccoon, the #1 seed coming in. They've been dominant all year. They're here with ENCE. You see Fnatic, Gaming Gladiators, Rock, M80, Bleed, OA, LGD, and more all knocked out already.
Yeah, I mean, I take a look at this. This was a tournament so far that has been chock full of talent. A lot of great stories. You got Crazy Raccoon as the overdogs, the favorites. Then you got teams like Zeta coming in, looking stronger than ever. And of course, the true underdog story of virtus.pro, where who knows who they might upset here today.
So many matches, so many games, as we have to remind everybody it's all best of sevens here in our quarterfinals, but it's not just gonna be some pride on the line here, ZP. A lot of money is up for grabs here in Riyadh. If you're looking at this screen right now, who do you think has the best chance of taking home that $400,000?
I think on paper, the best chance would be Crazy Raccoon, but I gotta tell you, I predicted Zeta Division at the beginning of the tournament. I'm sticking with it. I think they could go all the way.
I love that call. We even heard from Crazy Raccoon. They think if it is Zeta in that grand finals, it could be a very tight matchup. But Hunter, who do you think we'll see on our podium for first, second, and third?
I'm definitely a Crazy Raccoon fan all the way. Honestly, I think the Crazy Raccoon, they're just an absolutely bulletproof roster. There's no way, even with all the banned format, any upset possible, it's just not possible to take down the talent of Crazy Raccoon. That's the roster to beat all year long, especially here at Esports World Cup. I'd say the second and third spots, you've got to be fighting between Zeta Division and Falcons, but again, it's kind of hard to call it at that point, because at that point we're starting to toss it up.
Absolutely. And of course, it's not just the money. You get some hardware. Let's take a look at one of the sickest trophies to ever visit esports.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Awesome trophy, and we have, of course, the Club Championship trophy, the crown of all trophies here. ZP, we've got $1 million just for Overwatch, but across all of the clubs, $20 million is up for grabs.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake, and the entire purpose of the tournament is saying, look, you're an esports organization. Are you the best, period, across all games? It gave a big incentive to the orgs to come here, get a good team in every game, and really show up to compete.
It's an 8-week-long event. We're only halfway through, and if you're just tuning in for the first time, let's catch you up on the club competition.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here from EWC Central. The Overwatch 2 playoffs are well underway, so let's check out how they are impacting the standings in our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. After yesterday's games, we have locked in our top 8 teams after the conclusion of the round of 12. That means all of the teams in the quarterfinals have secured a minimum of 60 points in our club championship, while losers from round 12 are not eligible. The 2 clubs in the top 10 of the club championship rankings were eliminated yesterday, the Gaming Gladiators as well as Fnatic. They go home from Overwatch 2 without helping the rest of the Fnatic's endeavor to climb up the ladder towards the club championship. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they locked in their top 8 spot with a dominant win over M80. That puts the club up to 3,285 points, really making a scary gap for everyone behind them. Now, Twisted Minds are currently in 11th place in the rankings, which means they're not good enough to feature on this page. They got 410 points. They're looking to enter the top 10 with a win versus Toronto Ultra today, and that will be a difficult task. For more updates on the EWC Club Championship update, as well as all the other games, as well as mini-games, teaching, join us at EWC Central every single Thursday to Sunday, 2 p.m. till 6 p.m, Twitch EWC, YouTube at EWC. That's it from me in this edition of the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC.
Thank you, Quick Shot. Love that guy, and a great update there. What stood out to me, Hunter, 2,100-point lead if you're Team Falcons. You really don't feel any pressure in this Overwatch tournament, right? But this would be icing on the cake if you could add another 1,000.
Honestly, I mean, for Falcons, it is just icing. It's nothing more because they're so far ahead already. It's hard to look past it. You know, it's starting to look as if they're going to be hoisting the club championship trophy at the end of this all.
I feel like they have representation across all 21 titles here, and their Overwatch team, they are no slouches either. But ZP, Crazy Raccoon, the top dogs, they're the #1 seed. This is their first points. They're in the top 8. They're guaranteed 60 points, but I don't think they'll be happy with anything less than top 4.
No, absolutely not. And I think for Crazy Raccoon, they're not going to be happy with anything other than winning it all. This is a team that is the best on paper. It has been the best this year in Overwatch. And so far in the tournament, there hasn't been really any weakness to Crazy Raccoon. Pure and simple, they're the team to beat.
And a quick reminder, you have to win at least one of the events if you're going to take home that top prize. Falcons have accomplished that goal. Teams like ENCE looking for their first dub, Twisted Minds, Ultra, and more, all trying to score some points to grab the biggest share of that $20 million. So much cash is floating around, and with that much money on the line, these players are taking their game to the next level. Let's take a look at our Aramco top plays from the round of 12. So many epic highlights here, ZP. Let's take a look here. As the boulevard filled up, so did our stands. The fans came in and they were treated to some excellent gameplay. Walk me through some of these highlights. Hottie had a great day on the tank.
Is there anything more classic Overwatch than Hottie on the Rhine? Some things just never change, and Hottie showing he's still got it on a character that you don't see quite as much nowadays, but can still be scarily effective.
And I like the Mythic Hammer too there. That was our #5 at the #4 spot. How about some Widows? Shy versus Merit, the battle that no one should have missed. Go back and watch this VOD if you like snipers, Hunter.
Yeah, no, just a classic Merit hit scan performance, really taking over the lobby, taking down every single person in his sights. Nothing new for Merit, just a seasoned hit scan player taking over. Next, we've got Proper on Cassidy. And honestly, you know, maybe in his breakout year, people saw him as something of a Tracer player, but now he's flexing over to the hard hit scans and dominating every step of the way, taking down the Tracer here, and it's just another day of the office.
High noon, I don't think so. He says it's midnight, son. The Electric Cowboy getting it done. At #2, ZP, the Tracers have been on fire. Leave with so many nasty sticks.
So long as Leave is in the game and Leave is on Tracer, the game is winnable. Leave continued to show just how dangerous he is on this character. Always a threat. Might have met his match a little bit in Sugar Free in the series, but Leave did not go out without leaving his mark.
Former Overwatch League MVP, showcasing his individual talent there at #2, but our #1 spot, is it Mirror? Is it really the support that came off the bench? ZP, how big of an impact did this guy have on Ilari?
Oh, I mean, massive impact. You take a look here. Ilari is one of the supports of the game that could just pop off, especially if the player has a DPS background, where, of course, Mirror does. Mirror, one of the most versatile players around. Definitely showed it yesterday.
Merit and crew getting the job done, but we'll have to see how the bracket has sorted out. Let's take a look here at this thing, Hunter, and we have 4 matches coming our way in the quarterfinals. This is for a fight in the top 4 where you're making some serious money. We're going to be starting the day with Crazy Raccoon versus ENCE. Falcon versus virtus.pro will close out the day, and in the middle we see Toronto Ultra versus Twisted Minds, and of course Zeta Division taking on Space Station Gaming. So of these matches, which ones have the potential to go to a Game 7? Who's got the tightest fight?
Maybe the tightest fight today could be Toronto versus Twisted Minds. That's going to be a total barn burner. Clash of styles there. We're going to see the Europeans going up against the North America's finest, and honestly, you know, it's just looking like something that's going to be a real challenge to see whether NA can actually crack Twisted Minds Symmetra comps.
ZP, here's the full schedule. If you're virtus.pro and Falcons, you may be playing close to midnight. We've had a 2 a.m. finish, a 1 a.m. finish. Do these players have enough in the tank to show their best late in the day?
I think they absolutely do. I mean, once you get on stage, once you are fighting for your tournament life, you just get that extra hit of energy that's like nothing else. So yeah, I think both teams are going to be ready to play no matter how late that match is. And I tell you, it could be a late one, Bucket.
It's going to be a party here in Riyadh. And of course, we are starting the matches in just about a half hour. Before that, though, we should remind everybody at home, it's a best of 7, right? So what maps are we playing? Well, there's 5 game modes in the tournament, and we've seen some stellar starts to control. Talking with Crazy Raccoon, they feel like that is going to be super important for them to take the first map, but afterwards, loser has an advantage, Hunter. They get to pick the map and also the first ban across Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint.
Exactly right. And for Crazy Raccoon, this has got to be something that they're excited about, because Crazy Raccoon being that bulletproof roster where no matter the map, no matter the ban, they're capable of filling those gaps. They must see an incredible strategic advantage available to them. Whether they're taking it to a hybrid map, to an escort, to a flashpoint, no matter the architecture of the map, they are capable of filling the gaps. They can play any comp on any map.
So many matches coming our way, but yesterday the matches had the fans and players on the edge of their seats. Let's take a look at the Pepsi reactions from our round of 12. Naga and crew all smiles walking in, but that changed quite quickly as they took the stage. It was Ents and crew smiling from Space Station Gaming, smiling at the end of their fight, and of course, Ents fighting their way into our top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about Ents fighting, you gotta talk about Kevster. Kevster, this has been a tournament, I feel like really good Tracer play has just been phenomenal. You know, we talked a lot about Sugar Free yesterday, but Kevster is just a living legend on that character, and if Ents has any path to victory, likely goes off the back of Kevster.
Love these reactions. You can see the pain from Fnatic. You can see Funny Astro mocking his opponents throughout this one. I love the trash talk as well from Sugar Free at the end of the night. He knocks out the Chinese team. He lets all of China know that America is coming for the title for Toronto, a Canadian team.
Yeah, no, you got to hand it to Sugar Free. A lot of opponents, they finish up a match, they try to be respectful. They try to make sure that everyone's going to be pleased at the end of the game. Well done on your performance. But Sugar Free, you know, he's happy to actually go for it. Full send LGD packing, and essentially, you know, have 1 million fans immediately attacking him all over social media. But, you know, that's the price of a bit of pride.
Highlight for me in the round of 12, it was the Falcons fans out chanting from the very start of the match to the very end. They are loud, they are proud, they will be behind their team as that match kicks off at 2200. For now, though, let's check in with Danny Lim to find out who he thinks has the match of the day.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, back at it again to tell you guys about the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And today's match of the day is none other than Zeta Division versus Space Station Gaming. I know this is a hard one to pick. I love both teams so very much. I feel like it's going to be a clash of styles. Of course, Space Station Gaming, they lean more towards the rush style, and compared to that, Zeta, they do like that dive. But if I have to choose, I got to go with the Zeta Division. I do feel like they have a more well-rounded team, and, you know, they got Fearless, they got Violet on the team. It's very stacked as well. So, I don't know. I got to go with Zeta Division. Thesk, what do you guys think?
I think I want to go in that Toyota. Take me to the sand dunes. You went out there. How awesome was it?
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. You know, one great thing about EWC, they treat the teams so very well. And straight away, you know, as soon as we realized that we weren't going any further in the tournament, we booked a nice little tour out in the sand dunes, little sand safari, and it's just a phenomenal experience. You know, I would really recommend it.
I wonder if Crazy Raccoon took the day off to go to the dunes or if they were in the training room. Let's take a look at our players as they are starting to enter the arena. Some awesome stuff here. Get me in on this, ZP. What do I need to know about this Korean squad that is rolling in?
What you have to know is that there's no weak player in the team. For other teams that we cover, we might focus on 1 or 2 players saying these are the players that carry them to victory. When you look at Crazy Raccoon, it is a full team effort.
And of course, they're taking on the Europeans from Ents. Vestola doing a great job on the Diva. Who else are you looking out for today?
Ents, I'd say you might want to keep an eye out for Mira, the specialist player that they've brought in. I'd say that, yeah, no, Mira coming in on the Alari, increasing Ents' flexibility, allowing them to play a little bit of the double flex support comps, which otherwise they wouldn't be able to play with Rack Attack alone. A very nice guy, I will admit, but, you know, maybe missing a couple of points on the Alari. So it's really good to have Mira in there in the mix, increasing their flexibility.
I saw the Ents crew at breakfast. They all sit at one giant table. This is a unit, and they have to play as one as they take on Crazy Raccoon. Remember, Crazy Raccoon has been the best team in Overwatch, right? They've won 2 events so far this year, ZP, and we got to take a look at this lineup here in a moment. We mentioned what we can expect to see from the stars, but who do you think is the unsung hero on this lineup? Who do we need to highlight a little bit more here in the round of 8?
For Crazy Raccoon, honestly, I think about, it's not even unsung, but it's still my favorite player, is that it'd have to be Shu. I love watching Shu play. I love watching just all the ridiculous saves that have been happening, and the fact that BAP has just become more and more of a key ban to get around, either by banning the BAP directly or banning heroes that work well with it, because it's just something Crazy Raccoon has been able to use to such great effect.
All right, let's take a look here. And Hunter, tell me the story. If I'm an ENCE fan, if I'm a European Overwatch 2 fan, who could potentially cause some chaos in this series?
I mean, there's only one man to watch, really. It's Kevster all the way. It's been the Kevster show for many years. No matter what team he's on, he is the star, and there's no exception here on ENCE. Kevster, you know, widely regarded as the best flex DPS player in all of North America, all of Europe, all of the West. And I say he does it again here. You know, you watch ENCE perform, and anytime their back is against the wall, he's there with a trade. He's just turning the fight again and again and again.
Well, I don't think the fans yesterday listened to you two enough, because they went 2 for 2 in the round of 12. But now we're in the round of 8, and we want you to weigh in once again. Head on over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in. If you talk to all of the analysts in the green room today, everyone had the same answer. Let's start here with Crazy Raccoon. Why are they considered the favorite, ZP?
Anymore, they considered the favorite. You see their tournament play here, where they have been by far the best performing team. You look at their history over the course of the year, you know, winning the DreamHack Major and just generally looking incredible. But this roster, again, you look at, it's star-studded, it's incredible, and yeah, they're the team to beat.
Shu and Chorong, of course, on the back line. We're going to see Junbin, one of the best tanks in play today. And of course, you've got Lip and Heesang. If you're looking for a hit scan, if you're a Widowmaker fan like myself, who's going to be running that today?
Oh, I'd say Lip and Kai, if we're looking at Widowmaker, it's a pretty even matchup. You know, Kai, again, he's one of the strongest Widowmakers in the entire world, and the same goes for Lip. So I'd say if you wanted to see an even matchup, if you wanted to have some fun seeing blows traded back and forth, Kai and Lip, that's probably something to be looking at.
I love that call out, and I hope we're going to see it. I don't expect to see it, though, in control map number 1. Let's take a look at the opponents for Crazy Raccoon here. On the other side of the stage, ENCE knows they're the underdog, but there is the man you called out. Kai on the hit scan, Kevster on the Tracer has been popping off, but he has such a deep map pool. The real pressure is going to be on the back line. We saw how they tried to handle the previous Korean teams, jumping those supports. You got to protect them today, Hunter. How do you get it done?
Oh, I'd say, you know, if you're on ENCE's side, you always need to play around the fact that you have 3 different support players. You can ban Crazy Raccoon, but no matter what support picks you ban, no matter what DPS picks you ban, they're always going to have an answer for you. If you're on the side of ENCE, you really need to be looking for something like Control to protect Rack Attack's hero pool. Because if you want to play Rack Attack, you need to keep Lucio in play.
I like that call out. Here's a look at ENCE one more time, and we got a chance to catch up with Sky at the end of the matchup. The Romanian looks like he's ready to join a boy band, CP, and he's having a lot of fun here. It's been all smiles for this crew. How are they able to stay so calm and composed?
Well, I think they stay composed because at the end of it, they're all really, really good players. And the reality is that as good as Crazy Raccoon is, I don't think that ENCE is a team that's really feeling fear. If you're Kevster, do you fear anyone else in the DPS 1-to-1 matchup? No, you don't. You're Kevster. You can take on anyone. So even if overall team record-wise ENCE is at a disadvantage, going into the match, there's no way these players actually feel that way.
And of course, this is going to be a best of 7. We're going to start on equal playing field there on the first map, but the bans will have a huge impact. This is something unique, and we're going to be getting into that in just a moment. How important are the coaches? I know you, of course, were coaching makers here. A lot of pressure, a lot of prep goes into an event like this. So how do you feel the coaches are feeling coming into the round of 8?
Oh, with the introduction of the hero band format, coach's impact has never been higher. Frankly, someone like Crimza, you know, he must be feeling the pressure before maps, during maps, after, just mounting and mounting and mounting, because these bans, they're so significant. Such an impact both for what your own team can play and for what you're restricting from the enemy. It's such a big decision that needs to be made every single map. It's not just about what you practiced before you reach the tournament.
Right.
It's about what happened on the stage in the moment. You're given a very short period of time to pick that ban. And as soon as you've done it, you're locked in for the map. It's consequential through the whole series.
It alters a lot of lineups. We've seen substitutions come in after those bans are landed. So ZP, who do you think has done a better job throughout this tournament? Out of all the 12 teams that you saw yesterday, who do you think has done the best job?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'll say OA LGD did not do the best job. That would be like on the opposite
Okay, they're
end.
at the bottom of the
They're at the bottom end.
Top
end, Crazy Raccoon, you know, it's hard to say that they've been one of the best in the sense that they're so versatile that what they ban and take away doesn't even matter half the time. So, yeah, thinking of it, maybe there's worlds where like Space Station's had pretty good bans just to play to their advantage, especially playing against some of the dive-oriented teams going, hey, we're going to take down the Ana. Oh, now we're going to take down the Winston. We've now taken away your Winston Ana dive, for 2 maps in a 5-map series.
The tanks have been buffed for this tournament, and we sat down with ENCE to talk about it. Let's catch up with the boys.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jake, and today I'm here at the round table with Surmajed from Team Falcons and Kai from ENCE. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's it like being here in Riyadh? Surmajed, you're home. You're comfortable.
I mean, it's not good in the summer, but I like it.
Yeah.
Playing in front of the crowd too.
Yeah. Is this the first time for you playing in front of a home crowd like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's your first impressions, Kai?
It's nice being inside. I'm not going outside. It's too hot, bro. It's too hot.
Yeah, that's for real. Riyadh in the summer is something different. But we've got great accommodations here, great venue. I'm excited to see the stage and play, see you guys play. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the game. What's the meta coming into the tournament? I mean, there's with the hero bans, there's been so many shakeups. Do you guys have an impression of where the game is right now? Like, what heroes are strong right now?
D.Va is just the strongest hero in the game. There's no meta.
D.Va.
Diva's
taking over.
There's bans every couple maps, but it keeps changing. But D.Va's way too strong.
Okay.
They nerfed Ilari. I don't play. He doesn't play Hitscan.
Because D.Va's so strong, Hitscan sucks.
Really? So we're seeing like a non-Hitscan meta right now?
I mean, it depends on the bans. Like maybe if D.Va's banned, but if D.Va's not banned, I'm just useless, bro.
What are the DPS lineups that people are running then? Like what kind of combos?
It's mostly like dive stuff.
Like Echo Tracer?
Or Echo Tracer, yeah. It just depends on the map. Genji Tracer sometimes.
Sure. And what about for support? I mean, I think for hero bans, support seems like it could be super impactful to ban, where you take away a Lucio or an Ana, it could really change the game.
You take away Lucio, you play Ana Brig.
Yeah.
You just can't play Ilari.
Yeah. Ilari has taken a couple L's. D.Va is like the ultimate counter. Nice ult, buddy.
D.Va's way too good.
It's not going.
Hopefully, I don't know.
Yeah. We hope, you never know. We could see some meta shakeups late in the tournament. I am curious, Kai. You said Hitscan's terrible, that's kind of crazy for the history of the game, right? Very rare where Hitscan has been like really off meta, except maybe the last couple tournaments have leaned that way a little bit more. Do you think, like, for the other teams in the tournament, I'm thinking about teams like LGD that have played a lot of Hitscan dive, variations of that. Do you think every team is on the same page of that, or do you think still there's a lot of differences between each team, how they approach the game?
I feel like everyone's kind of on the same page, honestly. I mean, me just playing it, there's no way maybe I'm just playing it wrong or something, but there's no way other teams are playing Hitscan unless they have to play it, I feel like most teams will be able to flex anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the flexibility has gone up so much in Overwatch these days. Everybody plays everything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the demand at the highest level of play. I'm curious who you guys think, if you take your own teams out of the competition, who do you think are the tournament favorites, but then also who are that, what's that top group looking like in scrims right now?
I mean, it's probably in Korea, so you don't know. It's just Crazy Raccoon, Zeta, and us, of course.
I'm gonna say Falcons.
Yeah? Okay. Mr. Margetti's not allowed to.
I'm not allowed to.
We gotta believe
I'm not allowed to.
We gotta believe her. They do have the Hanbin D.Va. That's a scary thing.
Hanbin, yeah.
That's a scary thing. And if D.Va's OP. So I'm curious, we're seeing a lot of dive, is it people playing a faster pace style, or is it a little bit more methodical and slow?
It just depends on the bans and the maps. Yeah. But usually people you play fast stuff with D.Va, Lucio. If you ban Lucio, people just play dive. So
it's a faster dynamic style. What about teams like Space Station? They've always been a rush squad. Are they gonna have to change? Are they gonna have to play D.Va?
I think they can be good, but I feel one ban and they're done.
Yeah, they're gonna be too vulnerable to the ban system.
I think they'll be good. They're a really good team.
I'm curious, actually, one thing when I was looking at this ban system, a question in my mind was, do you want to ban first or second? I would think you want to ban first, because you could decide which role that you're going to protect, but maybe that's not the case. It seems like there's a lot to think about in that regard.
I think what they're doing right now is good, the rules.
Yeah.
They kept changing it, but I think this is the perfect one.
What do you think? Do you like the ban system? You think it's cool?
Yeah, I mean, there's more comps being played, and but like I feel like first ban is usually the priority, especially when you can protect what you want to play on the map. I feel like it makes a massive difference. Like you need to play, I don't know, Bat Lucio on a map for like SSG, for example. You just ban a random support. They can't ban BAP, like it makes a massive difference.
Do you think we're going to see more competitive series with that first ban kind of going back and forth as a team loses a map? Well, they're going to be able to get the first ban and have a little bit more control over the strategy?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it would make most of the series like closer, which is good for the viewership. Yeah, it's not. I feel like a lot of games, unless like there's a massive team gap, like it won't be like just stomps,
We finally found the solution to 3 Overwatch.
Yeah.
I think we still need 6v6.
okay, hold on. We can't go there. We only have 10 minutes here. But I'm curious, just being here, at the Esports World Cup. This is basically the biggest tournament this year, right? This is like for the highest stakes, the most consequence. How do you guys feel coming into this event in terms of the teams, the confidence, your preparation? I know you guys were boot camping in Korea. What was ENCE's preparation like for the event?
We were stuck in EU, dude.
Yeah.
Barely anyone to scrim.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We're just full confidence in it.
Yeah. I mean, just come out here. You get a little bit of prep time here in Riyadh and see if you can adapt. How about Falcons boot camping in Korea? What was that like?
I mean, we play in Korea. We live in Korea, so
yeah.
Living there.
Was there a lot of teams from around the world that were coming?
Yeah.
So did that change it for you guys? I guess having all these other teams there.
I think no, nothing, because they play like weird stuff. Korea starts playing dive, and they're done. Yeah. Spawn camp.
Spawn camp.
Yeah.
Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
All I'm saying, Korea is just gonna be the top of this tournament.
What do you think about? We know. I mean, I think it's fair to say Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are the favorites, right, with the performance in Dallas. But how about these other teams from Korea, Zeta Division and Fnatic? How do you see them stacking up against the other competition, especially from North America and Europe?
I think Zeta is actually like underrated.
Yeah.
They play. I can't say it on stream, but you will see it. They're really
underrated,
good. They're really
underrated.
Good.
That's good to see.
They're
so we could see
underrated.
some more competition. And then I think dark horse of the tournament, LGD, team from China, coming in. Like maybe they have way less prep. Maybe they haven't had the competition this year. I feel like the odds are stacked against them in a way. But that team, I just can't fully count them out. Just that they're.
I mean, they're really good players. They just got unlucky because they didn't like play any tournament this year.
Yeah.
So this is their first tournament. You might see nerves, but I think they're good.
Yeah.
But not crazy Orca Falcons level.
Yeah, maybe not at the elite tier, but still, I think it'd be fun to see them make a good run.
Yeah.
Is there any hope for the teams from North America? Give it to me straight, boys.
I think Toronto.
Guy's shaking his head.
Toronto.
He's like, nah.
I think Toronto is actually good with the bans. They're flexible.
Toronto, that's the only. Yeah, we pray.
They might just be better than Dallas, but.
Yeah. It's a long way to go before they're taking on the likes of Falcons or Crazy Raccoon, or for that matter, the European squads. I'm just hopeful we could get an NA team that's not below all the European teams just one time. So.
I mean, Amady is on vacation here.
I'm a little biased, yeah. Well, all right, guys, I'm going to let you go. Thanks so much for sitting at this round table. For the folks at home, this has been the Esports World Cup roundtable with Sir Majed and Kai. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Sir Majed, the Prince of Riyadh, has been walking around giving gelato, giving free coffee. Kai, on the other side, has been stressing out on this stage. And today, you can see why he might be stressing. Everyone going with Crazy Raccoon. We have 110% right now, as we have Raccoons at 84, 26 on the other side. What do you expect here, though, as we're getting into it? We got 20 seconds. How many maps are we going? Who wins?
It's a 4-0 for Crazy Raccoons.
4-0 Crazy Raccoons. ZP, are you agreeing?
No, it's a 4-1. Kevster's going to find his map. I firmly believe.
Can it be Control?
It might be.
Map number 1, crucial for both of these teams if you listen to Crazy Raccoon, and it's time to send it over to the Qiddiya Arena to get it started.
Welcome to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup, coming at you live from the Gadia Arena here in the heart of Riyadh. We're your hosts, Milosh and Fancy, but you can call us Habibis.
That's right. We have trimmed down our team count from 16 to 8 so far, and only the best of the best remain in this tournament to face at the quarterfinal stage today. But only the top of each group have earned the right of choice of opponent and a day off.
Absolutely. And you know, late last night, there was a draft that really went on, and it gave us more questions than anything else. Who can stop Crazy Raccoon and Falcons' rampage in the bracket? After that, who is going to be able to bring down the top Asian teams from EMEA? Will EMEA even survive through all of this? And last but not least, how the hell and why the hell the Twisted Minds picked Toronto Ultra to play in the bracket today?
I have no idea, but at least we're going to find out about this later on throughout the day. But for now, we can put one of those questions to bed. So please, let us welcome the first team on stage. It is the undefeated Crazy Raccoon. Undefeated is one thing, but this team hasn't dropped a single map so far at the Esports World Cup. They are your tournament favorites for so many reasons. They reigned as champions after their Dallas Major victory, but holding on to the crown is always the hardest part in forming any legacy.
And their opponents, ENCE! The David to Crazy Raccoon's Goliath. They had to go the distance in all 6 maps against Fnatic yesterday in a grueling back and forth. Today, they attempt to scale the steepest edge of the Overwatch competitive mountain and go against all expectations on the Esports World Cup stage. Gentlemen, ENCE, Crazy Raccoon, you may place your keys and head to your seats.
The match is about to start, but now we need to know one very important thing. A win doubles your earnings for the tournament and almost quadruples, I think even more than quadruples your Esports World Cup Club Championship points. So please, let's get it on.
Here we go. Second to last day of EWC. And we are going to be jumping into Ilios to kick things off here for this quarterfinal matchup. Loser goes home. Of course, it is single elimination from here on out. These teams are fighting for their tournament lives, for that prize pool. I'm Achilles here with Avril, and as we can see, Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be banning away the kitty goal.
Yeah, of course, the map is predetermined here for number 1 on control. Ilios, that plays really well into Crazy Raccoon's strengths as we see both the bans come on through. Now, what's really interesting about this is it does look like Crazy Raccoons had that first ban for the Kiriko. They are targeting Sky Ripper's hero pool. They don't want the Kiriko to come through. That is Sky's best hero. I do think, though, Crazy Raccoons should have targeted the D.Va. If you remove the D.Va from this map, ENCE's ability to play on Ilios is completely removed. What's really Vastola going to do here? D.Va is the prime dive tank. So if you wanted to just shunt the entire ability for ENCE to play, get rid of the D.Va immediately.
And taken off the board here. Curious to see how this does look. Crazy Raccoon, of course, being seeded forward already here within the top 8, had their selection of opponent. They opt to go for the European squad, and ENCE, now we're going to see if they end up regretting that at the end of it all. A best of 7 to decide who's going to be moving forward into the semifinals tomorrow.
Well, there's good news and bad news here for everybody because for ENCE, I mean, they're basically playing against a very similar team to Fnatic. Similar strength, similar hero pools, and similar play styles in terms of how good they are at the dive. But the bad news is you've taken down the mini-boss of Korea, the first phase, but this is the final boss. This is what the final phase of Korea actually looks like. You've gone from Seed 4 Korea to Seed 1 Korea. Everything that Fnatic did well against ENCE yesterday, they're going to do even better against ENCE now that it's Crazy Raccoon, because we've upgraded from Dongak Ball to Jumbin Ball. We've upgraded from, you know, Knife and Checkmate now to Lip and Heesang. I mean, everything has just leveled up, so ENCE is going to need to be on the A game.
Yep, this is going to be the true test. ZP, though, having a bit of faith, a little bit more than the rest of the analysts there, as says that Kevster will be able to get his one map, and Kevster's going to have to be important if they are finding victory. Anti out on the 2 to start things off as Maimon slinking around the back, looking for the execution here onto Shu. Hack going to be interrupted, though. Unable to get that one across, and now he's going to be stuck falling down to the low ground. Can the punish come in? The answer is going to be absolutely yes. Shu collecting that first kill, as Kevster will similarly be taken down by Heesang.
I mean, they knew the Sombra was coming online once you press tab after a while, but they had to find the Sombra first, and the fact that you have this reactionary play where the hack can be interrupted and Shu instantly goes for a 180 sleep and lands it is incredible.
Well, now just some further staggers here. Sky going to be taken down, looking for the break on Vistola's mech. That would certainly be the icing on the cake. D-Matrix are trying to keep him alive with the pursuit forward. They're able to find it. And that can force just a jump off the side of the map, if not the swap, and it will be the swap, so it's going to be about 17% ult charge lost.
You really see Maimon come through to hack Jumbin. I mean, this is the entire reason you see the Sombra even come through. Sleep dart onto the lip, but the protection once again comes on through Jumbin, even bringing the shields over. It's rare that you actually see the ball give shields to the teammate, but in that scenario, required.
Yep, just keep him protected. Lip is Mr. President, so make sure that he's going to be able to get out scot-free, and he does. Opening ult here, though. Sky about to have that nano online. Does build that up very quickly here comparatively, so Shu still going to be playing catch-up, but it's another anti onto the back line, and as they get distracted trying to scatter and stay alive, Vistola ends up getting taken out of the mech and killed off there by Chorong.
Off the map, it seems. Shu Nano coming up, Chorong. Soundberry coming up here as well. Enter down one tech. They're down with DPS now. It's 55%.
And they're all here in the side room, just clustered together. It's going to be dynamite, the Bionade, everything. A slaughter here as Vistola, last one standing, once again has to pull back to the dropship.
This is the problem where we talked about the fact that this is basically playing against an upgraded Fnatic. You went up against a Dongak ball yesterday, but the ball dive on Crazy Raccoon is even better. Dongak, he might be the number 2 ball in this tournament, but that means that the number 1, and the number 1 is Jumbin, and you're seeing why. ENCE, they haven't really gotten any purchase on this map so far. Have they gotten the kill yet? I don't even think so.
I don't believe that they have. I think it's been just perfect play so far from inside of Crazy Raccoon, even with the hacks here on the Jinmin. I mean, you can tell, yeah, they knew that this was going to be Wrecking Ball. They're trying to counteract it, but they just have not been able to set up for success. Minefield now going to be dropped in. Back attack, just looking to clear out these mines as best as possible. Jinmin will be taking a nice little nap. But 97% ticking up. The touch is there. Maimon able to force out this overtime, but they desperately need some ultimates. Bob to open things up here from Lip. Jinmin down low on HP. As Heesang gonna get stunned up. Rally popped. Rack Attack has a shield bash into the whip shot to go ahead and take him down. So Tracer eliminated. First kill gonna be found. Jinmin still here in the back lines, able to avoid that opening shield bash and just playing around, trying to keep their attention tied on him rather than on the point itself. But the flip will still come through.
Yeah, respect being given by Crazy Raccoons. Okay, hold the ultimates. Let's not throw any more bodies onto that point. Would like to have seen more ultimates forced out of ENCE if you are Crazy Raccoons, so perhaps there is some sort of utility for making that play. EMP catches only one. Soundberry comes through.
Yeah, catches one. Soundberry's there. Maimon going to be dead on the back end. Now the Nano has to be invested just to try to keep Rack Attack alive. Heesang, Pulse Bomb still in the back pocket, seeking target, but Kevster already eliminated. Now it's DPS-less. It's a lob in. It's a break on the mech. Self-destruct available will be popped. Vistola going to try to get himself back into this one. Looks like he will not be able to as Heesang, the very last second, manages to deny it away. Flip back into their favor. Crazy Raccoon looking to take this one 130% just about. And with the kills continuing onward, the nanoed up Tracer, the force on the recall. That will be the round going their way.
Another thing to really read into the bans here as well is because ENCE ban away the Winston, what that really says is they're opting into the ball, because if you go for the tank ban here, you're no longer protecting, you've already got the second ban. What you're really trying to do is, are we going to go up against the Winston or the ball? That has to be your choice, and they feel more confident based on what we see through the bans to go up against the ball. Maybe they feel like, okay, we put the Maimon, Sombra onto the field, maybe there's something we do there. There was a little bit effective versus Dongak. Fnatic not going to be as good at that dive as Crazy Raccoon. Will it be effective versus Crazy Raccoons? And off rep, Maimon spotted out somehow, doesn't get the hack on, instantly dies, and it takes basically the entire map to see the first kill that he's saying even come on through. But as we go over towards Lighthouse, okay, Maimon back over towards the Echo. This is really, really important because I think that was the critical hero that Maimon played yesterday versus Fnatic that helped ENCE get the win.
I gotta say, thinking about it more and more, and after that first round of play, I've been thinking about your metaphor, that first phase of the final boss, now going into the actual last phase when they're fully powered up. Feels like it's more like you've intercepted and cracked a Morse code message in Fnatic. This is now you're trying to crack the Enigma code. It's just a little bit more impossible. Do you have the tools with which to pull it out? We're gonna find out, but first, blood does go the way of Lip as he finds Maimon just taking that Echo out of the sky nice and easy, setting up for Heesung to be able to get an early lead towards the Duke.
Point's going to go away at this rate. Solid cannot contest. Backline of Ants could be in trouble here as well. Long rotation. Junbin showing off some of that new ball tech.
I mean, this guy is just...
He's like spawn camming my own almost.
He's trying to. And gets the grapple back up. Just up and over top of the buildings, and he's straight back into safety.
Yeah, I mean, this is top tier ball play. This is exactly how you want to be playing Wrecking Ball. This is why Junbin is the best in the world. You will never catch this guy. You don't even bother playing Sombra anymore. Maimon, he has to control the skies versus Heesang. He was the first dead. He has to show his value now. Sky nearly on ultimate.
So Pistola just going to be focused fire down. Bionade from Sky to try to help boost up that healing and get him back into the fight, but it's going to be Maimon taking it down again as Heesung finds the kill this time around, and Pistola cannot escape. Broken out of the mech as Heesung once again takes to the skies and immediately greets him with a headshot. Another double Bionade onto the supports. I feel like it's the third time we've seen that thus far here on Ilios.
Yeah.
Shu, was really looking to put them down.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sky's just not going to match up the Shu. I mean, Strike Attack probably won't match up the Trong either, but especially in this case where Ents, they prefer to play the Lucio Kiriko, they cannot do that. This is not the ideal backline composition for Ents. They had the Kiri banned out. It's 51% now, counting up for Crazy Raccoons, and Ents still looking for an opening as Lip on the big flank, on the big lurk. Remember, there's no Suzu here, so if he lands this...
Okay, well, they hear him. Looking to just try to break down that shield. Kevster nearby does go ahead and stave him off, so both can be held. It's going to be another large nade coming through. As Nano does get invested over on towards Maimon, is able to utilize it to find a kill. Jordan going to be taken down before that rally can come online. A window of opportunity to work with here from the side of Ents, but reinforcements coming through as Heesung just adds another Ana into the mix. Kevster getting the dip there on a Lip, and Rack Attack going to be taken down. Pulse bump from Lip, able to find at least one before getting traded out, and Ents, they need to make their way over to the point.
They still have numbers here. More ultimates coming online. Can they get more kills? Because Heesang's low, Shu is low as well. This is the opportunity. And the first time they're starting to actually get some momentum, they just start losing more and more. And it's basically that final fight. 90% now.
Junbin, he just set his sights over on Sky, and he was unrelenting. Finds that elimination. The minefield now set up here on the point. He's not going to be taken down as Pistola is able to find one. Rally, rolling, break on the mech. Self-destruct to come through. They pull back. They give up some space. But do they recontest? The answer is going to be yes, as Lip starts tiptoeing back in onto the point to keep this going. Overtime, ready to bleed down. Dupe available here from Maimon, the only ultimate they have available, as Ents will get the flip once again, but it could just be similar scenes of what we just witnessed back over on Ruins. Copies now out here. Maimon going for the ball, but clearly the tech is not quite there. Doesn't have the movement. Manages to slink his way out, keeps the Dupe in play for now.
It's not a hero that Maimon would be expected to know how to play. Very difficult for an Echo to dupe over towards. Kevster down. Heesang traded. Still opportunity. Sky looking over towards Nano. Barely hit a Shu. This could be an opportunity for Ents.
Maimon in around the back, just drawing the attention here of Lip. The flip not yet through into their favor, but now coming in as they push off the point. Flip is there. Overtime going to start bleeding down. Lip another pulse bomb online. Moves forward. Cannot get the stick. Sky able to stay alive. Shu now coming back through, tagged up a bit. Strom's going to be swapping over onto Lucio. Nano at the ready. We'll see who the recipient's going to be. It's going to be Lip once more. Looking to try to really put things down here with the Nano Tracer, and Rack Attack gets sent sailing off the side of the map. Brig no longer in play. Kevster backpedaling, trying to stay alive. His own pulse bomb nearly built up, but Junbin will find him. He will fall. The flip back into their favor, getting ready to come through. His Pistola cannot keep it contested in time, and now he's at risk. Has the self-destruct available, so can't afford to lose the mech, but will he be able to get back into safety is going to be the question that's about to be tested right now. Self-destruct invested, anti out onto the Baby Diva. He gets cleaned up, and that should just about do it. They cannot push forward. They cannot continue, as it's just minor touches here from Kevster to try to keep things going, but members are getting bled dry. 2-0 here on Ilios. Crazy Raccoon sticking to the script.
You can see that Ents have some capability to fight. I mean, they have the mechanics. They can actually, get some kills when required. Might come slow, but the one person they didn't take down is Junbin. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think he died at all. I don't think you saw. Yeah, you didn't see a single death on the kill feed. I certainly didn't. They didn't catch him. They can't catch him. They had the Sombra on the first round, but didn't really have any opportunities to really shut down Junbin with that. So Maimon goes Echo for the second round, which is important because it's Lighthouse. But you have less of a chance to kill Junbin now. This guy doesn't make mistakes on ball. This is everything Dogag did and even better. The mechanics on this hero, it's unmatched for Junbin. And unfortunately, when you play Echo, it also removes a good copy target because most Echo players, I'm talking like basically every Echo player, they're not going to know how to play ball when you get that copy over. It's one of those extremely elusive heroes that you need a specialist to play. My Mo, he's on that ball, on the copy, no idea what he's doing. He loses the ball instantly. It's just not going to be a good copy. And unfortunately for a team like this, where, you know, Crazy Raccoons, they don't really have many weak points, and they instantly force you into a bad matchup. And that's even without banning the D.Va. Like I said, if Crazy Raccoons ban the D.Va, I think Ants basically just give up on this map. There's really nothing they can do.
Yeah.
But the fact that Moon saves the D.Va means they will have the D.Va banned further on to a different map, which is really exciting.
Well, that is the first map done in Dusted Raccoons out to the start here with a 1-0. Let's go ahead and send it down to Bucket, who's standing by on stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm here with Unter in the Qiddiya Arena. We're on the stage, and Unter, I gotta first ask you, who's bigger, Lip in-game or out-of-game? Because that guy is massive.
I mean, the thing is, Lip is monstrous in both. Now we've seen him not even on his main role, playing Tracer, and still, it's just pure domination for him.
Now, we were watching, and you were telling me this is a great map for Ents to start their tournament today. But they just got whoppity-whopped.
Yeah, no, I saw the comps on Ruins, and I thought, wow, this is a really good position for Ents to be in. They've got the Sombra Tracer full dive. There's no Brig on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and still, they just got crushed. It's like Chorong has eyes in the back of his head. Well, Name One can't find an opening.
The best part of professional sports and esports is you can learn by watching, right? So what can I take away? Who should I be dialing in on Crazy Raccoon?
I mean, for Crazy Raccoon, Chorong's support play was absolutely incredible that map. Keeping Shu alive, whether he was on the Brig or the Lucio, there was just no pressure on Shu whatsoever. But of course, you know, you can always look to a DPS superstar. You can look to Lip.
Junbin has been one of my favorite wrecking balls. We've seen a lot of wrecking balls. My Dong Fist is out. Is he my tank to watch today?
Anytime Wrecking Ball is pickable, I'd expect to see expect to see Junbin on it. And honestly, this is his signature hero coming into the tournament.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can he flex to, though? Is there a way to slow him down? Do I need to waste a ban on Wrecking Ball? Do I ban a D.Va? Is there anything I can do to slow that guy down?
Well, this is the fundamental issue with being an enemy of Crazy Raccoon. No matter what you ban, they have something else in the tank. If you ban out Junbin's Wrecking Ball, he's just going to come back at you on Winston. He's going to come back at you on D.Va. He has options. He's played it all, and he plays it all to a very high level.
You guys were the underdogs in all of your matchups. What can you tell your team to bounce back after a loss? How do you just keep the heads in the game?
If I was in that position, if I was Ents right now, I'd be trying to change tact. You know, we lost a dive matchup. Let's bring it to something more comfortable. Let's try and play some Sigma. Let's slow things down. Let's get Mirror from the bench. Let's try and play something different and change the game that way.
How do you feel being in the Qiddiya Arena right now?
Say again?
How do you feel being in the Qiddiya Arena right now?
Electric environment, packed crowd.
A lot of subs taking the stage, so we have a little bit of time to fill. If I'm Ents, what do you think I'm going to be thinking as a coach? Who can I swap in? What do I want to mix up? What comps do I want to bring to the table moving forward? Because, you know, they get to make the map pick.
Well, as I said, I think that, you know, a slow, pokey map is likely. So we're probably going to see a move towards something like Escort, and we're going to see Mirror integrated into the roster. We might see Vestola move over to the Sigma, move over to the Ramatra, and I think we're going to see something out of Mirror, you know, maybe an Illari.
Mirror coming in on that Illari. He had our #1 play from yesterday. We'll see if he's able to pop off once again, but you are playing the stiffest competition in Overwatch 2 right now. Crazy Raccoon are rolling. We'll find out if they can keep that going. Unter, talk to me about Max, though. Junbin is going to give the other tanks some time on the stage today, as it looks like the coaches are deciding to get everyone playing time here in the round of 8.
Well, you see, I think Max moving in, that is more of an indication that we will be seeing a slow matchup, because Max, he's the off-tank specialist. He's the guy that you bring in when you want a high-quality Sigma. We could be seeing a rush tank. We could be seeing something like D.Va or Junker Queen as well, but I would not be surprised at all to see Max flexing the Sigma. This is one of his strongest heroes. It's something that he will match up very closely with Vestola on. Bound to be a good one.
Can you ban the Sigma? Well, I guess he's out here, so they know it's probably in the game. I'm not going to get ahead of us, but I do know Danny is out running around. Danny, where you at?
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. Currently, Crazy Raccoons are up 1-0 against Ents. I'm gonna say it. I think, honestly, it's not looking easy for Ents right now. Crazy Raccoons are just dominating the server right now. But I mean, it is only map 1, so we'll see if Ents could maybe pull it back, maybe get another map win. Who knows? Let's keep watching the game.
Thank you, Danny. Well, everyone, the pick is in. Ents will be bringing us to an escort map. It's going to be Circuit Royale, where we bring the action to next. We'll see if Hunter was right about the idea of trying to slow it down a little bit, make things a little bit more digestible for Ents, and try to get the better of Crazy Raccoon. Of course, this is also a map that is well known for being a little bit more gimmicky, a little bit more off the beaten path. So if you're a team like Ents where you feel like you're a little bit outmatched, this might be the best place to go to get a little bit of momentum in the series. Now for me, I know our caster's going to be bringing it down soon, but I take a look at this and wonder, what's the ban going to be here? Because you think about how you can play Circuit Royale and what teams have banned. Some teams have decided, hey, we're going to take away your long-range option here, and we're going to make it a different way. But you know what? We got our casters, Achilleos and Avril, ready to go and tell us about those bans.
Thank you very much, CP. Yes, we will get ready to get into this one and see what the band's going to be looking like. Circuit Royale going to be coming through. We've been seeing this map quite a bit, like the pivot away from Shambali, which was very prevalent at the beginning of the tournament.
We know that this is Ents' priority right now in terms of the fact that they lose, so they get map choice, they get ban priority as well. They go to Circuit Royale, they're going to play the same thing they played versus Fnatic yesterday. So in many ways, as I mentioned, it's the same beats that we saw in Ents' previous matchup. It's going to be Mirror coming back in. So what do they need to do? They need to protect their double flex support. So that's how the bans need to go. They need to make sure that Mirror's heroes cannot be banned out. You got to keep the BAP in there, you got to keep the Ilaria in there. These are Ents' strengths. Not expecting any second bans to come on through. The reason why is because Vistola wants to play that. That's probably the one matchup for Ents that they think they can have a chance of winning. This squad, well, parts of this squad, when they were Team Finland in Overwatch World Cup last year, Vistola beat Hanbin in the Sigma matchup. He's one of the best Sigmas in the world, genuinely, when we're talking about Vistola. So he needs to be confident to face up against Max, who others would regard as one of the top, if not the top Sigmas in the world as well. So this is a matchup that he is not going to shy away from. This is the one thing that's very different to Fnatic yesterday, because Dongak was in the entire time. Attack, the off tank for Fnatic, very different player, not quite up to scratch. Max, he's elite though. He's going to be a very tough opponent, but still, I think this is Ents' best hope, is to force a Sigma matchup and pray that Vistola can beat Max.
And of course, the big concern is going to be if this one cannot come to fruition, if they cannot get that win and tie things up, what do they then do moving forward? Of course, that is a question for a little bit later as we get ready to jump into the game. The players are in the lobby, they're loading up, they're getting geared up to go and to jump into this one to see if they can, in fact, answer back with a victory here. Because, wow, they were able to win that map, that Circuit Royale versus Fnatic yesterday. There was some cause for concern, at least initially. That A defense, that B defense, pretty much non-existent.
Well, the good news here is you don't need to worry about a flex over towards a tank. That's something that only someone from Toronto can do, or maybe Hardy will be bringing to the table. So here we go. Ents' hero ban, of course, it's going to be on the support role. They need to protect their double flex support. They're going to get rid of Lucio, just in case Crazy Raccoon want to be funny about it. Lucio kind of enables a Ryan comp, but otherwise, Lucio's a bit of a throwaway ban. Looking over to the Crazy Raccoon side, I don't think the bans really matter for this map because they're so flexible and there's not a lot to target on the other side, but sure, we'll go for an Echo ban. What does that mean? I think that means you're going to force Kevsa onto the Pharah. You know Kai's coming in. You could have probably banned hit scan, but then you're kind of screwing yourself as well because you want Lip to be sniping. You're confident that Lip can take the 1v1 versus Sky and the Widowmaker, so what's the other matchup you're concerned about? What can Kevsa bring to the table? Well, Kevsa's Echo is probably better than his Pharah, and Pharah is the other ideal hero to play on this map, so get rid of the Echo, force Kevsa on the Pharah, and see what you can do there if you're Crazy Raccoon.
Well, of course, Mirror stepping back through, and this was a big map for Mirror. Things were a little bit shaky versus Fnatic yesterday until the Mirror moment happened. That 4K that he was able to pick up on that defense just really starting to shut things down. Because, I mean, you remember that final stretch of the map, it was like 4:45 at the time bank for Fnatic. And then they couldn't finish the map. It was a solid defense, and Mirror was the one who really got that snowball going.
And I think this is, you know, what Ents need. They need some sort of poke matchup. They're very good as a front-to-back team. Where they're going to be weak is every single time Crazy Raccoon are going to end up playing dive. So they want Max to be in the lineup. They prefer this because I think Vistola is far more confident in the Diva-Diva matchup, the Sigma-Sigma matchup, or even the Ram-Ram if it goes that far. Ents are far more comfortable facing against Max than they will be against Junman. But, you know, it's a long series, Achilleos. We could be going to 7 if Ents are competitive in this game. Crazy Raccoons, they want to lock it out in 4, and they can always go back to Junban if things go wrong. So Ents, whatever maps they can take away, every single map choice that they pick has to go their way. Otherwise, you know, this long uphill climb, it only gets steeper.
Well, let's see As we go into this one, if you're correct, if it is going to be that Farah coming out here from the side of Kevster, we will have Crazy Raccoon first in the defense, and we see that one being piloted by them.
Of course, Mirror and Shu, and also Kevster used to be teammates back on LA Gladiators back in the day, so a little bit of banter between those guys. It's like a reunion on the stage. Pretty sure it is the Sigma Mirror coming on through. Obviously, the defense have locked in their heroes. He's saying onto the Farah. This is the exact comp we're talking about, right? Double flex, Sigma, Farah, Widowmaker. That's essentially the bread and butter for this type of matchup. Didn't see it from Ants yesterday, but this is what they want to play. This is what Fnatic banned out. Fnatic banned out the Sigma, Crazy Raccoon. They let it through because, you know what? They don't care. They think Max is going to win anyway. But can Kai beat Lip? Can Kevster? Can he take down Heesang?
Well, already, just the one body shot across there from Kai over onto Heesang, but not going to be the headshot, not going to be the kill. Speaking of kill, Pistola, it looked like he just got pulled off stage.
Yep.
Just a vaudevillian Kane just yoinking him back.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see what the assists were in there, but I'm pretty sure Pistola had to have taken an extra headshot from Lip or something.
Yeah.
There's no way he just dies that quickly. Anyway, that is a slow start. It does affect some of the ultimates in play here. As you can see, Pistola's already going to be behind.
Oh, well, there's that headshot.
Lip's already on 42 as well. I mean, he's racing ahead in terms of the infraside duel, and that's also a very important factor in this matchup as well.
Of course, Kai can catch up, but playing on the attacking Widow, the sightline's not going to be favorable to you, and that's exactly why Lip, ready for the jump shot, manages to find the punish.
Well, it's a 50-50 for Kai because he's expecting Lip to be in one or two places, and Lip was on the side angle towards the building instead at the hairpin, and Lip has the shot because he knows Kai's going to go for that grapple.
Lip just anticipating the follow-up, knows that Kai's going to be coming back into the fray, but also knows that Farah's just around the corner. Looks like he will reposition. A little bit of space going to be given up here.
Yeah.
But
a lot of respect being given because, you know, you already have Crazy Raccoons basically backing out to the hairpin, but I don't think they want to back out any further than this. This is where they want to ideally hold things. You want Lip to still have good angles to work through. The further back you go, I think it's going to get harder for Lip. It's going to open angles for Kai, and that's what Ents need.
Yeah. So this is exactly where Crazy Raccoon would like to try to maintain that cart.
Look at Max's ult charge.
Quite far forward, but yeah, as you say, Max up to 90%. Pistola with that early death still going to be lingering behind. It's going to be Captain Sun first here from Mirrors, seeking a target. And the barrier interrupting, but no, actually, I believe they get the clip here on the Heesang. Kai at the same time, able to find the headshot, and Max going to be taken down, so now that flux cannot come into play. Immortality field gets cleared out, and Mirror, he's doing it again.
He might be the secret weapon for the team. Honestly, Ents, I was questioning the pickup when they came into the tournament with Mirror, but really, he is proving his worth. Allows Ents to get that opening cap, and
he's having some fun with his teammate.
And it's also just a kill onto Max. I mean, Kai opens that one up because you have such high ult charge and Crazy Raccoons. They're so much further ahead, and yet they didn't actually get a chance to cash in those ultimates because Mirror pulls trigger first. I like that tempo step up by Ents. It's going to put Crazy Raccoons somewhat on the back foot. They were very defensive against that. Crazy Raccoons didn't want to, you know, try and counter ult against Mirror. Lip, unfortunately, couldn't find the shot onto Mirror, so they completely backed out. And as I said, it's about the angles, it's about having the sight lines, and Mirror completely opens up the map for Kai to get the shot onto Max.
Well, just some neutral spamming out. Good progression here from the side of Ents as Mirror does it once more. Shu now going to be taken down. Flux going to be coming out here on both sides to pick up there onto Max. Interruption cannot be found. Decent damage, but immediately Kinetic Grasp coming through as Pistola gets a decent shield. Max will find a kill, though, as Mirror does get taken down. Looking for the setup there. Now it's going to have to try to play catch-up to get towards that next Captive Sun, which Mirror is only 21% away from.
Sky had a lamp there for the Captive Sun, and he did use it, but unfortunately members were still low even after that. So now Vasola, he's going to shift, he's going to back out, give the space away to Crazy Raccoons, who will alleviate pressure with two ultimates.
Okay, well, that's just going to be in for sight. Kai taking quite a bit of damage here in these last couple volleys. Now, window going to be opened up. Patrol on the first of all. Pistola able to collect that kill. He himself going to be taken low, but the kill not found here onto the enemy Sigma as Captain Sun goes out, looking for the pop. He sunk down low, desperately needing some heals, and Shu with the peel will be able to shut Mirror down. Lip with the final headshot, gets rid of Kevster. That's going to be a team kill. And now from here, Crazy Raccoon can try to get entrenched.
It's possible that Mirror actually missed the Captain Sun, didn't see who it landed on, but certainly no one detonated and tried to get some body shot damage onto a couple of players, but no, it's Crazy Raccoons with Shu's window maximizing damage output there. Ents had a really good shot at getting that push forward, and Mirror's stepped up the tempo a lot on this Captain Sun. He's using it off cooldown. This is going to slow things down more, though. Lip still with the better defensive angles, especially after the Ents reset. Kai is coming uphill. He's battling uphill on the respawn.
Mortality on cooldown here from Sky. Another headshot found. Vistola can shrug that one off for the time being. And it's just going to be the pylon take it down, but now Vistola under a little bit more fire. Does need some heal focus. Constantly hovering down below half HP, and Lip coming up with the goods once more. Finds Amir. Vistola eventually out-pressured here. It's strong.
Probably
sending
didn't
that
need to do
captive sun, but
Probably
yeah.
didn't need to use a captive sun there, but they just want to reset Ents even harder. Ents were going to reset no matter what there. But Lip is now just running away with this game. I mean, it's a very difficult time for Kai to try and do anything in this matchup where they're consistently being pushed back. Lip is also going to be far more fearsome on the Widowmaker compared to someone like Knife, and this is what we're talking about, right? You beat Lil Bro yesterday, but Crazy Raccoons right now, it's everything on their team much better than what they faced yesterday.
Kai trying to set up for that shot, but it's a direct hit on the rocket. It's just widely being denied these sidelines, these opportunities to find these what would be incredibly impactful opening kills, but Kevster now gone. Lip just continuing to maintain dominance, peeks up over the top, finds Sky, goes on the hunt for a little bit more. Infocyte will reveal they're all back to safety.
You know, the crazy thing is, because Lip has doubled Kai's charge, there is a chance, while we might see some stagger kills here, but there's a good chance that Lip actually finds an Infocyte the same time as Kai, despite Kai being on 52.
Yeah, could very well be the case. And I thought maybe they were going to end up overstepping here with this deep chase to try to find that elimination, but no, they're now just touching the spawn room doors. There it is. Max right up in front, barrier set up, saying, yeah, you can't get out.
Kevster's going to go Tracer here as well, because, you know, you need some forward pressure to get you out of spawn. Possibility for him to triple blink out and maybe go for a back cap, but Ents, their doors are all covered. I mean, Heesang's got this upper side covered.
Barrage at the ready.
Between the two doors. And as you said, Barrage out the doors is really big.
Oh, well, low HP there on Heesang. Could potentially get taken down, but Lip able to find one. Strong going to be traded out. Heesang eventually will fall. Sky able to find that kill as Shu will get dropped. Chance to go ahead and get respawn in, though, as the cart, it's already rolled back such a significant distance, and there's only 13 seconds remaining.
Well, Heesang trolled a little bit because he did a 1 HP barrage, but just reset himself very quickly. It doesn't really matter. So go for the final contest here. Kevster dies just straight away. Wait a minute, can they touch or not?
They have it. They're bringing it. It rolled back so far, they were already on the card.
I saw Kevster blink so far forward. I was like, wait a minute, where's the payload? Why is Kevster going so deep? He gets punished regardless.
Flux to try to open. Vistola gets the pick up. Shu going to be taken down. Shot out of the air by Kai, and that's a critical one to be found. Mortality field still existing. Barrier set up. Lip looking for the opportunity. Knows that this Tracer is going to be coming for him. Dashes across to the opposite side. Kevster going to be taken low. Does manage to find that collection, that pound of flesh, but 3 players now lost on the side of Ents. 2 for the side of Crazy Raccoon. The Strongs looks to try to keep them sustained. That next captive sun nearly online. The pylon eliminated. Max the melee hit takes out Kevster and will bring this round, this first half, to an end.
I do think there was probably a little bit of over-aggression for Crazy Raccoons to go that deep into spawn, to go for the spawn camp. It did punish them a little bit, and that gave slight momentum back to Ents. Now, I don't think Ents were going to be able to fully cap regardless of that, but what it does do is just give Ents that much more, little bit of distance to try and defend on their own defense phase now.
I actually think, considering the rollback, the cart never made it as far as it had already been. So ultimately, while they do over-aggress, there's a little bit punished. I think that if they had gained any meterage, it was about 5.
Yeah, I just think the last fight was a little bit more of a dogfight than Crazy Raccoons have wanted, because they are a team that are a little bit more of a perfectionist team where, you know, in a sense, they can get way cleaner fights than that, but by being a little bit more aggressive, having a little bit more time pressure to come back and be able to defend B in time, it made things a little bit sloppy, because you saw it was way more scrappy in the final fight in the OT than it probably should have been for CR.
It's one of those rare things. It's a term long since past, once coined by me years and years ago in the eras, the first existence of Contenders Korea. They were attempting the Willy Wonka. No one ever goes in, no one ever comes out. It's very rare that you see the full-blown spawn camp where they're able to sit right in front of them the entire time. Crazy Raccoon, they got close.
I do think it sends a message. I do think it sends a message that say, like, hey, look.
Oh, yeah.
We're that much better than you guys.
This is your map pick. And now on the attack, Kai needing to find the advantage here with these defensive sight lines. Lip again patiently waiting.
Lip had the defensive Widowmaker. Kai has a defensive Widowmaker now, so there's no excuses here. He needs to be performing up to standard versus Lip. Otherwise, I mean, Ents' and here we go.
Well,
otherwise, one of Ents' only potential victories is going to be snatched away from them.
Finds that first kill. Kai up and over the top here on the walkway. Mir able to play off the back of that damage. A bit of an alley-oop found as Heesang will fall, so dropping both DPS players. Already a solid start here to the defense for Ents as Kai finds another. Lip on the hunt, slowly creeping forward. Does get spotted out, I believe, though. So has to play back, and this is going to be slow moving off the rip. So now, seeking the pick. Quick little concussive blast around the side there. Just the pylon taken out. As the cart now starts inching forward, this opening corner taken by Crazy Raccoon, but this is the break point.
Things are slowed down here as we wait for ultimates, obviously. Okay, here we go. We know what the ultimates here are now. Sky at 75, so that is the lead so far. It is a reasonable lead. It's more than 20% actually. Sky getting a lot. If Ents don't die here, if they could just slow things down, get the healing up. Sky, okay, now's the time to ult.
That Shu going to be taken down. Vistola able to find that. So maybe they can just hold it for a little bit longer, given that the BAP on the opposite side has been taken down. So yeah, can just keep that Amp Matrix in the back pocket. Continue to try to snowball out. They are going to be broken down. Max, all things considered, though, quite far forward. 23%, 25 now, up over Vistola.
Yep.
So Flux advantage in the hands here of Crazy Raccoon. You get the pickup, Lip. You can find that shooting gallery, that easy headshot. Things could fall apart, but there's the Captain Sun going to be coming through. Mirror looking to start things off nicely, and Will as Lip gets popped. Kill found. Immortality Field going to be forced out. Chorong falling low. Looks like some stability going to be found as there's the pickup off the Flux. Kevster dead off the rip. Just didn't have any HP. And as Kai gets dropped down, he's not within the Immortality Field, but is not going to get punished. Elimination cannot be found on that front, but Stola will still falls to the front lines, starting to get broken open. Kai eliminated. An opportunity for Lip to now match that infra site that Kai has been holding on to.
I like that Mirror has the tempo here to go for the Captive Suns, but Crazy Raccoon this time, you lose Lip, but that's fine. You'll trade Max for Vistola, and that's a far more effective trade. Sky's window here, unfortunately, not going to find enough value. And no, unfortunately, the touch is not going to come on through. That will be the cap, done and dusted now. As we'll slow things down slowly again. Wait for the Widowmakers to make their plays happen. Both will have Infrasight in just a moment here. But it's Vistola that looks towards the Flux, it's Shu that looks towards the window, and I think Vistola's in the better spot. Flux versus Shu's window should be a good counter.
Already early damage. Vistola, I mean, he's going for this one, trying to play around the barrier. Shu does get taken down. Drops down, goes aggro, gets the accretion across, but that is far too forward there from Vistola. He's handing his life over. Now the rest of the team going to have to start backpedaling. Don't have these barriers to try to play around.
You can't make those mistakes. You cannot do that if you're Vistola. That's just giving away fights, and now they have to go all the way back. Infrasight from Kai to slow things down. I mean, this is important. So Kai saves Infrasight for a moment like this. When someone dies, can we use Infrasight to force Crazy Raccoons to slow down?
Max, cheeky attempt at the predictive accretion, trying to interrupt the grapple. Infrasight's expired here on both sides. Hisung, that barrage available. The Amp Matrix, not the best position. Forces them back behind pillars, back within. And over towards that C site. So a little bit of space opened up, but they can't really find kills on the back of it. So just patient play here for the side events, but now they have to be all in. 245 with 4.34 meters left to go.
Mirror's waiting for this opportunity. Mirror has to be the one to save the day again. Mirror and Sky both looking towards ultimates. He's saying can't get a good barrage off, so I'm not concerned about that. Max kills for solo though. That might just be it. Ents, they have nothing right now. They need something immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Kev's just trying to play the card. The Immortality Field is going to be used in desperation. We are taking quite a bit of damage. And he's just not going to be able to get it. No one else can touch. The recall has to be used by Kevster, and it's a breezy, easy finish here for Crazy Raccoon to now move up 2-0.
You have to question how the solo was just falling that quickly at the last fight. I mean, we know what happened 2 fights ago, which was a huge mistake, and that also can't be allowed to happen. Imagine Vistola doesn't overplay his hand, that he stays alive. You slow things down. It's about bleeding down the timer. Once Vistola dies, despite the infrasights, the payload still slowly moves up. It gives Shu the opportunity to get an okay angle. It's enough of a window angle that still forces Ents backwards, and they can't defend in that sort of situation. You need to buy time for your supports. Mirror and Sky were not ready to defend yet. They were still waiting for the ultimates to be online, and then Vistola falls again. And this is the matchup that Ents needed to win. Like I said before we got into this, Circuit Royale is a huge priority for Ents. This is where Vistola and Max can square up on the Sigma, and unfortunately, Vistola does not meet the challenge.
Yeah, a bizarre play there from the side of Vistola, one that he's certainly going to be regretting, but as I saw that, all I could think is that esports sometimes is crazy. You do crazy things. But it's a 2-0 now here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. And Hunter on his prediction. Looking like he's moving in the right direction. ZP still holding out for that one map.
The thing is, I think that was the one map. If ZP was holding on for a map, that was the one map. I think ZP probably placed his bets on Kevster a little too hard because, to me, it's about the entire team matchup. One guy's not going to bail you out of this. Maybe if you're versing another team who also just comes through with one superstar, that could be something, but Yeah, even if Kevsa is the better tracer against Lip, which I think he is, you need the other players to be matching their targets. We need to see my Moan back in for whatever map comes in next, assuming it's not a sniper map, and he needs to be on that Echo, permanently locking in, bringing his A game like he was versus Fnatic yesterday, and that's how we're going to see a win. Vistola and Max, they got to square off on something different. Maybe the Divas next.
Well, plenty more to talk about here, so we'll pass it back over to the analysts to break down the action.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Crazy Raccoon are trying to speed run their way into the top 4. They've won both tournaments, the major tournaments of the year. They're primed to do it once again, but Ent's trying to get in their way. Let's talk about what we saw here as we look back at the highlights. You warned me about Lip. You told me he could be pretty good at the sniper, and Kai found out as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lip was a menace. Kai was definitely struggling over the course of it. I mean, Kai got his licks in here and there, but, you know, as we break this match down, it's just, oh yeah, every part of Crazy Raccoon, really, really good.
Max is pretty solid as well. Jumbin, of course, considered one of the greatest tanks in this tournament. Max comes in on the Sigma. What'd you see, Hunter?
I'd say, you know, Max, his Sigma to Sigma, it was pretty solid. He looked good. He was damage gapping Vistola like fairly consistently. But, you know, Mirror on the other side, on the Illari, he was probably the brightest point for the team. He was actually turning some fights, getting some initial picks, which is honestly more than can be said for most of Ints at this point.
Surprised by that?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty surprising. If there was a bright spot, which really could have been road to a victory, it was Mirror just having massive Illari plays. The problem was that the total package wasn't there, especially when you look at the tank play where, you know, there's a lot of reasons why your main tank might be dying first, but the reality is that Vistola was on the ground more often than not, and that killed Ents and their ability to maintain control.
Ents' coaches have another decision to make here, Hunter, so let's put on our coaching caps and looking through. Do I go to Flashpoint and just try and go head-to-head? Control didn't go my way. Push seems pretty hard. Is Hybrid the best bet?
Now, I would say, you know, after watching the first Koth map, there's no way that Ents wants to take a fast matchup with Crazy Raccoon.
Okay.
There was pure domination there. You know, we've just seen a defeat on Escort, but these slow comps, they looked like the best chance that they've got. Ents, honestly, I feel like they're going to need to continue to take it to slow matchup.
You agree with that, ZP? Do you think Poke is the way to go?
Yeah, I mean, I also think if they could find a map where, you know, something like a Midtown or even like a Hollywood where you could play an Illari, right? Mirror was a very bright spot on the team that wasn't really particularly being dealt with super well by Crazy Raccoon. So if you see that, you go, okay, can we force Illari again? Because that worked out really well.
I got the answer. It's time to share it with our audience at home. We're going to my home city, New York City. Midtown is going to be our battlefield. ZP, what's the play here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of what we were just talking about, where slow it down, get Mirror on the Illari if you feel comfortable playing it, and also try and find a way to keep Vistola alive. Again, it's one of those things Overwatch where it's not always the main tank's fault when they're going down, but the reality is, whether it's on the supports, whether it's on Vistola himself, Vistola needs to stay alive more than 2 seconds into a fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough. Maybe not jump down on their whole team. Let's talk a little bit about the DPS, though, here, because if you were watching Ents yesterday, this is the map they played, and the Tracers were popping off on both sides of the field. What kind of comps do you expect to see? Can you even dive the back line from our Korean team, Crazy Raccoon?
I would say, you know, Midtown, it is a more difficult map to play these fast comps. I think it's likely that we're going to see more slow matchups. You know, maybe some Tracers with the double flex support comps and just a slow beating down, trying to work your way through the map. I don't think we're going to see Lucio comps running down main, but if the bans go right, that could be how the series winds up. It doesn't necessarily matter what's perfect for the map because the bans can upset that.
If you're doing the ban first, you're doing the map selection, does that mean you're always attacking first as well, ZP?
I think it does within. I mean, it would make sense. Although you also might be able to choose attacker.
It's
defend.
a choice.
Yeah, I was going to say. So really, when you lose a map, you get the choice of everything. You can stack the deck in your favor in all the ways you want. You could choose attacker defense. You get first ban. You get map pick. It's everything is being set in your favor to not make it a 4-0, which is why it's also very impressive when teams do 4-0.
So why do you choose to attack if I'm Ents' coaches? Why not let Crazy Raccoon make their attempt, find out how far I need my team to go, and then try and do that on my turn?
You see, the thing about the attacking team is you can stand in spawn, you can look at what comp the enemy team is on, and then you can make adjustments from there. When you're the defenders, you're locked into your comp from the start. So no matter what you want to do, you have to commit to that. Whereas the attackers, they can just scout the comp, walk back, change to the best thing, and then walk out.
With this being a hybrid, of course, you have to capture that first control point, and then the fire trucks start coming out. So let's talk about it. How many trucks are going to be on the map for Mirror and ZP. Will they see the first one?
I think they'll get the first one. I think you have to get totally just dominated to not at least get point A on Midtown, which, hey, look, it's happened. It will happen again in the future. But in this case, I think they'll at least get point A. Will they get past the underpass, though? That's another question entirely.
Hunter, who finishes with gold eliminations?
It's always Lip, you know.
Always?
He's just that guy. Every single time you put a gun in his hand, he's taken over the lobby. So I would not be surprised to see Lip with top elimination.
He's 6'12", a massive human in and out of game, and he is ready to go. So let's get back into the action as we send it to the casters to kick off game number 3. Ents, let's get one for ZP, shall we?
Please.
Very much, and yes, let's get this underway. Ents down, not yet out. Obviously, still plenty more to be played, but they find themselves currently in this 0-2 deficit. Crazy Raccoon are looking to breeze their way into the semifinals.
Here's a really interesting thing that I have to discuss as the bans come through. Mirror is still in, but they did swap my Moan in for Kai, so there's not going to be any sort of hit scan here for Ents. In fact, they've even banned out the Ash. The problem with this is I don't think Lip cares because Widowmaker is playable on this map as well, but you've removed your ability to counter snipe now. As Crazy Raccoons, they got to ban away ramp. What does that say to me? That Crazy Raccoons want to remove all capability of Ents to play Brawl, because when you're looking for Soul's hero pool, he's not going to be playing the main tank. So what is the default Brawl hero that Vestol is going to go to, as every off tank does? It's going to be Ram. Guess what? No more Ram. You're now playing back into Max's wheelhouse. That might be fine for Vostola, but I do think it becomes a bit of a problem when, let's say the double poke on the double flexible side doesn't work out for Ents. They can't swap Mirror out onto anything. I think this is an adjustment from Coach Crimzo from the game versus Fnatic, and saying that, okay, if maybe we put Kevster and Mirror in, we're like stuck on this Giga poke composition. At least with my Mona, we have a bit more flexibility, but you still kept Mirror in, which means you're not going to have Lucio in this game.
No, certainly are not. Now I'm curious, as we get ready to start things off the defending side, do we just see Max continue to lean on that Sigma, where he was quite far ahead of his toll?
Well, I think the default here is really good for Sigma, so Crazy Raccoon's going to start with a Sigma defense, and I think Ents, maybe they'll lean into that. It really depends because, remember, they got rid of the Ashe, right? So they want to play something a little bit quicker. No, I don't think the double flies are going to be in here. Kev should be on a Tracer.
Lip is coming out with the Widowmaker.
I think it's too early for the Widow. I said Midtown's good for Widow, but it's B and C that are good for Widow. I think A is a little bit too much for Lip. Now, the good news is the Ashe ban is great against Crazy Raccoon for the A point. It's going to come back to bite them further on if Lip probably does decide to continue sniping. This might end up being a little bit of a downside for Crazy Raccoon, but then again, knowing Lip, if he just hits his shots and can deal with the very narrow angles and the short sight lines on A, it's who knows for Crazy Raccoons. Let's see what Ents want to do, though.
For Kevster, quick TP forward, see what he's going to land on, and here's a listen in.
No,
I'm taking damage.
Okay, Widow.
Okay, I can take left side soon, Murray. You ready?
I don't see second DPS, I don't see second DPS. Wait.
I'll make the
Widow.
I'm going left side. I'm going left with you. Okay, man.
We're just playing bottom left.
Far left.
Playing main right now. I can go in left. Yo.
Yeah, we can fight for left. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm picking 3, 2, 1. I'm fighting for left.
I'm in left. Far mid, far off. Far inside, far.
Getting Larry. Can you Larry? 1 HP under you. 1 HP Larry. Can you heal it up? Can you heal it up?
Yeah. Pick.
I don't see what I don't see what
Within the main.
Oh, you're... Oh my god. Yeah, we don't flank far.
Larry one. Farm me on there. We're just playing so far back.
I'm living. Sig is dunning me. Reset, I think.
I can't reset. I'm bad. Best. Don't let me.
How much guy? Sig walking, shoot Sig.
Okay, it's 40.
Seems like Ents weren't able to match up with Vestola's movement there. He wanted to go a little bit deeper. He got rocked by Max, and you could see the supports for Ents were still a little bit further back. Sky, he was being pressured out and zoned out by Max. Lip has had minimal pressure on this map so far, but he's still getting damage done. He is still an active factor on the field that Ents have to deal with. Vestola has to have Matrix ready to block out Lip. So even considering that Lip is maybe not on the best hero here, Ents are still struggling to get past the Sigma.
Grapple up the top here. Lip just playing back, getting himself into a better position. Hunting a target, but now we hear Nano going to be invested. That goes over to Kevster. He's immediately jumped in on top of Lip. finds that elimination, and Mira gets the better of Jorong with the help of Sky. So 2 kills gonna be found. Barrage opened up by Heesung somewhere off camera, but ultimately he's not finding too much value. Mortality Field burned to try to keep that Pharah alive, so still is around, still hovering nearby, but as you can see, he's quite far forward and is just trying to get rid of that enemy Ana. Cannot do so, and it seems like the second volley here for ENCE is gonna be doing solid work.
I don't know if the nano was meant for Kevster, but it paid off because it allows Kevster to go in and makes him a little bit more tanky. 350 effective HP for a Tracer. Takes down Lip straight away, the easiest target. Lip can't really get away. Again, you're not on an Ash here, you can't coach gun. And Max gets pulse bomb before the flux is available. Max was trying to hold the point for a Crazy Raccoon retake, and Kevster says no, not going to happen. But we discussed the fact that Lip not really doing a lot on A, but now that we're on B, this is where the Widowmaker can start shining. Kevster trying to put the pressure onto Lip, but Lip has been saved.
Bailout, but it's an Immortality Field just to go ahead and keep him in this fight, keep him on this hard line, and well, it's rewarded. So all the investment to keep Lip, it pays off as Sky does get taken down. A solid headshot going to be found, and that helps lock this fire truck right here in position. Pistola trying to backpedal, trying to get himself out here, but Maimon does get caught up in the crossfire, ends up getting picked off.
Really, it's just Kevster that has to run at Lip here because you can't snipe him. You can't do anything. Mirror and Sky cannot challenge. They're not actually on any sort of snipers. Crazy Raccoon now going to go for the spawn camp, just diving straight on in.
Here we go again. As break on the mech.
Watch the stagger.
Pistola. Yep, going to try to make it back over the spawn room. He's trying to run at them, say, yeah, please end me, please get rid of this life. And they will be somewhat merciful because they have to get ready for the next respawn wave.
Now, good news is Kevster's the one guy that can maybe break out a spawn, but at this rate, it's going to take ENCE some time. It's going to cost some ultimates. Lip's even going to Infra side here.
Yep, sight now coming through. Dupe out from Maimon onto this one and gets the shutdown. Max unable to find too much value. Break on the Dupe does come in, and Pistola has the eat on that Captive Sun, but it might not matter because Mira now headshot, pylon, cleaned up. Pistola near being taken out of the mech once again. And it could just be additional stagger unless he can make it out the safety, but he's on the wrong side of the street. He's interrupted, cannot go for that self-destruct. Would be such a catastrophic waste. So will just end up falling. Max, though, in a very far forward position. Potential to get punished, but looks like as the heals stream through, they will be able to keep him alive.
I mean, Mirror has to healing pylon in spawn, and Sky nading himself there. ENCE is just struggling to even make it out of spawn. This is very difficult for them, as I don't think they have the best ultimates even to break out of spawn at this rate. You might want to just go for Nano onto, okay, on Maimon.
And will find Jorong. Yeah, big kills as he get both supports off the back of that Nano. Solid shutdown. Lip now going to be taken out, and the push can begin, but unfortunately for ENCE, it's been so much time bought here by Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, it's the fact that you say can begin, right? It's been minutes here that we've spent at B in the spawn, and only now the fire truck is on its way. Lip's actually swapping off the Widowmaker. You know, you would think the Widowmaker would be preferential here, given, you know, he still has lots of sightlines to work through, but respecting Kevster a little bit more. Kevster is just running at Lip a lot, so Kevster's going to move over, so Lip rather going to move over towards the cast to deal with that.
Dodge out on that accretion. Pistola not getting stunned up. Cart starting to make its way through into the underpass. Heesung still looking to rejoin him. He's been in the back lines this entire time. Looking for the one clip here on a mirror. Pops a recall, tries to finish the job. Sky now going to be taken down as there's the alley-oop. Handed over to Shu. Self-destruct committed to, but Pistola dead. Only the Immortality Field is going to be found. Maimon does manage to get rid of Shu there with the beam, but he himself is going to be traded out. And now, I mean, we could just go right back into another spawn camp.
Yeah, they definitely could, but I think the payload is a little too advanced for that, so they're going to respect.
Gotta be worried about a back cap.
They'll respect the fact that a back cap could be possible. I mean, you'd have to do a really good job of keeping the lid on to Kevster to make sure he doesn't go for anything funny. Less than a minute remaining here for ENCE to get a push on. Timing is really bad for them because Crazy Raccoon also have ultimates at the same time as ENCE, and Crazy Raccoon have all the high ground to play through.
Captive Sun about to be up here for both of these Alaris. Window, however, there, the big key advantage that Crazy Raccoon have in the back pocket as Mirror's getting taken down. Max able to find that kill, just plus forwarding in towards him. As Kevster dead, Maimon swinging around the back, trying to find the kill, does manage to get rid of Lip, gets a follow-up, and Shu will fall. Dupe now through, and Maimon is doing everything to try to get them back on the saddle. Max, backpedaling, pops that kinetic grasp. Flux is going to be used. He's going to be taken down. That's a big blunder for Max.
Yeah, Max is making some mistakes now. Crazy Raccoons are letting this one go. And like I said a little bit earlier on, CP put his faith into Kevster. I put my faith in Maimon. This is the guy that needs to stand out for ENCE if they want any shot at this. 5 seconds remaining. Payload nearly there. Crazy Raccoon, they will have a retake. Max to the Diva, 4 ultimates.
Captive Sun going to be coming through. Of course, can be eaten, but no, Lip The Deadeye, it goes off fast enough to get the punish. Mir cannot let that ult loose. Heesung now pressuring Sky, keeping his attention tied, and maybe even just killing him off. Immortality Field has to be used for himself, which means that Vistola is out on an island, stranded with no rescue in sight. The Cards, they get it further than we might have anticipated. It was a solid rally back. Maimon really taking that second to last fight into his own hands. Makes it possible, but the return, the Deadeye from Lip, it starts things off. That spiral so quickly unraveled.
You can start to see a couple of cracks in the Crazy Raccoons, but nothing that you can really be able to tear open and expose. At this moment, you're hoping for more plays like this. Putting the Nano onto Kevsa, putting the Nano to Maimon. This is where the successes have been found so far. When you can have some star power, some real, you know, damage output coming through here. I think we saw Lip there just roll out of the lamp, which is a little bit unfavorable, let's say. Max kind of blowing a flux there. To be fair, I think Max coming through on the D for the retake is very important, so maybe Flux wasn't going to be that much of a factor anyway. For Ents, they get reasonable distance. This is far more defendable than what they originally had, so thank goodness for the fact that they were able to get that far in the first place.
Well, Ents with an immense amount of work to do now, going over onto this defense. Curious to see, though, Lip. What is he going to do? Does he just cast off the rip this time around? Obviously, you're starting on the attack. Well, the Widowmaker that much more likely.
The thing is, if Max is hovering the Zarya right now, so what I'm getting at is the potential for a Zarya brawl, because Ram has been banned out. And that's actually a good thing for Ents. And by the way, that was Crazy Raccoon's ban, because Ents feel safe and they can start Vistola on the Sigma. Usually the Ram would kind of have a counter to the Sigma, but in this case, I don't know that Zarya has a fantastic matchup into the Sig. They got to just go for it anyway. How does Maimon die off rip?
Well, he was a flightless bird in that moment, a dodo, you could say.
Now Vistola's dead. This is A, it's done.
This is, I mean, pretty much the map, considering the distance needed and the time accrued. Hope the analysts didn't get too cozy. Time to start stretching those legs, get back on your feet, get the blood flowing.
I think the weakness is Max Zarya will have a little bit harder of a time attacking the high ground as we move forward. They'll try and just move up now, but for Crazy Raccoons, let's see what ultimates they can find early on. You do see Lip just kind of early farming this one. You still just have to question what happened to Maimon there, because did he eat a headshot from Lip and it just didn't show up in the assist?
Hard to say, but what we can say with confidence is that he got bodied.
Yeah, and then Vistola straight away got bodied as well. I mean, there's a chance that I think if you're Ents, could you have just backed out very quickly and gone for a 2-tick retake?
Change your name from Maimon to My Scream, because he was just absolutely slaughtered at the beginning of the map. And now just at 39%. Trying to build up towards that barrage as quickly as possible. Mirror, the one kind of saving grace here, close to that captive sun, but how much value you're going to be able to find with it when you have bubbles on the other side, we'll have to just wait and see.
It's limited bubbles and cooldowns as well. Max is going to have to expand a bubble every now and then, so at max, I think he'll only have the one available to give to one person.
Well, let's see. It's the connection, I believe, maybe onto one. I think it only clipped onto Lip. Hard to tell as Heesung does get taken low, but Lip surviving. I think the assessment is correct. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. For now, the corner hold working decently well, but double support ultimates are now available. The Deadeye softening up. Maimon taking him down dangerously low, but it's going to be Sky taken out. As a trade comes through, Lip eliminated pulse bomb from Kevsa, able to find Shu. Solid picks coming in. Choron going to be taken down, but now the replying kills coming in. It's going to be Heesung and Max versus Maimon and Kevster, really. Cart going to start inching forward. The barrage going to be committed to, but that is just a suicide mission. As Kevster trying to get the pick off here onto Max, going to be forced away.
I respect Maimon for going for that play, but he misread the cooldowns because Max had one more bubble left to play through, and now the payload goes on through. Kevster cannot 1v2 here. He needs teammates. He's got them now. Vistola has the flux as well, but how can they really play through this? Max might still have bubbles available. Vistola's just dead.
He just dies. The grab gets the catch on a mirror, which means that he is absolutely screwed in that position. Maimon going to be taken down. Kevster the last one standing, and not for very long, and certainly not on the cards. A little bit of a slow up into a very breezy push. Crazy Raccoon, they want to be done and dusted here. They want to get into the semifinals. They want to double up that money even further, and they are one map away from making that happen.
And at this point, you have to go to either push or flashpoint remaining. You have to pick a map as well. Crimson's got a tough choice here. Go towards a map that Junbin cannot play. You can't beat Junbin. You have a chance of beating Max, but they're 0-3 down. They can't beat any of them right now. They have to find some sort of winning angle, some sort of winning matchup, and they just haven't got one. But one thing they cannot do is go up against the ball again. So Coliseo, probably not an option for them. You Queen Shoot Runasapi available.
Both New Junk City and Strovasa could be dangerous. Maimon and Kevster had a couple moments here, but at the same time, I mean, would it have been better to keep Kai in to play the Ashe? It's a question you have to ask. They wanted to have some flexibility so they weren't necessarily entirely stuck onto a poke and give some options for a double flex DPS, but it just didn't work out. How many times did players on Ents die off rip, Maimon off rip on A, and the Vistola on the B defense? Players are just melting, and it's hard to even see how they're melting because 1 second they're on screen, the next second they're just gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal scenes out here, the likes of which, well, we're used to kind of seeing whenever Crazy Raccoon takes to the stage, frankly. But let's go ahead and send it back down to the analysts to break down Midtown.
Come on in. The water's fine here in the studio. As you can see, the bands are already in. The coach is on top of their game, and they said no break needed after map 3. We're just going to keep it rolling. Got to respect the Europeans appreciating our time. But ZP, let's start here with the disrespect showcased by Crazy Raccoon. They wouldn't even let Ents out of their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, there's no bigger indication that a map is running away from a team than when you look outside your spawn and there's an entire team there shooting back at you. It just means that at that point, they've done everything right. They do not care, and it's up to you to prove that you have the mechanical skill to even get out of your spawn. But all in all, I mean, this was a tough match where Ents struggled to even get a clean team fight.
Yeah, I was kind of interested to see how many staggers were going to happen there, as it looked like it's every single time they started to get their momentum, had their ults online, had the team to come together, somebody's getting picked. How do you stop that from happening, and who is causing all the damage?
Well, the best you can do to stop it from happening is to simply wait and spawn until you have 5. But it wasn't so much that they were staggering out of spawn with this lack of discipline, more so that the second they picked their head out anywhere, someone was there ready to take it right off.
Impressive shots across the board, even with the Ashe band. We saw the Cassidy coming out, and Lip is basically showcasing that he can play any hero in the DPS pool to an ultra high level. He's been very fun to watch. Before we dive deeper on Lip, though, can you tell me about Heesang? We haven't shown his screen nearly enough. What else does this guy have in his arsenal?
Well, you know, we haven't been showcasing Heesang all too much, but he is probably the most flexible flex DPS player in the tournament right now.
Wow.
He has everything on lock. All of the flyers, Tracer to an extremely high level, Genji to an extremely high level. In this series, he's just been a solid foundation. He's always there, ready to fill the gaps. He is an incredible player.
ZP?
Yeah, I mean, Hex brought it up the other day on the desk, just saying, look, Heesang is never the problem. It's always a player that's going to give you consistent production, as Hunter said, can fill in what's needed. And look, I mean, you go look back into the other games. I mean, there were games where Heesang would take over as Genji. But the key here is, Puckett, is that their roster is so stacked that they don't need Heesang to have a monster game to win the game.
Max dominating on the Sigma, back-to-back maps. We wonder, is Junbin coming back in, or will Crazy Raccoon finish it here? We have one more pick potentially more here, but Ents on the wire. We've got Push, we've got Flashpoint. We mentioned the struggles across all of the maps, but where do you go? And who do you put in? Do you bring Kai on the hit scan, or do you keep Maimon and the Echo in the game?
I think the hit scan, that probably showed the most promise. Out of all the picks for Ents, that looked like the matchup was the best. So I would say that we're probably likely to see a push pick here, maybe something like New Queen Street, because that's a map where you can really slow things down, you can let a hit scan shine, but at the end of the day, all of these maps remaining in the pool, Push, Flashpoint, these are maps where you always need to be scared of a Lucio, and Ents has already used their Lucio ban.
Great call. What about you, ZP?
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of bringing in Kai is smart, just because, look, I don't expect Kai to beat Lip in the 1-to-1, but I expect Kai existing to at least make it so Lip cannot just freely annihilate the other team. It's kind of one of those things that, yeah, he's going to beat you, but he has to pay attention to you. You exist, therefore, you know, the rest of your team has more opportunity to actually make plays and get something done.
We have the pick. It's in. It is official. We are going to push. You nailed it. But it's going to be Runasabi as our official map. Let's reveal it here. Tell me about this. If I'm tuning into Overwatch 2 for the first time, is this a flat map? Is it a vertical map? Am I going to see people in the sky, or is everyone grounded here?
Well, the thing about Runasapi, it's a little bit flexible in that regard. You can play wide, you can play the hit scans, but at the same time, there's enough of these close little corridors that you can pick an all-in comp. You can lock in a Lucio, you can go down the side, and you can close these gaps. So while it is a hit scan viable map, it's one where things can get a little bit dicey.
All right, I want to protect my backline, so ZP. What's the GOATs of Overwatch 2? What can you potentially bring out to Deathball against this Korean team?
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about death ball. I mean, you can run something like a ram at the very least. You can run a BAP just to go, okay, you're going to dive in. At least we're going to have the immortality field. And also, I mean, if Mira's still in, you can run the Alari with it too, where it wasn't quite as effective in the last map. But you think about bright points in the series where things went well. I mean, you kind of have to hope, okay, Mira, please, I just hope everything goes well for you in one go.
You heard from Sir Majed, it is a different game when you are playing the Korean Overwatch play style, as they love to dive into the back line. As we reveal the map, it is Runasabi. We will see push, and this could be the end of ENCE's tournament. They've already locked up $40,000. They're playing for $80K and a spot in the Final Four, and Crazy Raccoon are one map away. It's time for our hero bands, and it's time to find out what ENCE decides. No wrecking ball, please. Junbin, please keep that out of your arsenal for now.
Yeah, no, this ban, it makes a lot of sense. Junbin's Wrecking Ball, that would apply incredible pressure to any hit scan on the field, and Junbin, anytime ball is pickable, we've seen him taking over on it.
They don't want to see rockets from the sky. Crazy Raccoon removing Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit questionable just because I feel like I would rather face Kevster on the Pharah than face Kevster on the other heroes that Kevster is on. I mean, Kevster isn't a bad Pharah, but when you talk about game-defining performances, usually you're going to get from Kevster on things like the Tracer.
And of course, we can see some subs coming in. ENCE says, Mirror, we're going to bring back in Rack Attack. Does that tell you Lucio's on the map?
I think that tells us all we need to know about what's going to come out from ENCE, because if Rack Attack, a very nice guy, is in the server, he is going to be playing Lucio for sure. They are going to be aiming to run it down on this map. They're probably going to be playing something like a Ramatra comp, and they're going to have Rack running in with it.
You got the blonde Clark Kent, aka Vestola, on the other side. The tank, it's Max. They're giving him 3 maps here in this best of 7. If you were watching them through the group stages, it was mostly Junbin. So what does this tell you? A lot more Sigma?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Sigma. And also, it just kind of, you're sort of signaling to their team, oh, we're getting rid of the ball. Yeah, keep Max in. You know, it's just sort of, well, Junbin can't go to the ball, which is one of the signature heroes. So you keep the player in that has, like, the bigger tank pool at that point.
I think there's a very real chance that instead of a Sigma, we might be seeing something like a Zarya or a Junker Queen comp come out as well. We could see something like really rush-centric. It could be a rush matchup to finish things.
Excellent stuff from our analyst here, but it's time to send it back to the casters. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can finish and make Hunter look smarter than DP.
Well, I would have to lean towards Team Hunter right now, just given the scenes that we've been witnessing. The attempts here, the drafts, the bans, it has not been working out for ENCE. Crazy Raccoon, it's been some fairly one-sided wins.
Yeah, and back over towards one last shot here for ENCE. Potentially, it's going to be the Diva dive, Lucio and Kiriko. This is kind of the composition that I talked about at the start for ENCE. That's kind of going to have to be the bread and butter, especially on a diveable map like this. Hunter talked about Rack Attack being a nice guy. Well, today, he's going to have to be a really good guy as well in terms of gameplay. He's been a poor son, he's been a rich son. Let's hope he backed up, because ENCE, they need him online. They need this backline solid. As Max rolls out onto a Zarya. Max has played this map already. Crazy Raccoon to play this map already. They played the Zarya into the Diva. Vestola might have to think about his hero swap immediately.
Yeah, my eyes immediately going to be going over here towards Maimon. See how he's going to be contending. Was the bright spot for them. Back over on Midtown. That last little volley, but already Rack Attack going to be eliminated as Max is able to find that kill. Vestola going to be broken out of the back. Maimon does manage to deliver one as Shoot will fall. Lip taken down. There's the double, but the cleanup is still going to be too strong. Bot initial push goes the way of CR.
That's important. Maimon's going to keep this one a little bit more competitive just to make sure that Crazy Raccoon need to be able to, go wait for the respawn, slow down the ult charge. She's going to swap heroes here as well. And as mentioned, Vestola doesn't want the Diva versus Zarya matchup. I think if you are ENCE, so you should have expected that Max probably can and will run out on this. They were hoping that Max is going to square up on the Diva, but Max is no. We know Vestola's going to come on the Diva instead, so let's get a counter pick straight off the bat.
Max sticking through with this one. Shoot pivoting over. Ana now in play. Sky goes for that Kiriko as well. See how the adjustments look. The dive forward, looking to try to get the punish here onto the supports. A little bit of damage there on the Chorong, but ultimately Kevzer not wanting to overstay his welcome, backs off. Hisang now under fire. Maimon tracking, trying to find that elimination, but ultimately he's going to fall as Lip comes up with a kill. High energy now here for Max. They're piling forward, trying to get maybe the pinch here onto him, but Lip's got free reign as Rack Attack going to be just cycled right back into the respawn room.
Yeah, they're all just stuck in here right now. Vestola's going to take him down next. It is a complete free fire for Max. Just about 100 energy.
as Crazy Raccoon still with pretty minimal deaths. I mean, I think Shoes died a couple of times now, so Enter at least able to get a couple of picks, but this is going to be the fight for the checkpoint now. Chorong has a sound barrier in time, and Ents, they got nothing. They got no ultimates whatsoever. Maimon and Kipsa at least have DPS salts, but I don't think that's going to be enough to overtake Chorong here. I think Maimon should probably go for a Zarya copy.
Yeah. And contest coming through, checkpoint nearly obtained. Heesung just getting that extra little bit of meterage. And now they back away. Crucial ults getting ready to come up. That grab nearly online for Max, 15% more to go. Big bang combo, Deadeye, whatever you want really could come through. Is, oh man, an 8 HP dupe coming in here for Maimon, getting the copy onto that Zarya. Beat comes through, Deadeye popped, Lip not gonna be able to find value on that one. Backpedals as he nearly gets eliminated, but now the grab looks to lock them in place. Kepster, dead, the pulse bomb, the big bang, it comes to fruition. And that is going to be the fight win going the way of Crazy Raccoon.
It's exactly what you want to see. Crazy Raccoons, they come up nice and large. Max has a Zarya, he has a grab, and he's saying you called the combo, it was going to come on in, and nothing they can do about that unless the Suzu is available, unless Rack Attack has a sound barrier available. We talked about the fact that Ents, they are further behind on ultimates. Rack was coming into that one pretty low on ults. He does have potential for a tempo beat coming on. Like Crazy Raccoon, though, had to spend a lot for that fight, so maybe there's a chance for Ents now.
Just look at Heesung, just sat there, says, yep, I'm bubbled up. Shoot this thing, please. Just swiftly makes his exit. So checkpoint already obtains. Just under 7 minutes left to play through here. See how Ents can try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. They do have that annihilation. They have the sound barrier. Svistola leading the charge, but eating quite a bit of damage. Has to be cautious.
Yeah, they have to slow down and heal him up. I mean, even a health pack been grabbed there. Ents ideally don't want to have to burn ults right now. They're still just resetting payload back to mid, so look, at least the forward spawn is gone. Crazy Raccoons are giving a lot of space away. This is Ents' opportunity to walk up.
And that's a big backpedal as punches now flying in. Lip going to be caught. Sky able to find that kill. Puts him down with the kunai. Vistola going to be antied out, but the annihilation still able to claim the second DPS here on the side of Crazy Raccoon. So some more space opened up. The push now really beginning for Ents.
Okay, this is good. Okay, can they actually challenge for the checkpoint though? They still need more ultimates. Nice that Rack and Sky held onto ults here. This is required. Now that the annihilation is gone, support ultimates probably both end up having to be popped here just to take down anyone on Crazy Raccoon that'll allow them to get the cap. Ideally though, Max dies.
All right, beat for beat here on both sides. So the anti going to expire on him. Nano out onto Lip. Electric Cowboy in play and instantly does find a kill onto Sky. Shu going to be traded out, but Lip looking for a little bit more. Support's down though on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Winnable for Ents.
Back attack still here, but Bot continuing to move further and further away from them. But now with Max's death, that should be them being able to regain control.
That's absolutely huge. Sky didn't even have an ultimate for that fight either. Convulse Solar check down Lip. Yes, further staggers here, which will be very impactful as we now see some more support swaps turning over towards Lucio. Shu over towards the BAP as well. Even later deaths here, as for Crazy Raccoons, it's a long round of swapping. Chorong is still deciding what he wants to do. He's just speeding a couple players forward maybe, and finally he'll lock in the Lucio. Ents will have timing here for a Kitsune rush where Crazy Raccoon still don't. This is the opportunity for Ents to be able to cap and maybe even overtake. They must play perfectly now. They're not going to get a chance like this again, I don't think, for the last 5 minutes. So momentum is so key. If Ents are going to win a map, I think this has to be the push. This series of push is moving on from here.
Max losing the charge once again, building up that energy. Deadeye out, smattering of damage going to be found. Kitsune rush invested here from Sky. The grab now coming through, getting the catch onto Vistola. There's a big bang combo once again, and Heesung finds two. Vistola and Kepster annihilated. Maimon trying to build up for his own grab to try to get some form of peel here, but right as he gets it, that's going to be the break on the dupe. The instant headshot from Lip to put down the Echo, and the push we'll start getting it shifted back over here in Crazy Raccoon's favor.
It was just too much pressure before the grab, right? Because again, you have to survive that with either the Suzu or with a couple of bubbles from Maimon's copied Zarya, but none of that was available. Once the Heesang Pulse came through, it was all gone, all the utility expended, because Ents are under too much pressure before that to be able to really survive. So Crazy Raccoons do not allow the camp. Ents had a really good shot there. Again, I don't know if they're going to get another shot like that for the rest of this map. I know there's 4 minutes left of remaining, but Crazy Raccoons, once they get momentum back in their favor, I don't know if they're going to let it go.
And while they're not starting the push again here, it is going to be held in place to get themselves back into those forward spawns. Dive into the back line, pulse bomb with the finding immortality field, the smattering of damage there on the shoot. The kill not confirmed, and Kepster forced to reroute. Has to join in with the rest of the team. The bot now starting to move forward once more.
Yeah, the bubble was too early there from Max, so I don't think Max even got the ult charge from that. A little bit disappointing for him. The Solar Annihilation ready to go.
He just got Lip here, down on the high ground, just taking pod shots down towards Vistola. The slide in, the flashbang out, but it's going to be Shu claiming the kill. He sunk down low. He'll come across. They keep the Tracer alive. His sound barrier going to be used here by Rack Attack, but now matched by Chorong. So shielded up is Lip. Deadeye at the ready, seeking target, and he will find it. My mom going to be taking down the DPS, eliminated here on the side of Ents.
There has to be some regret there for Mance because Vasola could have buffed up his own HP by popping the Annihilation. It would have sucked, but you wouldn't have died. It gives Rack Attack some time to put the sound barrier in there. He uses it anyway. At least it forces Chorong. That would have been disastrous if Rack Attack sound barriers and Chorong doesn't. So they 1-1 on that one, but like I said, 107 now. Momentum is all Crazy Raccoons.
Deadeye popped, Lip. Vasola forced to tuck away in behind. It's just building it up, and Kepser swings out into it. Ends up falling. Max now saved the Immortality Field coming across. Lip under fire, will fall. Annihilation does manage to come up with that elimination. As Chorong will similarly get dropped, but it's nearly 110 meters. So Crazy Raccoons not too bothered ultimately here with the state of affairs.
No, I mean, look at the momentum, look at the time remaining versus the meterage. It's more than double the meters. This is why I said, look, that 5-minute fight was a critical one. If Ents had any shot at winning the map, they must win that fight, and for the rest of the entire map, I just don't think Ents have a shot at all. It's very momentum-based, and you're in a situation now where you have to spend this entire time getting the payload back into the mid, resetting this forward spawn, and have to take this mid fight again as well. Shoot ults for this one. Maimon nearly loses dude.
Maimon trying to make something happen here, but just can't even play forward even with those bubbles. The break is in. Some sticky bombs to help take down Lip. Kill going to be found. Pulse bomb now going to be lobbed out. This time Heesung not going to be able to find any eliminations off the back of that one. But Chorong deals with the enemy Echo. Time continuing to dwindle. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining as more kills found. Rack Attack taken down. Chorong coming up with that. Vasola only able to get rid of Shu, but there's going to be a taxi for him. Chorong's just going to rotate out. He's going to pick him up.
At this point in the map, 1 minute 30 left to go, I don't think Ents are going to get the bot even necessarily back to mid anymore, because every single fight that Ents take, they have to reset all this bot distance. So it's going to go, you know, not quite to the 100, but the bot can theoretically go up to, like, this is what, the 70-ish kind of meter mark, maybe the 80-meter mark. Ents have to push all the way back to the mid to then take a mid fight to even begin trying to hit up that 47-61 again on their own side.
Beat nearly online here for Rack Attack. Chorong just got his online. Deadeye 21% away here for Lip. That grab prepared for the setup. Stolen trying to play forward, forced back away. Next Annihilation nearly ready to go. And Sky, Kitsune Rush at the ready. But with 40 seconds remaining, Ents, they're going to have to pull the trigger here sooner rather than later. They have to be the ones to step towards Crazy Raccoon, but as that comes through, they have to dump both support ultimates. The grab just locking them in place. Crazy Raccoon just trying to backpedal themselves out of dodge, get themselves back into a better position. Now they go for the counter beat. Now they go on the offense. Deadeye popped. Pistola not popping it. Oh, he uses it and he dies immediately. Pulse bomb not finding the elimination, but Heesung certainly will. 2 kills for him to close out the map, to close out the series. I don't know why they're pushing the bot forward. They're giving them an opportunity to touch. But ultimately, this is done and dusted. Forward spawns coming back through. Rack Attack being held at bay, contained, dead. Chorong gets the kill in the time. Well, the OT will be forced out, but
Crazy Raccoon being very nice, giving the overtime over, but it's still over.
They let him touch. Sky gets a headshot. Shu going to be taken out, but Vasola will fall. As Lip on the hunt, just trying to see how much more he can pad the stats, trying to go ahead and prove that he is going to be the guy with the gold medal for eliminations at the end of it all. As the overtime will now bleed
Crazy
down.
Raccoons are going to push.
I mean, well, they can only do it so much. They can only push when there's people there, and they can't push when there's people there, so.
Yeah. I mean, here's the moral of the story here. Crazy Raccoons, they didn't even have to give the OT over. If they simply didn't push the payload, I guarantee the C9 would have happened. So Crazy Raccoons just having a little bit of fun at the end there, knowing that they win regardless, and not a single winning matchup for Ents at the end of the day. They tried everything. They got the circuit rail early. They had the Sigma matchup, couldn't win there. They tried to make things happen on the Midtown. Can we maybe do something with a bit of a diva look here? Another Sigma. Ram going over towards Runasapi. That doesn't work out for Solar. Unfortunately, the pressure is just too high. His Sigma got blown up on circuit. His Ram got blown up on Runasapi. I don't know. Crazy Raccoons are just too good in this tournament. They are just simply the much better version of Fnatic, where Ents barely even got past that team.
I mean, this was, a very one-sided affair. And I think, frankly, this isn't going to be the most shocking thing for viewers, for Ents themselves. They know how strong this team is. They are currently the reigning champions in 2024. They are a scary team to go up against. To be able to make them draw blood that would have been a pretty good feeling, I think, overall here for ENCE, but ultimately, it was damn near perfection from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think Crazy Raccoons at this stage is like a team that is essentially complete. There's no holes in this team. Every single position, you can almost have an argument for #1 in the world, and certainly I think at minimum 3 members on this team in their starting positions are the best in the entire world in those specific positions.
Sure.
And even in some of the other positions, you have players like Jimbin on the ball. I mean, he's #1 in that, so we'll have to see how far Crazy Raccoons can go, but let's go ahead and take a look at the interview with Lip.
Thank you very much, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Lip from Crazy Raccoons for a post-match interview. I gotta say, that was a dominant performance, Lip. I do want to ask about this matchup. You guys did pick ENCE for your opponent. What was the thought process behind that? Like, why did you guys pick ENCE as your opponent? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 이번 경기를 크레이지 라쿤이 ENCE 팀을 픽을 해서 경기를 치르시게 되셨는데 ENCE를 픽한 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
일단 상대조에 이제 제타라는 팀이 있는데 이제 만약에 저희가 또 다른 제타 말고 그러니까 엔스 말고 다른 팀을 뽑아버리면 이제 상대팀 조가 너무 좀 쉬울 것 같아서 근데 저희 생각은 원래 팔콘을 저쪽으로 보내버리자라는 마인드였는데 네, 근데 그게 안 돼서 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요. 그건 네, 일단.
Basically, the reason was because if we didn't pick ENCE and if we had to choose another team, the other side that the Team Falcons and Zeta was in was going to be too easy. So we wanted to make them a little bit harder and take the match for us as well. And I think it's I think that was our thought process, but I don't think it worked out as we planned. So it's a little bit sad, but I mean, we still did get the win, and you guys definitely did. Looked fantastic. I gotta also ask, you guys are top #1 seed. You guys are just too good at this game, Lip. Tell me, what makes Crazy Raccoon so good? 자, 1위 시드로 지금 계속 경기를 치르고 계속 지금 너무나도 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는 크레이지 라쿤 팀인데 크레이지 라쿤 왜 이렇게 잘하나요? 왜 이렇게 잘하는 거예요?
일단 다른 팀들보다 빠르게 맞춰지는 팀업과 이제 다른 팀과 다른 완전한 피지컬 바트인 것 같아요.
Faster teamwork. And also gain personal, I guess, ability to play the game was far superior than any other team. I totally agree with that. Lip, thank you so much for the interview. Now it's time to receive the key from your opponents, and it's gonna be Kevster coming up to the stage to give ENCE's key to you guys. Anything you want to say to ENCE before they head out? 자, 마지막으로 이제 ENCE 팀에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
뽑은 거에 대해서 미안하긴 한데 승부의 현실이니까 어쩔 수 없다고 생각을 해요. 네.
I'm sorry that we had to pick you guys ENCE, but I mean this is how it ends. This is how things go, and I guess on stage when we play games. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, give it up for Lip one more time. Let's head back to the studios.
Thank you, Danny, and congratulations to Lip and Crazy Raccoon. They make it look easy. It's a 4-0 as they go ahead and continue their perfect run, but it's time to crown our Sony MVP before we dive any deeper. This was unanimous across all the talent. When Lip is on the stage, you can almost predict he's going to earn your Sony MVP honors, and he did so with ridiculous plays like this. Hunter, what was his best hero on the day?
Oh, I mean, he had a stellar Widowmaker performance on multiple maps. I'd probably have to give it to his Widowmaker, to be honest. Put him on Circuit Royale and he was just clearing the lobby over and over again. Kai losing the duel, Kevster being sniped out of the sky, Mirror mid-ultimate being taken out of the sky. Then again, you put him on Midtown and it's just more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Widow show all day long where Lip was just basically making it so ENCE couldn't even get real team fights most of the time. You go, ENCE, where's the full 5-man team fight? Well, you're not going to get 5 if Lip is just sitting here peeking, taking one out over and over again. I mean, in a way, Lip didn't even really let ENCE play their game plan or even play Overwatch to an extent.
When you push him off of the Widow, well, he can go to the Electric Cowboy with some fantastic nanos from Shu. Everybody supporting their man throughout this game. And we're just going to get to see him moving forward as one of the best DPS players. And he just took down one of the best DPS players in the world. If you're listening to the talent last night, they said that Kevster is in the running for greatest of all time. But is he playing on the best team in Europe, or was ENCE the second best team to come out of that region?
I would say ENCE is probably the second best team in Europe now.
Okay.
SSG, throughout the year, they've basically been dominating when it matters. Every now and then, ENCE will be able to take, one series. But then when it comes to a grand final, it's always SSG, again and again and again.
Congrats to Crazy Raccoon. They get a clean 4-0. Let's take you all the way back to the beginning as it kicked off on Ilios. Sounded like Crazy Raccoon tried to make this match a little bit harder for themselves. They wanted a challenge here. It simply did not come in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, it's a little bit crazy, no pun intended, when you look at them to where they can kind of run whatever they want and make it work. Unlike other teams we see in the tournament where, you see a team like Falcons, they mess with the roster a little bit and it backfires. I feel like Crazy Raccoon can just go, we'll run this comp and it'll probably work out. Their players are just that talented. And it goes to show, we've been talking about Lip a whole lot, we could go on for ages about Shu and what Shu is doing throughout this series.
I'd say, the thing with Shu, it's not just that he's never dead, it's that he's always killing someone on the enemy team. He's probably the most mechanically skilled flex support in the world. Highest sleep accuracy, most nades hit. You put him on Baptiste, he puts down a window, you are dead. There is no chance whatsoever. And it was more of the same here for Shu. His triage is incredible. Not only is he taking down the enemy team, you see lamps flying out to his DPS all the way across the map, landing perfect timing. He does it all.
As we reflect and say goodbye to ENCE, what positives can you take away from this team? Their performance throughout the weekend was up and down. They finished down, but they won their matchup last night to get to this place and earn their $40,000.
Look, I think the positives, just getting to this day alone proves you have what it takes. They obviously ran against the strongest team in the tournament by most people's metrics. There's no shame in this loss. But you talk about the things that went well. Obviously, you keep Kevster on the team. You pay Kevster whatever you need to keep him on the team because their path here came off of his Tracer at times. And also, I mean, kind of wild card, Mira's flexibility really helped them over the course of the tournament, especially when Mira was able to play the Alari. So, I mean, there's definitely bright spots here that you look at and go, okay, when it goes back to OWCS, we can build upon this.
Raccoons are moving forward, but ENCE are done for the weekend here at the Esports World Cup, and we got to catch up with Vestola before he leaves the venue. Let's send it back to the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I have Vestola from Team ENCE after their loss against Crazy Raccoons to talk about their match. First of all, congratulations on getting top 8. That was still a really nice achievement for you guys to have, but I do want to ask you about what's next for ENCE now that your run in the Esports World Cup have ended.
Well, next we're gonna focus on OWCS and the Stockholm tournament. That's the big thing. Obviously, we wanted to do good here. Gonna end it early for us, but can't be too sad about top 8.
Exactly. You guys getting top 8 is not an easy achievement, and I would like to commend you for that. But also, I do want to ask you about your experience at the Esports World Cup. So how was it here? First time in Riyadh. What do you guys did so far?
Well, I've been in Riyadh like 2 times already playing Saudi League, so it's a familiar city. It's been really nice. There's been like a lot of Saudi fans that I've seen. It's been fun to see, and I like it here.
I mean, we are absolutely happy to have you in Riyadh at any moment. So thank you so much for this interview. And again, congratulations on the top 8 achievement. And I hope you guys come back for the Esports World Cup next year. And hopefully we can see you compete for even a further achievement. So thank you very much.
The best Sigma in the West, you can't help but love Vestola, but unfortunately his time and ENCE's time is over. Crazy Raccoons, they have the honors of crushing their key.
This will never get old over the course of the tournament. Just the final coup de grace. You're sending the team home. You are crushing their key. And like I said, I can just watch this all day, but...
I want to see what Max is rocking on the feet, man. He comes in off the bench. He doesn't get a lot of playing time through all the group stages. Now he comes in. Look at the switch. Almost happened. It almost happened there, Max. Try again. Less fancy this time. Here it comes. ZP.
Ooh, just right there. My only wish is that we could hear the sound effects of it just, crunching in real time. But that is ENCE's tournament hopes and dreams being destroyed in front of you. And what do you think, Hunter?
I think this key right here, the ENCE key, this is something that we could be seeing in the final trophy. This is starting to get to the point of the tournament where, the teams are actually starting to be pretty significant, the ones that get knocked out.
I don't think he just bent this one. I think he snapped that thing, Hunter.
Oh.
Max is strong.
We might be seeing two
Oh
pieces.
yeah, put them in the trophy in pieces. Throw that in the resin. I doubt they're gonna make it to the overall trophy. Do you think Crazy Raccoon put him as one of the three?
I think there's a chance. I think there's a very real chance, you know?
Okay.
And this broken little piece of the key right here, that could be emblematic of, you know, Ence's run overall, because it's just packed.
It's made of gold, Max. Put a little chunk in your pocket, take that home with you. You're also still in the running for the $400,000 first place prize. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon on a very swift series. Hunter, we have to say goodbye to you before you go back down under. Anything you want to say to the fans who got a chance to watch you as talent this weekend in addition to coaching?
An absolute pleasure to be on the stage with you, Puckett and ZP. Thanks for having me.
You did a great job, my friend. Where can we catch you next?
You know, you'll see me around.
All right, I'll watch your streams. It's going to be fun. I stay up late. All right, guys, that's going to do it for our first matchup. When we come back, Jake Overwatch rejoins us here on the analyst desk as we get into a second battle. Space Station Gaming trying to put Europe on the map. We'll find out if they can do it after this.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
I think Crazy Raccoon's probably #1 favorite coming in, although there's probably the EU teams and the NA teams maybe looking down on that a little bit. But after the Dallas major win, there's no way they aren't on top. Like, Lip is one of the best in the world and one of the GOATs right now. Their backline, almost unstoppable. Crazy Raccoons, like they are the team to beat. If someone takes them down, it's an upset. But in my mind, they're just going to wipe every team on them off the face of the map.
리아드에서 자신감이라고 이제 물어보면 이때까지의 과정들을 보면 힘든 과정도 많았고 어떻게 보면 뭐 쉬운 것도 있었고 힘든 것도 있었는데 뭐 다 이겨내고 1등 우승을 많이 했었으니까 댈러스 메이저도 그렇고 뭐 아시아 EWC에서도 그렇고 그러니까 이제 사우디 월드컵도 뭐 힘든 일이 있어도 저희 팀은 잘 해낼 수 있다고 믿고 자신감은 충분히 있는 것 같습니다.
Right now, I would consider Crazy Raccoon to be the best team in the world. I think they have just a great resume throughout the year so far, incredibly strong players. And I think before somebody takes them out, I think you'd have to consider them the best team in the world.
저희 팀이 세다고 생각하는 거는 뭐 오래 하지 않아도 이미 뭔가 잘 맞춰진 합이랑 다른 팀들보다는 수준 높은 피지컬이라고 생각합니다.
I think Crazy Raccoons are the best team in the world, easily. I don't think there's any contention with that at all, especially how they did in Dallas. Getting knocked down to the lower bracket and then coming back in the finals against Team Falcons, like, what other team at this stage in the game does that? Like, they are undisputed the best team in the world. Like I said before, any team takes them out, that's an upset, easily.
항상 뭐 이제 팔콘이랑 라콘이랑 이제 뭐 라이벌 관계냐 이러고 뭐 사람들이 많이 궁금해하시는데 저는 개인적으로 일단 뭐 다른 사람들이 보시기에는 이제 라이벌이면 뭐 라이벌이라고 생각할 수밖에 없지만 저는 이제 뭐 어찌 됐든 대결 상대가 저희랑 만나려면 일단 잘하는 팀이 올라와야 되니까 뭐 항상 거의 만나는 게 팔콘이긴 한데 그래도 뭐 팔콘이 제일 잘해서 올라오는 거니까 라이벌이라기보다는 약간 뭐 어쩔 수 없이 붙어봐야 되는 팀이라고 생각해요.
It's not fate. Fate doesn't bring these teams together. They are just the best. Number 1 and number 2 in the world, like easily. I think Falcons, and especially after the Overwatch League kind of dissolved and then OWCS happened, like super teams in Korea were formed and Team Falcons was one of them. And I think right now, and I still think Crazy Raccoons are going to be number 1, but if Falcons can kind of do a repeat and then can get revenge maybe in the finals, I think that'll be a story for the ages in Overwatch Esports.
네, 크레이지 라콘은 지금 당장은 세계 최고의 팀입니다.
Welcome in, everybody. You are watching the Esports World Cup 2024. We're here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and so far we have seen 3 intense days of Overwatch 2 competition. We're in the quarterfinals, and we just sent Crazy Raccoons to the semis, so now it's time to find out who else is moving forward. We've got SSG, aka Space Station Gaming, taking on Zeta Division. And let's start here with Zeta ZP. This is a Japanese org who saw a lot of talented Korean players. They pick them up for this event. What have they shown you so far?
I think what they've shown is that they're one of the absolute dark horses of the tournament. They barely missed making the major in Dallas just earlier this year. They are chock full of talent. Arguably, they got even better in this meta with players like Bernard on the tank being able to play D.Va in a meta that's even better for D.Va. And so far, their performance in this tournament alone has been very impressive.
Jake, both these teams have some subs that we expect to come out at some time. What are you expecting from SSG today? What is going to be their starting lineup, knowing Control is always game 1?
You know, I think it's likely that we'll see Psycho play a lot of maps. I mean, he individually is just so incredibly strong for Space Station Gaming. It's hard to argue with, him being on the field. At the same time, though, I'm a little bit worried because I think if you go to the mat with Zeta Division and you make this a game about flexibility and about playing all these different comps, I think Zeta is going to be an incredibly challenging opponent. ZP's right. This is a fearsome squad. SSG, I think they might need to stick to their guns, play these Maysim styles that really no one else in the world can work just like they do. I mean, that's been their way to achieve miracles in the past. And it's a tough opponent. You might need a miracle.
I was looking through my notes, and Crazy Raccoon had a flawless run through the groups. Zeta did drop a map or two. So let's talk about that. ZP, how did Bleed Esports steal a map win against Zeta Division? Do you feel like they were just taking it easy in that series? Or is this something that SSG, the best team in Europe, could look to exploit?
I mean, honestly, I don't think Zeta is super strong on Control and Flashpoint. I think Bleed was a lot better on those modes than everything else based on their history, not only in this tournament, but back in OWCS Asia. But really, I think it's one of those things that the way they play, they're better when they can play game modes that they can set up a little bit more, that they can have a little bit more planning. When it gets really, really chaotic, I think they lose a little bit of their dominance.
I like that call out. Let's take a look here at our predictions so far. Jake, the fans, they dominated the first pick. 84% chose Crazy Raccoon, but now they get to vote for our second match of the day. All you got to do is head over to stcplay.gg and get your picks in. If you're sitting on your couch at home, what are you feeling?
You know, my brain says Zeta, but my heart says Space Station. Okay. To be honest, you know, Space Station, they've made miracles happen. And just as you said, you know, where Zeta is weak is when the chaos is sewn into the match. And who better to sow chaos than players like Backbone on the Symmetra, Hadi on the Reinhardt? I mean, they just find miracle plays when they can bring that composition together. Honestly, I think the pressure for Zeta Division is on the coaching staff. You've got to shut down Space Station Gaming's preferred style. And I mean, to be honest, at this point, it's pretty transparent. You better already know what they're going to bring and where they're going to bring it. And so this ban system really could be Zeta's biggest advantage in the series if they use it well.
Speaking of Zeta, who are they? Let's take a look at the roster. ZP, walk me through this lineup. Is that my Farah?
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Yi is great, but also I look at Fearless there. The fact that Fearless has come back in and has proven to be a very effective tank swap. Violet, of course, the two-time, the two's even in the name. And Finn, I mean, this roster is stacked and has flexibility at tank, which has really been one thing that's been proven to be very effective for teams within this ban system that we've been playing.
We haven't seen a ton of Fearless. Bernard played quite a bit in the groups. Is he coming out to the stage to open things up for Control?
I mean, Fearless is a monster player, but it's just not really a main tank meta. It's a rare meta in Overwatch where the off tanks are dominating. So I do think we will see a lot of Bernard today, but I think that, you know, Fearless is waiting in the wings. He is such an experienced professional. If the Winston can be played, there is no better player in the world to bring it out.
Now, we should remind folks, Zeta Division did not play in Dallas. They were not at DreamHack. So the second big event of the year, they were a no-show. They weren't in appearance. So now they're on the biggest stage of the year, ZP. Will that affect their nerves at all?
No, not at all. I mean, these players are veterans. They are ice cold at this point in the best way. They are not going to feel anything other than just wanting to dominate their opponents. I think any players that have been around for this long and playing at this level, it's just another day at the office.
They fell in Game 5 to Falcons to fall short. They're the third best in Korea. But on the other side, we've got the best of the West. Top team in Europe, Hadi from Germany, Sparker and Psycho showcasing their skills. And then, of course, you have a nasty backline with arguably the West's best Baptiste on Landon and the best Lucio. Funny Astro.
You got to give him his flowers. I mean, Funny Astro is so dominant on the Lucio. I think he was one of the first players to really show what's possible on the hero. Not just supporting the team, not just speeding everyone around, dropping the beat when needed, but also delivering the kills. And so I think that backline, Funny Astro and Landon, you've got to keep their eyes on them because they can make plays.
We got 6 seconds left. It is time to get second match of the quarterfinals underway. Let's go to the Kadia Arena.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Crazy Raccoon just trounced ENCE and move on to their semifinal game tomorrow.
Our game 1 was as quickly as best of 7 matches can be, but our next one promises to be one for the books. So please, let us introduce our first team to the stage, and it is Zeta Division. By only dropping 2 maps in Group C, they absolutely dominated 3 opponents from 3 different regions. There's not much more that can show how thick their strat sheets are, not even counting an entire prep day and rest day yesterday. They have been to semi-finals before in Asia, but can they replicate that success on an international stage?
And their opponents, please welcome the best of the West, Space Station Gaming! They blasted through Gaimin Gladiators in their playoffs game yesterday, guarded by one of the best tanks in Overwatch. Their international ceiling mirrors that of their opponent Zeta, but only one can even reach it here at the Esports World Cup. Space Station, Zeta Division, please place your keys and take your seats.
We know who our first semi-finalists are, but who's gonna go against them? We're about to find out, so let's get it on.
The match is set. The players are taking the stage. It's time to find out where the coaches go. Jake, break down the coaching staff and the decision here, because we know the map is going to be control on Ilios. So what do you want to ban? What do you want to protect potentially here to open up the best of 7?
Honestly, this is a tough draw for Space Station Gaming. It's a vertical map, a lot of mobility, but they do have backbone in the roster. Zeta gonna go with banning the Kiriko, which is an interesting choice. Does block some of these faster dive styles that might be played around Psycho's Echo. Maybe that's why we see backbone in. The Ash ban comes in. Another interesting choice. I think neither team wants to expend particularly impactful bans on a map like Ilios, especially for Space Station, who, to be honest, this map might be a write-off. This is going to be a really rough one to make that Rhine style work.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing as the tournament has been evolving, is that there's this idea that because it's a long series, right, it's first to 4, even if you know a band that might be really good on the map you're playing on, you have to second guess yourself and go, but is it the right time to use it? Is this the best time to use it? And it's that level of strategy that makes coaches think 3-4 steps ahead.
The map is Ilios. It's loading up. Our casters are ready, so let's send it upstairs. Achilles, Avril, let's get this party started.
Party's long since been started, Puckett, at least for us up here in the casting booth. Got through that first series, now we jump into our second one. Another team is going to be going home. Another team is going to be denied that bump up to 80K and a chance at the grand final. Let's see though. Hey, you're fine. Hello. It's a little bit warm in here, so you can leave the jacket off. But yes, let's get ready to go into this one. We have another European squad challenging against some Koreans to see if they can do what ENCE could not.
It's unfortunately another, I think, slightly unlucky map choice coming through for Space Station. Obviously, the first map is predetermined, and Space Station, like ENCE, would like to avoid these types of dive maps early on. Zeta Division, they're happy to play it. Fearless has been starting the entire way through. He's going to be on the Winston. Obviously, not going to be on the ball because he doesn't quite have that in his hero pool compared to the Winston. But let's see how these early fights play on through. It's a Brig Anna for Zeta Division. Very standard Alfie. He's been spamming the most Pharah of all DPSs, I think, this whole tournament, right next to Sauna.
All right, well, let's see how they fare. Gonna be playing around, have the teleports to try to get up onto the high ground and maybe contest, but widely, Alpha Yi only gonna have to concern himself against Sparker and Landon. As for now, initial cap looking here for the side of Zeta Division. TP gonna be coming through. That's quickly gonna be dealt with as Alpha Yi already up to 70% towards that opening barrage. Immortality field gonna be cleared out. Field's gonna be taken down by Hadi on the trade. Trade up, however, gonna be found here at Space Station. Take down Violet, take down Flora, and that's gonna be them actually taking away the first cap.
Minimal losses here for Space Station as well. You definitely take those. Zeta Division, it's definitely gonna have to be a reset. Here's the first cap, first point going over towards the way of Space Station, and Landon and Funny Ash are looking very healthy on the ult charge here as well. It's Finn and Violet very far behind. Not a lot of input on that last opening neutral. Can Alpha Yi get something done? A lot of extra heavy damage. I mean, that part of the reason why Funny Ash and Landon probably are that ahead is because Alpha Yi's rocket splash damage has translated to a lot of healing.
Yeah. Plenty of damage, no confirmed kills. Can come back to bite you, so while you do get your own ultimate available, those ones that are going to be there to try to counteract your barrage can come into play. Fan of the hammer here. Fearless going to be taken down, just diving in way too deep. Doesn't have anybody there to try to escort him forward and keep him alive. Mortality field going to be cleared out. Barrage up over the top. Hadi will fall trade on the tanks. Now Sparker going down equalizes the count. And 2 for 2. Respawn here on Fearless. Going to be able to get back a little bit faster. The stick from Flora, stylish, but still the turn from Landon gives him a parting gift headshot to equalize.
for you.
Really important there as well. Still 4v4 until Funny Astro goes down. Gigantic kill now. Space Station don't have the backline to work through. I think a tempo beat there could have been really important for Space Station if they wanted to extend a little bit further. As we're about to get into the wheelhouse as Zeta Division ultimates. Look at Finn invited finally a little bit later into the map. They're going to get those double support ultimates. Nano online for Fearless. Potentially also for Alpha Yi. A rally to contest the sound barrier.
Has to be the recipient. They have to pull the trigger on that ultimate. Beat's going to come out from Funny Astro in response. Deadeye still held here by Spark and try to clear out the point a little bit more. Nano going to be expiring. Rally in the back pocket of Violet as Flora takes a little bit of damage, and Alpha Yi just looks to try to stave them off. 28% going to be built up. The rally now popped from Violet as they look to push forward, and here comes the juggle. Primal Rage, the TP across. Fearless on the hunt, wants to try to isolate and conquer, and will be able to do so as Landon falls, but Violet gets caught up. So going to be a 1-for-1. Support's dead on either side as Finn taking quite a bit of damage, not quite taken down, but Backbone able to confirm the kill here in the end. He and Hadi, though, last one standing over here towards the point, and the HP bars are just not in their favor. Backbone trying to get the flip, will be able to do so as the photon barrier comes through. Alpha Yi cannot stop that.
Yeah, he has to give that one up now. Just going to play around the edges, still stay a little bit relevant for damage. Threat the Rocket Barrage will come through a little bit later on as the wall fades. Zeta Division are going to have the regroup in here, already pushing the cap itself. Spacers need to get onto this.
Hadi on the ride down, that fire strike maybe catching Violet off guard. Either way, ends up getting caught up by it, gets taken down. Swing around the back on the hunt, trying to see what he can spot out here, see if he can come up with any pins, but it's just Fearless playing high-low, high-low.
Comes a huge risk. Alfie just dropping a barrage directly on top of Hardy. He doesn't have a lot of capability to get out of the way. If he doesn't have a full shield, that could just be his life.
You're gonna have to try to whittle away that one as the pulse bomb stick is gonna be huge.
Oh my
and
God.
they get corralled together. Sparker similarly gonna be taken down by the blast. A huge pickup there from Flora as now Hadi left all on his lonesome, just gonna be delaying, accruing as much percentage as humanly possible, but ultimately it's gonna be 95% here for SSG as the flip comes back in.
It's a double again, so I believe it's a TP. It looks like Backbone took the TP and ran it into his teammate.
Hadi playing Mystery Heroes.
Well, that's the thing. The Ryan is just not going to do enough. He wanted to go the Ryan to maybe get back a little quicker and surprise the opponents, but there's no surprises here. Okay, you went Ryan, and what are you going to do about it? You can't really pin anybody. There's a lot of high ground here. It's obviously a bad pick, so Hardy has to go back to the Diva.
Okay, TP across, been taken down, Backbone. Huge right click to find him, and Violent similarly eliminated. Beat going to be dropped here from Funny Astro as Space Station want to go ahead and claim this opening round. The flip is going to be coming through, and now they have to rely on Flora to kind of go for this touch, but he has already been found out. Isolated in the back line, taken down, that's it. It's over.
That's beautiful stuff. Landon and Backbone working together there. What you have is a TP into a window, into a full charge right click from Backbone, and that's a one shot onto just about any regular hero. So, I mean, that's extremely important for SSG to be able to pull through these incredible combos, save the situation, recover from the fact that, okay, you had a really weird situation with that Ryan, go back over towards Diva, you can actually support your team properly, but it is something you have to bring up, the fact that you have a Zeta Division that were largely, I think, behind on ults for most of this round, so tempo-wise, SSG did a great job of just keeping the pace very, very heavy, very, very fast as well. And you need something like that to go up against a stronger dive team. They know that they're the weaker team in terms of the dive matchup. Zeta know that they're the stronger team in terms of dive matchup. But as we move into Lighthouse here, Space Station, Hardy was gonna go towards the jungle when he was thinking about it, but now it's gonna be the Ryan TP directly onto the point, and Zeta, Alfie has to do a lot of heavy lifting here onto the fire to really defeat this.
And he does, but getting sight lines to really poke and prod into the point here, gonna prove to be a little bit more difficult for him. Wall cutting off that back access, allowing them to just focus forward. Immortality Field forced out here as Landon eating quite a bit of damage. The Zap's coming across, and that's going to be Fearless, able to find that opening kill. Stun in as he does get pinned against the wall, but the kill cannot be confirmed, so still going to be the man advantage, but Space Station close to getting the flip, but Fearless comes back through. Stomps on a Sparker, the cleanup looking good. Hadi will find one as Flora does get taken down, but he's antied out and isolated, so will just end up dying, and Zeta can get the first cap.
I think Fire is an ideal hero to break this sort of hold as well, because again, Space Station's strategy here is the TP directly onto the point. You're going into May walls, you're going to symmetric turrets, but if you have off-angle control, Flora and Alfie can play off-angles, maybe force that Finn Byron to land through when Hardy can't cover every single entrance, then Zeta Division have a good opportunity. And the most important thing here is, usually it takes a long time to break that hold. Space Station should have been able to get the first cap, but they didn't.
Well, the TPing quickly in. Fearless the one who has to try to really keep this protected, but no, okay, minor little huge angle, but Flora noted. Backbone saying, I see through your ruse. Immediately swings the corner, finds a headshot into the melee hit to confirm the kill. And just like that, Space Station have control of the point, and they're going to be able to take the lead from here.
And Flora's upset about that because usually, especially post-season 9 in Overwatch, you can't get one shot by the Mei anymore as a Tracer. But if your melee range, the melee also comes in through, you're gone. No chance to recall, instantly dead. Huge play by Backbone. He must have heard something, or he just has spidey senses. That sixth sense came on through really heavy.
I mean, this guy plays so much Mei, he knew he had left a gap, and he saw that the point was being contested. It was one spot that pesky Tracer could have been. Whether or not he knew it was Flora is a different story, but either way, he capitalized beautifully. Nano Barrage going to be coming in. Alfie trying to stay alive, but he cannot. Backbone again, finding that elimination, but damage has been dealt, and the kills will continue to spill over into Zeta's favor.
Crucially, Funny Astro only on 95% to the beat as well, so if he had that available, could have counteracted the Rocket Barrage in some fashion. At least Hardy and the rest of the 4 members could have survived and pushed this cap a little bit further forward. It's about Space Station ever edging that towards a 99, which forces Zeta Division to get more and more desperate, more and more aggressive. Zeta have to play way more patiently than Space Station do. Space Station can repeatedly TP aggression to the point time and time again.
Fearless looking to hold them back. That Mei wall not going to mean much of anything for him, but 5 ultimates here for the side of Space Station. Primal already going to be popped. Fearless looking to come around from behind. Sleep there on a Hottie. Quite a bit of damage. That should be off the side of the map, and it is. Landon going to be taken down. That sound barrier shielding not going to do a damn thing for a fall of that height. Hottie now gone in the sound barrier, not allowing them to survive. The pick on the Landon meant everything.
It actually looked like a player or two got booped out of the TP take. That, or maybe they just faked it, but either way, was oh, okay, so no. That's actually, it looks bad.
No, I know.
What Flora's trying to do is he's trying to preempt the TP, I believe, to try and just kill the TP straight away.
And I was thinking about it earlier. I'm like, okay, you see the teleporter come up, immediately send out the pulse bomb.
But he
was trying to go for the full prediction.
He should have waited to see the TP first instead of doing that.
Yes, exactly. He's trying to go for a big Nostradamus play. Ends up getting his life taken, as does Violet, though. The Shatter dropped in, the Fire Strike, claiming the kill. Rally unavailable, and Finn still 19% away from having that Nano online, which they would love at this moment, because Fearless will just fall. So Flip is going to come back through Space Station. They're desperately keeping this one close. Still having that opportunity to maybe get the 2-0.
Well, Finn needs to get this Nano. That allows Fearless to dive onto the point itself, create some space, maybe find a Primal. Alpha E, that's the key player, because once the shields are broken, once that lamp is gone, he has free reign to use the Rocket Barrage from any of the side entrances, and Hardy cannot cover all of them. Backbone cannot cover all of them with the wall. It has to come down from that lamp, and Landon's only got one of them, long cooldown.
Maybe another chance here on the Nano Barrage. His Backbone just stuck into the corner. Barrier at the ready. Sensu can just go ahead and poke out from the point itself. Pulse bomb into the side. Florin unable to find the connection there. I think Sparker maybe just tucking in front of the wall fast enough to be able to avoid it, but Landon does end up dying.
He wants Hardy. Alpha, he needs Hardy here.
Wall coming back up. Couple shots there. Sparker taking low. Funny Astro trying to stay alive. 60% away from that beat, and that could be the difference maker here on this map. Could seal the deal on victory or failure. Beat does come through. Catches on the 4. Landon the only one not receiving as O'Reilly gets popped here from Violet. Hottie, however, isolated, pushed out of the point, and taken down. Blizzard going to expire. Alpha E gets traded out. That barrage not yet seen, but can just maybe hold it for the next volley here, as it seems like Zeta Division should be able to get this flip. Cleave down on Sparker. Finn will fall. It's going to be a slow run back here for the Ana. They need to not lose out on additional players here. Landon down low, but Fearless comes right back over to the point. The cleanup is going to be good.
Still 20% left to play through, so it's not actually over yet. All the ultimates have basically been expended. Space Station have not much to play through here. They're going to have to go really quickly. If there is a single good conk from Alpha E to block people from going through the teleporter, that could be really bad. They're actually going to wait just a little while longer. Maybe they'll go through the back where they are. Look at Sparker's position. They're going to go all the way to the back.
Oh, well, Alpha E going to be spotted. There's the TP forward.
Someone can boot.
Oh, the boot. Violet with the whip shot. Sends Backbone to his grave. Immortality Field going to be taken down as Alpha E just looks to contain them here within the hot tub room. Shots flying down, and this is going to be going the distance here on Ilios. As Zeta Division, a huge play, a great deny from Violet.
And that's why you don't normally take that TP, because it's so risky. You're going to get booped, and there are heroes that can do that. Alpha is also waiting with the barrage. He's got a conk blast as well. There's so many different ways for the squad of Zeta Division to prevent you from taking the TP, and I don't think everyone took it. A couple of players took it, and then the rest of the players you saw got locked up in that side room with the pause. That's a free rocket barrage for Alpha to lock them out. Hardy on his own, sim, can't really do anything about it. To be honest with you, SSG actually played this reasonably well. They did as well as they could have. They got, what, to 99? They had the lead for a reasonable amount. It looked like it should have failed on basically the first neutral, because the first neutral, if you remember, SSG got wiped out. They didn't even cap the point, but they had the confidence to say, we can still play this. We know we're behind, but we can get ahead. And they did, at least for a while. As we now head into Ruins,
Hardy doesn't want to do anything in terms of dive. No diva here. Straight towards a ramp. They want to force the brawl, but they know they can't play Ryan.
See if this can work. Success here for the side of Space Station. Hardy taking quite a bit of damage off screen. You can see that HP bar just fluctuating rapidly. Violet pivoting over now onto that Alari. See if he can put up some solid figures. Anti-connecting only on the Sparker though. Immortality Field will still get baited out, so some crucial cooldowns exchanged.
Points open. Space Station on right now. Zeta Division. Where's the damage? They're trying to lock Space Station back over towards
Push out into
the
the open, and that is everything. That concussive blast from Alpha Yi, helping to isolate land, and the kill comes in for Fearless, who finds Funny Astra to boot. And that is going to be the opening lockdown here. The point going the way of Zeta Division once more, you would suspect. Saudi will be able to find one. But ultimately, he and Backbone will both get taken down.
SSG are trying to pressure the point away, but also they're still stuck inside that side room because Alpha E is spamming a ton of damage. 68% is, again, it's exactly what you expect out of the Pharah. And now Hardy going over towards Orion. I said maybe Ryan wasn't going to be the pick here, but he's believing it. He is the Ryan player. This is the Ryan team. The issue is, once more, they have nothing to do against Alpha E, and it's full open rain for Alpha E, full rocket hunting season.
Damage there on the Violet floor as well, just harassing on that flank, just keeping him worked low, poking and prodding where possible. Immortality Field going to be on CD here for the side of Space Station. Landon under fire, down low. Kill can come through. Beat's going to have to be used, and it does get the shielding across onto all 5 players. But it's just basically to retreat. Landon will find one. Now the Ant Matrix is going to be used aggressively, but Pulse Bomb comes in. Hottie going to be taken down. Trade out here on the tanks. For the clear out on the TP. Flora able to get rid of that. Barrage still held, and still Zeta Division in control of this point, and they haven't had to commit any of their support ultimates.
Yeah, they killed Fearless, but instantly got traded, so just nothing comes out of that for SSG. They need to be able to get Fearless down again while keeping Hardy alive. Nano now onto Alpha E. Could be a Nano Barrage. Alpha E otherwise, he's just taking damage because he's got so much damage mitigation now.
Is eating quite a bit of it. Ice Block going to be taken down, and he's just going to hold on to it for a rainy day. Says, okay, thank you very much for the Nano. I get to survive. I get to hold this for the next wave.
You really shouldn't see Alpha E die at all. I don't think he's going to cop a single death on this round because there's nothing to shut him down. It's complete, again, free season for Alpha E to do whatever he wants. Backbone feels approach. He's like, we need something to at least push Alpha E. It's going to come back to me. Spark is usually the hit scan play, but he's got a wall available, so it's Backbone that has to make the swap.
Desperate times now. The first 2 rounds. Very competitive here between the 2 squads, but Zeta Division looking to try to run away with this one as the captive son going to be invested. Barrage finding one. Immortality Field now going to be cleared out. Sparker taken down. Only Alpha Yi. He does suffer that one death, but it's the only one that he will find as it is death from above. Violet clicking heads, taking names, and taking Zeta up 1-0 here in the series as Ilios is theirs.
A tale as old as time. Pharah absolutely dominates Ryan Brawl compositions. We saw it years ago when Chengdu Hunters ran it to, I think, Atlanta's Reigns' dismay. Gator called it a dishonest hero. Well, if you just want to play Ryan, it certainly does feel dishonest. The unfortunate thing is, if you're SSG, you have to have options against us. In an ideal world, they discover this is not the play. Put Sparker onto the cast. He's got that in the hero pool. He's an amazing cast play. Your best hit scan play, one of the best in Europe. But Sparker's stuck, unfortunately, on the sim. He has a wall available, doesn't want to give it up. Final fight, you decide that's the time to make the swap happen. It's far too late. Really what should have happened is you just don't play the Ryan on that map in the first place. You just can't win with it. I don't believe SSG can win with the Ryan against Alpha E's Pharah on Ruins.
And it could be a continued pain point and maybe something that SSG are going to have to ban out nice and early. Curious to see what this map draft is going to be looking like because we have a very flexible team on the side of Zeta and a team that is very set in their ways. So coaches on stage going to be assessing, but for now we'll go ahead and pass it back down.
Thank you, gentlemen. And there you have it. Zeta Division taking home the first game, but it was Space Station Gaming battling back in this one. We saw full 3 rounds of control, something we're not used to. So, Jake, since you're just joining us fresh, I want you to start, my friend. What did you learn just in game number 1?
You know, I thought we'd see more of Bernard in the series, but Fearless coming in was a great look on Ilios. Really, the Winston is very, very impactful on that map, and I think the matchup is actually great against Space Station. There could be more maps in the series where Winston, hero that hasn't been getting so much love this meta, could be a great tool to shut down Space Station when they're all grouped up.
ZP, do you agree? Are we going to see more of the scientist?
Yeah, I do think we'll see more Winston. I also think for Space Station, what we saw here is that they were very comfortable anytime things were indoors.
Yes.
Once we got into Ruins and things were wide open, their comp kind of fell apart a bit. But that's also, I mean, this has been this team's identity for a long time. Up close Helios and Persil in your face. Long-range games, not necessarily their forte.
Space Station Gaming seems to be running the May Sim. That is their bread and butter. On the other side, Alpha Yi looks best when he's on his Pharah. You can see some of the devastation there. You ban him next game, right? Do you take Alpha out of the sky?
You know, honestly, that's been, I think, a strong point for SSG. They could take us to a Circuit Royale, ban the Pharah. That implicitly protects their own Symmetra, and they've shown they can win with that comp on Circuit Royale. I think it's very effective, maybe even the best comp, as long as you've got the Symmetra protected and you're not worried about a Pharah in the sky. So wouldn't be surprised to see Christopher and the boys double down on this Rhine Sim. I think in the end, if you go to these dive mirrors, you know, Hadi on the Diva, Psycho's amazing on the Echo, but it's just not this team's strength.
Let's take a look at our audience's prediction results. Over at stcplay.gg, 61% agree with ZP that it's Zeta making a run in this tournament. And ZP, you said this is the team to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, Crazy Raccoon is definitely more favored, but this is a team that has a lot of potential. It's a team that got even better since the last time we saw them play. They've leveled up, and they were so close to being a top 2 team in Korea even before the recent changes. So this is like one of those teams that feels like it could be the story as they level up over the course of the tournament.
I got to give you mad respect. You're the only one to pick them, and they are on opposite sides of the bracket from Crazy Raccoon. So if that matchup happens, it's in a grand final, right?
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. Jake, talk to me about some of the other heroes on this stage. Who else should we be turning our attention to? We've seen a lot of Space Station Gaming over the last 2 days, but Zeta, they got to sit all yesterday out.
You know, I think for Zeta, one huge asset that we cannot forget on their squad, we saw it in the 3rd round, 100-0 on Ruins as soon as Violet brought out that Ilyari. I think this is a hero we are going to see more and more of as the top teams in the tournament face off. Not only can you peel your allies, but the top players on support are delivering tons of damage on the hero. The ult can be super impactful as well, and there's few better pilots for the hero than Violet.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a high-skill player like Violet, when you have players that can really take control of the game, it brings back memories of Season 1 Jonak, right? Where you are controlling the tempo of the game from the support role, just popping off when the other team least expects it. The fact that you can have that level of extra firepower coming from your support role for the few players that are very good at Illaoi is an enormous asset for the teams that can use it.
Violet, one of the most successful, if not the most successful Overwatch 2 player we have here in Riyadh. The man's already won 2 world championships, and he's looking to bank $400,000 if he can take home the title here. But as we take a look at our maps and modes, we know it's going to be Space Station Gaming in the driver's seat. We already got Jake's prediction. He thinks Circuit Royale and a Pharah ban is the way to go. What about you, ZP? Are there other options here if I'm the coach, Christopher?
I do think there's other options just because of the fact that if you go to Circuit Royale, the number one thing that I feel like Zeta is going to want to run is Bernard on the Sigma. His Sigma is world class, and it's not necessarily a hero that I think SG may want to run in this situation. So while the Pharah could present problems, I also think that the Sigma presents problems and is also the most comfortable tank for Zeta to play on Circuit Royale.
Jake, where can Hadi swing his hammer?
I think Circuit is actually the spot. I mean, in the end, the Sigma is so strong on Circuit, but for me, the Ryan Sim actually wins the matchup against Sig, although most teams go with Sig because not many teams are very confident on the Sim style. It's very unique. For me, when I was coaching Outlaws, I want us to play May Sim there every single time. I think it is the winning style. It has a great matchup into Sig. Last time, teams banned Lucio to try and shut down SSG's May Sim comp, but they still made it work. I think if I was Zeta, I would ban the Rhine here on Circuit.
Here it is. Circuit Royale is the map. It's officially locked in. Jake sees the future. So now all you have to do, Jake, is see a Pharah pop up on that
if it's
screen.
Pharah ban and Rhine ban, maybe I'm just the best of all time.
He might be the greatest of all time. ZP, are there other heroes that you could consider banning here if you're Zeta Division?
If you're Zeta Division, I mean, maybe you ban something like the Ram, maybe you ban the Rhine here, just heroes that you know are comfort picks for Hadi in return. Now, of course, if they ban a tank first, you're not going to be able to ban a tank in return. So if we see the Sigma ban come out first, they'll have to target something else.
Here you can see the maps remaining as we head to Circuit Royale. We saw Hadi and crew doing damage behind the shield with the hammer. He's been so good with these shatters, but will Zeta give him an opportunity at Space Station's banned first? And Jake, you said we're getting Alpha E off the Pharah. You nailed it. You are 2 for 2 after being on the stage for 15 minutes.
I hope Zeta bans the Rhine. That would be, I think, the right choice for them. We'll see if they agree.
3 for 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Witness me.
I witnessed. Now call this series. How many maps are we going?
To be right, Bucket.
How many maps are we going?
I'm going to say 6. 6? I'm gonna say
I agree.
I'm here for a long time and a good time. Let's make it happen. We've got our hero bands, or we've got the map loading up, and you can see the smiley face of Bernard as he makes his way back to the stage.
Yeah, and that just means one thing. Sigma is coming into play. That's not a hero Fearless would be playing, but certainly something that Bernard plays to extreme precision, a mainstay here on Circuit Royale. I mean, you look at the bands, I think both teams know exactly what the other team is going to be running.
They're very familiar with each other. They've been watching the VODs. They've been prepping for this moment. Christopher at breakfast was saying, you know, we don't play until the second match. I'm making sure the boys are in those shuttles early. We are getting to the venue, and we are going to get some play time in, a little bit of practice. Is there a way to warm up against a team like Zeta Division? How do you replicate their playstyle?
I don't think it's about replicating their playstyle. It's about SSG finding their own unique style, finding their footing on it. It has delivered miracles for them before, but it's also fallen flat against some of the best teams in the world who find the right answers. And honestly, this Ryan ban could spell trouble. While Ram can sometimes replace Ryan in this style, the matchup against Sigma is much more difficult. You don't have those hard lockdowns from Pin and Shatter.
How do I shut down a Symmetra? Because I see Backbone on that stage. It means there's definitely going to be a sim in this game, yeah?
Very, very likely. It takes great awareness of the map. That TP can come in almost anywhere, and so every player has to make instant moves, one step out of place, and you will be cut apart.
We've got some fantastic Widow potential as well, but it's time to jump into the game. Let's get it going. Map number 2 is underway.
All right, here we go. Jump into Circuit once again. We will see. Is it going to be some more of that sim point, but also what's going to be happening here for the side of Space Station? It looks like Hadi is going to have to pick up the Sigma.
And that's a problem, right? And, you know, I have a lot of respect for Christopher as a coach, but I think he might have made a mistake here. Unless he can prove to me here in this particular map that this is exactly what you are supposed to do in terms of bans, Space Station should have protected the Ryan. They should have banned out the Ram. So you get rid of Zeta Division's opportunity to play a brawl with Bernard in. Maybe you force, you know, someone like Fearless into play the Ryan, which I don't think Zeta are going to be practiced on. That should be the matchup Space Station looking for. They want to force a Ryan or Circuit Royale. There's no chance, I'm sorry to Hardy, no chance that Hardy can beat Bernard in this Sigma matchup. This is just not what SSG are built to do. Vastola could barely get past the Korean Sigmas. Hardy, he's not a trained off-tank. This is not a hero that's normally in his hero pool. This should be a Ryan map for Hardy. They would have put Zeta in a very difficult situation if the Ryan was an option to bring through on this map. Now it's not. So what are we going to see? Really from Space Station? This is it. It's going to be the Sigma, or I guess he could play the Ram, but if he plays the Ram, it's just like, you know, at least for a team like SSG, that's their poor man's Reinhardt. They'd rather be on Ryan, but they allowed the Ryan to go through. They allowed Zeta to ban the Ryan.
Well, it looks like we just have to do a quick swap here. The headsets, Backbone having some audio issues, so we'll just go ahead and get those changed out. Unplug one, plug the other in. It's super simple, super easy, super fast to go ahead and move on from this. But of course, there are those pesky zip ties that we may have to be concerned about. So we'll just go ahead and get the admins, have that, get that taken care of, and then we can get things underway.
There's also one other consideration here. If you look at the SSG lineup, you'll notice that Funny Asher is still in here as well. So you have a situation where it's definitely going to be I mean, how do you play the double flex support here? Can you really, match up to Finn and Violet on the double flex support? The other option for them would be to swap Backbone onto Funny Asher's position to add in an extra Zenyatta, add in something where, an aim required hero. SSG have expressed in the past that they are willing to put Backbone on a flex support to make that work. But no, this is unfortunately for SSG not what they're going to be doing. So again, we have to hope that Christopher has really figured this one out, that Pharah really is a priority for them. But you got rid of the Pharah to do what? Play a Sigma mirror? I just don't think that's it. I don't think that's the winning play.
I mean, the big curiosity that I have is what else goes along with it? Is it just what we saw highlighted there at the beginning that they end up sticking with? Is it going to be that Mei Symmetra with Hadi on the Sig, Funny Astro on the Lucio, Landon on the BAP? Or is there going to be something else? Because you already know on the opposite side, you're going to be going up against a hit scan of some sort. It's going to be that Widow. It's going to be that Ashe. Can you just reliably TP forward to try to get the punish there, deny those lines of sight, or are you going to get picked apart?
There's not really there's no such thing really as a Sigma TP comp. I mean, what are you really TPing into? You're just playing, there's no Sigma Brawl. That's not really a real thing. So unless Hardy swaps over towards a Ram right now, which still makes some sense, I think you can still play the Ram here and sort of get away with it. And you can tell that Zeta are ready for something like that, because before we went over to, you know, the technical pause here, I got a quick glimpse at what Zeta are actually locking in, and they're actually on the defense. Alfie's on a Mei. So Zeta are prepared for some type of TP Brawl strategy. They're thinking, we ban the Rhine, the next best option for Hardy is going to be the Ram, probably a Ram Brawl coming through here, which means Alfie, don't bother starting on the Echo. Your Fire is gone anyway. Might as well just play a Mei and help alleviate that pressure by putting the walls up, make it more difficult for Hardy and the rest of SSG to approach. And that's exactly, you know, the kind of strategy that Zeta are preparing for, because SSG a reasonably, somewhat easier team to read in terms of where the strengths and weaknesses are, which once again just shows how susceptible they can be for bans. But this is why this system exists, where if you are the team that has priority on bans, which SSG do, they can choose to protect the hero that they really want to play, but they didn't do that.
I'd say, caught a quick glimpse of him there in the background. Odd to just see Rascal up on stage, headset on, but not in the player's seat. It's there as the coach, rotating around behind the scenes here. As, whoa, cameraman.
He's an Overwatch League champion as a coach and a player at the same time. So, you know, he's had a very decorated career at this stage in multiple different roles.
Yeah.
Back for OWCS, Esports World Cup.
Apex Season 3 runner-up.
For Korea here on Zeta Division. They need a little bit more backup. Bringing in Changun and Rascal. Trying to make this one done.
Yeah,
Hardy can do some press-ups here. You can lie back, but, you know, last time we saw this, Hardy decided to do some press-ups, so we'll do that into, maybe we'll wait till map 3 or 4 before we get into that.
Yeah, for now, I think it's still early days here in the series. Of course, this could end up being a bit of a marathon, so if you got to, you know, get woken up, get that blood flowing, then going for the push-ups a little bit later on could be the play.
If it is going to be a marathon, you need SSG to find these winning maps, and like Ants, very similar to the last series we casted.
Yes.
These maps have to be your winning maps. You know, they've had such good runs on Circuit Royale. They've defeated Korean teams on this. You know, they beat Fnatic on this particular map as well, where Hardy has unique capability to do some flexing between the off tanks and the main tanks in a way where it's kind of like someone at home, someone being the Toronto player, but Hardy's obviously going to be better at various picks across the main tank category, namely the Rhine, and they have a very good win rate with the Rhine on Circuit Royale because it plays excellently into something like the Sigma, which Burnout wants to play. So this could be one of the key maps that SSG unfortunately drop out of the series in terms of the selective pull if they mishandle the execution on this map or mishandle the drafting for the bans, and that very well could be the case. So again, I need SSG and Christopher to prove to me that banning Pharah was the right choice, and that not having the Rhine available for Circuit, which is what they normally would play and win on, was the right choice to make.
Well, time will certainly tell, but for now, still just waiting for this headset to get swapped back in and make sure that everything's going to be working nicely here for Backbone. KitKat are definitely getting their money's worth here.
It's because you're here, Seth. And again, you are cursed for pauses, so...
You know, I cannot claim to have been responsible for Dallas, at least. I was on the other side of the world. So for that one, which I think is now the all-timer for Overwatch, I'm no longer holding the record.
I had fun during that pause, I'm not gonna lie. I got to stand up out of my seat and walk around and enjoy the festivities. But no, I think if it is just a headset issue, we had a PC swap, I think, on one of the other days. So
yeah, you were doing that. I was eating hot pot. I was at Heidi Lau or something like that. There was some good times, but should hopefully be ready to get things underway once again. Looks like we have to just maybe reset some stuff here on the desk. Get that cable management taken care of. That's something that I've never been good at. I'm in one of those positions. I don't know if you're the same. Like, I'm capable of and have built PCs in the past. Used to do that when I was in, you know, college. I don't really go for it anymore because my cable management is so bad.
Just hide it all behind curtains. No one needs to see it.
I just pay somebody to take care of that now for me.
Passing SSG stickers around. Go and get you one of those. SSG, by the way, do have a little spot in
the gaming area for the public to walk into, where SSG have their own stand.
Like on the boulevard.
Yeah, it's actually right opposite to the arenas where we are in. So yeah, there's a full public area for a whole bunch of expo stands, and SSG have their own stand there. So they're here as an organization in full force, supporting their teams, and one of their best teams, I think, has to be in Overwatch. I'm sure they have the other teams coming through in the other games as well, all throughout this event. But SSG is one that they're really banking on, hoping to get some much required points to climb the club championship to, at this stage, I don't know if they can catch up to Falcons, but at least do some damage to get within the top echelon of teams, top 10 minimum, and maybe beyond.
Yeah, I mean, but as more and more teams fall, which of course, after today, we're just going to have 4 remaining. Turning the boulevard of broken teams. Everybody going to be going home.
And actually, SSG side of the bracket is very interesting because they do not have Falcons or Crazy Raccoons. So because it's single elimination tournament, you're in a situation where these teams, Zeta, Space Station, Twisted Minds, Toronto Ultra, one of them is going to the finals. And none of them will be faced up against the heavy tournament favorites, Crazy Raccoons or Team Falcons. So
yeah,
if Space Station get past Zeta Division, I have confidence that this team will actually go to the finals, because the other favorite in this group, I think, actually is Zeta Division. So this is the difficult game for SSG right now.
No, it really is. It's that second to last hurdle, realistically. You're breaking down, just given the strength of the groups. Obviously, we could have, big performances, breaking our expectations from either Twisted Minds or Toronto Ultra, whichever team is able to make it through that side of the bracket to match up against the winner here. But this does feel like this is kind of that jump. If you can make it over this, the next boss maybe a little bit weaker, and then you really do get to that end boss, which we are expecting to be Crazy Raccoon.
Because the thing about this tournament so far that it's shown us is that at least some of the Korean teams are beatable. Fnatic, they're already out of this tournament. They had a very difficult pathway out of groups to even get here. They barely made it into the groups. You look at Zeta Division in their groups, they dropped a reasonable number of maps. I mean, yeah, they dropped the map to Bleed, they dropped the map to M80 even, and they have a situation where, okay, maybe the M80 map drop was a little bit more Kappa in terms of the, the substitution, whatever. But the Zeta series versus Bleed was very eye-opening, because even the Suravasa, the second map, we were there for that one, was really, really close. So it's a step up from Fnatic, a team that SSG already beat. But Zeta are not infallible. I mean, this right now is not quite the top echelon yet. This is 3rd seed from Korea. And so this side of the bracket is extremely important, because you are dodging the best teams, and Crazy Raccoons and Falcons have to eliminate each other. So one of them is going to be gone from the tournament probably earlier than they want to, which just allows somebody new to get into that final. So we're not just going to have a repeat Falcons, Crazy Raccoon final, a brand new opportunity for another team.
Which is insane to think about, that is going to be a potential semi-final clash, unless virtus.pro says otherwise. Because, coming into the tournament, of course, everybody had that pegged for the grand final, saying like, yes, of course it's going to be those two teams once more, battling it out, trying to become the best team in the world. But one of them is likely to leave in the semifinals unless virtus.pro can just go ahead and send Falcons out very early on here later today. So that's going to be one to certainly tune in for. I mean, all of these games, we're here, we're in the quarterfinals. All of these games are high stakes. All of these games are ones to tune in for.
I'll tell you what, VP beating Falcons would be the upset of the tournament. LGD beating Falcons is already a huge upset, but in some ways, there's precedent for that, because you look at the history of, the core of those two teams. Yeah, I mean, LGD, back then as Team China's or Hangzhou Spark, they've beaten that core from Falcons before. It's not unheard of, but it would be a lot more unheard of for virtus.pro to do it against Team Falcons, as some players will just catch a little bit of Z's here before we get into things. Just rest up, calm your nerves. This is the moment to really have a bit more of a think about how you're going to approach the rest of the series. It's very, very, very important for both these teams. For a 3rd seed Korean team to not make it deep in the tournament. I mean, the expectation for Zeta minimum, I think, is top 4. And now they have the opportunity to make it to a final. It would be their first final as well, where they've been kind of stonewalled by Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons in the past. This is Zeta's opportunity for Space Station. It would be the highest and best result for a European team in, what, like 7 years of Overwatch esports.
Yeah.
So Space Station have been waiting for this one. They've been waiting to prove that they are better than everyone else. They're waiting to prove that they can match the Koreans, beat the Koreans. To beat one Korean team
They want to beat a second.
I mean, last time that comes to mind, that major success of a European team. I mean, Johnny, you would say Rogue.
Sorry,
You'd say my team.
They didn't beat the. I messed it up. Fnatic actually did beat SSG. I was still thinking about NCEN. So a European team did beat a Korean team.
Yes.
SSG probably could have done it versus Fnatic. They didn't quite do it, but okay.
Let's be
so
fair.
Let me rephrase,
They should have done
Let me
it.
rephrase that. SSG nearly beat the Korean team. This time, they want to turn that nearly into actually, yes, we did beat a Korean team.
Right. I was going to give some credit over, of course, to the European squads of yore.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, Envy going into the Lion's Den and being able to take down the Korean teams within their own region. First time that had ever happened in a team-based game on Korean soil. But everything's taken care of. Backbone's got his audio once more, and now we can get the map underway. As stated, looks like they are going to be sticking with the Symmetra here. The TP forward is going to be a tempo push coming in for the side of Space Station Gaming, immediately getting in onto the corner, but kill cannot be found.
That's a TP gone. When's the next TP going to come through? Are they just going to play at this breakneck pace the whole time? It's difficult because they have the payload. You are slowed down by the fact that you can only really go as fast as the payload will allow you to, unless you want to play 4v5 or just give up the payload distance entirely for that one fight. Zeta Division, they have time just to kind of see where the walls come through.
Looking for the isolation.
That will actually help burn out a little bit.
Yes, it did. Got him on the high ground, got him the drop down. Bernard eating quite a bit of damage here, but that is going to be more than fine for Finn and Violet.
By the way,
trying to keep pace here on the ults.
Zeta should not be losing the poke battle. They have double flex support. Space Station have a Lucio. There's no way Zeta Division are getting heavily out damaged here.
Well, a decent amount of reply there from Violet. Over onto the Zenyatta, which is not something we've been seeing a ton of here in this tournament quite just yet, but Violet going to be taken down. Speak his name and he shall fall. Zenyatta immediately eliminated. Amp Matrix going to be coming through, as is that Immortality Field. They're just trying to keep him alive. Finn with a nice peel does find Funny Astro. Hart still getting quite a bit of distance here. It's Landon fighting back with an Amp Matrix of his own. 1.26 meters left to go, and with no tank, this is likely just going to be Alpha Yi falling, losing the contest here on the cart. And that cap coming in. Violet rejoins just to die. And it's going to be 5 minutes and 6 seconds here for Space Station.
I mean, the reputation is that Korea is faster, but maybe that only applies to dive. Maybe when we talk about the poke or the brawl, it turns out that EU is faster and Korea is too slow. But the problem I have here is, how is Zeta losing the poke battle when they have double flex support and Funny Astro is on a Lucio? You have a situation where Backbone got the first pick. You have an Ashe on the side of Flora. There's no hit scan for Space Station. Zeta must be doing something extremely wrong to be losing a damage battle in the poke phase.
I just haven't been able to confirm any of the kills. We can see some of those HP bars really just wavering on the side of SSG, but then the stability is found. Funny Astro about to have the beat online, just 10% away from that one. Is Dynamite not going to find anything? Photon Barrier invested now. Sparker segmenting the map. Accretion connecting Backbone. They're into that ice block, but Bernard going to be taken down. Hani, however, interrupted as he goes for the flux, and that is going to be catastrophic. Flora coming up with 2. Immortality Field taken down. Backbone dead on the staircase, and this was all Flora all day long in this fight.
Hardy using the flux here is a little too far. He had very little HP. He needs Funny Astro to also use Sound Barrier. I mean, they're kind of waiting both segments for the rock exchange, the accretion exchange, because no one wants to get rocked out of their ultimate. But for Space Station, okay. Bernard's gone. Hardy has free reign. Funny Astro doesn't save him.
Flora ready for that TP. Sound Barrier now going to be dropped in the flux coming through here from Bernard. Transcendent still crucially in the back pocket here for Violet. The drop down, HP bar is going to be shattered but not fully broken. Is everybody able to stay alive? Transcendence used there, but Amp Matrix has to be pulled off him, so value cannot be found. Now Finn is about to have his own Amp Matrix, so advantage for the most part here in the hands of Zeta Division, but Violet's going to be taken down. Backbone finding the headshot.
It's Backbone. He's out damaging a hit scan and double flex DPS, and now Space Station have a strong chance of actually capping this one. Finn might just have to burn this window now. He can't really afford to wait too long.
And Violet is going to be a pretty slow run back, so he's going to swap it over. Goes for the Lucio as well, just to match in that regard. Amp Matrix, the wall coming through. The cutoff there on a Bernard. Immortality Field comes in to keep him alive. Grecian not connecting the card. 3.46 meters left to go. Wind a bit of absorption there from Hani on the kinetic grasp. Quite a bit of damage across onto Vitalist as he does nearly get taken down. Turret set up on the exit. Card for now still going to be halted. Alpha E close to the Blizzard, but close to death. Heals coming through. Finn doing his damnedest to try to keep this May alive. Sparker at the same time. Another Photon Barrier about to come in. Bernard is going to be the first one to fall. Mortality Field now pushed forward. Funny Astro similarly. The beat nearly online, but Hadi will also get traded out. Tank for tank. Beat now in play. Violet, he does not have his Sound Barrier to use. Alpha Yi out of the ice block, into the fire, taking an immense amount of damage. His backbone's able to collect it.
Gone! Where's the bomb?
Gone! How did it end up there? He's moved his way over in towards C. It must have been a boop, denying that sight line. You see where Flora is at. I have to assume that Funny Astro displaced it, but either way, it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds with Bernard getting staggered.
This is going so wrong for Zeta. They had the better composition, but they're just getting out-damaged Backbone with so many opening picks so far on these points. And now Bernard getting staggered as well. Alpha, you're not quite having the Blizzard in time. Bob not quite being there in time as well. So here goes the Bob. And
I think it slides off the front of the cart.
It's just gone, yeah. It just got sent into the abyss. Is there an Ajax there as well?
That's what they're calling out. Granted, the teams have been saying C9, so maybe we just have to educate some of the European teams on what these terminologies mean. But either way, Space Station, they certainly are looking like they know the definition of the word win, because things are going well. Flux out from Hottie. Amp Matrix dropped in, looking for the accretion. That is now on cooldown, which opens up Bernard to potentially use his own Flux, but Alpha E going to be taken out. Violet dead. Flux will come into play. Flora down to a sliver off screen. The drop down, the kill's not found. Hottie managing to survive. Bernard once again the last man standing, but not for long. Gets taken down, and this is a very pacey push here for SSG.
Well, now this is going to be a cap because Landon and Funny Astro of Ultimate Zeta just have been out-tempoed, especially on C. No, it's not going to happen. That's is very impressive for SSG, but hilariously embarrassing for the side of Zeta Division, where it's acceptable. So here's the argument. On C, the Lucio with the speed, the TPs going up and down the high ground, etc., all those plays for the Sigma matchup, I think favors SSG. If you want to talk to me about that being a good composition, a good pick for SSG in that moment, I would 100% agree. Everywhere else on this map just shouldn't be the case. And it's a comedy of errors. There's too many things. Okay, Violet also Ajax is what I'm talking about. There's a comedy of errors here for Zeta Division where the Bob goes into Narnia, absolutely has zero angles. Flora didn't even have that one boop. It just got rolled over the cart. I think he aimed it towards the payload, but it just skipped over the front wheel of the payload and went to their spawn. Like, Violet gets Ajax. What's going on? This is like, this is embarrassing for Zeta, quite frankly.
Oh, I mean, it's certainly not good. Violet getting Ajax, not necessarily the newest thing. We had seen a decent amount of that over in OWCS Korea. You know, it's one of those things where you live by and die by Violet at times. But this was certainly, across the board, a very surprising result for Zeta Division.
I mean, yeah, again, it's C. We can make the argument, the Lucio speed and the TPs, everything, that's great. That is exactly where this comp starts to come alive, which is why there was zero resistance on C. You can argue there wasn't a lot of resistance elsewhere either, but I think that's coming down to the fact that Backbone had two very important opening picks, which then brings to the question, what on earth are Alfie, Flora, Finn, Violet doing? You know, they have the range. God. We have a spawn cab, actually, okay.
We do, and we have Finn getting taken down, but Backbone's going to be burnt down here as Alfie also able to find Sparker. And, well, forward hold, I like the cheeky attempt. I like the rush play here, but ultimately it is going to be Zeta Division coming out on top. Is in both the fight as well as in ult charge.
I still respect that SG keeping the pace up, but Sigma spawn hold, very different from Ryan spawn hold. If they had a Ryan here, that would be a very effective position, but Zeta, yeah, it's just going to be a mirror matchup where you have a lot of off-angling. I don't think Space can cover those angles the same way. Sig just doesn't have the same survivability in that sense either. So how does Zeta slow this down? Zeta need to just slow that game down a lot. Space Station have to keep playing quickly. You have to really look at where these TPs are coming from, watch those speed boosts from Funny Astro, and allow Zeta Division, if you're looking at it from their POV, to slowly spam down Space Station, win those damage battles, win those shield battles, keep Hardy low.
Christian going to be going wide, dodging out as Hottie backpedaling, kinetic grasp coming through, but Dynamite ticking away. Sort of some of that shielding and Immortality Field has to be used by Landon to try to keep him safe. Violet going to be taken down, Backbone able to find the kill right as that Amp Matrix comes through. Bernard off on coast side, he will fall down. So Backbone solid return here as Backbone leading the charge, looking for a little bit more. They will lose Hottie. That's going to be a decently slowish run back here for him, but the Flora dead on the back end gives him time to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, Backbone is just controlling this game right now. He's certainly being able to aim quite effectively. Ultimate's starting to really come online for both teams as it's going to get quite bloody now. Zeta Division struggling to get this cap underway. Now, yes, their composition is certainly slower, but they need to be able to really use the range advantage here. Not going to have too much range advantage on the hairpin at least, but if they can win this part, they might be okay.
And Matrix in, but the Photon Barrier denying it away, stopping it from gaining value, and Finn eliminated. Hottie finding that kill. Flux still in the back pocket, and Finn still 21% away from that Transcendence. which is going to be pretty much damn near necessary to try and survive that flux when it comes through, because there's a Blizzard that could be waiting for them at the bottom.
Yeah, Blizzard's on both sides now, but Funny Astro I think has a really good ultimate. Funny Astro.
Bernard sending it. Seeking target, looking for the pickup. Grabs Backbone, but Sound Barrier shielding comes through. They keep him protected. Elimination's not bound. They get rid of the ult, but now the counter flux is going to be coming in. Pick up on the two, into the ice block goes Alpha Yi. The Blizzard right there at their feet. Transcendence now going to be used, but Violet already headshot taken down. They lose out on one of their supports. Backbone similarly going to be frozen. Kill confirmed as Flora finds the elimination. Hottie's back statue. Discord Orb here on the Sigma, but still somehow not getting punished for quite some time. Eventually will be able to find the headshot as Funny Astro goes diving forward, but will give his life for that one as Finn just tries to stay alive, tucking back here behind the barriers. Eventually will fall to Sparker's hand, but things opened up a little bit more now for the side of Zeta Division to get the push going.
Flora's starting to come alive now as well. He's really able to use his Ash and the Bob coming through in the previous fight. But you have another situation where, once again, Backbone touches, Backbone gets the, he does touch for a brief second there, but Backbone gets the opening pick again. So it really is Backbone being the linchpin of Space Station to allow them to find these kills, to win these type of situations where it's meant to be a poke battle, but Zeta Division is just down one when Backbone gets a kill.
Everyone's spamming out C9 here on both sides. Seems like we have to set up a educational session, do some consultation for everybody here.
They can present it to the council, but I'm not going to certify it, so it doesn't matter.
Fair point. Yeah, Matrix here from Landon in play. Everybody just tucked back, abandoning the card for now. Toddy just bouncing his hyperspheres around the corner, trying to build up towards that next flux. Bernard got the beat by about 20% or so. Need Funny Astro to try to find that next sound barrier.
Oh, Backbone again!
Delivers again!
That's what I'm saying!
Headshot across. Alfie going to be taken down. Bernard just really backpedaling as there's the photon barrier up in front of this Ant Matrix once again. And this comp from Space Station just continues to have the answers and say, okay, you use this ult, we've got this one. You want to use the flux that you have coming up? Funny Astro's going to have beat.
I will say as well, Spark on the Sim is, like, the wall is a very good ultimate for this particular matchup. It blocks out a lot. I mean, we're talking mostly about Sigma poke battles here. The wall is a game changer. You can also just, as we've seen twice now, block out the window coming through from Violet. But largely, it comes back down to what has been said multiple times now. Somehow, Backbone is out-sniping everybody. You'd think he's on a Widowmaker right now.
I mean, yeah, they're playing a game of rock, paper, paper, and right now it's Zeta Division with the rock. They just cannot win this out. Flux now coming into play. Finn has to pop the Transcendence. Safe on the drop down. Here are these players. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Now they look for their own Flux, but Funny Astro, depending on the catch, has the beat ready. Instantly drops it. The shield comes in. Alpha E going to be caught up there in the Blizzard. Frozen. Immortality Field keeping alive for now. Increasing hit from Bernard, point blank range though, will take down Hottie. Backbone dead means that the fight becomes winnable as Flora will pick up 4.
They don't have a lot of ultimates, so Violet's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in the next fight. To be fair though, SG also used everything. This is the catch-up moment for Zeta. I will say though, even if Zeta get this B cap, it's looking unlikely that they match the time bank of Space Station. Space Station just finished.
They're going to start with the time bank of Space Station.
Well, that's just, essentially, I think it's going to cost the whole minute for Zeta to get this cap.
And there's still going to be an opportunity here for a last-second contest so they can take away even more of this. And there it is, another headshot. Everybody on Zeta Division knowing Backbone's wrath. Funny Astro will get traded out, but there's another one. Backbone able to find 2. Let's just go ahead and start counting headshots, shall we? Headshot there on Alfie, takes him low. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Bernard, the barrier, not going to last. He's walled into the corner. He will die. And that is now 40 seconds remaining. Space Station able to get the contest.
This is about to be the most legendary May performance of all time. At what point do you have a player with this level of consistency and accuracy in a comp that's not designed to beat the mirror, in a situation where a May is out-sniping a Zen, Bath, another May on the opposite side, and an Ash? That just shouldn't be real. But Backbone, he's making miracles happen.
From the hand of God here, it would seem, as Finn just isolated, stuck into the back, taken down, had the slow field set up from Hottie, and Funny Astro able to find the headshots across. Alpha E eliminated. That's a lot of your staying power. It's a lot of your delay. It's another headshot from Backbone as Flora will fall. And that is going to be this map coming to a conclusion. Space Station Gaming, they had the gameplay strategy. Hottie looked a hell of a lot better than we could have anticipated on that Sigma, but Backbone looks like a god.
And we just got out of that game, and in the chat that you guys don't see, Hottie types in, he says, Bernard nervous. Christopher says, should have banned Lucio, boys. Ban May, maybe. Backbone says, I agree with all the above. I mean, we're looking at a situation now where it's
it's dangerous. If SSG can pilot a Sigma comp like this, then you got to be worried if you're Zeta Division. But at the same time, can we talk about the fact that what was the comedy of errors from Zeta Division on this map with all of the mistakes they made with the Bob and the Ajax and the fact they just continue to get picked by Backbone? What are we doing with Flora's, Ashe in this gameplay? What's happening with all the range damage? You've Violet on Zen, one of his best heroes of all time. And this guy won the Overwatch League playing Zen. He's one of the GOATs on Zen of all time. But he looked like an amateur in this setup. I mean, what is going on? Zeta were not themselves here. They were, honestly, that was probably the worst of Zeta that I've ever seen.
I mean, Backbone making that May, it gave me shades of, no, more than shades of Libero back on Meta Athena in the Apex days when May was absolutely busted, but no one else really knew how to pilot it. That was incredible. Let's pass it down, though, to the analyst to break down the action from Circuit.
Thank you very much, Avril and Achilleos, and you have a very happy Puckett on the stage, because I have an alt account called Super May. Backbone, making me want to get back on that account as fast as possible. Jake, can you play this May on all maps, or was this a specialty pick here? You saw it coming from a mile away.
I do think SSG are going to try to make this work. I don't know about every single map, but anywhere they possibly can, because even if you take away the Rhine, I would have thought that was the crucial piece here in the comp. Just the May sim together, banning farm, protecting both heroes simultaneously. I mean, there's just no better team in the world when it comes to the sim rush style, and even knowing that it's coming, Zeta Division can't stop it. It's just inevitable.
I think the technical delay gave these players a little opportunity to refocus on SSG. You can see Funny Astro catching a pillow. He was leaning back, lounging. They seem to come in super confident, super relaxed, and on the other side, you can see with the trash talk going back and forth, emotions might be going high there on Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there was a lot of trash talk back and forth, but what I think you really have to commend here is SSG just bringing Zeta to a map and then running compositions that they probably don't get a whole lot of practice against. This was sort of an EU special, and if you're playing in Korea all the time, you just wonder, it's like, well, wait, we're not even playing against this stuff all that often. It kind of brings back the memories of teams just dropping series randomly to Chengdu, because it'd be like, how do you practice for Chengdu? I don't know.
Taking us back a few years. Love to hear it there. Jake, though, walk me through this matchup. Who had the biggest impact? Who were you impressed by? And who needs to clean things up?
Honestly, I mean, I give credit to all of SSG. As much as you can look like one individual player, like it's their team play on the May sim comp, their ability to execute with the ults, every single hero being played to perfection. But if you wanted to highlight one, I mean, Backbone, he's going to be consistent with the Blizzard, with the wall, doing his job really on May. But when he finds opening kills, snipes across the map into the BAPZAT, I mean, that's not supposed to happen, right? That's going above and beyond. And so when Backbone heats up, he can be a huge threat. And that's the X factor of the comp. May is not really a sniper, but when she finds picks like that, it feels like you have one on your team.
Speaking of Zen, we've seen some incredible Zen play from Violet across his career. Can he pull it out again? Was that a mistake at all? ZP, we look forward to the future maps, hybrid push and flashpoint still to go.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like the strongest choice there. I mean, look, I'm not going to say Violet can't play Zen because clearly the resume is there. But on the same note, you look at what players have been able to do with Illari in that same situation.
Yes.
And you know what Violet can do with Illari, and you really have to wonder, like, was that really the peak performance that Violet could have gotten on that map if he was playing a different hero?
Is it to battle Blizzards? Why do you bring it out, Jake?
I mean, I don't hate the Zen. I don't think it's like wrong strategically. Maybe Illari's a little better in this meta, but Zen is great on Circuit. Where I was getting worried for Zeta Division is they role swapped halfway through the map. So it's one thing to play Zen and to think that's the best hero, but to be swapping your support roles and saying, give me a chance on this end, maybe I can pilot it better. That's a little, I don't like to see that.
Internal trash talk, right?
Exactly. I'm honestly, like, that's not normal. There's no real reason for you to roll swap halfway through the map strategically. There's no value in that. It kind of only comes when players are doubting one another or saying, like, let me try something else. That's not feeling good for me. I don't like to see that, honestly, from a coaching perspective. That is like a worrisome sign when players are role swapping for no real strategic reason. Not the best look.
We're waiting for the map, and I'm told it's locked in by Zeta Division. Servasa is going to be the choice. Are you surprised by this at all? Why would you go to this map if you're Zeta?
I mean, I think for going to Servasa, I think if you're Zeta, the one mode you don't go to is Flashpoint, because clearly it just does not play to their style. Even though they were able to win control, I just don't think it makes sense. So getting push out of the way kind of makes sense, kind of an in-between point. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to take out. I feel like this could be the time that they take away the Lucio just to make the rotations coming out from SSG that much slower.
These matches have been very close through games 1 and 2. Jake, is there any chance we see one team complete a push? I haven't seen it yet since I've been on stage.
Well, Zervos is Flashpoint, so they actually are going to Flashpoint.
Flashpoint. Thank you.
They are taking us to this map. I think it's very possible that we could see something like a Lucio ban. Typically, Lucio incredibly dominant on this map type. It's a place where, the mobility, the ability to get around the map, get to those next points a little bit quicker, get back to the fight a little quicker. It's super valuable. But I could see that angle with maybe like an Ana Brig, maybe Fearless coming out on the Winston. Without the Lucio in play, that could look really good. But I think there's a lot of ways Zeta could choose to take this.
You got 2 fantastic DPS in the lineup at any time for SSG. The question is, do you bring Psycho back in all throughout this series, or are you loving what you're seeing out of Sparker and Backbone?
I mean, I am loving what I'm seeing, but this is potentially a tough map. We've seen Twisted Minds make great use of the Symmetra here on Saravasa. So if it can be done, I think Space Station will also be able to find the way. At the same time, I do feel like you've got to give credit to Psycho. He is a monster on the Echo and the Tracer. The only reason he wouldn't come in is that stylistically, SSG is just going a different direction. It's no discredit to Psycho's skill.
Shout out to production in my ear. The great Liz tells me, you're right, Puckett. Psycho is in. ZP, that's one for me. But tell me about the comp with Psycho in the lineup. What should we expect to see? And how do you counter it if you're Zeta Division?
Yeah, I mean, with your Psycho in there, the thing about Psycho is that he's a super, super flexible player. You're probably going to expect Sparker to be more on hit scan or otherwise, but Psycho himself, there's a lot that can be played, whether it be something like, an Echo, a Genji, or otherwise. I think Psycho just can kind of flexibly do it all.
And speaking of flex, we've got some flex opportunities if you're Zeta Division. You've got Bernard, you've got Fearless. Is this a map that you'd bring Fearless back to? He had a lot of success on that first control point.
For me, this is a map that could go either way. There's some of these big main tanks. You could bring a Winston in. Not really the best meta for Winston. Could be going in a direction with like a Mauga or a Zarya. We've seen teams elect to run different brawl styles with those main tanks. But honestly, I think this is just up to Zeta's feeling of the map. I don't think this is decisively one way or the other. Just speaks to their confidence and their read on the meta, which way they like to go.
Now, Fnatic was able to pull off a reverse sweep. After dropping 2 points on this map, they won the next 3. Do you think that is possible for either of these teams? Or once you get to that second point, you're almost guaranteed victory?
I think Zeta has already shown that they're very good about playing from behind. Again, it's also, you have enough veteran talent there that it's one of those teams that kind of like OA LGD, I would not count them out until the final point is over. It's just a team that you have enough experience that comebacks are incredibly possible.
Jake, we got about a minute before heading back into the Kadia Arena, so break this one down for me. You are a perfect 3-for-3 on the last map when it came to map selection, picks and bans. How do you see this one sorting out? What do you think we're going to see on the screen?
I am interested. I think there's a couple different directions. One could be the Lucio ban, right? Slow the game down. Maybe that makes Ana Brig the dominant support comp. And when you go to that exact comp, I really do strongly favor the Zeta Division supports. I think that's their big advantage here in the matchup. So that could be a good idea. Another option would be banning the Diva. Of the dive heroes, that's been the one Hadi has gone to the most. And to be honest, I think when it comes to those dive matchups, I don't know if the hero matters that much. I just heavily favor Zeta. I think they're a much better team in a dive mirror. And so if they're forced into that mirror, I think SSG are going to be in a tough spot.
CP, you said we're going to 6 maps. Does that mean Zeta's definitely taking this one? It's their map pick.
Yeah, I think Zeta's taking this one. But I also think that it's going to set up SSG to, utilize their coaching and their, the idea that they have some good gimmick strategies and, sort of homegrown EU stuff. They'll be able to turn the tables on Zeta after.
On the other side for Zeta Division, I want to see what is going to happen from the DPS. The Pharah should be back in for Alpha Yi. Does it work on this map, Jake? It's time to find out where we're going with our map selection and the bans. As you mentioned, we have Flashpoint. There's only 2 options. This is a pretty good one for Zeta Division.
It is. We could see a bit of Pharah, but with Psycho on the field, his ability on the Echo, I'm not sure that's going to be too much of a worry. Really, I think a lot of pressure on Zeta, though, with this ban. You've got to set yourself up for success and kind of show your direction.
You were right.
It's going to be the Lucio ban. Slowing the game down, and honestly, this is the time for Zeta supports to shine.
You can only take it out once. They're banning Astro's best hero right now. Good idea, ZP?
Yeah, it's very good. That's what I was calling in the pre-match of just, hey, ban Lucio, slow it down a bit. Also, again, it nerfs Astro, but I like this in turn as well. Get rid of the Winston, and this is the one of 2 Winston bans, really, because they still have the Ana ban in reserve.
All right, so keeping the Diva in play. We'll see what Hadi brings out to the table. Are you expecting some diva from SSG?
I think it could be diva, but I'm a little worried for Hadi. Taking out the Winston could end up biting them. Bernard potentially could come out on something like a Zarya, and from there, the game could get really weird. It might be tough for Hadi to make a rush style work without Backbone in and with no Lucio on the field. This could be tough. I like Bernard's odds here.
I don't know if I've seen a Zarya W yet. Have you, ZP?
I think we saw it in one game. We saw it earlier today, in fact.
We saw a grab.
Yeah, it was Max that was on the Zarya at one point. But
Crazy Raccoon doesn't count.
Yeah.
No, they win on everything.
Yeah, they win everything.
Yeah,
and it didn't stay in there the entire game. They were switching it up.
So, Jake, you just veto anything Crazy Raccoon does as an outline.
Well, I just mean, them winning on it, I'm not convinced. But I do think Zarya is underrated this meta. We could see more as the tournament develops.
All right, if there's a Zarya on board, we'll see if those grabs will be eaten. That happened earlier in the day. Will it continue here on the big stage? The Qiddiya Arena has been a blast so far. We're going to have all 4 of our quarterfinal matchups. If you're just joining us, welcome in, Americans. Good morning. We're going to be kicking this one off here with some fantastic tanks. The DPS, though, has been so fun for me to watch. And, of course, we have some incredible backlines. Landon, back on the Baptiste for this map, Jake?
Very possibly. A lot of different directions, though. Wouldn't mind seeing maybe an Ana Brig. I think you might have to match up on that powerful support duo. For Violet, though, I'm curious to see if an Illari could come in here. It is Flashpoint. The main supports are quite strong, but Illari has been really hot this meta.
And what's Finn's job on the team right now for Zeta Division?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Finn, number one job is just, work as a team with Violet. And especially if Violet is on the Illari, you're kind of going to have to take a little bit more of a role, like actually keeping the team alive, give Violet room to actually stretch out, do more damage on the Illari. But that's where I'd see Finn at.
Players taking a moment. Looks like we're a bit far from the game kicking off here, Jake. I don't see anyone locked in. Hands aren't on the keyboards and mice yet. So what are you talking to your players about if you're the coach? It's a tie series. It's just game 3 in a best of 7 that could go the distance.
Yeah, I think right now, if you're Zeta Division, you've used a very powerful ban against Space Station in the Lucio. This is a map that you really want to win. You want to get up back into the lead in the series. I do think, even though SSG gets some counter punches, Circuit Royale for me is their strongest tool in the kit, and it's already been used. So if you're Zeta Division, getting the win here, moving on to the next pick in the series, you are really sitting pretty to take it away. So I think this is really going to be a battle for Psycho. He really has to step up and deliver in a huge way.
I love that we see some trash talk already in this series. It's only been 2 maps, but things are heating up. And ZP, we got the casters joining us here to talk a little bit about this. Achilles, how often do you see a Korean team? I know Zeta Division is a Japanese org, but how often do you see the Korea players talking a little bit of BM in the chat mid-game?
Usually not very often, to be perfectly frank with you. Even ahead of the game, sometimes you don't see too much trash talk. I remember, especially Krusty, he comes into OWCS Korea. He's got this stacked roster, this huge organization backing them. Like, how do you feel going up against X Team, which is like an open qualifier squad with a bunch of new faces and a couple out players? He's just like, I just hope that we'll do well today. It's like, come on, Krusty, talk your smack.
They only get baited into it by the European teams or NA teams. It's funny, Astro or Hardy or someone doing it first, and then Violet's like, should I respond? I'm going to respond. And that's how they started off.
Looks like we got a bit of a mice swap coming out here. You changing the pink one in for the white one, Jake? Does this affect your mindset at all if you're a fantastic tracker? One of the
colorway
best hit scan players in Sparker.
Absolutely critical. The wrong colorway and everything can go against you. Strategically, we need all the coaching staff to weigh in. We need to do some color theory, mix and match, check the outfit, the jersey, the sponsors. The mouse just has to be on point.
Look, I'm going to go a little bit deeper in conspiracy theories. Think about the last map. What happened? You had a really, really long technical pause, and it worked out well for SSG.
Ooh.
Maybe the secret here is that you ice Zeta. You just make every single game, you make up a tech issue, and you just make them wait 30 minutes, and you're locked in, and they're zoned out.
Is that my guy Rascal back there?
It is. It is.
Rascal, of course, been on every team I can think of in his career. Bounced around to quite a few, played all kinds of different roles on the squad, mostly on the DPS side. What guidance can that young man provide to his team?
I think right now it's just pressure on the support for Zeta. really, they're the ones who should deliver a huge advantage in the map. You've taken out Funny Astro's best hero. You've really secured not only getting rid of the Lucio, but also for Landon. Might be a little bit awkward to make the Batiste work here on Saravasa. Maybe on the first point I could see it working, but as the map gets more dynamic and we get into those outer points, could be tough for them to find value there. So for Finn and Violet, whether it's the Ana Brig, could be a Bapalari, I think in any of those matchups, they're going to be advantaged, and they need to find some kills on these flanks. On the other side, though, I think Psycho...
Oh, battle of the pink mouses.
What are you feeling, Bucket?
I'm going Neon,
Pastel.
bro. You can't go Pastel and have confidence, right? The Neon is saying, I am here to play. And also, look at those side grips on that Logitech. Shout out to my man. And real quick, back in my day, I had to have like a mouse bungee, keep my cord off of my... How long have wireless mouses been available?
They've been available for a long time. The tech has actually gotten awesome. Now it's at the point where everyone is using wireless and it actually works. The latency finally got low enough, and you don't have to worry about the good old days. And you certainly don't have to worry about actually manually cleaning rollers, because those were the dark ages.
Real talk though, Jake, if you're swapping out your mouse, I feel like this is changing your baseball bat. This is changing out your gloves if you're a wide receiver playing football. Is it a big difference for Sparker?
If it's the same model, maybe not, but he does have those custom side grips, and sometimes you'd even get custom skates on. Could change some of the feel of the mouse, and so while it might seem like a small thing, that could spell trouble for a superstar hit scan that SSG has consistently relied on, especially in these high mobility dive comps. Whether it's the hit scan or the tracer, Sparker needs to perform, so they really do want to take the time in this pause and just make sure everything is working flawlessly for him.
He has his choice of robotic rodents. Which mouse is he going to use? We're about to find out. On the other side, the headsets are down. That spells trouble for us. We're going to be talking for a while here on the Analyst SCP.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things where you wonder, okay, what's going on? Are they soon about to play? And then you get this camera shot, the players have disappeared. Some players are still there, but all in all, it's one of those things where, we might be in for a long period of time. But look, we've hit some interesting points here. We've gotten to talk about the history of mice. We get to see Funny Astro again relaxing, where, maybe that's what put him in the good mindset for the last map. He just needs to get in that rest time, that recline time, and then he comes in and he's fresh.
I remember they lost to Fnatic. It was a surprise comeback by Fnatic, who took the game 5. We rode the elevator up with them in the hotel, and it was nothing but smiles. Funny Astro cracking jokes, Landon having a great time. I feel like those two just lighten the mood. And with Hottie being as confident as he is, you gotta be feeling great if you're Psycho and Sparker.
Well, Hottie, though, he's definitely a proponent of taking care of the body, taking care of the mind. I mean, when I was getting breakfast today, it was a quick breakfast. I had to eat quick to get on the shuttle. But let me tell you, Hottie had a huge plate of food. The food here is excellent, and he is well supplied. Like, this break could go for another 2 hours, and he wouldn't need food. That is how well-fueled he is right now.
Let's go to mouse number 3, shall we?
This is a fresh super light, so this is going to be same make and model as his original mouse, I believe. Doesn't have the custom grips, could have different skates, but at least the shape's the same. I mean, that's the most important thing for me when it comes to mouse selection, and I think Sparkle will do just fine on this mouse.
If I am a pro opponent here, how long before I'm like, yo, just start it up, bro? Your stuff worked last map. Why is it broken now?
I want to see Zeta call him out. Call him out. You scared?
Oh, we're switching up the weights of these things, yeah?
Oh, yeah. My goodness gracious.
You can almost hear the car racing noises going in as the weights get swapped out, get swapped in. Not quite setting, really quick pit times here, but it's fine. Quality matters over speed in this case. You got to get it done right. And you see our professionals right now working tirelessly to get that mouse back online.
Sparker might have a beard by the time he's ready to play. The hair is growing out on the chinny chin chin chick, and we are still waiting for him to get comfortable. But as that main hit scan DPS, arguably the most important man to be able to aim on the team. Let's talk about the big picture, though. We've seen 2 maps from these teams. They played very aggressive in control, of course. The second map, we slowed things down. We're going into this next map. It's Flashpoint. Plays similar to Control that map number 1. So macro level. Are you going dive? You going poke? You going rush? What's going to work here best?
I think the biggest challenge here is for Funny Astro, right? Lucio is his specialty. That's when he's one of the best in the world. On the other supports, personally, I think he's solid, but there is a drop-off when you have such a superstar Lucio performer and he has to go to something else. It's never going to be quite as confident. So honestly, if Funny Astro can deliver just a solid performance, just match what Violet can bring to the server, he's going to be looking good.
Let's call it a buck. Is Funny Astro as versatile as his counterparts on the other side of the stage?
Absolutely no way. This is a Lucio fanatic at his core. There are other heroes in his pool they can play, things like the Brig, but the reality is that Astro is a madman. This is a man who once got all top 20 spots on ladder, one tricking Lucio, one after the other. It's like, oh, that account's up there. Now I'm going to bring the next account and the next accounts. He plays a lot of Lucio.
Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, the players are entering the pre-game lobby. That is the first sign of success, Jake, as the former pro. How far are we from kicking off this map?
Hopefully just moments. Usually when you get into that lobby, start loading enemies, the equipment is all set, and hopefully we'll have no further tech issues this map. I know the players on Zeta are anxious to get back in. They don't like this series tied up 1-1 at all. They want to be in the lead. They want to be in the driver's seat. And really the one man standing between them and accomplishing that is the guy on your screen right here, Psycho. Huge performer for Space Station. Has unlocked new styles for them. Can he deliver against one of the best Korean squads here in the tournament?
For the conspiracy theorist in the chat, we see you. It would be Hottie's turn. You are right. Hottie would be the third member down the line to have a tech issue, but I see the map fly through. That means it has all been sorted. It is time to get into the fun as we are going to head this one back upstairs. Achilles, Avril, let's go to game 3.
Let's do that indeed. I like fun. Do you like fun? We all like fun. So let's have some as we jump into this map flashpoint to see who is going to be taking the lead in the series.
It seems like with the way that the bans have come on through, SG want to make sure that there's not going to be a fearless sub in, probably not wanting to go up against the dive with the Winston. The Lucio being banned away is really interesting because you do take away the strength of Funny Astro. You got to test his hero pool a little bit. Can Funny Astro bring the heat on some of these other supports? The only other real support that Funny Astro has good game time on is the Brig, but you're not going to have a Brig in this sort of matchup unless Hardy wants to play dive. But you know what? This is SSG. Their specialty is brawl. They're going to end up playing the Ryan. I do want to point out, though, there's not going to be a Sim. There's not going to be a Lucio. This is going to be a very unsupported Ryan compared to what Hardy is used to. How is he going to pilot this? Because usually you need those heroes to enable the Ryan.
Well, Bernard coming out here with that Diva flashpoint, going to be unlocking in 10 seconds as the Clash gets ready to come through. Alpha Yi back over onto that farm, but Psycho looking to contain with that Echo. A lot of pressure being applied to him on the sub-in.
Sparkers are going to need to do a lot of work here as well. Alpha Yi was a problem for them on the first map. No real hit scan coming through. Backbone carried on the May on circuit, but his 3 seconds of cast gameplay was not particularly inspiring as Zeta Division will get the early cap there. Poke, this time far more impressive. No Sims, no TPs, no Lucio for the speed boost of Space Station. It's hard for them to close the gap here. It's hard for them to really affect anything that Zeta Division doing as they just turtle up in the back line and they're just collecting free points, free cap.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, how do you try to get on top of somebody if you go in for that pin? You're putting yourself at risk because Finn on that Ana, he can hit you with the anti, he can hit you with the sleep dart and really shut things down. Speaking of sleep, that's going to be Sparker taken down. Psycho in the meantime does find Violet, sticky bombs across, take him out, get rid of the pylon as well. Bernard just going to be pummeling Hottie in from above. Nano now invested the dive into the back, looking to clean up Landon. And easily enough, Bernard will be able to do so.
And we basically just ended up in a poke phase where we're waiting for ultimates. No kills are going to come on through until the sleep dart was there. And we finished things out with multiple ultimates from Zeta. Psycho, not really a good dupe in that sort of situation. I think Space Station were mostly done. Unless he's going to go towards a swap. That was not particularly well played. But what's he going to swap to if he does? Could be a Tracer. Otherwise, what you really need here is Sparker to go towards a Sim if you want to give Hardy some mobility. Or you need Hardy to swap.
The time is ticking. Can they even get the touch? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Space Station just have to surrender this one. Ends kind of the way that it began. It was a free cap for Zeta to go ahead and gain control first and foremost, and then no contest.
That's probably... Would it be one of the weakest? No, it's an okay point for the Fire, but generally, if Zeta kind of lose out of the points, I think it's a little struggle for the Fire to retake. And Zeta, well, they'll just have fun on that first point. Let's see if Violet's ultimate finds much here. There's not much to block it through.
Captive Sun connecting on to Sparker. Bob gets sent out. Answering Captive Sun on the opposite side from Funny Astro. Going to see if he can find any targets. The Bob not really ending up in the greatest position, but Alpha E will fall. Funny Astro able to collect that kill, so Barrage not in play here for now as the point gets ready to unlock.
SSG at least on the point this time early. That's what you want to see, but Flora can always retake with his own Bob. It's going to be a 1-for-1-for-1.
The health bar is not looking great here on the side of the Zeta Division. That's going to be widely SSG leading out the fight, getting the cap at the same time as Bernard. Up and over the top, going to try to hold on to that mech. Does have the self-destruct, but don't really want to be forced to use it from here, but looks like he will. Just sends it down, trying to find a pick over towards the point. It's just going to be the pylon instead.
Free remake there, Alfie a little bit low on the HP. Where's this Bob going to come through from? That's your retaking tool. Hardy nearly has his ult, but this will be Hardy's first Earth Shadow of the game so far. Very rare for Hardy to find damage outside of 5 strikes in this matchup, so you got to get it where you can. It's a free Shadow though. Anybody on the ground is going to have to either Shadow, you can't cancel it.
Oh, there's the Amp Matrix out from Landon. Alpha E seeking angle, but just playing back here within the site, within the point. Bob not quite going to get finished off there until the very end. A decent long life. Flip is there. Shatter going to be dropped down, able to get the connection onto one. Fire strike across, does get a bit of damage there on the Finn, but he steps back up, finds the Nano, and Bernard alive and well. Floor with a headshot, gets rid of Psycho, and for now, Zeta Division will be able to maintain control.
Yeah, that's just great pocketing from Finn and Zeta Division. The one player that got shattered. I mean, Zeta at this point, no, Shatter should be coming online, so just feed one person, and Bernard can eat that, no problems, and now Alpha E, he's going to clean them all up. This point, 50% for Zeta Division, and Hardy's going to make a big decision here. I think he should swap. I don't think this round's going to work.
Yep. Stagger there on to Sparker. We'll see as the respawn gets ready to come in, and it's going to be Hardy matching now on the Diva.
So they're basically on towards a dive. It's going to be Alari Bap versus Alari Anna. And again, it's a big test for Funny Astra. His best hero is gone. Does he have the flexibility to be able to carry on this Alari, as we've seen previously, as Violet can do?
We asked that question about Hardy. He was able to step up to it in the last map, playing a really nice Sigma. Now the onus on the support line. Captive Sun again, though, for Violet. Astro a little bit further behind. Pulse Bomb going to be going wide. Psycho unable to find the opener as Bob going to be sent down here by Sparker once more. Psycho tagged up. Grabs that mini pack, keeps himself alive for now as Bernard just trying to stay into the mech, and with Finn lobbing in that Bionade, will be able to do so for a little bit longer, but then eventually just get broken down. Landon able to find that break. Cap, or the pop, I should say, though, on to Funny Astro. He gets taken down, but the cap comes through. Space Station gaining control right as the Division get up to 99. Barrage comes in. Landon going to go down. Supportless at the moment here for the side of Space Station Gaming. And Sparker now falling as well, but Hottie fighting back. The melee hit, taking down Flora. Finn under fire, gone. Hottie finding another as Alfie swaps over onto the Tracer. And even with the back and forth here, it's still going to be SSG ticking up.
Well, you need Alfie to touch, so a fast hero required here. No Lucio, in fact, so Alfie, that's his job. Bernard dying there was a linchpin. If Zeta didn't have Bernard down, maybe they could have won that because they were very competitive that fight, even without the ult on the tank.
Flip is in. Zeta Division gaining control of the point here for free. Astro sniped out of the sky. Trade on the Alaris, but Finn, alive and well, has that Nano ready to go. Bernard, the self-destruct, nearly in. Nano invested onto the Diva, can push forward, can deny a lot of this wall here, a lot of this Matrix. He's looking to do just that. Clears out the Immortality field. Alpha E swings in from behind. Landon gets picked off. And Zeta Division are looking to start things off 2-0 here on Saravasa.
Still got ults to play through, though. Zeta Division have to be careful here. They have to get the good cleanup with Bernard down. This could get tricky. Flora might feel forced to use this ultimate. The Bob could come through here. Hardy's still alive. I mean,
they cleared the baby Diva, but over time going to start bleeding down very rapidly. Eat on the Bionade. Hottie Albert in the corner, broken out of this one. Taken down, dealt with the Bob there to go ahead and just further frustrate the members of SSG, and that's going to be Zeta now up to map point.
I think it's important that Hardy is finding some value on this Diva because he was kind of concerned about playing. I mean, SSG didn't start on the Diva knowing that Bernard probably was. So it was strange that we saw the Ryan there. Hardy had no issues matching up against Bernard on the Sigma, but we've seen SSG play Diva here in this tournament already, so it's a little strange that Hardy just didn't decide to do that. Now it's 2-0 up for Zeta Division. It feels like SSG, if they just played the Diva from the start, they wouldn't be such heavily in a deficit now, because reverse sweep required on this map for SSG to get it.
Going a little bit further with the dive. Finally, Astro pivoting off the Alari, goes over onto that Brig. Slick threat onto Hottie. Anti coming through, but Widely is going to be fine. No real way to try to break the mech at this point. Speaking of which, point unlocked, and Zeta Division, again, just getting a free cap. No contest to be found quite just yet.
They're going to have less poke damage now that Funny Astro has swapped off, but he's far better on the Brig than he is on the Alari. And now Violet's going to show us how good his Alari is. Waiting for the Matrix, looking for targets, just spamming that one down, but he might die for it.
Oh, but he's 1 HP. He somehow has stayed alive. Healing amplified coming over. Violet gets away scot-free, and then Hottie gets broken out.
Oh.
He sends him to his doom. The headshot to put him down. Sparker will eventually find him, but you can see Violet completely nonplussed. A big wry smile on his face.
What an outplay. I mean, this is the capability you need. This is the Violet we were waiting for. Violet on Zen on Circuit, complete joke here. Now on Alari, that's the GOAT for me.
Looking incredible and looking like a 3-0 Zeta Division. Still do have the Nano ready to go. Their own Bob, self-destruct, about to be. There's a lob in from Psycho. A bit wanting a bit too far off the mark.
Bob
cannot
next.
find that stick, so kill cannot come through, and yeah, Bob's going to have to be invested. Goes forward on to the point. Bernard boosted up, just rolls over Landon before the immortality field can even fully bloom out and get that nullification. He ends up falling. Self-destruct now going to be invested to push forward. Bernard will lose his life here. Sparker's able to claim it, and Hadi cleaning up too means that they can get this flip.
Now the long road ahead for SSG. We already talked about the reverse sweep on this particular map, but now it's a 0-99 as well required. No more mistakes allowed. Flora has a Bob available for the retake. Landon is the only one that really has an ult on life for Space Station, and for Space Station...
Oh, that's not good.
Psycho, where was that? How did he just get taken down by Finn? Finn's actually kind of exposed here.
It's hard to say, but I mean, Amp Matrix is going to be invested, but not the greatest angle to try to play off of. Landon anteed out, does manage to actually utilize it though, as Finn will fall. Violet dead similarly, and Bernard taken out of the mech. But the flip is in, yeah, as you say, Zeta Division getting a little bit of a back cap, making them think twice, trying to pull that attention away. They full focus on the front lines. And ultimately, Space Station, they lose a bit of time, a bit of percentage.
Well, I think it's a lot more than a bit because the cap caps up really fast here. So even that amount of time, that's at least 20%, I think, 25 even. So for Space Station, they should be much further ahead. You can kind of allow the cap to go like that, but for Zeta Division, really heads up play. Nice kill initially onto, who was it, Funny Astro, but SSG, they do hold at least, and they still have control.
But here comes the back cap once again, just continuing to threaten that one. Alfie interrupted.
Here's Bob.
And Bob out onto the point to try to clear the way.
Not contesting.
Yep, Alfie goes back through, the flip back into their favor. Sparker down low, a sliver of HP remaining. Rally now popped. Funny Astro trying to get the peel. Landon under fire, taken down below half the immortality field, going to be forced out. Pulse bomb at the ready here for Alpha Yi, and now that immortality field is not there to deny it away. If he gets a stick, it's going to be a kill. Up and over the top, Violet playing aggressively, goes diving in, but he is overstepped, ends up falling down. Nano across from Finn, goes to Bernard, but the healing throughput is not going to be there. The counter flip back into their favor. SSG looking like they're going to be able to extend this one with some misplays from the side of Zeta.
Yeah, sloppy from Zeta there. Not Alfie, but Violet rather going for those plays. He was really good at it before, but this time he misses all of his shots. They had way more ult push, by the way. Nano was there. Bob was there. The Bob initially got the flip, but they gave time for SSG because they couldn't clean up the members. Sparker didn't have the Bob at the start of the fight. He had to build it over time. And so once the Funny Astro rally was gone, SSG were blanked out. They had nothing in the bank economically. Zeta should have really locked up this map. Another sloppy situation. We saw plenty of sloppiness on Circuit Royale, and some of that is extending now onto Survasa as well.
Zeta Division going to see if they can try to close the door right here on him. Immortality field this time around is back available, and Alpha Yi cannot find value off the pulse bomb. Amp Matrix here on the corner, dynamite into Landon's face, has to peel back as Funny Astro plays forward. Landon able to survive, but for now, cap cannot come through. Amp Matrix will expire, and now Zeta Division can start pushing forward once more.
Need the rally to come on through. That'll give SSG the much required HP and time to be able to get this cap underway. Hardy is so low, though. He's going to have to end up burning the self-destruct as Bernard dies.
He ends up well into the back lines here.
Oh,
and Hardy going to be able to find Finn. Takes him down. Immortality field, not enough to try to save his life. So solid value found off the self-destruct. And I believe at the first time, it's going to be Space Station getting the initial lockdown to the point.
That's what they need. If they want the 2 rounds coming up through, again, they have to get the reverse sweep here on this map. They successfully got the 0-99 comeback on the previous point. And Bernard's going to make the swap, and Hardy's going to make the swap. Okay, this is now a potentially good matchup for Hardy. You want to have the Ryan into the Sigma. However, Alfie is also going to take this chance to go back over towards the Farah to really put the pressure on top of Hardy. And now Sparker has to return the pressure onto Alfie.
Pulse at the ready. Psycho, quick peek in and around the backside. Bomb nearly built up. Amp Matrix for Finn. Violet, moments away from having the ult online. Psycho still pushing forward, still seeking a target. Hadi going to be taken down. Captain Sun going to be coming through, but there's a stick. Immortality field out from Finn, able to save their lives as Violet will find the pop on the Landon. Alpha Yi the one casualty thus far, but Psycho taken low. Has to backpedal away as the Bob does get invested. They can't deny it access to the point, but the flip is going to be there. I should say the point area.
That's not a worthwhile Bob. I mean, it doesn't hit the point, but more than that, it's a wasted ultimate because they lost the fight. The only reason SSG might go for that is they want to extend the 80-99. You don't need to on this map. 80, our flashpoint is as good as 99 as far as last fights go. So that's a heavy tool gone now. SSG on the retake. What do they got for the retake? That would have been a perfect retake tool. Sparker's made a huge mistake.
Could be the critical one here as Flora, his own Bob, now getting ready to come up. Dynamite a little bit wide. Bob at the ready. Finn, however, taken down. Psycho. Critical kill. Who needs ults on the retake if you just find neutral picks like that? The Finn eliminated, Bob goes out. Not yet cleared, but Psycho does get punished. Floor the Bob able to find Sparker. And the rest of the team here from Zeta Division finding their footing. They need to get the flip back though. 85% built up inside Space Station. Hadi still swinging, still pushing forward here, trying to get on top of Bernard, trying to isolate and pick off this Sigma, but now he's in a bad spot. Has to try to dash out, but cannot. Takes a rocket to the back. And Alpha, that one shot, it might have just won on the map.
Psycho needs to go for the touch here. They have players nearby. Funny Astro is there as well, but Hadi cannot touch. He's back on the Rhine. He's not going to be here in time. Psycho has to do God's work to keep this point alive.
He's in, forces out the overtime. Hadi going to be able to rejoin quickly. The shatter nearly there, but it has to be a big one. Psycho stunned up though as Bernard puts him down. The Flux coming through. Gets the pickup, pulls him up into the air as Violet tries to zone away Funny Astro, and that will be it. Scoops up the Rhine, no more contest. Overtime bleeds down, and Zeta, they will gain the lead once more, 2-1.
I'll tell you what, Christopher at the end of Circuit Royale says, maybe you should ban Lucio. Chang'an says, bet I will. Lucio out of the picture. Now, Funny Astro put into a weird spot for Suravasa, and it ends up being SSG being a little bit uncomfortable with what they're trying to play. They start out on the Rhine, but there's no supporting cast around the Rhine to enable the hero. You can't just put a Rhine in there without anything. No Lucio, no Symmetra, nothing to enable the Rhine, so that's just not a good pick. Hadi was somewhat competitive on the D.Va. I thought that was fine. If they could just play the D.Va from the start, maybe there's a better chance. Maybe after that 4th Palace round, we could have had another one. But you have a situation with, even at the end, Hadi decides maybe we should play the Rhine. Because Burner goes over towards a Sig, Hadi gets baited into the Rhine. It's a good matchup, but you still don't have a Lucio, you still don't have a Sim. And it ends up being that Zeta Division have just a better macro, kill power, Alpha back on the fire, ability to frag out towards the end there. And unfortunately for SSG, just not their map with the Lucio gone, but the Lucio will be back in future maps.
Yep, can be back into the next one, and it's going to be their map pick to try to keep things neck and neck at 2-2. But for now, Zeta Division out in front, have the lead. Still 2 more wins necessary to take this series. Let's pass it back down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A very swift game of Flashpoint. It was almost a 3-0, but Jake, you said, hold on, this one's not over. SSG's coming back. How'd they start that comeback?
They started it by getting onto some better heroes, frankly, like get Hadi off the Rhine there. I know Hadi's great at the Rhine, but that's a spot where you just need a little bit more mobility, a little bit more potential. I mean, Landon's on the flank, making plays on the BAP. He needs a little bit of follow-up, a little bit of oomph that the Rhine just doesn't bring without the speed.
You called the Lucio ban. They take it away from Funny Astro. How do you play on the Olari?
They played great. This is what we've been waiting to see from Violet all series long. We know Violet can be incredible on it. And Violet, I mean, the results speak for themselves. Continual high-value plays, getting out of situations at like 2 HP when clearly you should have died. It was great. But also, more importantly, Puckett, this is in the larger meta of the hero ban system. When you know you have a really valuable ban up against your opponent, the most important thing you need to do is actually win the map when you drop it. No feeling is worse in the system than getting their best ban out there and still losing the map.
Jake, you used to be my favorite American player. Now it's Landon. What does he bring to the table with that BAP? It feels like he's healing almost as much as he's dishing out damage.
He's probably doing more damage. I mean, frankly, Landon on the BAP is nice. He puts down damage. He finds these solo kills. When he drops the window, sometimes he just blows enemies away. And honestly, that's exactly the asset you need if you're Space Station Gaming. You know, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more playmaking. And I think he was great in that map, but it wasn't enough. Zeta Division, there's too much strength across the board. It's not just 1 or 2 players. They're all amazing on those heroes. SSG now gonna have to go back to the drawing board, find the map to even up the series. But for me, Circuit Royale was their strongest option. And now, yes, they can create maybe a little bit of comfort, but there's no obvious clear Rhine map.
If you're just joining us, of course, we are playing a best of 7. You can see the 5 different game modes. Once the game mode is picked, we gray it out. So you have hybrid, you have push remaining, and if we go to a game 6 and 7, all of these open up against ZP.
Yeah, and that'll be very interesting should we go that deep. We haven't seen it a whole lot so far. We got in one of our best of 4 series, but that's where the strategy takes an entirely different level. For me, as I look at this, I'm feeling that Eichenwald pick here, just because even as far as hybrid maps go, it's something where you can play a little bit more up close and in your face, especially on points A and C. So they go Eichenwald, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, Jake, what do you expect to see? SSG, you nailed their last pick. You nailed the bans. What do you got coming my way this time?
You know, I wouldn't mind an Ike, wouldn't mind even, let's say, a Coliseum. Aruna Sapi's been seeing a lot of rush on that map as well. For me, I'm a little bit more worried, though, for Space Station on the bans. I think they find themselves in a potentially tough spot. The Symmetra is really the last one of those key pieces to their unique style that hasn't been banned yet. Zeta Division might want to target, but at the same time, you know, if you are SSG, you kind of want to ban that Ana. You want to shut down the Winston dive style.
Right.
You already used the Winston ban. So if you ban the Ana, you expose yourself to a sim ban, and I'm not sure how that would play out.
That's right. If you ban one of the characters, of course, that whole zone is gone. DPS, tank, or healers. On the other side, of course, the opponents, they just got rid of Lucio. They've shown that they're going to take that out of the game. What do you expect to see from Zeta Division now going into SSG's pick?
I mean, it's really going to depend on the map first and foremost, because that'll really inform what hero they're going to be coming out with. But again, you kind of have to think about what are they actually comfortable playing, and it's any hero that is very comfortable being a little bit more brawly. So, you know, I could even see they've already banned the Rhine. Maybe they'll go forward and they'll ban something like the Ram if they think it's something that would get played. But it's also difficult because I think in situations where they might be playing the Ram, they'd probably just play Rhine at this point.
Now, ZP, you're never wrong. You're just early. Last time you said we might see some push. Guess what? We're going to see some push. They're going to Runasabi this time. SSG is going to pick the map. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, to me, them bringing it to push also goes to the idea that you think about what Zeta Division is weak at. Things get chaotic. You go to push. It's a map type that can also get a little bit chaotic, and you get a few fights in a row. Suddenly, the other team's on the back foot. I think the more structured the map is, probably the worse it is for Zeta in the series.
Okay, Jake, you said that watching Runasabi, we should expect some rush comp. So give me the best one possible here if you're SSG.
I mean, SSG, they probably going to go with what they always do with that Sim Mei, but it does put them in a weird spot in the bans. You know, those heroes could be targeted by bans from Zeta Division. I think Zeta would prefer a little bit more of an open brawly rush, like maybe a Queen with a Tracer and an Echo, or a hit scan Tracer. Much faster style than the, you know, unique style that really only SSG wants to play with the Mei Sim. And I haven't seen the Mei Sim on this map. I don't know how exactly it plays out. I think the ban is going to be a tough spot here for SSG. Their options a little bit more limited as we move deeper into the series.
And I was going to say, Circuit Royale, they already used their Pharah ban, so Alpha E is going to have that available. He showcased it for a little bit on the last map. Is that his go-to comfort pick on all maps, or is this going to be comp dependent?
I don't think Alfie is one of those players that you can really put on one hero. I mean, the Pharah is going to come out a ton against SSG. It's really a thorn in their side. It's a powerful hero shutting down these low ground comps. But for Alfie, he's got the Pharah, he's got the Echo, he's got the Genji, he's got the Trace. I mean, he can play pretty much everything, and there's no way that none of his heroes are going to be relevant here in the series. He's always going to find a comfort spot.
We just added 2 minutes to the clock. Means the players are stalling once again. Is this mind game, ZP?
Look, I've seen enough gamesmanship in sports in general to know nothing is out of the realm of possibility. It probably is just tech issues, but
emergency bathroom break potentially.
Yeah, exactly. It's all within the realm of plausible deniability. You know, a little tech issue here, a little walking away there. But also, you know, I'm just thinking while they're there, it gives them a little bit extra time to think about bans and what they do if Zeta decides to ban something like a Mei, which also is something that could come out here.
I'm excited to see what the coaches decide here. A lot of pressure. What's on the line? Well, they've already made 40,000 playing for 80K, right? If they can break into the top 4, some serious money. And of course, the club championship points are on the line. So we'll see what both of these teams are able to accomplish. Let's take a look at the all-in prize pool. Jake, $1 million for a week of work. This is an awesome payday for everyone in attendance.
Such a huge event for the Overwatch players here. I think everyone knows this is the biggest event of the calendar year here in Overwatch. The most money on the line. A lot of these players are really in here this year, teams here this year, to be at this event, to place well. And Space Station Gaming, I know they're gunning for a strong placement in the club championship. The difference between 5th, 8th, and 3rd, 4th can't be overstated when it comes to getting those club championship points and securing your part of a $20 million prize pool in that club championship.
Players are taking their time, so let's remind you all at home what is going on in the big picture. We, of course, started with the round of 12. All of our 3 seeds were selected by the 2 seeds in that opening round. Now, we're in the round of 8, where the winner of each group got to pick their opponents, and this decision was made by Zeta Division. Why do you think they felt comfortable picking SSG?
I think it's one of those things where you look at SSG, you know that they might have a few gimmicky comps, some stuff that'll give you bad looks, but if you think about which team is better on the fundamentals, I think it's hard to look at SSG and think that they're going to beat you on the fundamentals, especially if you could get, you know, mirror matches or just more standard situations. So if you're Zeta, you look at this and you go, look, we just think we're more mechanically skilled, and even if there's some, you know, twists and turns, we're going to beat you when it comes down to it.
In the end, I mean, I think Zeta made the obvious choice to take SSG.
Okay.
Because think about it, there are other options. It was Falcons or Toronto Ultra. I mean, those are just much more scary, much more difficult to pin down squads. For Falcons, I mean, you've lost that team before as Zeta. You kind of would rather meet them later on in the tournament. Although they lost to OALGD, I don't think anyone's like super happy to play Falcons. And Toronto Ultra have just shown a plethora of different styles. They look great on this meta. So in a way, this is kind of the least of all evils. In the end, all the teams in the top 8 are strong. There's no free lunch going into the round of 8.
It's the third best team in all of Korea playing for Zeta Division, going up against the best in Europe in SSG, and we want you to get to know Funny Astro, the best Lucio to ever come out of the UK.
Space Station Gaming right now, I think they're the best in the West, and I think they proved that at the Dallas Major. The only problems they're going to face are the Korean teams.
I think our goals for this tournament are at the minimum to beat one Korean team. Obviously, the biggest goal for us is to win.
I think it's a good opportunity for them to kind of prove that they are on the same level, maybe just below. It's hard to tell because of this giant patch that has come through, but it is a tank-orientated patch, and they've always been a team that has rallied around Hardy, so there's potential there.
I think joining SSG after the Overwatch League died has been a really great journey. I think we've got so much talent on the team, a lot of great European players, and it's been a fun ride over the last few months. It's great that we've managed to keep the core of the old Spitfire squad. Hattie, Chris, Landon, all the players that came from there are incredible to work with, and it's just a great team environment to stay with all the time.
The difficult thing for Space Station, and I think a lot of the Western teams, is taking a single map off of Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. No one could at the Dallas Major. Like, no one could. And I think Space Station, they've got the potential, but I think it's quite unlikely still.
I mean, I really want to beat Crazy Raccoons. I think in our match against them in Dallas, we kind of underperformed, and it was a bit of an embarrassing showing from us. And this time I want to get my revenge.
I think Space Station is still the best Western team, unless Toronto Defiant come out and shock everybody, which I think there's a high probability of them doing so.
I'd say we're definitely the best Western team. After the Dallas Major, we've got a lot of confidence. We're winning all the tournaments in Europe. We're very confident we're the best in Europe. The only real American team we have to worry about is Toronto, and we're confident we can beat them on LAN.
Space Station Gaming's chances at EWC are still pretty high, and I think we might see a repeat of the Dallas Major, but I think Toronto Defiant also have a very good shot. And I think Space Station Gaming and Toronto Defiant, those are ones that are going to clash the heads most. The Korean teams are going to be able to just kind of take it to them. Maybe the European teams, the Western teams take maps off of them. It's really the rivalry that should be looked at is Toronto Ultra and Space Station Gaming.
I'd say to other teams, the only message I have is that we will win.
Awesome stuff there from Funny Astro at Space Station Gaming. You can tell they're a fun group of guys. Of course, they're here on the biggest stage, but it doesn't look like they're feeling pressure. But Jake, during that piece, you were saying, you know, if you're having a tech pause, it's totally different. We'll get to that in just a second. First, the update on your bracket. Crazy Raccoons are through to our Final Four. We're going to find out who they play at the end of the night as Falcons take on virtus.pro. Right now, though, Zeta Division up 2-1 in our best-of-7 over SSG. And immediately following this matchup, we'll find out who plays that winner as Toronto takes on Twisted Minds. We could have a long day. I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while, so get comfortable, get your DoorDash order in right now, and be ready to feast throughout these games because, Jake, we have a very tight matchup. This is Runasabi's pick. Space Station Gaming, though, on the back end of this one. Is it in their head at this point? When do you start to panic?
To be honest, this is a high-pressure map for Space Station Gaming. There's a lot on the line. This is your next map pick, right? Of the 2 modes remaining, this is the best one you've got. And so you've got to punch back. You've got to even up the series here and now. Falling behind 3-1 really would be devastating.
Runasabi is your map. We are playing push. You got a robot, you got a wall. Try and push it into the opponent's base. Time for the bans, though, which will have a huge impact on this map. Space Station Gaming going up first.
All right, and the ban coming out is the Brig. Not too surprising here, especially because it's something that Zeta would be using to try and, control heavy brawl-style compositions from coming in. And in return, though, the D.Va gets banned, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strong, responsive ban. Brig, traditionally one of the best counters against the D.Va. So by getting rid of the D.Va, maybe you're not so worried. And, ooh, I like this. Fearless coming into the lineup. I just have so much faith in this man. Why? You put him on the Winston, he just eats, man. This guy finds kills that I didn't think were possible. He somehow always has Primal, always has Jump. Feels like you just can't shut him down.
Is there a hard counter to the Winston? If I see Fearless, I'm going to be telling my boys he's probably bringing it out against us.
I'm going Torb Bastion, but I don't think that's such a good idea in the pro match.
Americans might not want to weigh in on these things sometimes. We've got our pro teams on the stage, moments away. It's a 2-1 lead. Can Zeta Division make it 3-1 and put themselves on match point, or will we tie things up? Let's send it up to our casters. Avril, Achilleos, take it away.
Thank you very much. That's the question that we are now ready to answer. Is Zeta going to start to break away? Jake was talking about it, how very important this map is for Space Station. If you cannot close out here, is it all over? Does Zeta just start to run away?
But I think SSG have a good chance of closing out because they forgot about the Hardy Malgas. They being Zeta here, they being Rascal and Changu as a coaching squad, because what's going to happen is Fearless is a dive tank. Both Ball and also Winston, which is primarily what he wants to play, potentially just hard countered by Hardy swapping over towards Malga. They already ran Malga versus Gaming Gladiators yesterday. Extremely effective. I actually think if you're looking at Zeta, you would have had a better matchup here, keeping Bernard in with the possibility of the D.Va, but guess what? They also banned out their own D.Va to force Hardy onto something like a Winston of his own, but he's going to start on towards the Ram. As this matchup progresses, though, watch for those swaps.
All right, well, they were talking about Fearless on the Winston, as we often do, but he's going to be coming out the gate here with that Wrecking Ball. Now, scouted out, Psycho catching a glimpse. We'll see if that's going to be forcing swaps here on either side as they identify each other's comps.
They see the ball now. That's been spotted for sure. And a big, long rotation. SSG have the better position. They have access to a lot of health packs up here. Zeta are in the open for the most part.
Pile driver down, getting the pop up there. Funny Astro going to be the first to fall. Has been able to go ahead and snipe down that enemy Lucio, but Fearless does get gummed up, does get taken down, so it's going to be a one-for-one exchange. And without the tank getting the push going,
oh my
it's going to be a little bit difficult, but Hadi just kind of watching Landon get absolutely blown to pieces. Nothing more that he could do. Alpha Yi unleashed once again here on this bar, and he's already having a field day.
I mean, Space Station, though, what was that? They had the kill onto Fearless. It was such a good exchange, and then they just let Landon die. And, of course, without that BAP healing, Hardy's now going to go down as well, and Zeta Division, they're going to get the advantage here. They're going to get the bot moving when, honestly, I think Space Station won that first fight. They just got surprised by Alfie, like they forgot he was there. But there's the Malga, like I said.
Yep, swap coming through. Still could be a decent ult battery for that Pharah there in the sky. See, though, how they fare and whether or not the adjustments are going to have to come through on next deaths from the side of Zeta.
If this works, Fearless is in trouble because his hero pool is really geared towards dive tanks. What's he really going to play here? Does he have to move over towards his own Ram, his own Rhine? For now, though, their poke is at least working.
I was going to say, not sure if it matters if Funny Astro's just going to be taken down for it, able to find that opening kill. Landon now in a pretty bad spot. He's passively healing himself up as run through, not going to be able to find the stun here. Fearless just sat back, wanting to try to push some of this healing over towards the likes of Violet especially, who is getting closer and closer to that beat, but because Funny Astro's had such a bad time, Violet is now getting ready to double his ult charge.
The pressure is on here. Remember, the picks are still coming through for Zeta Division. They got Funny Astro down early. Space Station still struggling to recap and just regroup as 5 at this stage, at least with the respawners coming on in. They are getting some trades that'll slow down Zeta Division. It'll force Zeta Division themselves to go into a bit of a regrouping phase. It'll make this next checkpoint a lot more approachable for Space Station, but due to the fact that they did go for a comp swap here, they're behind in ultimates. It's really important to consider as Zeta Division looks at 4, and that's a lot to cap with.
Yeah, push moving closer and closer to that checkpoint now. 4 ults ready to go. The minefield, it won't take too long for Fearless to have that one online as well to get a 5th. Need that beat from Astro. They need at least a Kitsune rush here from Landon, have something to try to counteract once the trigger does get pulled to the floor. Going to be taken down. Sparker with some really nice shots. Does find that enemy Ash, and not much that can be done there. And crash across from Fearless. Nano across onto Alpha Yi. The double shot on the rocket, the drop down, the melee hit. Sparker falls. Alpha Yi able to find Hadi as well, and just like that, the pick on the floor completely nullified and exacerbated. As Funny Astro will be able to find one, but then he himself still taken down.
It seems like Funny, or rather, Alpha Yi is the prime factor here for Z Division to swing the tide of the game. Space Station otherwise would have had a pretty decent matchup, but they are struggling to put a lid on the Farah. Sparker and Hardy both have the capability for damage on towards Alpha Yi, but he's just so sneaky. He's receiving nanos here as well. That's the other thing you have to consider. When there's a ball on the field, it's actually unlikely for the ball play to get the nano. The nanos go elsewhere, and Alpha Yi should be the prime target here. So SSG, they'd like to shut this guy down, but it's just so hard.
Push again. Resumed here for the side of Space Station, trying to run back as much as they can. 5 ults for themselves, about to be online. Cage fight, 12% away here from Hadi.
Yeah. And that's going to be a really important ult. That's almost a guaranteed kill onto Fearless. With the tank down, Space Station will get their momentum. They're the ones capping right now. They're the ones that have 5 ultimates. Here comes the Bob.
Okay, Deadeye having to be canceled as the Bob comes running through. Sparker just looking to avoid that. Consider Rush sets up for the really quick headshot kills. So Flora loses out on the Bob. Minefield now dropped down as looking for the stun, looking for the cage fight. Fearless going to be caught up by it, just trying to stay alive, but cannot, like you said, effectively a guaranteed kill, and this time it is. Lead now gained from the side of SSG.
As the Malga says, we're ahead. We certainly are. If you're looking at SSG's POV, Fearless got caught in the trap. Hamster within the wheel, within the circle. The Bob taken care of by the Kitsune. Space Station had the 5 ultimates. They had the counters ready to go. Even you see the mines being put down there. Hardy just dives on through and stomps a bunch of them.
Tempo B coming through, and speaking of stomping, Hardy runs up, gets a 2-for-1 on the melee hit. Finn and Flora both going to be taken down, and this is a snowball. Very much getting started from the side of Space Station.
The question now asked, Fearless, what do you do here? The ball, I don't think it's going to be effective in this matchup anymore. So, as I said earlier, maybe Bernard should have stayed in. Fearless's hero pool, not ideal for this. There are more ultimates coming on, and Alpha Yi, his impact still needs to be high. He is the X factor for Z Division with this Farah. And the nano's coming for him.
Heals around the back, Fearless handing over the last few vestiges here of this nano, but now a lot of distance that needs to be closed out here. Hadi going to be antied out, trying to sprint away, but Alpha E is able to pursue. Finds an elimination. Suzu going to be burned. Landon will go ahead and break away as Alpha E falling so very low. 11 HP remaining on him, and eventually he will die. Psycho's able to find it, but it's going to be the one kill, clean kill coming through here. Space Station.
Yep.
Now losing control of the bot, but they still have a significant lead.
I mean, the nano is just so good on Alpha E because it allows him to play hyper aggressively. You're not scared of being shot down by Sparker. There's no real CC on the other side you'd be concerned about. Just rush in there, 500 effective HP with the damage reduction, and no one can really take you down.
Anti on the Hadi, Kitsune rushing everything in the kitchen sink, basically just going to be thrown here at him. Stomps in over the top at Alpha E with that barrage coming through. Funny Astro and Sparker both going to be taken down. Bob out, just continuing to poke and prod where possible, but Finn will get caught up in the crossfire, taken down, but Alpha E is still out for blood, still looking for more. Tuck away into the corner, Landon surviving somehow for a little bit longer. A little swift step over towards Hadi, but Hill's not found until just now. And Hadi will be able to find Fearless, so still not really finding stability here in the fight, our Zeta Division.
Space Station is still massively ahead as well, 89 to 40, so that's more than double distance with time going low.
There's none gained here.
Zeta Division going to be in for a bit of a struggle. Just the lead itself is going to be so hard to overtake as this time goes down, and now Ultimate's on board as well. So Space Station, if they win one fight, they're going to extend this to 100+, and once you get 100+, I think Zeta Division have basically lost the game.
Minefield's going to be used just to get them off the bot and try to start pushing forward. Psycho on the hunt. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Finn corralled, surrounded. Pulse Bomb goes off. Kill not going to be found here as Alpha E tries to shove him back. Alpha E does eat a little bit of damage, but ultimately Psycho able to drift away.
Who got Cage there? Because no one actually died. Hardy should be looking for Fearless every time, if not the backline. But Cage comes through, one of the most important ultimates for this matchup, but it does not result in a kill. Has to be a mistake there. Something must have gone wrong for Hardy. He must have missed.
One had to have been a whip, it would seem like. As for now, though, Space Station still just playing the time game. Deadeye at the ready from Sparker, seeking some shots there on a Violet, looking to try to get hound down here by Alpha Yi, and he will be able to get that kill. And with a headshot, finds Flora, but Psycho now dead. Barrage opened up. Hadi just pushes right up into Alpha Yi's face, does make him effectively kill himself off, but Hadi will lose his life for that one as Fearless crashes across. Flora is still going to be rejoining. Funny Astro backpedaling The bot still not in a fantastic spot, however, for the push. Zeta Division,
Could be staggers,
they need more, but yes, the staggers, that's exactly what they're seeking, but Funny Astro should be able to get out alive.
I think Funny Astro has to be saving these sound barriers for the Alpha E Nano now, because every single time the Nano comes through, look at Sparker's POV, he can't do a damn thing. This Nanoed fire with so much HP, so much damage, is just completely destroying Sparker. So every time the Nano comes in, SSG, if they don't have an option, they lose.
Deadeye trying to clear, tucked back around the corner there from Alpha E. The beat now going to be dropped, matched by Funny Astro. Deadeye still not going to be able to find any targets, so they're able to avoid that instantaneous death as Fearless crashing into the back lines, taken down low. Shielding has been popped, needs to get some heals here from his teammates. Bot gets closer to the checkpoint, rather has it.
Look at this.
Still needs to keep pushing.
Finn went over towards the carry. No more nanos available for Alpha E. Maybe Finn got too pressured by Psycho, but I think that's a mistake. You need to enable Alpha E to win this. A minute 30 left, and still plenty of meters to catch up on. Zeta haven't even capped yet. This is going very poorly for Zeta Division. Again, you have Hardy on the Malga, really dominating Fearless.
I believe they have the cap. That's at least in the back pocket. But like you said, 34 meters right now. The deficit they find themselves in, and Fearless is dead off the rip as the Kitsune Rush comes in from Landon. So a solid start, continuously shifting that bot away, taking away these forward spawns.
How can Alpha E carry the way he has without the Nano in play? Zeta Division might be shooting themselves in the foot with a minute left to play through and another cage online. Assuming Hardy catches Fearless here, you can call the game almost immediately.
Sparker taking some damage. The Bob going to be coming through, but Alpha Yi sniped out of the sky. Sparker with a headshot, able to come up with the goods. Flora now under pressure, has to move up into the cage fight. There's nowhere else to go. And he just gets taken down. Minefield will find the cage. Hottie will fall, but they need so much more than that. And there's just not that much time left. 39 seconds remaining. The pulse bomb going to be going wide. Kitsune Rush allows them to go ahead and try to close out the remainder of this, but then Fearless rolls forward, finds so many players from SSG, and he immediately gets taken down. Concussive blast, an attempt to try to send some players off the side of the map, but none falling for it, none getting taken out. Alpha Yi needing the barrage here, needing the setup.
Hardy solo for now. He has a charge available. Can still get out. Fearless finally understanding. Look, the ball is not the play. Go towards something you can counter. The Malga with ends up being the Orisa. Zeta Division, final opportunity. 10 seconds remaining. And you know what? The bot is on the wrong side of the map for Zeta.
It really is possible, but unlikely. Another Deadeye built up. The beat 4% now online here for Funny Astro. Could just see those exchanged. The barrage ready to go from Alpha Yi, but needs the setup. It does not have that nano as we've been highlighting. Alpha Yi taken low. Last second. Shielding coming through, the barrage raining down, but Hottie is just sat there mowing him down with the twin machine guns. Finds the kill, the Kitsune Rush at play. Tap off the Deadeye, the final shot. Violet, Fallen, Fearless, dead. That's going to be the cleanup. That's going to be the map, and that's going to be us tied up at 2-2.
This is a complete misfire coming through from the coaching staff of Zeta Division. They completely forgot about the Malga. You should have seen it coming. We've already had this matchup. Runasapi was played yesterday. Just look at the VODs. Hardy played the Malga into Game and Gladiators, and Game and Gladiators got full capped out. I mean, the history is there. They kept Fearless in to do what? Play Winston? Play ball, play dive into Hardy. Why did they? It's a situation where Zeta Division banned out their own diva and then swapped Bernard out for Fearless. And they had the second ban. They had the second ban. They tried to ban Hardy's diva. For what reason? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. You should be in a situation where you keep Bernard in, you force a diva versus diva matchup, and then if Hardy decides to go, you know, something like a Malga, well, Bernard's there to play the diva to counter it. So that's just completely off the table.
Well, I mean, you have that. You try to get Hardy onto the diva, and then you have Bernard run the Zarya. And then if he pivots off, that's when he can just also pivot back to run that diva. So, I mean,
if Hardy wants to play Winston, then let him. You can play Bernard diva into Winston. That's a great matchup for you still. I think Zeta Division had many options here, and they chose probably the worst one. That this is not the right time to bring Fearless in. They misread the map. They misread the bans, and I think that screwed them over.
Yeah, a big misfire here as Runasapi goes the way of Space Station. We are all tied up at 2-2. This is still either team's game. We'll pass it back down to Puckett and the boys to break down the action.
Thank you, fellas. Welcome back here to the stage. I've got my analysts, ZP and Jake. And Jake, I want to start with you. Avril's being quite critical of the Ana swap. Do you agree with him? Was that required if you're Zeta Division to win these team fights?
Yeah, I think maybe the Ana could have been strong, but honestly, I think the bigger issue here is the tank matchup, right? I mean, conceptually, I agree with the D.Va ban if you're playing any team in the tournament, but you're taking on Space Station Gaming. They really love to play the rush. Maybe a Malga ban would have been more impactful in this spot, right? Force Haji to the D.Va. Even if the matchup's good, like, you could take the D.Va mirror. You could play ball versus D.Va. I don't care what you play. Just get Space Station off of their comfort zone. That's the most important thing for Zeta to get a hold of this series. In the end, it's Space Station's map pick.
And there's no more comfortable pick for Hadi than the Maga. This was a Hadi masterpiece where you take a look at how this map broke down. Hadi just didn't die. I mean, yeah, a lot of that had to do with the support coming in from Landa and Funny Astro and the really good DPS backup from Sparker. But Hadi was escaping from situations he had no business escaping from and just living in a way that just made them immovable from the point.
And as one-sided as that game might have been, you could see the intensity. Landon with the huge fist pump at the end. This is a moment to celebrate if you're Space Station Gaming. You've now tied up our series at 2-2. Jake, do you agree? Is Hadi our MVP of Game 4? And who do you think has been the star on both sides of the stage so far?
I would give the flowers to Psycho in that game. I mean, you think about without Psycho on this roster, bringing the Tracer at such a level, I don't think this comp really works at all for Space Station Gaming. Like, even if you play the Malga, you need the Tracer to control space on the map and shut down the opposing DPS. Get Finn off the Ana, right? It is Psycho ultimately creating those opportunities and putting pressure onto Zeta, preventing them from playing the greedy heroes that they're hoping to get away with.
Okay, so with Psycho on the stage, that means you got Sparker playing hit scan. How was his Cowboy? Did the mouse affect him, ZP?
Honestly, he withstood it. It's one of those cases where, as Cassidy, you have to give the Cassidy a base level of respect, just enough that Psycho was opened up to run wild. And it's not the only time we've seen this in this tournament. You know, you think back to what we saw for teams like Toronto, right? Where Sugar Free was going wild on the Tracer, and Merit was more of a supporting DPS in a sense, but that's fine. If you have a great Tracer and you can just make a little bit of space for them, that just works. And all the good teams this tournament have a Tracer that can play at that level.
Fearless kind of got bopped around on that map. We'll find out if he stays in the lineup. Jake, do you agree that it was a mess up on the coach's side? Was this just a better composition with the Malga coming out from Hadi? How did you see this map 4 breaking down?
To be honest, hindsight's 20/20, and the coaches, they've only got like that 1 minute. You see the map pick, see your opponent's ban. You have 1 minute. You got to figure out what you're going to do. What's your roster? What's your ban? You got to make all those decisions in a snap. And from Zeta's perspective, on average, while you're playing any other opponent in the tournament, I would agree, ban the D.Va. It's just a special case against Space Station Gaming. You've got to remember their wheelhouse, and I got to agree with Admiral. You've seen the Malga come out on this map before. You knew that that was a possibility for Space Station Gaming if you watched the tape, which I think for Zeta, they ought to have. And so in the end, would have loved to see a Malga ban on the map.
We've got 5 different game modes, and we've played 4 of them. That means you are definitely picking hybrid if you are Zeta Division. Is this an issue right now? Is one of these maps a strength for the squad?
Yeah, I think Zeta's going to bring it to Midtown. Like, on the other end, if this were Space Station's pick, I think they would have tried to do Eichenwald because of more close-range areas. Midtown, you can get a lot of value off the Illari. You can get a lot of value off of just the set plays that Zeta likes to do. I think Hollywood is a small possibility, but I personally think we're going Midtown.
Space Station Gaming lost to Fnatic on that Game 5 in groups on Eichenwald. Is there anything you could learn from that VOD watching the Doomfist? Is there anything else that you could expect to see in this? Because we got a few moments before our coaches make their picks, Jake.
I mean, I think whatever you want to play, I wouldn't mind seeing Fearless on a main tank, but to be honest, I don't think Hollywood's a bad choice at all. We really have barely seen it this tournament. Almost every team has gone to Ike or Midtown. But for me, this series, this matchup, Hollywood has a ton of verticality. Second point, third point. First is a little bit slower, maybe with some of those poke heroes a little bit more easily online, but honestly, I have a lot of faith in Fearless. Maybe that map didn't go his way, but I think ultimately the bans didn't set him up for success. I think leave the D.Va in the pool. Like, leave all the dive heroes in the pool. If you are a Zeta Division, you have to welcome a dive mirror. Don't try to ban it out. Let it come and be confident that you are going to win out in the end. And for that, I think it really is up to them, their scrim experience. Where do they feel most confident? Like I said, I wouldn't mind the Hollywood, even though we haven't seen too much of it. Ike, not a bad choice. I think, honestly, any of these are great. In the end, the problem, though, for Zeta is there's only one map type left. The 5th map pick in the series is just the weakest one, right? Of all the maps to pick, you get the least value here. So Zeta in an uncomfortable spot. They're getting a map pick, but you really want to win, secure yourself an advantage here going into that potential Game 6, Game 7.
So ZP called Midtown. You called Hollywood. Let's reveal the map behind us, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we going? You did it again. Babylon Hotel tells me we're going to Hollywood, Jake.
Let me cook. Let me cook.
So, can you name the bands?
Name the bands. Ooh, okay.
Putting him on the spot. He crushed it, map.
I wouldn't mind to see. I'm not
hardest.
sure if a Baptiste has already been banned. I can't
go ahead and say
the
yes.
top of my head. But if it has already been banned, maybe I guess they can't ban it again. But wouldn't mind see just preventing Landon from getting on that hero. He is such a monster on it. Just shutting that down, securing like let's play a dive mirror. That's for me the direction I want to see Zeta go. But there's different bans that could accomplish it.
BAP has not been banned by Zeta Division. Sorry, it was definitely Funny Astro's Lucio, the other support that has been banned, and we saw a BAP banned in the previous matchup. But ZP, what are your expectations? If you're Zeta Division, what are you trying to remove? Do you agree with the BAP?
I mean, the BAP could be a good ban. What I'm thinking right now is what's going to be banned against Zeta Vision. And I think Ashe is super, super good right now. And also especially a great hero in Hollywood, probably more of a strength to Zeta. So I really think you either protect your Ashe if you're Zeta, or if you're Space Station, you get the Ashe out of there.
Lots of decisions to make if you're the coaching staff. This is the Game 5. This is where you're truly going to pivot in a best-of-7. Will Zeta Division be able to pull out in the lead? They took map number 1, and we've just been going back and forth ever since, Jake. Is this going to be potential 6 maps, or do you think we're going 7 at this point?
I feel like 7's very possible. You got to remember, if Zeta do win this, you know, on the other side, Space Station Gaming, they're going to have all 5 modes open back up. Yes, you can't replay your strongest maps, but you will have a lot of power for that map 6 pick to force a game 7. So right now, Zeta, you got to win this to give yourself that reliable game 7. At this point, you're getting a little bit worried.
We've already played 4 game modes. The final one here out of 5 is going to be hybrid. You have to unlock the point, then push the car. And this is a map that's been in here since Overwatch 1. So all 10 of these players on the stage, very familiar. And they're saying, let's get rid of Life.
Actually, this is even smarter. You don't need to ban the BAP. You just need to protect your Ana. You save the BAP ban for a potential game 7. Masterful by Zeta.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. We're at the point now where the Protect bans come into play. And look, I don't hate the Orisa ban either. It's a strong hero on this map, and it's one of Bernar's best. Even though we haven't seen a whole lot of Orisa in the tournament, it's something that maybe could have come out, especially on point A.
It's an interesting ban, honestly. I don't love this ban. I don't think it's really a necessary hero for anyone. People have been playing it against the Mauga, but for my money, it hasn't really been working, even though theoretically it's a decent matchup.
They're banning 2 heroes we haven't seen yet today. We'll see who comes out on top. Reminder, Zeta only able to choose from our 3 hybrid maps. They choose Hollywood, and the map is ready to go. So let's send it upstairs to Achilleos. And Avril, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, let us jump into this. Hollywood, a rare sight here in this tournament, has not been played very much at all.
Yep.
And with the limited options remaining, we will go ahead and jump into the hills of California.
I was waiting for Achilleos. I said in the segment there could be a Lifeweaver throwaway ban, and that's exactly what you see Zeta do here, because you have to protect the backline. So agreed on all fronts in terms of that comment. Orisa, I think it's another throwaway ban. Essentially, you have Zeta just wanting to make sure if you want to play dive, Brigana's available. And for Space Station, you remove one of the Malga counters, but you haven't removed the main one, which is the Diva. However, Fearless is in, so it ends up working out for them. For people that forget, the bans happen first, then the rosters are decided. So Zeta could have swapped Burner in if they wanted to. They opt to keep Fearless because they really want to play towards the Winston. But look at the read here. On the defense, Hardy spawns on a Malga. He already knows, he already believes it's either going to be a Ball or a Winston. And so he's just going to get ready with the Malga early on. He's actually hiding the Malga result. Once we go over towards the point, you'll see that he doesn't want to reveal it too early, but eventually they will find out.
Yeah, quick peek out there from Psycho to go ahead and confirm it. Not that they hadn't already heard the Winston. As Fearless leaps up, gets himself situated onto the high ground as Sparker getting knocked back, but punish cannot be found. HP bar is going to be going low, but the ante on the 2 is absolutely brilliant. And that sets up for it. Ben able to nail him. Kills come across.
That's going to be the cleanup now. Space Station. What a Byron coming through from Finn to secure that one. Hardy trying to run around the other side of the map and just runs into his death. Once again, it's Alpha E on the Farah. We're pulling a decent amount of weight here. As long as Fearless doesn't get burned up by the Malga, Alpha E should be able to play through Sparker. So on that cast, there's a lot of work here to do. Brigana, that was a choice for the backline. Protected by the Lifeweaver ban. Zeta Division piling it through to B.
They're just trying to knock them off this high ground, displace as much as possible. Alpha Yeet right back over to Comfort. Sparker, pressure on him. try and get this far out of the sky.
Just move the payload along for now. Bait Hardy onto low ground. Remember, Malga, no high ground, low ground plate to be found, as we have potentially a technical issue here. But you have a situation where far more mobility coming out through the side of Zeta Division. They have the stronger comp, despite Malga being a good Winston counter. I don't think this is a good map for Malga, just given the map design. That being said, when we move to C point, this is where Hardy's Malga opens up. So you get into a situation now where B should be pretty simple for Zeta Division. They have the better comp, they have the time, they have the momentum, they're going to get first ultimates after winning the neutral. But if you're Space Station, the goal is you must hold C. If you cannot hold C versus this Winston composition, this map is not going to go their way. It's going to be a Zeta win.
Alrighty, well, as we wait to get word, I'll report to you guys once we finish, figure out what is going to be going on. But for now, looks like we are just going to find ourselves here in hopefully a quick pause.
Yeah, I mean, we just open up A point going over towards B now, and to sort of talk about some things mentioned on desk, I think this is a reasonably good choice coming through from Zeta Division. I also think that both teams understand this series could go the distance. You know, we're guaranteed a map 6, could even go to map 7. So the fact that we're using throwaway bans now means you are getting ready for the map 6 turnaround, where if you guys forget, once map 6 happens, which is guaranteed to do, the entire map pool opens up again. You can choose out of any game mode and out of any map that hasn't been previously chosen. So it's far more important to save your good bans for maps 6 and 7. Using them on map 5 is probably not the greatest idea, which is why both of our bans for this map, I would say, are throwaway bans.
Yeah, so you know, the metagaming is there. The teams, they've started at this point very much to figure out how to really play around with this system. Yeah. But, you know, has taken a little while for some of the teams. Some of them never really kind of figured that one out. And
or it takes them a while, you know. Maybe you'll make a mistake here or there. It'll take you a little bit to get in there.
Those ones, they've already had their keys crushed. But I'm seeing some ready checks here in the lobby, so I think that we should be good to just about get ready. We should be good to get ready to go back into this one here shortly, I do believe. As I think,
but not before Puckett has something to say.
Never mind. We have to. Yeah, Puckett's got to get a word in. Never mind.
Or maybe not. Not before.
Never mind.
Not before
Puckett doesn't need to get a
lie
word
to the audience a little bit. No, don't worry about that. We'll get back in the game at some point, but you know they'll sort the issues out. A little bit of technical issues happening today, specifically in this game. You know. Who knows what is actually really happening at this stage. It's just the SSG players having a little bit of shenanigans. It's changed out some mice here or there again. But I do think this is a very interesting series now because we are guaranteed map 6. I think the capability to go to map 7 is extremely high.
Yes.
You do want to have the lead here. You would ideally like to be the team. I mean, it sounds obvious, but not only just getting the lead in the series, but you want to be the team that has pick of map priority and also ban priority for map 7 if it goes to map 7. So being able to essentially be in the lead and be at like match point will give you that if we go the distance.
Well, we're back into the action. Quick little fix there. Now let's see how Space Station tries to hold things down here on this B push. For now, Fearless playing down onto the card. Psycho just trying to intercept as much as possible. Keep the locked into position. But as you say, Hottie going to be dropping down onto that low ground. Landon eating a bit of damage here. As rockets continue to fly across. And okay, Fearless just going to be Goomba stomping Psycho. Now I'll push forward. Sparker trying to find the punish, but he is overstepped. Everybody else spilling forward here off the back of this one. Hottie kind of leading them down into their graves. Shield will be raised by Violet. Does get stomped, does get taken low, but ultimately they're looking for a stagger as the cart's already moving forward.
You know, the problem here is you have an SGG squad playing Amalga on the high ground, which is great because you want to deny the high ground, but who is protecting the payload? It's Psycho's job. As soon as Psycho dies, if you don't drop down and aggress on top of Zeta, they get a free push. Zeta don't have to push. Fearless doesn't have to jump into you. They can just free push. So that's why Sparker, Hardy, and everyone else decide to drop down as a team. You lost your Tracer, you must contest.
A little bit of damage there on the Finn Psycho. Slinking around the flanks here. Does have that pulse bomb ready to go, but it's going to be another nano here on towards Alpha Yeet. Does get stunned up for a brief little moment as the bomb's going to be arrested from Flora. And Psycho finds a really nice little kill coming through. Violet under pressure. Rally going to be popped. Barrage comes out, but Alfie only going to be able to find one before getting interrupted and taken down here by Sparker. So man advantage very much is here for the side of Space Station, but their HP bars are suffering. Primal comes through. Sparker juggled up against the wall, cleaved down as Fearless finds himself 4 kills and gets the cap on B.
The best Winston player of all time is not going to miss any of that. It's Primal available. You didn't get to force it out earlier. A and B have been a big role, but like I said, during that break, C is where the money's at. Space Station cannot allow Zeta to finish this map. They have now the superior composition, I believe, for this final part.
Let's see if they can find their footing, because that's been lacking. That last fight, the closest one that we've really had so far, and it was still Fearless murdering them and getting that B cap. So now 4.5 minutes as we get ready to round the final corner here on this C stretch. Hottie, the cage, ready to go. As Alfie continuing to just rain those rockets down from above.
Have to be really careful here as well. Fearless could bait your cage and jump out. Your cage is coming.
Looking for it, but they're able to shield bash away.
Fearless jumping straight away.
Okay, well, there's the trap. So Fearless does end up getting caught, does get taken down. Cage for the kill for some semblance of stability.
Every single time you have Cage should be an instant kill to Fearless. Now, note that Orisa has been banned, so this is where I think Zeta might have been, you know, you take a risk by leaving Fearless in here, and Chris says, leave Fearless in here. If you do, we're going to remove one of the major Malga counters, and I don't think Fearless can play a D.Va, so what can Fearless do if the Winston doesn't work out? Zeta still really want to finish this map, and they kind of need to if they want to win.
Fearless on the jump forward, but Flora going to be traded out. HP getting willed away out in the back lines. Psycho doing wonders here for the team. As Alfie similarly going to be staggered, and this is just a brutal time by here now. Something that Space Station desperately needed.
I mean, 3 minutes more of this, I believe it. I think Space Station can do 3 more minutes of this Zeta. There's the opportunity, Nano, for either Fearless or Alpha E. Alpha E is the one that will get you the damage, but Fearless is the one that will make you space. So it's a hard choice for Finn. Regardless, though, you have a lot of ultimates. However, if you burn too many ultimates here, you're still not capping because the payload distance is really poor.
A lot of damage there on the Violet. Psycho continuing to be huge there in that back line as Beat comes through off the back of the Nano. Alpha E not really able to aggress off the back of this now. Still does hold on to the barrage, but needs to wait, needs to be careful for a very crucial moment. Violet down to 1 HP. Shield Basher on a Psycho, and somehow Violet being sustained back up the full. Bob going to be cleared at the barrage again, coming through. Alpha E able to find one. Hottie going to be taken down, but he's able to go ahead and get rid of Alpha E at the same time. But tankless now on the side of Space Station Gaming. Landon eliminated. This Flora finds one. Fearless continuing to push forward, looking for a little bit more and get some contained back over here towards the spawn room doors.
Do they have enough, though? Primal's available. Can they get that into action? Flora down is not good. So Zeta Division, they're backing out. They lose momentum. That could have been maybe the push. I mean, they had 5 members alive. Okay. A little bit more cleanup here for SSG. 2 more minutes. The payload being this far is both a good and bad thing because it will now remove Alpha E's Farah. He's going to have to swap the Echo. Farah, very poor gameplay, I think, on the very end of the point. The sort of like alleyways through here and this Hollywood set, still okay for the Farah, but once you actually get onto the cap itself, yeah, you got to swap off.
Spotted on the 1. The sticky bombs, smattering of damage going to be found, but it's going to be a long way to go to try to get that dupe online. Just under 2 minutes now here for the side of Zeta Division. Nearly half the time bank taken away here from them. We'll be able to occupy this interior high ground, though, for the moment. I believe a recall actually burned there by Psycho. Hottie still playing forward. Cage at the ready. Answering on the Sparker, going to be cleansed off. Fearless now popping the Primal Rage to Deadeye there to try to juggle him around. He dives back. Leaps in with the rest of the team. Sticky bombs from Alpha E, able to find one. Now Alpha E coming up with another. Farah be damned. He is still good as long as he is in the skies. Sound barrier committed from Funny Astro. Cage now going to be dropped in, but Hottie taking a sleep. Anteed out. Funny Astro dead. Then cleanup comes through. The push continuing, and it will be to completion. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. Zeta Division, they get to the end of Hollywood.
Yeah, they force it through there, and Alpha E doing work on their Echo. It's a fresh swap, and he ends it with 80% charge. Zeta Division doing exactly as required here to be able to win the map. And now for SSG, it's troublesome. This is really, really rough because they were banking on that C-point defense to carry them through on this map. The Malga wasn't going to have a lot of impact on A or B, but for C, they held for so long. They did so well until the pressure just mounted. The ultimates came on through. A sound barrier for Funny Astro catching only 2, and then when Hardy's the last one alive, essentially, you throw everything onto him. Sleep Dart, Bionade, Cage, not going to help you in this situation.
Space Station could be looking at a Zeta Division match point. If they don't get their act together for this point, as this map rather, as attacking Malga will be pretty rough. Hardy knows it. He's already on the Winston. But can you really play a Winston mirror into the greatest of all time on the Winston Fearless?
It's a solid enough question here. I think for now it might just be a flash, but I'm anticipating a changeup, but maybe I'm incorrect. Opening pot shot here from the Widowmaker. 10 seconds to go ahead and finalize things. See what Space Station do land on, but they need to have a strong attack coming into this one. Looks like we're going to go ahead and listen into Space Station Gaming now.
3, 2, 1, swing 1. Monkey here. I go one left, I go one left. Yeah, okay. Going left, going left.
Okay.
Getting left, get ready to go main, get ready to...
Walking left.
Yeah.
I'm staying
ready, like, can you swing main now?
Ready, 3, 2, 1.
Walking backline. Anna, break one, monkey, sweep the map, there are 5, push, I go behind.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, all one.
Ash one, break one.
Get we can trade.
Yeah.
Ash1. All one.
Okay, that was really good, guys.
Yeah.
They're close now.
I've Carlson.
All right, well, the first volley going to be staved off there, about a minute burn. They're able to get themselves up to that first tick, but ultimately Zeta Division able to stand their ground. You heard it right there. Everyone saying all one, but they couldn't quite confirm them.
Only for a moment, though. Everyone was low for a while for Zeta Division, but Finn and Violet was still there, so the AoE healing, the strong AoE healing, especially from Violet, keeps everyone alive. And they don't get any trades. Even one kill would have been good there. Hardy now antied out. Nothing to save him. No Suzu.
Yeah, it's off CD. It's on CD, I should say. And Hardy does get taken down. Cannot exit. And now the cleanup continues. As ults start coming online here to further exacerbate things for Space Station on the attack.
This is just the problem, right? You get into a situation where Hollywood finally comes through. Zeta Division know that they're the vastly superior dive team. I mean, even the fact that Space Station are on a Lucio Kiriko here, they don't have the confidence to play the Brigana because you can't match Finn and Violet on the Brigana, but you would like to play the Brigana as that's the superior ult combination, hero combination for the Winston.
Sticky bombs across, not finding too much there. Dupe online, Primal, the beat, two things lacking at the moment here for Space Station Gaming. Kitsune Rush going to be opened up first as the Nano goes across, Alpha Yi receiving that one, trying to go and tool again. Psycho, who goes for the dupe here onto the farm to try to get a barrage, quickly built up. He's up and over the top, but only halfway there. Drops down, a bit of damage coming through. Flora going to be surrounded, eliminated. Kill is found, but dupe now going to expire as Alpha Yi is able to break that one down. Funny Astro going to be taken down. Support's gone here on the side of Zeta Division, but the point not being ticked up. A minute and a half remaining. Fearless still alive, healthy, and has that Primal. The barrage as well in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Yi can do so much here, but it's the Primals. That's what we have to talk about. It shouldn't be a point loss. Fearless going to go for it.
Pops it, forces out that swift step, forces out the blinks. Looking to just try to gatekeep, knock them back here off this point. Second tick getting ready to come through. The contest still maintained, but Primal going to be expiring here from Fearless, and Hardy has one of his own to try to go ahead and further extend this one.
2 ticks now. Hardy's still thinking about it. They need players down. They need to just get some kills here.
Return coming through. Sleep on the Hardy. No way to put it in the person, but no, never mind. Alpha Yi. He's got it with a barrage. Trade out there on the Winston. Funny Astro going to be taken down as well. The trade up there for the side of Zeta Division. Looking for a bit more as they maintain control. 88.1% built up, but they're going to have to go again. They're going to have to give it another try. Because right now, Zeta Division, they managed to hold out hope of getting a full hold.
Just didn't think about the fact that Alpha Yi was going to come on in. Hardy should have probably been holding down the Q button, but you can't react in time when Alpha Yi appears. You just instantly die. You're sleeping. So this is now really, really bad for Space Station. Seeing they're sleeping. Hardy catches another sleep out. They got 3 offers online though. Can they get Violet down?
They're trying for it, and they will be able to get him. Hardy able to claim that kill in the end. Fearless as well, similarly taken low, and Finn cleaved down before he can try to commit in with that Nano. So full hold not going to be achieved, but still Zeta Division doing a fantastic job of working this time bank low as Alpha Yi tries to escape.
Putting the pressure onto Violet there. Good decision in my opinion. Finn the last support alive for that fight. Probably couldn't even see Fearless, but even if he does, Fearless would have a Nano and would have no supports left. So, taken. Could have been a full hold. Space Station, sigh of relief. First hurdle has been cleared. Now for the second hurdle. And remember, the reverse of what I said earlier is true. If Space Station get onto C, they can go Malga again. They have a good matchup there, but you have to get past B, and this is hard.
They only have 210. They're trying to make it happen. Decent damage across onto Fearless. Bubbles used. Psycho dupe at the ready. Kitsune Rush here for Landon as well. Nearly have that support ultimate advantage here, do SSG.
Nano still in play. Zeta can go at any point. No high ground control for Space Station whatsoever. Zalfi rules the skies here. They're happy to just slow things down. Speaking of slowing down, the payload is very slow at this point in time as a 5-man beat comes through.
No, I think an attempt at the coach gun there to try to knock him off the high ground, delay that beat from coming through. Pulse bomb lopped down at the floor, and Finn stands right on top of it. LP eliminated. Psycho finds him with the sticky bombs. Ultimately, the fight looking good here for the side of SSG. Can continue moving forward. Still some distance, however, to cover. Sparker just going to be taken down by the Dynamite in the back end.
Yep. It's a good fight, but remember, the payload distance is really poor for Space Station. They've really not had a lot of time to move things, so Z Division have another hold coming on through. This time with a decent amount of ultimates. Nearly the 5, especially if they can really just wait for it. Oh, Alfie is in a lot of trouble. That Nano.
The Nano coming through from Finn absolutely spares him his blushes. Is the direct hit on the Psycho, breaking the dupe, getting the kill. That's clean stuff. Alfie making the most out of that Nano. As Finn give him a second lease on life, the cart once again going to be halted. 57 seconds now remaining. Hottie trying to get up towards that next primal. Or going to be taken down. Sparker able to find one, but then Alfie equalizes, and that's advantage here for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, look at the time remaining, 35 seconds.
Hottie's
Space
so
Station
deep.
is still going to go for this one. Hardy wants the primal. Can he find anything? Psycho at least gets Alfie that space created. Remember, Zeta have more ults, Fearless primals as well.
Has it. His is going to be lasting now for a hell of a lot longer as Hottie's expires. Rally for Violet. Ready to roll. Support ults from SSG. A world away. Pulse bomb from Sparker, the next closest thing that they have, and he's going to need that to be big.
You have to mark Alfie here. The barrage killed Hardy before. He'll do it again if Suzu's not available. If Psycho's not there to stop him. Zeta Division can clean it up here. Violet still on the rally. Great defensive ultimates and the Bob. Even better.
Fearless maintaining control here of that high ground. Psycho forcing him back down. Mega Pact is going to be snatched up. We're now into the end game, the overtime. Starting to bleed down. Floor finds a headshot. Landon. Corpse falls to the floor. Anti on the Hottie. The shield bash from Violet sets up for the kill. Psycho gone. Flora just painting the kill feed orange as he finds all but one. And that will be Zeta Division picking up the victory here on Hollywood, taking the lead once more. But if we've learned anything from this series so far, it's that we're pretty much destined to go to 7.
Yeah, I know. I mean, 6 is guaranteed, but I think 7 is a possibility here as well.
Pool's opened up.
The bitter pill to swallow here, I think, if you are SSG, is knowing that, okay, even if you had defended C properly, you didn't allow the full cap to come through. Unfortunately, it didn't matter here because you didn't cap B. SSG had to have capped B, but they're just not as good on the Winston matchup. So the Malga, it's a good Winston counter, but not for most parts of this map. Zeta knew it. They weren't scared of it this time. They kept Fearless in. They said, you know what, we'll just beat you in the Winston, and the difference in the dive is staggering. You're just simply not going to beat Winston on that Winston. You're not going to beat Fearless on the Winston. And as we head into map 6 now, the entire map pool opens for SSG. But if we go to 7, it flips the other way around and Zeta gets the last pick.
And you correct yourself, but I don't think you need to. I think you could refer to Fearless as Winston at this point. This guy has been one of the greatest in the world. So, yeah, you can't beat Winston on Winston at all. But let's go ahead and pass it back down to the analyst to break down the action here for Hollywood and get us set up for maybe an extension into a final map.
Thank you, fellas, and I think this one a little bit faster than we expected, Jake. We didn't go the distance, as it seemed to be a bit of a tank difference in this one.
Yeah, you know, Fearless, he just looks so good. And I mean, Winston on Hollywood, I bet Fearless has played this map 1,000 times with that hero, and you saw it on the map. I mean, he was just impossible to kill, impossible to catch. You win like a couple fights here and there. Okay, if we mount a cage him, we can stop him, but you need some serious firepower to shut down Fearless, and you just don't have that every single fight.
Now, ZP, we had an awesome listen in there. We were listening to Hottie as he was trying to set up the push on the first point. Why were they stalling out? Why wasn't that working out for them?
I just think it's not a tank composition that Hottie and them are really comfortable on Hollywood. I think from the get-go, Zeta put them in a terrible position. The map pick, as Jake predicted, was very, very good for Zeta. They had to sort of engage in ways that were not optimal, and you know, again, it comes down to the Winston v. Winston matchup for a lot of this too, is that you put Fearless versus Hottie. You know, Hottie's competent on the Winston, but it's Fearless on the other side. This is a very, very difficult matchup for anyone in Overwatch, let alone Hadi, who usually plays more brawly tanks.
Jake, back in my day on Hollywood, I too was a Pharah. Is Alpha Yi the best Pharah in this tournament?
I think he's up there with anyone on the hero. Super solid, got a lot of experience on the hero in the last meta where Pharah was super dominant, and he's still making it work, making it sing really against Space Station Gaming. And really, it's an interesting selection playing the Ashe and the Pharah together. Very greedy, really puts a ton of pressure. You see Landon, I mean, visceral reaction.
Yes.
Dying first in the final fight on flex support. That's as bad as it gets, and I feel for him there. It's a tough spot to be in.
You can see the man's frustration on the other side, elation for Zeta Division. They get the 5th map pick. It wasn't ideal to be in this position to be choosing on map number 5 because you only have one game mode. But they get the map they want, and they pull off the W. So that means ball is back in Space Station's court. What did you learn in this series, though, especially this most recent game, ZP?
I think what you've learned is that the map you go to and the tank matchup you set up with the bans mean all the difference in the world of both of these teams. They have highly differing styles, and the great news right now, if you're Space Station, is you get to choose from any of the maps available, and you still have the Ana ban in the back pocket to get the Winston out of there.
Pretty cool stuff. We'll see when that comes out. Jake, do you use it now?
I think you have to because the BAP ban is still in reserve. Remember, we've been highlighting how good Landon is on the Baptiste, how well that hero fits into the identity of Space Station Gaming and Zeta. For a potential map 7, almost certainly will be banning Baptiste out. I would be shocked if they don't. And so if you're Space Station, this is the last time you'll get first ban in the series. I think you've got to use the Ana ban right now. It is a powerful tool, but you don't want to end the series without having it expended.
Difference of $40,000 whether you win or lose in this series, and right now it is match point for Zeta. We'll find out though. Will Space Station Gaming be able to find a winner? There's 5 new modes open again, and we're going to Control, I'm told. So let's take a look at what map we are going to select. Knowing it's Control, what do you think's the best matchup? I see it behind us. Lijiang, baby.
This one's obvious. I mean, Space Station Gaming, Lijiang Tower, Rush comps. This is a classic strategy in Overwatch 2. It's just the best strategy on the map. To be honest, I'm a little worried for Zeta. I think this will be going Game 7 because this is just a great spot for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and you think of what Space Station likes. They love running the Sim. Sim is great on Lijiang. They love running the Mei. Mei is great on Lijiang. All their pocket picks, including Hadi's favorite tanks, their DPS's favorite heroes, it's all good for them. So yeah, this pick makes all the sense in the world.
Now what about Flora? Because Flora was popping off with the Ashe, right? Having some huge multi-kills. Can you still play the Ashe against that composition that we've seen so far from Space Station?
It could be tough because some of these maps on Lijiang Tower, if you get in position on Ashe, you could be effective, but it's so hard to come through those chokes, and you better believe Space Station does not give up ground for free on these maps. If you play these greedy long-range heroes, they're going to jump right on top of you, and that Lucio is protected. You know Funny Astro is going to be on his comfort.
Is there any chance we see a tank switch-up coming in from Zeta Division?
No, I mean, I think it'll be complicated for them if the Ana is banned because then they probably don't want to play the Winston, but overall, I mean, if they try and mirror what we're going to see from Space Station, they're probably going to lose. So they still have to play something that's a little bit more in their wheelhouse.
I wouldn't mind seeing Fearless on the Wrecking Ball, perhaps. I mean, I think the Winston could be effective. I think Fearless does have the versatility to play the right dive takes, but I agree. I don't think you want to take the dive mirror, or rather the rush mirror. I think if you're Zeta, you want to kind of somehow find a way. Again, this isn't the most important map to win in the series. This is going to be a tough one for you, Zeta. But can you find a win with Fearless popping off? That's always a possibility.
It was a big Bernard weekend, but he has been on the bench as Fearless has been in, and Doomfist is going to be the Space Station Gaming ban. So that Baptiste not protected necessarily here. They're making sure they don't get punched in the face.
We haven't seen that yet from Fearless in the series, but Doom, we know he can play the hero very well, can be incredibly disruptive when Sim wants to teleport around the map. So I think wisely chosen from Space Station Gaming, but the Sim ban, one of the last powerful tools.
Does this break what you're trying to do here if you're SSG?
It certainly complicates things. Now you're going to have to do these long walks to point, a lot of openings to get pounded by a nade coming in from Finn, and he's really been great with that.
Yeah, pure and simple. Space Station always runs Sim on Lijiang Tower, so you have looked at the game film here. You have said, said, I know one of your key pieces that you run no matter what, and you don't get to use it.
And knowing the ban system, we talked to Christopher. He said, we've practiced a few different things. We knew it was going to get weird. You got to wonder, what does he have up his sleeve? Space Station trying to force a Game 7. If not, it's Zeta Division joining Crazy Raccoon in our round of 4. We got the map loading up, so it's time to set it upstairs. Take it away, Avril. What do you got for me, Achilles?
I've got potentially 2 more maps, but that is very much at the behest of SSG to see whether or not they want to deliver on that front. Taking us now into Lijiang Tower, control to potentially close this out. The sim ban, that's pretty huge.
Well, it's the only one remaining. I mean, there could be that or the bat, but it says to me that Zeta prioritize getting rid of the sim with the TPs. BAP, they're happy to play into. Here's the problem, though. Alpha is already locked in the Fire. You know what else is really good on Lijiang Tower except for Rheinkops? It's Alpha E's Fire. So how will you shut that down? Because that's been a problem every single map for SSG. And because we're starting on Night Market, it's an ideal place for the Fire. Here's what needs to happen. SSG need to win Control Center round. Has to happen. 100% they need to win that one. But they have to win one of Night Market and Garden as well. And for their money, I think Night Market is better for them. So if SSG want to take this map 7, I believe, truly, in my opinion, this map has to go SSG, and then Control Center has to go SSG, minimum.
All right, well, let us see if they're going to be able to deliver on that front. Saw a flash of the Junker Queen at the very beginning, but Fearless back over onto the Winston. It was an absolute menace on Hollywood. See if he can replicate that to bring this to a conclusion here on Lijiang Tower. So for now, inside track over onto the point. SSG occupying and looking for the first lockdown here. But you're going to be held at bay as Anti into the back, only connecting onto Sparker. Brief little moment of contention there as Coach Gunn bails him out of a otherwise embarrassing death.
You have to be ready for the multi-angle dive here as well. Alfie should be on an off angle just about every single time. Here right now, he'll land on top of Hardy, who is currently bionated out. And a quick charge straight into the Immortality field. It's going to end up saving the life of Space Station, but for Zeta, that gives him some time and space to work on the point.
Swapping position here before, forced a recall out, cannot try to confirm that kill onto Sparker. Would have been a high-value target, but now Hardy, he's overstepped. Here into the corner, Alfie taking him down. Flora will be traded out as Sparker finds that kill, but Alfie similarly to the previous performances, building up towards that barrage very rapidly, now just 10% away. Nano, first and foremost there from Finn, goes over on towards Fearless, seeking Landon, seeking to try to take down that Immortality field. It's a bit of a fadeaway zap as he gets the kill and gets out.
You have to be really careful here because a spawn camp could be disastrous. You have Alfie in the skies, Funny Astro now down late, double support's gone. Hardy's on point, he's about to die here as well. He needs to charge back, but he's only got one of them. Is he safe?
Psycho just resetting.
Yeah, he needs to as well. I mean, there's a chance that Psycho could have just off-angled there and stayed alive. He might have been spotted and just said, you know what, I'd rather reset, which is smart. 4 ultimates online for Zeta, and that's the part that really hurt Space Station because, well, Zeta didn't really spend much to get that point. There's also 4 ultimates online for Space Station as well, for both teams now, as Hardy, he's given up on the Malga.
He is, but Sparker going to be taken down again. That Anti coming through. Finn connecting onto the Ash, taking away one of those potential ultimates here. As Fearless just sat up above. Rockets flying through from Alfie, just looking to go ahead and continue to chip away at them. They've got a good idea at this point that they're going to have the support ultimate, so they can find a straight pick. It's going to be good.
Hardy swapped to the D.Va. They're basically going to dive here. We're back onto Hollywood. It's another dive versus dive matchup. Space Station, they can't win the series doing this. They have to find a win on a brawl somehow. Otherwise, you need Psycho, Sparker, Hardy. Somebody has to step up massively, shut down Alfie and Fearless, but that's just so hard to do.
60% here on the point. The wrap back around from Zeta Division, but now inside track is set. Flip going to be threatened, and Ant Matrix can come into play. Anti, however, out on the 2. Sound Barrier comes through for Funny Astro, trying to save them. Violet drops the beat, but Fearless down low. Has that Nano. Alpha with a barrage, able to find one, but Sparker shuts it down. Swing around the backhand side. Funny Astro ends up getting caught, but Fearless has got nowhere to go. Mega Pack not available, so Sparker able to claim the tank. Flip is there. Space Station now in control, but can they retain? Is the question. But Flora going down like that, seems like the answer is trending towards yes.
Yeah, huge couple of kills coming through from Sparker there.
Oh, Violet might be dead.
Finn swapped over towards the Kiriko here as well. Alfie now over towards the Venture, so we're actually going to give up onto the Fire. That's respect being given over to D.Va. Alfie doesn't want to play the Fire into the D.Va, so this is the first time I think they've successfully forced Alfie to swap.
Yeah, not wanting to try to ham fist the Fire again without having those nanos perhaps alongside it. Granted, he wasn't the recipient of the first one. That being said, we'll see how he's going to be faring here with that Venture. Fearless going to be taken down. Sparker again having his number, finding that elimination. key here as Space Station now find themselves in the lead, 80% about the Crested. Alpha E dead, Finn low on HP, grabbed a health pack, but for now Zeta Division going to be held at bay and they are running out of time.
I don't think Zeta Division was necessarily losing. The swaps, to me, weren't necessary. Now they really are losing, 90% for SSG. And like I said, this is one of the required rounds, in my opinion, for SSG to win if they want to take away the map.
Somebody's going to have to go. Flora likely they'll be the one to try to go for the touch. Fearless swooping around the backhand side. The back cap attempt is there. Overtime going to be forced out. Alpha E coming out of the burrow.
Fearless!
Fearless is just going to be eliminated. Sparker again, finding him how many times in a row. Pulse bomb locked down. Alpha E going to be taken out. Kill found. Psycho, 52 HP, dead. Violet does manage to finish him off. Beat going to be dropped in. Catches on the 2. Flora trying to stay alive, trying to break down something here for the team. And now there's just an Ant Matrix here in their face. Quick little peek over to the side. Violet gone. Finn dead. Fearless going to be respawning, rejoining. Doesn't get a touch. They managed to go ahead and blink forward, but Flora going to be giving his life for that one. An extension, but nothing else found. 169% opening round goes the way of Space Station.
That is poor from Zeta, just in the service of the fact that they swapped off something that I thought was really working. And just by the way, you want to update on the in-match chat right now in terms of the trash talk. Psycho says, all chat, you are not winning to the entire team of Zeta Division. I mean, that's how badly SSG won this one. Sparker really stepped up here, but I'll be honest with you, Brianna, even Lucio Anna, that's ideal for the team of Zeta. I mean, you need to be pocketing Fearless. You don't want Fearless to go over to a ball. You want him to play Winston here. I don't think Hardy's Diva is that threatening that Alpha E feels the need to swap off of the fire. Yeah, Sparky hit some shots, but you're playing Lee Jung. You can play infinite angles here. This is Zeta Division's opportunity. Gardens is really, really good for Pharah. I think Garden, out of the 3 rounds, is the best for Pharah.
We saw the flash of the Diva initially from Hardy before we, panned over to the in-game view here, but opposite go for the Ramatra. Fearless going to be sticking to that Wrecking Ball, though.
Could be a mistake. We'll see. Fearless needs to really prove himself on the ball. I think he's a good ball, but he's not on that Jumbin level. He's not on that Donglak level either. And Zeta Division really pilot the ball to success.
Well, solid opening kill as Violet. A couple stray headshots across, connect onto Sparker. He was an absolute menace in the opening round there on Night Market, so getting rid of him nice and early is going to be big. Landon as well, similarly going to be taken down, and that means that the rest of the team can fall to the wayside as Hottie will get cleaned up. Nice direct hits there. Good tracking from Alpha. He is able to take out Funny Astro. So opening volley once more going the way of Zeta Division.
You can see the brawl here is just rough for Space Station. Hardy going back over towards Amalga as expected. At least Amalga brawl works out for you. There's no sim, so the Rhine might not be able to be played here until at least Control Center. But here we go into another situation where you need Sparker to hit some shots onto Alpha. I think the Fearless ball is less threatening than Winston, so maybe Hardy's matchup here improves.
Couple taps, Violet down to half. Funny Astro in the lead towards that beat, but only by about 10%. Finn, however, surging towards that first Kitsune rush, now just 10% away.
Yep.
Flora going to be noted. Alpha continuing to poke and prod through the window. Fearless spotted here on the backside. You can see just how many angles Sparker continuously needs to try to clear out. Shielding going to be coming through. Immortality field going to be dropped down. Swiftly cleared out. And Fearless dead. Sparker finding that kill, but then Finn strikes, finding him. Landon eliminated. Zeta Division now moving up past 50%. The Space Station going to have to reset and go once more, but Psycho at risk of having a very late death.
Just got to put the pressure onto Sparker if you're Zeta Division. That gives Alpha E free reign. That gives Flora free reign for the most part here as well. 62%. A lot of ultimates. It's not just the cap percentage of killers. It's the fact that Zeta Division spent nothing for that. Just a Kitsune rush. They still have so many ultimates to play through. And SSG are still yet to solve the problem of Alpha E. It requires Hardy to maybe go Diva, but then if you do that, your comp is worse.
Well, there is the barrage here on the bridge. Hottie going to be down about half HP. Beat was dropped in, but shielding not going to be found here. Hottie dead as Alfie collects 2. Looking for a little bit more. Psycho just going to be sent off the side of the map. Once again, having to reset, but the time is just not there. 89% for Zeta.
This is why I said this is the losable one. Night Market was the required win for SSG. Control Center is a required win. Garden was always going to be heavily Zeta favored. So they played well when they needed to. It's over, I'm afraid. Yeah,
that's the deny on the touch.
Center. And SSG know it. They know that they are going to be weak on this round, but the reason you still pick this map is because you know you have a high likelihood of winning Control Center. You just got to get past Night Market. However, despite a high likelihood of winning Control Center, it's not guaranteed. You can still make mistakes. You can still do things wrong here. And if Space Station lose on Control Center, that would be one of the most brutal losses for Space Station, because considering this is their map choice, this is map 6, elimination, entry into the top 4, this is favored for them. If they can't win where they are favored, it speaks way too much in terms of the volumes of SSG and where they lacked. So they got to get this done. They got to get this done if you want to see the map 7 and just a little bit more time. We want to keep you on your toes if you're in the audience right now in Riyadh, because the final round has to wait just a little bit longer. A lot of question marks in terms of what is going to happen. Number 1, does Hardy actually lock in the Rhine? Note, there is no sim. But the other question is, do you need sim? In my opinion, you can definitely play the Rhine on Control Center without the sim. Lucio is available, so they can lock that in. But then what does Fearless do? What is Zeta's plan for this map? Because Fearless's strengths are on the dive heroes. I think Winston is probably going to be a little bit weaker here. I think Ball is definitely going to be a lot weaker here. Does he go back over towards the Orisa? Can he copy Smurf from last year's Toronto, Boston Uprising, where Smurf on the Orisa essentially just beat Hardy into the ground in the Orisa versus Ryan matchup? But that was like 8-9 months ago. Patches have changed since then. We're in a different meta right now. The options for Fearless are very limited. If he goes Ram, you don't favor necessarily the Ram into Hardy's, whatever Hardy wants to play. The other issue is, even if Fearless goes towards a Brawl tank, are Zeta prepared as a team to play that? Because we've seen Korean teams falter. That's part of the weakness. They're less practice. Fnatic, they went the Rhine. Yesterday versus Ents, Midtown, but they failed the execution. They couldn't play the Rhine composition, and they lost. Zeta, how practiced are they on any of the Brawl comps, as they right now are still just hovering over heroes? If Fearless locks the ball here, I'm concerned for Zeta Division, but it seems like they are, and it seems like Hardy has also predicted that that is going to be the case. So, no Rhine, it will be Malga, and here it is, the third and final round of the jump.
It all comes down to this, Zeta, an opportunity to bring this series to a conclusion. Otherwise, Space Station taking us to a Game 7. Would be our first one here in the playoffs. As for now, opening shots coming through. Some damage being rained across Zeta Division, looking for that opening cap. Hardy going to be moving forward, Pile Driver going to be coming down, but he instantly gets top back up as far as the HP is concerned, and Violet going to get taken down, but Landon traded out. 1-for-1 here on the supports. Sparker down to a sliver of HP somewhere off screen, trying to stay alive. Looks like he is going to be able to do so. Gets his way over onto the Mega Pack. Manages to snatch that one up. Fearless getting bogged just a bit. For now, though, the cap not coming through. Hardy turns his sights back over onto the point, trying to take down Alpha Yi, but just cannot do so now. Needs to evacuate. Down to 70 HP, tucks back behind the pillar, but Flora able to pursue. Finds the elimination, nearly gets that pulse bomb online.
And just no healing, but even if Hardy was healed up, that would have been the point for Zeta regardless. Hardy was just far too low. Alpha E has limited ability to play this map on the far. He has to mostly play on the coast side, outside. But now that the cap has come on through, Alpha E can actually play the cap itself. He can abuse the high ground, just that one little tiny bit of high ground.
Oh, pulse bump from Flora, gonna go wide, cannot find that stick. Psycho, can he be the difference maker is gonna be the question. Continue rush out here from Finn. Fearless gonna be stunned up, Violent down low on HP, but that sound barrier nearly there for him. Needs to try to survive as Funny Astros pulled the trigger on his shielding. Fearless pops his own shield, sound barrier now layered in on top of it, keeping everybody alive here for the moment. So far, Zeta Division maintaining control. Fearless with a corner, looking for that kill. Goes low, grabs the Mega Pack, keeps himself right back into the fight. Barrage nearly online, but Violet going to be taken out. Pulse climb in, and Fearless eliminated. Huge there from Psycho. Breaks things open, 46% for Zeta, but the flip in the favor of SSG.
Yeah, it costs a lot for Space Station, but you need to get the points now. You need to get that percentage rocking up, because you still have a big victory condition. Looks over towards Hardy, has the cage available. Again, looking for Fearless. Flora would be ideal as well. You're not going to catch Alpha E. He is the hidden factor here. Alpha E can swing in, go for the barrage, and that will kill Hardy very quickly. Landon needs to save Susan for a moment like that. They have to have read that the barrage is coming. You got to note here.
Direct hit on the Funny Astro takes him down low, but Gil cannot be found. No one there for the follow-up. Just pot shots widely here from this far up. As Alpha E going to be assessing, trying to figure out when the best time for this barrage is going to be. Swings around the back. Says, no, not this moment. Opts to wait. Kitsune Rush going to be coming through here from the side of Landon. Sparker taken down as Alpha E able to find that kill, but Violet gone. 2-for-1 trade up in favor of Space Station Gaming.
He just couldn't find the right angle for the barrage. Again, his primary target probably should be Hardy, if not the backline, or whoever he goes for. If the Suzu comes out, it's problematic. Now Alpha dies. He has to reset. The retaking here for the Fire is not clean. So again, he probably has to play Coast. And most what Alpha is doing is just spamming. He's spamming rockets long range. If you want to get a successful barrage, you have to go in deep. And again, he hasn't found the opportunity.
Dead. A full reset not really being found. The opportunity not being given over to them. Space Station.
Look at this.
Continue to just find these picks.
The time buy is important because Funny Astro needs beat. Finn's going to drop in this Kitsune Rush. And if Funny Astro doesn't have sound barrier, they'll lose. So that one kill, that one reset gives Funny Astro now the sound barrier to play through.
Not only that, but also 80%. Sparker, however, taking down Flora at this time. The Pulse Bomb does not whiff. Finds that kill, but they need to hit the go button because right now, Space Station close to hitting 90%. It's only 46.
Funny Astro might
starting position here for Zeta Division. Kitsune Rush going to be coming in. Landon going to be taken down and widely. Space Station are going to have to give this one up. Funny Astro realizing that it's over, cannot go for that beat. They have to surrender the fight before they get up to 99.
I think they're making the economical play. He didn't want to actually go for that because Space Station likely probably didn't want to go for a retake off the beat. I think they probably could have, but this play means the Zeta Division burn a Kitsune Rush for one fight win, and Space Station are happy to go for one fight retake, throw everything into the mix. Cage, Bob, sound barrier, and just win it from there. But Alpha, once again, I think that's the X factor. If somebody just dies to a barrage or to a rocket, Zeta can turn this one around. They can win it from here as well.
Flip being threatened, Finn as well here. Hound in the back line, nearly taken down. Has the TP, low. That's going to be the beat now invested. But now they need to try to find fights here off the backside. 80% going to be coming through. The cage going to be slapped down. Sound barriers in the flip, in their favor. The touch having to come through. The contest is there. Overtime going to be forced out. Funny Astro down low. Bob in play. It all comes down to this.
Dynamite.
Zeta Division desperately needing this. Flipped Dynamite holding them at bay for the moment. Alpha down to half HP. Seeking stability, the flip being threatened. Hottie into the corner, going to be blown to smithereens. The barrage coming through, finds the elimination. Fearless similarly though, tagged up. Mega Pack not available. Sparker taken down. Violet finding that kill, saves them here, gets them the flip.
One more reset, one more reset. Like I said, it's Alpha Eve. That one barrage really saves the day. If Hardy survives, it's a different story, but he didn't catch him on the cage. Hardy missed the cage.
Finn as well, about to have
Landon?
ready to go.
Get in there.
Sparker swapping over the Venture to come through. We're gonna have a little bit more oomph, but this is for everything. The touch gonna be forced out over time now, starting to bleed down. Hottie
also is Kitsune
leading the charge. Rush for rush here on either side. Flora, maybe the X factor here, but Violet similarly close to having that beat online. Sparker down so very low. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Flora sends it, gets the connection, but no, Susie gonna be coming through. Able to cleanse it down. 70 HP. He recalls out. Beat comes through. Violet keeping him alive. Funny Astro dead. Cannot get the sound barrier. The cleanup coming in, supportless now. Tank on the side of Zeta Division. But Hottie about to be eliminated, dead. Sparker, that's all he can get. Zeta Division. They see the words of Psycho in the chat. They say you're not gonna win. You can't make it happen in Zeta. They prove them wrong. They take it down. Map 7 denied away, 4-2. Zeta Division keep themselves in the tournament and move into the semifinals.
So close for Map 7 here. SSG had the capability towards the end. I truly believe it. But the cage misses from Hardy. And a couple of decisions there where they didn't want to fight. With one sound barrier play, they wanted to wait towards the end, let the retakes happen. Okay, that's fine. They can still make that play happen, but once push comes to shove, Landon's Kitsune Rush advantage fades away as Finn finds a Kitsune Rush to also play into the fight. And guess what? Violet in the final fight has a beat. Funny Astro, he's 15% behind. And despite Zeta struggling on Control Center, despite Alpha Yi biding his time, not really doing that much, he finds the perfect rocket barrage. This is why I say the X factor of the Farah is always going to be there. If you don't mark the sky, Hardy just gets blown up by the rocket barrage, and Zeta survived the map. SSG, they came close to beating Fnatic, they came close to beating Zeta, but unfortunately this European squad is eliminated without a win against a Korean team.
They get taken down, meaning that Europe's last hope widely. It's in the hands of virtus.pro, who are going to be playing in a bit, but against fan favorites in Falcons. Big picture-wise, though, we talked about this for Zeta, for Space Station. Whoever wins this series, you have such a good shot at being able to make your way into that grand final. Will it be them? Will it be Twisted Minds or Toronto Ultra? We will, of course, have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Wait until later on in our next two series to see who they're going to be facing up against in the semifinal. But for Space Station Gaming, a solid effort, a great run into the top 8, cash secured, but not going to be able to go for that trophy. Their key will be crushed. As we will now get ready to send it down to the stage. We've got Danny standing by with an interview. Well, go ahead and pass it over.
This time around for post-match interview, we got Fearless from Zeta Division. I gotta say, that was such a back and forth fight, very close match. But at the end, it was Zeta Division getting the win. Fearless, big congratulations. How'd you get it done? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 굉장히 어려운 경기였어요. 하지만 끝에 가서 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데 이번 SSG와의 경기 좀 어떻게 풀어 나가셨나요?
일단 저희가 그 러시 조합 상대를 잘 많이 못 해봤어가지고 좀 많이 당황을 했지만 어김없이 저희가 연습하던 대로 그냥 우리가 잘하는 걸 하자라는 마인드로 게임을 하니까 승리를 하게 됐던 것 같고 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 이긴 것 같아요.
Definitely one of the big problems that we had was we didn't really have a lot of practice against teams that really utilize the rush team. So that was one of the difficult hurdles that we have to come over. But at the end of the day, we played how we practiced, and also I got a lot of good teammates, very talented players, and I think that really came in clutch for the win today. All right. With this win, you guys are moving on to the semifinals tomorrow, and you guys will be facing off against either Twisted Minds or Toronto Ultra Fearless. Who do you think is gonna come out on top and ultimately become your opponents tomorrow? 자, 이걸로 이제 4강까지 올라가시게 되셨습니다. 제타 디비전이 4강으로 올라가면서 다음 경기는 이제 토론토 울트라와 아니면은 트위스트 마인드와의 경기가 될 텐데 좀 어느 팀이 이겨서 내일 4강에서 만날 것 같으신가요?
제 생각에는 트위스트 마인드가 올라올 것 같다고 생각을 합니다. 일단 트위스트 마인드는 좀 생각보다 까다로운 조합을 좀 많이 쓰는 것 같아서 그런 변수로 인해서 올라올 것 같습니다.
Fearless says that he thinks that it's going to be Twisted Mind actually getting the win, and that's going to go up to the semifinals, mainly because they utilize a lot of unconventional compositions, and that could really make a big problem for a lot of different teams in the EWC. All right, that is it for the interview, Fearless. Thank you so much for your time. Now it's time to receive the key from SSG, and it is going to be Hadi coming to give his key to Fearless. All right. Thank you. I mean, you guys were talking to you. What did Hadi say to you? 방금 이제 하디 선수가 좀 이렇게 말을 계속 하는 걸 봤는데 무슨 말을 하셨나요?
내일 꼭 이기라고 했던 것 같습니다. 네.
It appears that Hadi said you guys definitely should win tomorrow's match. All right, that is it for the interview. Thank you guys so much. Let's head back to the studios.
Some very kind words coming in from Hadi saying you guys should win tomorrow's matchup regardless if it's Toronto or Twisted Minds coming out to face them. Zeta Division powers in to our top four, and we got to take a look at the highlights. This one so exciting as we go all the way back. About 4 hours ago, Jake, it feels like we were on Ilios. Talk me through this series.
It was a tough draw for Space Station on a map where Fearless can really reign supreme, and that he did, opening up with a first map victory, and a dominant one at that, setting the tone for the series that Fearless's main tanks would be a constant issue for Space Station Gaming.
ZPU is going back and forth. The coach is selecting some perfect maps for their players, but also some key bans.
Yeah, and that was the best thing that happened in the series. It was just the quintessential example of the potential the hero ban map pick system has right now in Overwatch. You saw both coaching staffs really come into their own. Space Station picking maps and doing bans to give themselves close-range brawl situations and taking away the strengths of Zeta. And Zeta doing the same in turn, going, you like playing that? We're going to take it away. It was a super exciting series, and this has probably been the best one so far in terms of teams really denying the strengths of their opponents.
Jake, was there any denying Violet of a round of 4?
I mean, to be honest, even though that was a very close final map on Lijiang Tower, we saw it here on Hollywood. Zeta's dive reigned supreme. I'll tell you what, even if they lost Lijiang Tower, we were going to Dorado, we were going to see Bat banned out, and Fearless would have just eaten them up on Winston. So in the end, they get it done a little bit quicker. You know, they get to go to bed early, get prepped for the match tomorrow. But for me, I think Zeta Division, it seemed closer than it really was. For me, they had that Game 7 in the bag all day.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the final map here. We went to Lijiang, and I felt like you heard Avril saying it. They must win Control Center. Of course, they're going to win this first stage. He expected them to lose the second stage, but as it went to Control Center, this one came down to the wire. What was the difference maker at the very end as the supports fell?
Honestly, I think it was Flora on the Tracer really making a ton of space. It's not the hero he's known for, and it's not that he's necessarily carrying the game, but being a stable presence on the team. In the past, when he's gone to the Tracer, it's been a little bit rockier, but he's really shored that up, and he's really rounded out Zeta Division, enabling Alfie to stick onto the Pharah, Fearless onto the Wrecking Ball, and together they really had a masterclass against a comp that's very easy to slip up against. Tracer against Mauga is a scary matchup. He gets you in that cage, you are done.
Speaking of Flora, he earns our MVP honors. As great as Fearless was, this man flexing to success, allowing the rest of his teammates to pop off. ZP, walk me through some of his best moments. I loved his Ashe, but his Tracer having a huge impact as well.
Not only did the Tracer have a huge impact, but Flora had to do it against one of the best Tracers of the game in Psycho. Flora was shut down, not only suppressing players like Psycho, but getting key pickoffs when necessary. Anytime it felt like Zeta was potentially about to lose a fight, even when they gave up the first pick, Flora was always sitting there as the back option to get one pick and bring Zeta Division back in. A continual threat the entire series long.
Yeah, you know, every time you see him on the Ashe, that's when you know he's really going to pop off. Even in some scenarios where I was thinking, maybe a Tracer would have been better. No, Flora's just lighting it up. That final kill on Hollywood sealed the deal for them there. And here, the Tracer on Lijiang Tower really was critical. I don't think any other hero could have filled the role. And for Flora, I think this is a great sign for his individual level, his position in a hero band tournament. In the past, he's really stuck to the hit scan. Here, I think he's shown that he's developed as a player. He's on a new level.
Great stuff from Flora. Fantastic work from Zeta Division. That is now 4 wins in this tournament as they power in to our Final Four. For now, though, we have to say goodbye to Space Station Gaming, and we caught up with Backbone to talk about the matchup. Here he is.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our exit interview with Backbone from Space Station Gaming. Now, first of all, commiserations. You know, hard loss. It was close, but in the end, I still want to ask you a couple questions before you can go and rest up. You're known for unique hero picks. I think that's a way to describe it. Off-meta picks in some ways, to stick to that sort of wording. But how do hero bans kind of impact you and your picks and how your team builds around you, specifically with that special pool that you have?
It's kind of a catch-22, where on one hand, it makes it a lot harder to practice because it can just get banned out. But on the other hand, like, because we play it less, teams get less practice against it as well, which then makes it better as well. So it gives and it takes a bit, I guess would be the easiest way to describe it. Like, sometimes it ends up really helping us, sometimes it can't be as good as it could be. Do
you feel that it's kind of an ace up your sleeve as Space Station as a whole?
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that teams have to think about these comps every time they play us is just annoying for them, you know? I don't think anyone likes playing against this stuff. So the ability to pull it out, even if you can ban it out, is good.
And, you know, despite the loss, I mean, it got close. Lijiang was beautiful to witness from always in shaves, but we hold ourselves together for a second here. Do you feel that as a person, as a team, you've grown through this week's experience at the World Cup?
I mean, it was better than Dallas, you know, like we did better than we did in Dallas. We kept ourselves together more. It's a bit disappointing to lose to a Korean team again. I mean, we got maps this time, but even then, like, I really feel like we should have won today. Like, we had the ability to win today. They obviously played better on the day. That's how it works. That's how the game works. Team that plays better on the day wins. But yeah, I mean, we can come out with some positives for sure.
Now the challenge remains then, you know, Korean teams. How do you feel that you can break through that barrier in the future?
I mean, honestly, I feel like we did everything required for it this time. I think this is a good patch for the Korean teams. I think starting Ilios today is insanely good for the Korean teams. You know, if we start Lijiang, I know obviously we just lost it, but if you do that at the beginning of a series instead, it can be completely different. I don't know if I'd change much about how we prepared for it this tournament. Honestly, I think this tournament we can probably hold our heads up a bit and say that we did what was required and it just didn't come through on the day.
All right, there it is. Backbone, again, thank you very much for joining me, and thank you for a very entertaining bit of matches that you had with the team. Good luck on the next one. I'm sure that we'll be seeing you there. Yeah.
Much love to Backbone, one of the most likable players in the tournament, but sadly he is gone. It's Zeta Division moving forward, and you can see the joy coming out from Violet here, ZP.
Yeah, I predicted this. When we saw that Fearless was doing the interview, I'm just like, okay, it must be because Violet wants to do the key crushing. Of course Violet's doing the key crushing, Jake. It makes all the sense in the world.
He is the perfect man to crush a key. I mean, I think this is, he was waiting for this moment in the esports history, the Esports World Cup. I think we might see Violet crush some more keys. He's definitely enjoying this one.
Here it goes. We say goodbye to Space Station Gaming. And their key?
Oh,
it's snap.
Yeah, Violet's not taking his foot off the pedal there. He's going again.
Go again. Round 2. Break it.
It's going up.
Man, that one got mangled.
Love to see it, and you have to wonder, is Zeta Division going to save that key to put it in their trophy? You can pick 3 victims if you take it all here in Overwatch 2, or will it get thrown in with the rest in the resin? Congratulations, Zeta Division. Congratulations to a very happy Violet, already a 2-time world champion, looking to win his first ever Esports World Cup. Incredible stuff here on the stage. ZP, Jake, it's been a blast working with you two fellas, and we will see you later in the show. For now, though, a quick update on the bracket, Jake.
Yeah, we have seen our first 2 semifinalists. No surprises, really. Crazy Raccoon smooth sailing into that upper semi. Zeta on the other side of the bracket. Both of their opponents, though, yet to be determined. We'll need to see the results of these next 2 series today. Honestly, tough opponents waiting in the semis. You need to be bringing the fire, building some momentum to be threatening them going into that next round.
Gentlemen, final prediction I'm going to ask of you before I let you leave the stage. Toronto Twisted Minds is my next matchup. Who's walking away to the Final Four?
I think it's going to be good Toronto that shows up. I think they're going to take it 4-2.
Sugar Free and Toronto Ultra?
I don't bet against playoffs, Merit. I learned my lessons.
Merit's moving forward. Both of them on the same side. Let us know if you disagree on the other side of the break. Match number 3 of the quarterfinals continues live from Riyadh.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hi, I'm Crispy.
And I'm Kort.
We play for Twisted Minds and we're doing a map quiz about the Overwatch lore.
Where is Riyadh?
Riyadh? See, you got that one, surely.
Yeah.
It's in Europe, but
we need to take a guess.
Is it in Europe?
But where is Europe even?
What do you mean, where is Europe?
I have different.
It's this. It's Europe. But
okay, you need to take a guess.
I don't have a clue. Just guess. Like,
just throw it in anywhere.
I'm guessing over there. I'm down there. Oh, that's.
Where is it from?
It's Australian.
Yeah, Australian. Yeah, but
it's just.
Do you know where Australia?
You don't know where Australia is?
My geography is. please, bro.
Oh, it's just there. Oh, it's Dallas, right?
Yeah, America. Yeah.
Dallas. It's
here, but I don't know where.
It's like right there. It's like very central, but I don't know where exactly. Oh shit! Oh, I've got it so wrong, haven't I? Actually, Paris.
Paris. It's in Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
San di Rio, I think, or something like that.
It's down there.
Okay, I'll tell you the country and you just place it.
Okay. From the moon, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's from the moon, like lunar colony, right?
Bro, oh my God, how? I know.
Lives in Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, yeah, but
it's like a tiny island, right?
Yeah, but I don't know where. Oh my God.
It's like near Spain and Africa. It's like there, I think, like right there.
Really? Bro, Crispy.
Yeah, I got that.
I really don't know.
It's a trick question. I swear they all happen in LA, because it's at BlizzCon, isn't it?
Yeah.
So every single one happens in LA.
Yeah, actually, maybe, yeah.
But I don't know where that is on the.
Just basically.
It's just west, right?
Oh wait, yeah, I think it's west. Yeah. Maybe like somewhere around here. Korea. Right?
South Korea, yeah. You roll the pins there.
But where is it?
It's around here. I don't. Again.
Let's go in the middle.
Rinasapi, the new one. Rinasapi, the new push map.
Oh, zero idea. You got that one, Crispy.
So it's like. I have no idea. I'm just gonna guess like Mexico or something. Like not Mexico, but closer to it. Oh, it's in Peru. I didn't know that one. Dude, I have no idea.
I have no idea.
They're in Gibraltar now, but where they used to be, I literally couldn't tell you. Oh, they're in Numbani. They're in Numbani in Africa somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's somewhere in Africa, but better put the pin.
You got that one, bro.
Put it South Africa down there. Japan,
yeah.
In Japan, and you've got all the pins. It's just off the coast. It's there, I think. Oh, it's one of the. Oh God.
Let's go with your gut, bro.
That one.
Thank you guys for watching, and make sure to watch us win the whole thing.
What's up, everybody, and welcome in to Overwatch 2 Skinder, where I'm going to showcase some of my favorite skins, and we have Sugar-Free and Vega to tell me whether these skins are hot or not. Are you guys ready?
Let's get into it.
All right, let's start it off here. Number one, I got a Funky Baptiste. Hot or not?
Funky Bap. I mean, I like the afro, the jacket.
This one's good. This one's always good.
Yeah, a nice jacket.
Funky Bap, hot?
Funky Bap, that's hot.
Hot.
That's hot.
All right, what about Surf and Torb?
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. It's like you're ready for the sun. It's a summer fit.
Torb always has the best skins. This is definitely like top 3 Torb. Yeah.
Top 3? That's the best Torb skin in the game. But
Number one.
Yeah, I think that's S tier.
That's EA.
S tier.
That's
Number
an
one.
S tier skin for sure.
Agreed. How about Venus Moira?
Nah.
Not her best.
Nah, it's just native.
More skins suck.
Grill Master 76.
That's A+. That's like one of his best skins as well. Yeah, that's some
really
good skins going.
Ringmaster Winston.
This one is insane.
I always use that skin. That is my Winston skin.
This is the Winston?
Oh, wait, is it?
S tier?
Yeah, I use that skin.
That one's S tier.
That is S tier, yay.
What do we got here? Tracer Adventurer.
It's also another S tier. That's one of her best skins. But yeah, like all the best skins in this.
All right, killing
on
it.
A streak.
Brigitte. This is the Shield Maiden.
That's a nah.
It's like a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10. Okay, right in the middle.
Yo, this is like all my skins.
Widowmaker Ghostly Bride.
This is Merit skin.
No, he copied me. That's a yay as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Merit learns from the best, Sugar-Free. I understand.
Yeah.
Amaterasu
Kiriko.
Can't get wrong with that. Yeah.
It's a hot?
That's a yay.
It's a hot? Yeah. What do we got here? I see a Big Bob. This is Ash Warlock skin.
I don't think it's that good, to be honest.
Nah,
the Bob looks cool, but I don't like
That may be the ugliest Ash skin in the game. I'm just going to say
the gun is chunky, too.
Yeah. The gun is really bad.
We're moving on. How do we feel, friends?
I think Songbird is way better.
That's good. That's a good skin. That's just, it's nothing more to
changer,
say.
Yeah?
No.
It's good on a 10 scale. Where are we giving
I think 6 out of 10.
That's like a 7, bro.
Bro, she has way better skins.
It's not bad though.
Nah.
And Diva Police. Officer
Yeah,
Diva skin.
yeah.
On it?
Obviously.
How do we feel about Diva right now? Is she overpowered?
She's in a good
she
spot.
Is so broken.
She's in a.
What are you saying?
She's in a good spot.
She's OP.
Support.
Yeah.
How about my Bastion?
That's an OG.
This one's nostalgic. Yeah,
That's an OG
this is,
skin. So that's like.
This one's from the cinematic, so it's got a special place in my heart.
Yeah, I had that one on console.
And let's close it out here. We got a Sigma Flying Dutchman.
Sigma skins are pretty bad.
Yeah, that one's like. It has potential, but it didn't hit. You know?
Are you saying Sigma needs the most outfit work?
Yeah.
He could use some work. Make him prettier. All right, that's Vega. That's Sugar Free. And this was Overwatch Skinder. Hope you enjoyed it.
Welcome back. We are in the second half of the quarterfinals. That's right, 2 matches are done, 2 more still to go, and you can see behind us, Twisted Minds taking on Toronto Ultra. I've got 2 brand new, beautiful faces joining me here. We've got McGravy and Matt Moreau, aka Mr. X. Matt, how's it feel to be out of that casting booth and down here with me?
It's good. It's cold down here. It is cold, and it's just like an evolution, right? His mustache is just trying to become this. Eventually, we're just trying to get him there.
He's like a young Mr. X, but McGravy, you still got about 12 years, so take your time, my guy. Talk to me about the matches that you've seen so far, and what are you excited about for this one?
Hey, I mean, the first one was a bit of a clubbing. I think that's fair to say for everybody, but that second match was intense. I mean, Space Station was really close to the back 7. I mean,
As you take a look at this bracket, tell me, McGravy, is this going to be another clubbing, or should we expect 5+ maps again?
Oh, man, this is a team with 2 different styles, the Toronto versus Twisted Minds. They're both super distinct. They kind of counteract each other in a way, so I think it could go the distance.
Yeah, I think this one could be pretty competitive. I think it's probably in the Zeta SSG kind of like wheelhouse and how close this could be. I think the bands could definitely alter this one to make it closer.
For a lot of people that remember the group stages, keep in mind, Twisted Minds was in a 3-way tie. They benefited by one of the other teams losing. That was Falcons in a Game 5, which meant Twisted Minds had a better overall tiebreaker. They moved all the way into the round of 8. Meanwhile, Toronto Ultra has had to battle their way through. So let's talk about our rosters a little bit as we look at our players catching up with the boys from Twisted Minds. Court's my favorite to watch, but Matt, what else should we be looking out for?
He's been awesome, obviously, for Twisted Minds. He's been great, really, the entire time he's been on this roster. For me, the biggest difference, McGravy, for them at this event has been the support line, right? Vigilante and Bliss, the 2 new kind of support players coming on in. It's really allowed this team to play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit freer.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Bliss. Bliss moved in from that Fnatic roster here to this Twisted Minds, and I think it's done a lot of wonders for this Twisted Minds backline. They're super solid. Yeah, I think both supports have been real nice.
Getting stopped by fans on their way in. They are the second most famous team that we have seen inside the Qiddiya Arena. Of course, number 1 being the Falcons. But let's talk about the squad that didn't make any friends in China last night.
No.
Toronto Ultra and Sugar Free had some words for OA LGD as they sent them packing. But Merit and Sugar Free were so clean. Someone, a very entertaining tank. And Vega may be the most aggressive support player I have seen. He is pulling out the Alari, always going for those headshots, McGravy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of beef between the World Cup teams here, especially from Sugar Free. I know Rush and RuPaul and Sugar Free also had some words exchanged, so I think there was a lot on the line there for the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, and I think for me, what's interesting is we saw Toronto Ultra, they beat OA LGD, right? In the groups, Twisted Minds 3-0'd OA LGD, right? So both of these teams have had great performances against them. Maybe it was just a style of play they were playing against OA LGD, but it tells you both these teams are probably on even footing.
We got to keep this moving, fellas. And of course, we want the audience to weigh in. Take a look down low. Get your predictions in stcplay.gg and let us know who's moving forward into the round of 4. Matt, give him some advice. Who are you pulling for here?
I think it's going to be a long series. I think we're in for a 6-mapper type of series. I would say I would favor Toronto Ultra. I think slightly. I think they just have a little bit more diversity in the type of comps that they can play. The bans won't affect them as heavily as Twisted Minds will get an impact.
McGravy, we know our first map is going to be Ilios. It has been that way the entire time. Real quick, who takes map number 1?
I think it's going to be a Toronto Ultra. I think someone, if they don't target that Winston, it's going to be a real challenge there for Twisted Minds.
Target the Winston, my guy. That is the key. We sent it to the stage to get it started.
Welcome back at the arena at the Overwatch Esports World Cup. As we continue over our quarterfinal matches, only 2 remain before we head to Championship Sunday, but this one was handpicked by the local Saudi team.
So how about we introduce our 2 squads, shall we? Our first team, they're the Saudi squad that won this nation the Overwatch World Cup. Give it up for Twisted Minds! Topping Group B was no easy feat, with a 3-way tie requiring a 3rd-layer tiebreak rule for Twisted to make their way here today. We asked the question of why did they choose Ultras to play against? And I have a feeling, Fancy, that we're gonna get our answer. Kadia, one more time for Twisted Minds!
And their opponents, the last hope of North America, it is Toronto Ultra! SSD might be the best of the West, but in NA, it is Ultra that holds the 1st place crown. They shrugged off their loss to Crazy Raccoon in Group A, making OILGD look like nothing more than a speed bump on their way to quarterfinals. We can talk about them all day, but I say we just let them play and show them what they got. Gentlemen, please, place your keys and take to your seats.
The last time Toronto Ultras and Twisted Minds faced off in Dallas, it was an absolute one-sided affair for the Ultras. Will Twisted have their revenge, or will they be served an ice-cold humble pie by the North Americans?
This is gonna be a banger of a match, but before we start, get the arena! Are we ready for this match? They seem fired up, so without further ado, let's get it on.
We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
And we are back. We know map number 1 will be on Ilios, McGravy. So talk to me about the control. What are we trying to ban? Twisted Minds and Toronto met up in Dallas, but now this is a totally different look from Twisted. We brought in some new bodies, so maybe you want to protect or ban some new heroes. It looks like Twisted Minds goes first, and they removed the Symmetra. Any surprises here? Is this just keeping your DPSs alive?
This is like the opposite approach of what I expected from Twisted Minds. That's kind of the style they had developed throughout the group stages in these playoffs. They had liked that Symmetra. They had liked the Symmetra Cassidy TP plays. That's something they heavily leaned on. And Toronto bans the Winston, so I'm mildly confused. These bans seem completely backwards, but I think that's kind of how I expected this map to play out. Maybe not the order that the bans went, but the Winston and the Symmetra are both key heroes for the these opposite teams. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Players getting ready on the stage. The focus starting to set in for Merritt and crew from Toronto Ultra. On the other side, Twisted Minds, all smiles. They know they have the audience at their back. They got the 6th man in the room and the map is loading up, which means it is time to get into the game as we take a look one more time and send it upstairs to our casters.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, me, Jaws. I'm joined by Jake in the casting booth as we jump in to this quarterfinals match. Twisted Minds versus Toronto Ultra.
Couldn't be more excited for this one. The hometown heroes of Twisted Minds taking on the superstars from NA. Like we said, last time these teams faced off, it was one-sided in favor of the Toronto team. But this is a different Twisted Minds roster, a different animal altogether.
Those bands, Jake? How are you feeling about them? Symmetra band, which is a bit odd, I thought.
You know,
a little strange.
I was curious to see those bands. I mean, they would make sense, I think, if they came in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
A Winston band from
Like
Twisted
Gravies,
Minds
yeah.
against someone, and a Symmetra band against, you know, UB, I think would make a lot of sense to me. So surprised to see that they went the way that they did, but in the end, 2 heroes off, it makes a lot of sense. Ilios, though, I have to think, is a good start for Toronto Ultra. Any of these teams that like to play dive, like to play high mobility heroes, are going to love this map. And honestly, Merit versus Quartz, I think this is going to be the story of the entire series. Which hitscan can take over?
I mean, Merit's been lighting it up already, right? On the Widowmaker against someone like Shy. Of course, their series in round number 1 against OALGD. It was a 4-1 affair, but it looked so close, to be fair, especially when you just looked at the head-to-head between Merit and Shy. So now he has to grapple with a different beast on the hit scan, being Quartz. Jumping into a brief pause here on Ilios, but looks like both teams are ready. They were just typing in the lobby, so we should be getting into it in just a second.
Sugar Free versus UB, I think, is also going to be crucial, especially on this opening map type of control. Tracer can have so much impact on the support lines as well. Critical to stay alive.
Let's get the gates open. Twisted Minds in front of a home crowd here as Toronto Ultra roll out the gate. Someone on the Diva. Got RuPaul and Vega on the Honor and Brig.
Yeah, both teams, same view on the meta. Let's see who takes an early opening pick. The series rests on a knife's edge.
Who's going to be able to set these nades up? Oh, I think they got eaten. Oh, no, maybe not. Hit Quartz in the end. You see Sugar Free just kind of hanging around, maybe trying to capitalize, but against a Brig, kind of tough to do so.
TVNT, the relative and rookie, but UB strikes first onto Merit. That's a massive opener, should secure a
Vegas
first
one.
cap.
Oh, what a nade as well from Vigilante there. Landing straight onto Vega. No defense matrix, no shield that can save him, sadly. And that'd be Twisted Minds with the first cap.
It's a crucial map to cap first. Once you get control, you can retake that high ground on your support line. It can be very hard to come into this high ground, especially with UB potentially setting up a dive. TVNT won't give up this high ground easily.
I really like that spot. When you sit up on the high ground like Quartz is doing right now, it's so tough to get on there. Obviously, Coach Gun being a thing, kind of bashing away the Diva, but you have to enter so many different kind of sight lines to disrupt the Ashe. Vigilante, unfortunately, just kind of dropping to the low ground tip. Someone was on his tail. Mary getting some revenge on UB, though. Looks like Bliss is in trouble, but another perfect sleep there from Vigilante will stop him from going down immediately, but it's Sugar Free there with the cleanup.
Starting out on such a mirror match comp, and one that it really relies on a ton of skill. This is not a cheese. This is not really about the hero picks and bans. It's a decisive start to the series, because if you win this, you're really asserting yourselves as the stronger players on heroes that I think will be coming up time and time again.
Ult's coming up now for Twisted Minds. Forward about 10% for Quartz. Vigilante with the nano. Trying to push up, trying to reclaim some of this high ground. A little bit rough. RuPaul has also got a nano to spare here and actually just sends it in. Yeet it onto someone, instantly gets slept again by Vigilante. Been so clean with the sleeps, even on someone like a Diva who has a matrix that lasts about 2 millennia.
They do well to kite back, but Toronto, I think, showing their LAN experience. They want to be aggressive. They want to go first. Bob on the point from Quartz. Sugar Free desperate to find a pulse.
Yeah, he's trying. Picks up the Mega Health Pack, dodges away from the Dynamite as well. Both Bobs just on the point, just shooting at each other. Merit's Bob wins out in the end. 40% of building now for Toronto Ultra. What a stick from Sugar Free, though. It's going to even it up. Rather messy affair once again as UB on the flip side of things also kills Vega. Looks like Twisted Minds DPS coming out on top. Is a self-destruct sent out by TVNT to try and get that remake. And it is RuPaul running for the heals there, running for that Mega Health Pack as Twisted Minds flood onto the point.
Yeah, someone gonna elect to hold on to the self-destruct, save it for another day. The flip goes back in the favor of Twisted Minds. They'll get another chance to defend this crucial high ground.
How aggressive Yubi's playing there, same with TVNT. Trying to make sure that Toronto Ultra have to push up every single pixel. They have to work for it.
Vega's rally could really open things up as the supports take a very defensive position.
What a nade again. Vigilante is on fire, Jake.
Truly a monster on this A massive pickup for Twisted Minds.
Ooh, TVNT. So slippery as well on the D.Va as TVNT right now. Someone fiddling off Vigilante. Okay, no need to worry about the nades or sleep anymore. Rallies deployed, both from Vega and Bliss. That Matrix being used there by someone, so doesn't sustain any crucial damage. And a nice D on the nade as well. TVNT demeched. Yeah, Vega blocking a lot of those heals coming through with that giant 4K plasma screen as Toronto Ultra. Once again, Cap, this is a back and forth affair, kind of what we expected coming into it.
Yeah, just showing how tightly matched these teams are. Everyone on comfort heroes and really trying to assert their dominance in the series, trying to stake their claim. I think if you're Toronto Ultra, you want to set yourself out as the decisively stronger dive team here on Ilios.
I mean, you've got 3 ults for Toronto now, so what do you send someone in first? Just a nano boost onto the backline again?
It didn't work last time, but they might still go for it again. If someone sees an opportunity, you better believe he's going to go for it.
Well, Nano's on the TVNT. Someone not getting the same treatment there. Just dodging down to the low ground. Bliss caught out unawares. Well, not unawares, I suppose. Just a 2v1 situation. And TVNT just getting rolled over as well. I think Toronto Ultra, just too many ults at the end of that round. And Twisted Minds overwhelmed as Toronto Ultra. They claim it.
Gotta be honest, a few times there I felt Vigilante and Bliss were getting kind of bullied off away from their teammates. The pressure was really overwhelming from Sugar Free and someone together on those dive heroes. That's just something that they've got to resolve. If you fall back in this comp, if you give up space and you stop throwing in those aggressive nades, you really open yourself up to continued aggression.
I think one player that has stood out to me, I bumped into one of the Saudi casters a little bit earlier on, has been TVNT, and they kind of agreed, like, dude is leveled up. Like, every time I saw TVNT before, I was like, okay, not making a massive impression in the server, but coming into this event, like, his Sigma has looked so clean. And I think adding him to the Twisted Minds roster, obviously it's a completely different look from what it was in Dallas, but it's really leveled the squad up.
It's going to be tough, though. He's matched up against the last Overwatch League champion tank in someone who can play absolutely anything. If DVNT could come out of this series looking good, we're really going to be remembering the name.
All right, slowly but surely, Twisted Minds taking their mini health back. Toronto Ultra a little bit more passive in their positioning as the point does unlock.
The angles are being dominated by Toronto Ultra, though. They're spreading out. They're controlling the map. Twisted Minds, they're all in the corner, and that death just felt inevitable.
Yeah, good pick there. Both DPS Twisted Minds down. Unfortunately, I think that's the backline recoiling as well. Just Bliss trying to get some additional ult charge. RuPaul with a sleep kill on TVNT. That must have been in the pit. Has to have been. Nice kill. On to Bliss too. Just cleaning up.
To be honest, Toronto's approach was so much better in that mid-fight. I mean, they just played the map much more effectively, and Twisted Minds had no chance in the round. It's going to be a big change up here. Quartz onto the Echo, backing off the hit scan so early in the series. I don't like that.
How do you engage with the Echo here? I mean, against Merit, of all people, right? You're just going to get your head blown off before you even approach.
You can't give him any chances. It has to be explosive and decisive. You must shut down Merit, but man, the Iceman does not go down easy.
Well, he's under a little bit of pressure at the very least by Yubi. Just making sure Quartz can get a little bit of room to work with. It looks like a big rotation here from Merit. Bob on the way. Same with this Nano from RuPaul. Toronto Ultra going to have a lot to kind of throw into this fight, but it's actually someone uncharacteristically there getting focused out in the middle of the map with no real help to be found. Someone Vigilante trading as the pilot D.Va ends up falling over as Toronto Ultra deploy the Nano onto Vega. Yeah, I'd be scared too if I were UB backing all the way up.
Nano Brig, great way to take the place of that tank when it comes to pushing forward. Merit cleans this fight up.
They still recover,
even
despite
though,
the
opener comes in onto the tank. That's best case scenario, but the comp swap is biting you, right? You didn't have any ults. If you did have those ults, you might have been able to pile on the pressure, but in this case, Toronto hold on, and with only the Nano boost, I mean, this is looking like a potential 100-0 and a decisive opener to the series here on Ilios.
All right, Quartz, you've been explosive so far in the tournament. What you got for us, son? His Stoop's going to have to go a little bit wacky and wild, but someone hot on the chase. Oh, Sugar Free is going to focus down Bliss. Bliss almost getting like 2 clip there by Sugar Free. He's got a pulse bomb. Quartz duping the Ash. Pulse bomb landing onto RuPaul. Sugar Free just making sure, and even Twisted Minds that trying to an attempt to touch the point are going to have a tough time doing so. Pulse bomb deployed, doesn't get eaten, but TVNT's mech super low, forces him to back out.
It's going to be tough. Vigilante desperately wants to hold on to this Kitsune rush, but he might need it just to secure the cap. This is looking scary.
Where are the kills? Where are the kills?
Uh-oh.
They're gonna come through at some point. TVNT luckily getting healed up there. Kitsune rush down on the point for Twisted Minds. Toronto Ultra still wanting to stall this one out with someone in his Matrix, and Merit on a nice little off angle here. It's gonna be tough for them to actually continue to pressure the points. Good kill onto Merit will be nice for Twisted Minds, and a sound barrier from Bliss is gonna have to get used to see them through the rest of this fight. RuPaul eventually finished off. Twisted Minds, they end up claiming it, but Jake, it's still 99 to 5% here as someone takes out Quartz at the very end.
That's so brutal. You use every ult and you still lose a player in the final moments. Toronto, they're not even waiting for RuPaul. They're piling on the pressure. They want to get right back in and close out this round.
Yeah, I mean, Nano for RuPaul in 20. Bob coming out, Sugar Free with a pulse bomb. Like, dude's gonna connect. It's inevitable. Just when will that all happen? I'm not entirely sure, and I don't think Twisted Minds are going to be ready for it regardless. This Suzu from Vigilante is going to have to be on point. RuPaul and someone looking for a small dive here as well. 4% towards this Nano. Maybe expecting Quartz to kind of dive bomb them. RuPaul with a rotation down to main.
Big Nano coming in. Quartz in trouble. He needs to get saved. Where's the supports?
I mean, Vigilante luckily there with the healing offered does manage to connect a few. UB takes down Merit with a pulse bomb. Bob deployed on the point, so technically a 5-on-5 still, but Toronto Ultra still piling on this pressure. Vigilante with a stray kunai across the map takes care of Sugar Free. Okay. A brief sigh of relief there, I think, from Twisted Minds as they continue to hold.
Merit gonna go over to the Cassidy, wants a little bit more of that close-range brawling pressure. Vigilante wants to attack, but TVNT's lost the mech. Have they overextended themselves here, Jaws?
Triple ult from Toronto Ultra. They can come back in. That's a very aggressive rush.
TVNT still out of mech, 20%. He is a very vulnerable target at this moment.
Yeah, Quartz with the duplication again has to go kind of large again. Could maybe even copy the Cassidy here, or maybe just send double Diva in. Like, 2 Divas aren't going to die. There's absolutely no way. He's actually just going to copy the Ana instead, but TVNT gets 1 clip by Sugar Free. Pulse bomb in hand too, looking for the Lucio. Oh, a prediction. Bliss with the sound barrier. Now that's all gone. Twisted Minds. Where's the staying power? Toronto Ultra are going to be able to get this point flip for free. And Quartz is on this high ground. He's on the Ana, but he's not really doing all too much. No free Nano sent out as Toronto Ultra find themselves in OT and control of the point. Twisted Minds trying to find a regroup here as Quartz is chased down. UB without a recall is in danger, but still manages to find the kill onto Sugar Free.
Not over just yet. Still battling out on the point are the Toronto Ultra, but it looks like Twisted Minds might be taking an edge. Someone, though, doesn't want to give it up so early.
Still finds the kill onto UB there. TVNT with a lifeline with that self-destruct, but now has to match up against a nano-boosted Brig. Not too many people want to be doing that, and TVNT is one of them. Vega does end up losing that Nano after a short period of time and just hiding away from the self-destruct as TVNT successfully finds the remech. Someone in danger too, but again has another self-destruct available to him. Twisted Minds of the Chaos managed to cap the point here, and if anybody gets off right now, it's an Outlaws Houston moment.
Vigilante so close to that Kitsune rush. It could be decisive. He just barely survives, gets it off, but you need to close out the fight quickly.
We've seen dangerous things on well, Jake. I mean, someone does get demeg. The post bomb lands from UB. Vega down. Someone to follow as well. Twisted Minds looking to close this round out and bring us to a third.
UB, what a savior for this team. Back-to-back pulse bombs when his team needed him most. He was there, winning that duel under Sugar Free. Massive performance from him, almost single-handedly getting them back into a round that looked dire. So Twisted Minds showing that on land, when the pressure is on, they can take things to a new level.
I was waiting for the Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws, like, Hawk.
Oh,
like,
I remember it well.
Moment. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for some crazy C9, especially when it's gone on for that long that it just disappears in an instant. Good stuff from UB. Extremely consistent player. Always kind of has been for the team, even though he does play the silly heroes, he can still play Tracer at an extremely high level.
Yeah, it's great to have that flexibility. Makes you much harder to play against. Now we go to a map where a lot of pressure on these hitscan players. Quartz goes all in, straight to the Widowmaker.
I love it.
I can't help but feel that Marin might come to a mirror sooner rather than later.
Please. If not, at least take us to Circuit so we can see Quartz Widow versus Merit Widow, please. It's gonna have to happen at some point. Very different looks, though. Toronto Ultra running out with the Alari.
Destroyed, already out of mech?
Yeesh. Okay, Liz dead. Quartz hasn't got a shot off yet. He's tried.
Toronto, you know, in theory, if you can just play cover, right, and hide away from this Widow, Sigma, Ilari, you are going to drastically outdamage in the team fight. So pressure is on Quartz. He needs some kind of opening kill. If nothing happens, if this is just a slow, staggered fight, Toronto is going to decisively win the poke trade. Yubi's going to go over to the Mei and give themselves a little bit more of that aggressive catching potential, but someone, you know, he's no rookie. He knows what's coming here.
Quartz still trying to find an angle. Almost clicking on Vega's head, but now match with Sugar Free. An instant shutdown. Tough to really support the Widow there if you're a Vigilante or Bliss. And that lamp being used too. I mean, you're kind of trading here if you're Twisted Minds. You do end up losing Vigilante, so not too many healing resources to use now. Although your comp is pretty sustainable, to be fair, with the Mei and the Ram. So looks like they are going to press the issue. As Vega doesn't really want to use the outburst just yet. Yeah, unfortunately doesn't get it off in time. Only 1 second left on that cooldown. Maybe would have survived, but TVNT helped Twisted Minds cap the point.
Yeah, the team rush does overwhelm someone. He's going to swap to the Ram, a little bit more of a durable choice. Vega still believes in the Ari, even with Quartz's Widow on the field. That's a lot of confidence from a main support player showing his chops on the flex.
Just have to walk in here too. Maybe. Okay. Sugar Free, caught unawares there. Trade with Yubi, window unlocked. It's good angle still for Quartz, knows exactly where Toronto are going to be hiding to try and make full use of the window. RuPaul spotting Quartz from afar. Goes for the small rotation, but knows Quartz has got him dead to rights if he peeks any second. And it looks like the rest of them are just going to cower behind cover as Bliss use that sound barrier.
I will say, Quartz has been awfully quiet. It would be a great time to find an opening pick. They don't have too many tools in the tank.
Hitting the bodies, Jake, but where's the headshots? Oh, Vega's tested him there. All right, Bob on the point. TVNT down. There it is. 1 kill for Quartz. But where is the point presence? Nowhere to be found. Yubi felled by the Bob. And that will be Toronto Ultra finding the flip.
Merit's kind of calling the bluff of this Widowmaker. She's not producing in the Ashe, just delivering more consistent damage throughout the team fight, more pressure onto the tank battle, really believing that someone can be a huge difference maker in this match. TVNT, he's a rising rookie, but he doesn't have the experience of our Overwatch League champion someone.
Yeah, a big matchup. You load into the server and you're like, my opponent is someone. How many accolades? A lot of them. Vega unleashing the captive son. Forces Yubi into the block. Doesn't want to mess with Quartz. Not many people do. And there we go. Sniped out of the air. Half HP already. So only a body shot was required. Annihilation ripped by TVNT. Doesn't end up finding all too much. But now it is someone's turn. Oh, dearie me. Yubi jumping into another ice block there. And even throwing a blizzard onto the point. Trying to trap someone. But a perfectly timed lamp there from RuPaul to keep him alive. He's still up. How's he still going? Oh my word. Toronto Ultra with 5% more to go. Quartz switch to the Tracer to get this final touch, but is he going to be able to get there? It doesn't look like it. Someone forces the recall, and Toronto Ultra find that first map.
Someone in RuPaul, what a powerful combo. When you put RuPaul on this Baptiste, he's such a consistent performer. He keeps his team up so well, and it feels like he's never caught out of position. You combine that with the raw skill and talent of a player like someone, and you really have a fearsome combo. An impressive first map for Toronto Ultra, but in the end, I feel Ilios was a good role for them, so I don't think this Twisted Minds squad is going to be scared just yet.
So, still about fair amount of top-level experience, especially Yubi and Quartz, of course. Thinking back to the Overwatch World Cup, feels like a lifetime ago, but for them it probably wasn't, right? Like, them coming away, beating some of the best players to ever kind of touch the game. Like, Team China and Korea were in the Overwatch World Cup, fielding just some incredible rosters, but they managed to take it all the way in those finals. Of course, there's been a lot of promise from this region. I think TVNT is one of those players as well, and it's been nice to see Vigilante and Bliss kind of molded into this roster too. Where do you expect to kind of go here now if you're Twisted Minds? Of course, it's their chance to pick and their chance to ban as well.
You know, I think that Symmetra style that Twisted Minds feels, they're one of the few teams alongside the Space Station Gaming that has really made that work. And although we saw Space Station Gaming go down in the last series, I think Twisted Minds is much less reliant on the style. It's more of an option in their kit, a feather in their cap, if you will. It's not the only threat that they can bring to bear, but I would like to see them bring it out, maybe take us to a circuit. And I know the Quartz Widow would be awesome to see, but I like that unconventional Symmetra style. I think it's very strong and very threatening.
Symmetra's already been banned, so you can't ban it again. So maybe you just go there and then just TP into the backline and do what you did best previously. I mean, even thinking back to OWCS Stage 1 in EU, that's how Twisted Minds found a lot of success, was that TP style with the Malga at that point. Thank God it's not that meta again. But with Quartz on the Widowmaker, it feels like if you're going up against someone like Toronto Ultra, especially someone like Merit, I don't think you can stray away from that Widow at all. Yes, the rush style is great with the TPs, but if Merit gets kind of any space, he's picking you off before you even attempt to try and go for something like that. I think we're going to have to jump it down to the stage, though. Guys, what's happening? What's going on with Twisted Minds right now?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jack. We are down here in the Qiddiya Arena, and it is packed, Avril, for this match. The crowd obviously wants Twisted Minds to win. But map number 1, Toronto Ultra takes it. What did you see that went so well for them?
I mean, it's pretty close both ways, but what we're seeing is a lot of dive at the moment. That's Toronto's specialty, right? They can play that Winston, but actually some interesting bans. We ended up seeing the Diva on both ends. Toronto, I think they're really good on that Diva dive at the moment, but their specialty is also playing that double flex support with Vega on the Alari. I think eventually Twisted Minds do need to target ban that Alari.
Yeah, I think the bans were something that was really odd just from seeing it, because you would have thought that the Symmetra, like Twisted Minds would like to have that. Yeah. They get rid of it. The Winston on the other side. I'm curious, kind of like as this series goes on, what do you think TM can do to kind of swing it in their favor?
I think you can take it to more of a long-range map, something where you can slow things down a little bit, play the sim again. I think Circuit Royale could be a good choice. Something maybe like a Midtown, you can ban away the Ryan as well, because that's someone's other flex pick. What we haven't seen yet is the type of composition for Twisted where they can use Quartz's hero pool for the hit scans. I mean, he's meant to be one of the top hit scans in the world. Riyadh, do you agree? Is Quartz one of the best in the world?
They're just chanting for Twisted Minds. But yeah, no, I agree. I think that Quartz, one of the best hit scans. You can put him on that. I thought Yubi actually played really well on the Tracer, right? Sugar-free. We were talking about in the match the other day, I believe it was against OALGD, looked fantastic on the Tracer going up against Leave. So Sugar-free still playing that at a high level. Do you maybe like target like a Tracer? Do you want to like see some more of the like the Mayra Matra, different types of things? I think TM has a bunch of different things they can go to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we need to see some Symmetra for sure, though. But first of all, before we do that, let's check in with Danny.
All right, guys, I'm here at the EWC official merch store. I'm just here to, check out how many Twisted Mind merch are left, because we got a lot of fans over at the stage right now. So these are the only ones left, right? That's the only one. Yeah, they said it, and I see maybe like 3 jerseys and a little bit of like fan flags, scarves. That's all that's left. If you're a Twisted Mind fan, come and get it. This one is for me. I think I'm just wearing this for the show, but then I'm gonna just steal it. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, Twisted Mind, let's go. Whoa, thank you, bye.
I love me some Danny Lim. Danny having a lot of fun out there. And of course, we're having a lot of fun here on the stage. McGravy and I ready to break down map number 1. You heard it from the players. You heard it from Matt. You heard it from Avril. This one could be fun to watch, especially if Quartz stays on that Widowmaker and can keep shutting down Vega.
It's already a lot of fun to watch. The bans were the polar opposite of what everyone expected. I think I really like the fast, speedy look that I saw from Twisted Minds as they swapped Quartz onto the Echo. I think playing faster for Twisted Minds is probably something they're going to aim to do. Keep Vega off that, off the flex support, off the Alari. I think it's going to be super, super important.
And of course, we know that Twisted Minds holding the L gets to choose first. So you got Hybrid, you got Escort, you got Push, you got Flashpoint to choose from. Where is there a weakness in this Toronto Ultra squad? Where could you potentially take advantage of the maps?
I think their weakness is not so much the weakness of the player, but Vega really prefers to play the flex supports, prefers to play the Kiriko, prefers to play the Alari. So I think you want to make Vega play more of that traditional style. You want him to play the Brig. You want him to play the Lucio. So I like kind of what Avril said. I like the idea of Circuit, playing that unique sim cast they like so much, play maybe a Lucio mirror.
Okay, well, it's time to find out where are we going to play. Is it time to play hybrid? Time to play a little bit of Flashpoint? How about Shambali Monastery, it looks like, behind us here. What do you think about this for Escort?
Right game mode. Shambali's unique. We haven't seen it a ton this entire tournament. It's not something that's been played a lot, and when it's had, there's been a lot of full holds. There's just not a lot of data here on this map so far.
And of course, we got to see what's happening with the bans as Shambali has been announced. We'll show it to you one more time. Escort is out for at least the first 5 maps. Twisted Mind going to choose it here, and they'll also get the first ban. They already banned a Symmetra. Do you go back to the DPS? Do you get rid of the Alari?
Yeah, I think they want to speed it up here. I think that shows. I think the Alari on the first point is super, super hard to break when you're trying to play those speedy comps. So you deny Vega playing the Alari entirely. You say, hey, Vega, listen, we want you on Lucio. This is a challenge. They're throwing down the gauntlet for Vega right now.
Time to make it hard on Vega. RuPaul doing a great job keeping his tank up on the last map, but for Toronto Ultra, they say no Cassidy. What does this tell you? Are they taking to the sky here?
This is essentially, it's essentially a sim ban in my mind. Not a ban entirely, but that is the style they've liked to show with the sim. They love to play the Cassidy. They love the teleporter plays with the high noon.
Teleporting high noon.
A lot of tempo with the cast, and that's also Quartz' one of his best heroes. So this is kind of a double DPS ban in a way.
Okay, keep your eyes on Yubi. Expect some Tracers coming out once again, and will we see some Widowmakers? That is the question for me. It's not easy to attack with them. Shambali Monastery, what is the best comp to be bringing out to the table?
I think right now with where the bans are shaping out, I think we'll probably see fast comps on both sides, potentially or Amatra. I do know someone likes that Sigma. It's one of his best heroes. Hey, listen, it could totally happen.
We got the map loaded up. Let's send it up to the casters. Jaws, why did you dress like Jake?
I didn't dress like Jake. I sent all my photos. I said, yo, Matt, I'm wearing this, bro. And he was like, okay, man, sounds good. And then they were like, you're casting with Jake, by the way. And now you can't see as well. But well, Jake, if you stand up, we're actually wearing the same trousers too. Yeah, that's...
Quick, switch places. They won't know. I got my British accent on lock. That's Kev, I don't.
It wasn't my fault. It was Jake's. We just didn't coordinate well.
Still, though, I mean, to be honest, for that first map, Quartz uncharacteristically quiet. And now he's being targeted by a Cassidy ban. I think Toronto Ultra smelling blood in the water in that hit scan duel. I mean, Merritt was lighting it up, and Quartz is kind of nowhere to be found. It was Yubi who was performing for Twisted Minds. Quartz, usually an old, reliable hit scan player. I think he needs to find his footing in this map, or else Toronto Ultra could be running away with the series.
Toronto Ultra played this map the other day against Gaming Gladiators, and they ended up losing it. So let's get a quick Twisted Minds listening and see what their plans are.
كم لفت خالد
يلا قاعد يطلقون عليه قاعد يطلقون عليه بس جو ذا تيم
كم هير
قاعد يطلقون عليه الكام روح
اصلا بريك رايت بريك
I think top better. Break. Nice. Let's go. I'm move car.
يبكي وطا انت بتكمل سبيد
تبي تروح ديفا روح اوكي
يا حس رام احسن
خلاص روح كمل روح قاعد ميسنج بريك
البوش ماين امش وين
اقدر اساعدك على الكار يوبي ما كيلو
روح لفت كورس ما كيلو
بكار ايش لف سايد كان يبوش انسايد بيك فاير انسايد والله اعطوني هيد شوت
جو كار يبوش كار
شمك كلوز نانو اوكي يا
ما كيلو go back.
What a shot there from Meron to Yubi.
That just stifled their tempo. I mean, Twisted Minds thought they had caught an opportunity.
Yeah,
they were calling Iceman.
Let's push.
Snaps his neck.
Was low.
I mean, you can't blame Yubi for that. That's just a ridiculous shot from Meron.
All right, nano boost on Sugar Free. He's got barrage. Probably doesn't need to use it though. I mean, okay, someone just killed already for Sugar Free. Good. Unlucky. No clip for you, Lenny, unfortunately. 2.5 minutes now for Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's good enough. That Nano Far just comes in like a ton of bricks. Quartz can shoot back, but with the Nano, you're just not worried about that. TVNT swapping over to the Diva, putting some respect on these DPS from Toronto Ultra. At the same time, maybe a better chance to block some of these skills coming out from RuPaul. I like the swap, but they're already in a tough spot. 2 minutes off the clock, Jack.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of time disappearing already. And that first corner, which feels pretty good, but unfortunately now you run into double DPS off. made that a triple. I mean, someone's a big DPS, to be very honest with you, with that Primal Rage. And yep, UP going down. Just another small stagger as Twisted Minds just struggle street right now.
Sugar Free is eaten, not leaving a single crumb. Twisted Minds, they've got to find something. Coalescence could be an opening, but Vega, he's so close to that rally. If he can bridge the gap 10%, this could be great for the team.
There's the call. Aimed at Sugar Free right now. Double bomb as Quartz senses out too. Looks like Twisted Minds just happy to swap sides here as Toronto Ultra end up looking like they're on the attack. UB lying in wait with that pulse bomb, trying to find a flank angle. Oh, narrowly misses that stick. Met with a little bit of fancy footwork there, dodging out the way. Sound barrier comes through from Twisted Minds after these Sugar Free popping that a barrage. And now it's time to play it for someone. Quartz not standing a moment like a chance to get away. And unfortunately for you, Bliss, you're going to suffer the same fate. Someone's in the building. UB does end up cleaning him up, but this fight is not clean as Vega ends up popping the rally and killing Vigilante on the exit.
This on a break is just such a powerful support combo. I can't help but feel that Lucio Moira is a weak choice, and the stagger, this is painful. Luckily, D.Va, even though she's small, she's still got that tank passive, wakes up from the sweep real quick.
That's so rough. 30 seconds to go, Jake. Twisted Minds now with Quartz on the Echo. They got no ults really for this next fight.
I don't like to be negative, Jack, but I don't like seeing Quartz on the Echo. I mean, Hitscan is his calling card, and this early into the series to be backing off it, we saw it on Ilios as well. Can't help but feel that Merit has a real mental advantage in this series.
You got to just blow someone up right now. You got to focus RuPaul or Vega. They've got a nano boost to sustain them through this fight. You just got to find this one pick. Just dive on the backline with the speed of that Lucio. OT in session now. They do manage to touch, luckily. As RuPaul's still waiting. I mean, that's fine. You guys are under pressure. We are not. Sugar Free on a nice little off angle as the nano has been deployed. Now someone could just swing for the fences with this Nemesis form. UB, unfortunately no recall there to save his own life. And now Twisted Minds, they are just falling apart at the seams here on Shambali Monastery. What a stick from Sugar Free. 79 meters from Twisted Minds, Jake.
They just got clapped down, Jack. Toronto Ultra could just run away with this series. I mean, with how much power you have, I mean, that's the strongest map pick and ban of the series. You have to big out the big guns if you lose map one, just to even things up, stabilize the series. If you lose your first map pick, your back is already against the wall, and Toronto Ultra, this is a strong team. If they smell blood in the water, they are gonna charge, they are gonna finish you off quickly, and this is the ban on Vega's Iliari. That's been their secret weapon.
Right.
They didn't even need it on this map.
Pretty sure RuPaul and Vega looking at definitely single-digit deaths, but it's got to be 2 max between them. RuPaul grinning ear to ear there. And an awkward spot, too, for that payload to stop. I mean, halfway up that little ramp before first, like, oh, good luck holding there. If you get a clean team wipe here as Toronto Ultra, like, Twisted Minds are, like, throwing themselves at the payload to try and contest, and it's all going to fall apart.
It would take a miracle for Twisted Minds. In front of the home crowd, they have to come alive and do something that I'm not sure I've ever seen this map held that early. They might go for an aggressive spawn camp here, but
a lot.
I mean, Toronto Ultra, these guys are old hands. They're going to know this is coming.
Well, Toronto Ultra, they got the veteran experience. Let's see what they have to say in the comms.
Wait. Are they all? Yeah. I know, maybe.
Bro, we're gonna come right.
Wait, check.
오르보니. 플레이 라이사. 야. Get push, shoot him. No wall.
노. 안 걸었죠?
Nice, man. Stop there.
람.
May right.
킬러.
Prevent.
May bind.
Pick it up.
So UB. Hey, let me set up.
I'll
just
spam
someone switch.
High point.
Yeah, I want to from them in.
He's going to go for it.
D.Va
I'm not there.
D.Va, Kiri. And Tracer.
Almost.
Tracer.
I need back.
Hey, Kiri.
D.Va, Kiri, Tracer. I think they're really slow in ults here, just making ults important. I'm not looking for it.
Yummy.
I'm checking here. 디바맨. 아니, 애쉬거나 플래그. 좋아.
I'm playing man.
우리 나눠선. Wait, shoot him out.
노다이 너? 아니 내는 먹게? 리베 just
Riba, I want to jump.
Yeah.
You guys, backline is working.
Yeah, I'm trying Diva.
위에 나가.
제발 하면
Wait, shoot him.
Okay. 디바. Diva는 shake. Diva는 shake. Give me. I can.
Marking Diva.
아니 care bigger.
I see that.
Okay. Try one.
디바 플레이스.
루소 mini. 디바.
Cut Diva.
Wait, touch him. 아무것도 봐.
Lucio, where's Lucio? Oh, Lucio.
But they is not touching this one.
Lucio.
네, sombra.
Let's fucking go. Did you do that? Nice. Oh.
Nice.
Good.
Easy. Too easy.
And an easy call there from RuPaul. Was pretty easy, to be very honest with you. Twisted, that was a quick map. How long was that? 5 minutes? 6 minutes?
Toronto Ultra are making our lives real easy here in the casting booth, making it quick, and yeah, calling that one. I can't say it better myself. That looked pretty easy, honestly. And if this is the biggest gun you've got on Twisted Minds, your first map pick, the place to even up the series and start to build some momentum, I'm starting to get worried for Twisted Minds. This is a Toronto Ultra squad that has in the past faltered on land. They aren't showing any signs of that here today.
It was a rough group too. Group B was extremely competitive. Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, OA LGD, all finishing 2-1. Of course, Twisted Minds beating Makers in a close map 5, but then they kind of rolled over OA LGD, who, to be fair, did end up leveling up later and they went on the tournament. But I mean, Twisted Minds need to find someone here. We're going to jump down to the studio though. You guys can break it down some more.
We have a very quiet Kadia Arena right now, as it is going to be Toronto Ultra putting Twisted Minds against the ropes as fast as they possibly could. It was like a Royal Rumble. They came running in and they just got tossed right back over.
That was very not competitive. Yeah. That was a blowout there. Twisted Minds, I was just over there in the arena. The crowd was super jacked up for Twisted Minds in their first map of the day. That was pretty close, map number 1. This one was a stomping.
I saw the mascot holding his brain. McGravy, though, let's talk about the big brain plays from Toronto Ultra. It looked like Quartz was absolutely shut down. No one was able to find momentum on the Twisted Mind side. So who was doing the damage from Toronto Ultra?
I think Toronto Ultra just was a team effort. It wasn't anything individual. I feel like Twisted Mind just has no idea what they're doing, frankly. You can't get momentum when you're swapping your characters every 30 seconds on the attack. They didn't seem to have a strategy at all to beat just the Ana Brig, which isn't anything super unique. I mean, not something you see frequently on this map, but Winston Ana Brig, it's not the best comp here. By no stretch of the imagination, they just don't know what to do.
Matt, you saw Twisted Minds at DreamHack.
Yeah.
We got some new bodies in for the same org. Toronto beat them up last time around, and they're doing it again. What can they do differently moving forward?
They got to try and manufacture some type of advantage with the ban system, whether it be a map pick or a ban. Because I would say the skill disparity between these two teams is pretty large in terms of like player v player, right? So I think trying to manufacture an advantage that way, that's kind of the first path. But like McGravy was talking about, like if you're going to be not really understanding what you're trying to do or play or changing heroes every few seconds, you're not going to be able to get anything done.
Let's talk a little bit about the different comps you can run. We've seen Rush, we've seen Dive, we've seen Poke. What's going to be most efficient against Toronto Ultra? Because it looks like the Tracer has been causing problems, and the Merit's Ash may be even more deadly. We got Hybrid, Push, Flashpoint left for Twisted Minds to choose from.
I think when you're looking at these two teams, right, Toronto can do just a little bit of everything. Like, you wouldn't say they're the best team in the world at a certain style of play, but they can play everything at a really high level. I think Twisted Minds, their path is probably either through Diva compositions or like Ramatra Rush style of play. I think if you're going to try and play like Sigma against someone, like head-to-head those pokes, and you're just going to get rolled.
Yeah, I think they're really struggling right now because they haven't really pulled up the sim composition, and that is a comp that's notoriously really good against that slow poke style that Toronto has kind of coined in this entire tournament. They love to play the Alari, they love to play the Ash. Ash is like a 90+% play rate for Merit right now, so I think you have to find a way to speed it up, whether it be Symmetra or like Mr. X, like you said, and like the Ramatra, anything just to speed them up and get Toronto off their game.
Matt, we just saw a pretty tight first map, right? In that control, it went to a round 3. Do you maybe pull out Flashpoint here?
Yeah, a flashpoint or even push, I think is an option, right? If you go to like push, you can play, I know maybe you get like a Coliseo, maybe ban Ash, for instance, right? And like, you know, try and play those long sight lines. Maybe you kind of play it there with a Ramatra and get really aggressive. Flashpoint, I think, is one that I know the map pool is so small.
We're not going there. I see behind me. We're going back to New York City.
But this is like an awesome Sigma map.
They want to play Midtown. Good idea, terrible idea. Matt's cringing.
I'm not sure. It's so hard to say because if I remember correctly, Toronto still has the Symmetra ban in their back pocket. Yes, they banned the cast, which was like a pseudo-sim ban, but that's not the actual sim ban itself. They can still ban the character entirely, so I'm expecting here, listen, Toronto has two options here. They can play the Winston and they can play the Sigma, and they're great at both, so I'm not sure what Twisted Minds really wants to do here.
Can't tell if McGravy is trying to become the coach of Twisted Minds or just calling it like he sees it. Either way, Twisted Minds, give him a call. Matt, let's talk a little bit about Toronto Ultra. Who is most dangerous on this map historically?
I think you're going to be looking at the supports because here in Midtown, you can play double flex support. You can play like, you know, the Alari here as well, which we've seen Vega put together some pretty good performances. So I'm going to be on the lookout for Vega in this one.
Vega, my favorite player to watch, not just because he has the best eyebrows in all of Overwatch 2, but he is so aggressive on that support hero. Ilari was banned previously, so you got to go somewhere else if you're Twisted Minds. And as you can see, Midtown is our map. I'm going to give you the same question I gave ZP earlier. How many fire trucks do we see for Twisted Minds? 0, 1, or 2?
You know, is it the same fire truck the entire way? So
it's two different ones.
Question. Okay, it's two different fire trucks.
Anna's gone, by the way.
I'm going to say we see solo fire truck here. I thought Pugga was going to say Vega was his favorite because he's got that nice little long tail out the back, that haircut.
Oh, yeah.
Pugga's been trying to grow that for years.
It never grows out long enough. Here is a look, though, at RuPaul. He knows no Ana is going to be in the mix for him. What does he flex over to?
It's just going to be the Baptiste. I mean, listen, the Ana pretty much denies the Winston, so they're saying, hey, Toronto, we know you're going to play the Sigma. We know you're going to play the BAP. You know they play LRA. So...
But they were probably going to play Bapalari anyway, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I guess they'd rather see the Sigma instead of the Winston. They felt like the Winston was a problem, but it's a problem either way. Someone is one of the best Sigmas in the game, is one of the best Winstons in the game, so you can't... If you target one, they're just going to play the other, and this is one of the best maps in the game to play both.
Kadir Arena, I'll be honest with you, my analysts are dumbfounded by these bans coming from Twisted Minds. It doesn't make sense. They're putting all of the pressure on the players, not giving themselves an advantage, despite given every opportunity. The last one is, though, do they attack or do they defend? I have a feeling they'll try and attack first, but last time did not go as planned. And let's get right into the mix here as we're going to be throwing it back up stage. Let's go to Midtown. Jake, you excited for this one?
I am excited. I mean, someone is just a player who's so hard to ban out. You block a Winston comp, he just hits you twice as hard with the Sigma, with the Ramatra. He can play anything, and that's Toronto Ultra's strength here in this meta. They can flex to absolutely anything, no roster changes needed.
Yeah, I mean, man. I was excited to see TVNT versus someone, but it just hasn't really been a competition just yet. I'm curious, too. I like McGravy's point on the desk, like, they still got the sim ban. Like, we can still just ban that, and one of your comps is just completely off the table. UB being targeted quite heavily, clearly here with the May ban as well.
I mean, UB's popping off. Honestly, Quartz has been real quiet, and you can't have a player that has expectations like Quartz not producing in a critical LAN series like this. Merit, ice cold. It feels like the more pressure on him, the better he plays, and I mean, that's a scary thing to see on the other side of the stage.
NA's last hopes and dreams here in the quarterfinals here at EWC. Defending against Twisted Minds. Going for a Rhine sim rush. Here we go. Let's get a listen in with Twisted Minds.
Chill, low shield. Wait. Go high ground. Go high ground, fast. Yeah, low shield, still low shield, okay? Yeah. Recharging. I have shield. Bob beside, wait, after fire. Okay. Ready? For right, by the way. Take me. Push. عشان بيل I have to be two. Ready? Yeah, can't go. فرعون. تبي كل باب. الاري. موديو بيشيل دقيقة. الاري. قلت لاري. فرما. كم يبص كرا. حالك تبي. خذ. Can you come up? باب السايد كم كيف باب السايد؟ السايد وين؟
هاي جرون
انت مش هنا؟
لا هلت من
كم مشيت جرام
انا بطلق عليه
كرام رام يبي رام
كم بيتا
لا
نايس جايز
ساك باب اوكي
ساك خليك واقف
انت راشك خليك باب
يلا باب.
Point A completion there by Twisted Minds. Quartz just playing with his food. RuPaul eventually slain. My word. There was nothing stopping Quartz in that moment.
They win a fight, but man, Merit is still popping heads. You gotta be scared of one of the biggest threats here from the side of Toronto Ultra. Still looking good. Vega gonna go over to the Lucio, valuing a little bit of mobility, maybe easier to escape some of these sim TPs. Twisted Minds is very coordinated when they use the Symmetra.
Sugar Free's already got that barrage though. The rockets through the window, nothing scary. Oh! Didn't even need the barrage there. Sugar Free, 1 rocket, 2 kills into the barrage, make that a quad.
Farah, just a classic counter to the Symmetra. Pressure on Quartz and Vigilante. They've got to shut down Sugar Free. UB on the sim, there's just not so much he can do in that matchup. By the same token, though, Sugar Free not going to be getting the most support. Vap, Lucio, not really classic combos for the Farah.
Oh, Merit playing rather cheeky too. Expecting maybe them to flood out of main here, but was surprised when the Twisted Minds are going to go for a wrap around. Still got the sim, can TP to the payload. I'm just going to flip the script on him here.
Toronto happy to flip the map, though. I mean, in the end, the cart's on their side of the map. They don't mind slowing this down, and it's a long rotation. The clock's running down for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, these rotations do take a little while. Quartz booped off of this small little ledge as the Bob has been deployed. Sound barrier through. Bob not going to do all of anything right now. That Annihilation is hurting, though, burning away at the health pools of Twisted Minds. Try and walk on, and someone says, not today. That'll be a nice little team kill for Toronto Ultra as they regain control of high ground.
And a stagger onto Quartz, few extra seconds. Something I've been seeing out of Toronto all tournament long. Whenever they win these fights, they're always staggering the last kill. And those few extra seconds every fight, they really do add up to the course of a map. You might deny an entire team fight. TVNT, he's got the Shatter. UB with the Sim Wall. These are some of the most powerful ults in the comp. Very difficult for someone to counteract. This is really Twisted Minds' fight to win. They've got to get some tempo at this moment.
Little TV Shatter, maybe? No, it looks like UB trying to force Merit out of this small corner. Shatter lands, hits someone. I mean, he still has support next year, and here comes the wall, too. TVNT super low, though. They are in control of the payload at this current moment in time, as Merit tries to go onto this high ground, but forced away eventually. And now they're just trying to burn away the shield of TVNT. No more shield, which means TVNT has to get out of there. There will be RuPaul and the gang just chasing Twisted Minds around. I mean, the rotations from Toronto Ultra are kind of playing Twisted Minds at their own game.
I got to keep it a buck with you. There seems to be a team difference in this game. I mean, the small details from Toronto Ultra are just perfectly on point. Their awareness, their rotation around the map. We've seen UB Sim dominate lesser teams, but Toronto Ultra are pretty much unfazed at this point.
Yeah, they've been hitting the VODs. We know the rotations with the sim. We know where you want to go. We know where you want to be. We're just going to also move as 5 without a teleporter. We're just going to, you know, corral around the payload instead.
More late game spots for Twisted Minds onto a comp that frankly makes no sense. So maybe they can make it work, but pressure on for Quartz. He's got to produce something miraculous.
Well, he's got high noon, I suppose, but now walking into a window sound barrier barrage and a Bob, and then an Annihilation coming up. Basically, there's a lot of chat
I'd be blaming my teammates in rank for picking these heroes together. Twisted Minds, maybe they're Giga Brain. We'll see.
Oh, those Sim Orbs flying towards the front line. Sound barrier comes in from Sugar Free. And someone caught out with this high noon. Potentially a boot there from Bliss. The little assist in the kill feed.
Aggression is punished. They're going to wait for someone, though. Wise to regroup, fight at full strength. And Twisted Minds, I mean, they started it going, but Toronto Ultra not giving up this critical high ground. Bob slowing things down, going to buy time for someone to get back to the fight.
Payload's not moving, Jake.
They're so passive. Look at they don't even wait for their tank.
Not moving.
Fearless.
Yeah. No, he's on Z division. Barrage medal from Sugar Free. Look, 50 seconds to go. You've got wall in 30%, but who are you getting ult charge off? I mean, I don't think UB's even going to get this ult.
It's going to be tough. I mean, Sim just doesn't fit with the rest of the comp. It just doesn't really make sense. to be honest, Vigilante with this rush, that's really their biggest asset. Bliss with the sound barrier. Surely you win this fight.
Surely. Annihilation. And now you have to worry about the barrage. Oh, dearie me. Didn't see Sugar Free there. Playing a bit of a Where's Wally or Where's Waldo, my American viewers. As the rush has been ripped in this small corner, and not being anywhere near the payload, doesn't like Twisted Minds are going to be able to utilize it. But RuPaul Dead is a good start. I mean, can Toronto Ultra kind of settle the score? TVNT's mech disappearing, and now with only 8 seconds to go, someone has to touch the point. And it's quite a distance away, and you're going to be suffering a whole lot of damage as soon as you come through this choke. Bliss gets there, receives the Suzu, manages to stay alive, but Sugar Free still alive and well, picks up the Mega Health Pack, but with no Diva mech, this is looking rough for Twisted Minds who try and take this high ground.
So much pressure. The Simwall comes in. It's very defensive. Vega so close to that sound barrier. Could be coming in to bail out someone who's wisely hiding in the corner.
I mean, RuPaul can just lay down window, Jake.
Oh, no. Merit in the window.
Oh, dearie me. I see a lot of kills in the future, although Defense Matrix doing a lot of work there for TVNT, who eventually finds the remech. And now the payload under the car wash. A better position for Twisted Minds to be in, using that high noon. But they have to kind of deal with this Bob. You be taken care of by RuPaul. And here comes the aggression. Sound barrier from Vega is just going to wipe Twisted Minds. A nice little self-destruct, but unfortunately, it only kills the lamp. Toronto Ultra making it look easy.
The Sim TPs pay off on first point, but they fall flat as soon as Toronto adapts. There's just no more gas in the tank, and I have to agree with McGravy. I mean, Twisted Minds look lost. As soon as Toronto Ultra responds with a comp, there's just no second answer, and from there on out, it's just Merit on the high ground, feasting on your backline, and it's just not something you can allow to happen if you want any hope of beating this Toronto Ultra squad.
Nice high noon there on someone. So that's how it happened.
Oh, TVNT, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty big error. Like, the far shot a rocket from above your head. Surprise, surprise, she's coming to barrage your sim.
Yeah, she's gonna come and kill you. All right. How do Twisted Minds kind of deal on the defense? Bliss, of course, historically known as a main support player, so I doubt we're going to see the Alari or anything like that. A lot of Merit fans in the audience. Someone MVP as well, so true, so true. My king, someone. One of the most unbelievable performances in the Overwatch League in 2023. I cannot escape. I cannot escape. Doesn't matter the broadcast, the pigeons still show up.
Quartz choosing the Widowmaker here on defense is basically an all-in for this first point hold, but I think he's wise to commit. I think if this fire truck gets rolling, Toronto Ultra very likely to close the map out and coming to a 3-0 series lead. I mean, that would be just devastating for the mental of Twisted Minds. Is the pressure of the home crowd getting to them? I think it's fair to ask at this point.
Well, they will be meeting Zeta Division in the semi-finals. Quartz there with a little bit of a ugh. Should have hit that, should have killed. Still going to be scary, though.
Something.
Still going to be scary matching up against Quartz Widow, but Toronto Defiant. Ooh! Mirror doing a little pirouette there as well, just like a little spin of the 360, trying to make sure that head hitbox is as mobile as possible, but Quartz still connects.
Yeah, you can't lose anybody, though, as you move to clean up Vega on the flank. This has got to be clean, and they're fighting back. They're really not going down easy. I mean, how did they get out of this? Toronto Ultra. Oh, Quartz again. But TVNT's dropping low. You cannot lose a single player if you are the Twisted Minds on defense.
Quartz is always the player to look for, to come up with kills, to come up with big plays for Twisted Minds. All right, a minute burn, Jake. And Merit now switching over to Widow. This is what I wanted to see. Oh, yes.
Merit, I think this is a wise choice as well. Put some pressure back onto Quartz. Add a little bit more challenge. Don't let this defensive Widowmaker just be confident that she can't be taken down. Sugar Free as well, another huge threat. Quartz has a lot of troubles to worry about as he tries to hold down this point for his team.
Quartz so close to these sites. Going to be hard for Merit to find any value when they're up. He's just kind of focusing on the tank and the edge of that fire truck as well. Curious where Quartz actually is. You can see Merit hunting for him.
Vega and Sugar Free, they're trying to swing wide. UB and Bliss have to stop them. If you let Vega get this angle, it's going to be devastating.
That is a very defensive position on the Widowmaker there, waiting for Merit to go for a grapple shot on one side of the train.
I wouldn't expect that spot either, so Quartz really feeling the pressure here in the series. Merit on the window.
No, something we don't.
should slow him down.
Ooh, no one peek it. Don't do it. I know you got sights, Quartz, but you got to deal with the window. Lands a body shot, but that's about it. 2 minutes to go now. Yubi's pulse bomb only finding the lamp cooldown. Oh, what a shot onto Vega. You got to see that coming, surely. Oh, Merit with the 2-tap, though, onto Quartz. But shouldn't matter. Quartz will be back in just a moment. Twisted Minds with an unbelievable defense there with the team kill.
They're playing incredibly well, and a full hold here could be just what the doctor ordered for Twisted Minds to regain some momentum in this series, get some hope, especially with a big performance from Quartz. That's what they were missing in the last few maps. If Quartz can really keep this going, we could be seeing the beginning of an amazing comeback.
Oh, Yubi trying to get the one clip on Merit there. Here comes the Annihilation. Merit down. Quartz without a worry in the world right now. There's a minute to go. Someone dead. Okay, full reset.
It is expensive, though. It does cost the Annihilation, and although Twisted Minds win many fights back-to-back, they only have the sound barrier. So many aggressive tools for Toronto Ultra. Bliss, he has to find the perfect moment. Not a second too early, not a second too late. Tons of pressure on the Korean pickup side.
Good angle there from Quartz, but immediately sniffed out by someone. Here comes the ultimate. Vega straight to the back line. Does manage to connect with TVNT. Vega's got to be a little bit careful now. It's to 1 HP. Somehow, some way, Quartz did not find the kill onto Vega, but it doesn't matter because Sugar Free is dead. Quartz under a lot of pressure, but the rest of his team is there to back him up. Sound barrier comes through for Bliss. They want to end this right here, right now, with 20 seconds to go. They're going to need to find something as Vigilante is under a lot of pressure. Use those Exo boots to get to the high ground, escaping the Annihilation, but somewhat just trying as he might to get him, and he does in the end. But Quartz comes up with yet another kill. There is pressure on the point here as Toronto Ultra are capping Jake, but Yubi's going to come back in just a moment with a pulse bomb. Bliss jumping onto the point, trying to find something in this fight, but it is all someone, despite Quartz finding, what, 2 or 3 picks there.
Man, Bliss had hands of steel holding onto the sound barrier so late into the fight, but someone, he held it just a little bit longer, coming in with the Annihilation, crushing the backline, and still having the wherewithal to come back to the point and secure the cap for his squad. So little distance to push. Twisted Minds, 2 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a tough hold. Yubi, this pulse bomb has to stick.
Yeah, I mean, this is one fight, really. Of course, that payload was just kind of jiggling backwards and forwards around this corner after Twisted Minds were forced all the way back to their spawn. Vega dead, not great. Good stick from Yubi.
Toronto Ultra just trying to back out, want to get a clean reset.
Not happening.
Ward shuts it down, so real opportunity here for Twisted Minds. Just window on window. Pressure on the Baptiste players from both sides. Quartz, see who can find the opening. Malga versus Ramatra as well. Toronto Ultra want to find the opportunity to charge in aggressively behind this Malga, and Sugar Free, he's set up to be the hammer to someone's anvil. Backline for Twisted Minds. You've got to be ready for this.
Oh, there's the window. They're going to try and go early here, force the positioning of Sugar Free maybe. Oh, TVNT through the window. Look at that. Vortex killing Merit. Now Sugar Free, it's time to strike, but where's the value? Where's the kills? Sugar Free needs to get something. No, goes to the reset. There's a minute to go again. It's coming down to the wire. Merit even switching over to the Hanzos. Twisted Minds looking like they want to play up.
Quartz, a kill here would absolutely be massive. It's just a headshot onto someone, though. Gonna have to back off the angle.
Pulse bomb from Sugar Free is going to be the difference maker. It's been so good with the Tracer this tournament so far. The connection rates have been sublime.
Quartz has really been heating up on this map on the Widowmaker. A pick here would be crucial.
Hunting, he knows Merit and Brew Paul are carrying behind that corner right now. Oh, what a shot onto Vega! Lucio down, 30 seconds to go. Sights pop, Toronto Ultra on the retreat. Annihilation to follow this one up. They're going to try and make this hurt, and it does. You don't need a plaster. You need a cast on this arm. Twisted Minds pushing all the way up to the spawn. 20 seconds to go now.
Once again, Quartz with a kill could just end the map right here. Get his team on the board in front of the hometown crowd in Riyadh.
Beat, pulse bomb. Look how aggressive they're playing as well, and they know they can just run into them. Bliss with the sound barrier hits 4. They're running into the back line. A pulse bomb landing onto Vega. Does manage to stay alive, though, as the cage gets deployed. Their OT has been popped here by Toronto Ultra, who do manage to find at least Vigilante. Sugar Free's pushing the payload. It's actually going to get matched with Quartz here on the Widowmaker. He's so low. Vega, Sugar Free are pushing the payload. Someone has to touch. Someone has to get there in time. UB with no recall, and Sugar Free and Vega have done it. They pushed the payload all the way under car wash, and they're on match point now. A 3-0 with Zeta Division in the semi-finals, potentially going to get matched up to them. They can just close out one more map.
What a devastating loss for Twisted Minds. It really felt like they were going to make the miracle happen and close out Midtown, but now they're down 3-0 in the series. Quartz is heating up. UB's looking as good as ever, but is it enough? I mean, the road home, it's impossible to imagine a 4-3 comeback with the map picks against you. Surely not.
We already had an Escort hybrid. Obviously, we've had Control as well. Hey, look at those smiles on the face of Toronto Ultra. NA's #1. Twisted Minds, who have had a hell of a run, to be fair. In EU, of course, winning that stage 1 in OWCS. Didn't have the hottest break in stage #2, of course, with the team kind of changing all about the place, but this is one of their strongest looks so far. Let's quickly jump down to the stage, though. See what the guys have to say about this one.
Oh, Quartz, all of that effort, all of that headshotting.
Goes for nothing.
For nothing, sugar-free. Just cap. We forgot about a car, Matt. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, the cart just continued to roll. We thought the game was done, but Gravy's like, hold on a sec, hold on a sec. This one might not be as easy for TM, but it's a brutal way to lose.
What did Kasora say over to Sugar Free? Great job remembering how to play this game mode.
Listen, staying calm under pressure, that's how you win in this game. It's so chaotic. You could so easily get caught up in the fact that you've gotten held on first point for 3.5 minutes. Yeah, but you have to feel for Course, man. That was a shy level performance, like his on Circuit Royale. This might even have been better. The shots were so critical. He just stymied every time Toronto wanted to walk in. Every time, critical headshots after critical headshots.
I'll tell you what, Matt, I cannot wait to see the Pepsi reactions tomorrow of that crowd, because they were on their feet cheering for Twisted Minds, only to have victory ripped from their hands. And I mean, as we look through, you can just see the defense was so good up until the final moment. The Lucio seals the deal.
Here's the positivity of it.
Yeah, hit me with it.
Imagine how crazy the crowd is going to be if TM reverse sweeps.
True.
Right? I mean, they're going to be going absolutely insane in there. Not likely, but it would be pretty awesome to see. Quartz playing the Widowmaker like that, you want to see them maybe go back to that again. They looked much better playing the Rush. I don't know if they're going to be able to force it as easy, though.
But the issue is the maps that are left are not Widow-friendly. We have the push game mode and we have Flashpoint. And you think of all of those maps and there's only a couple, potentially a new Queen Street, a wacky Widow map, but there's not a lot of good options here for Quartz to single-handedly carry this team to a victory.
The good news is, after game 3s, generally we offer a break for the players. You got about 3 minutes to recompose if you're Twisted Minds coaches. Are you listening to the players? In fact, I'm told in my ear, there is no break.
Yeah,
they want to stay on the stage. They think they have the hot hand. They know they were this close to taking a map, and they also get to choose the next one, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you have a player like Quartz on the hit scan who's playing that good. Why do you want to go, ship him off to the back? Just kind of sit there and think about it even more for a few minutes. But like McGravy said, you don't have many awesome options left here, right? Flashpoint, okay.
Servasa or New Junk City? What's going to be easier if they choose that?
Oh, I mean, typically, in OWCS, we've seen teams like go to Servasa a lot more, but we've seen a lot of New Junk City here at this event. I'm thinking maybe even like a Runa Sampi's in the mix.
Yeah, just for the uncertainty, potentially. It's the newest map. Hey, maybe Toronto hasn't looked at it all the way. Maybe there's certain parts of the map they haven't explored, but I mean, this is a professional team. Maybe just the uncertainty. I kind of agree with that.
What about if I just want Quartz to have his best possible Widow performance in back-to-back maps? Where can I set him up for success? Because if I look across this 5-man roster, he's the one who I feel like can go toe-to-toe with Merit and the rest of this Toronto Ultra squad.
I think if the coach went in there and was like, hey, look, we want to play Widowmaker, and we're going to go to, like, New Queen Street, I think the rest of the team would be like, are you sure?
Are you sure we should do this in
the Flashpoint? If that were my team and I came to the suggestion to play Widowmaker on New Queen Street to save our lives in the tournaments, I'd probably get fired.
Well, the fans out here, you could tell, the Saudi audience is very much awake, and they had a lot of faith in Twisted Minds. Only 34% of the audience choosing Toronto Ultra, and Toronto is now on match point.
Look, they're so passionate, the fans here, right? I know whether it be at the TM booth or in the venue, right, for Twisted Minds and Falcon. So not surprised to see them kind of still riding with the squad.
It's time to find out where we playing next. Let's reveal it behind us. How do you guys feel about the map? Servasa, we're playing Flashpoint. They fell close on control. This is similar to 5 control points, right, McGravy? So what can you get done if you're Twisted Minds here?
Yeah, I think you really got to rely on Yubi here. He is the commander of this team. He is the voice. He is the vocal leader. And you have to put him on a strong hero to have any chance of winning this series. So potentially the Sim, potentially the Mei. That's something that he's really known for.
All right, we got to send it to the stage. Not yet. In a moment. The map's almost ready, Matt.
It's almost. I think, look, Lucio is essential here on Flashpoint, right? So probably going to see both teams playing that Lucio. I think you got to see them try and play the Sim. I think the Sim, even more, speed and maneuverability around the map.
With that said, Sim just got banned earlier by Twisted Minds. Is it turn for Toronto Ultra to make that happen? I don't know what's going to happen here. All I know is the Arabic casters are really excited for Twisted Minds to bring it back. Let's send it to the stage. Servasa is the map. Twisted Minds has the fans' energy. You can see the mascot getting them all riled up, McGravy. So it's time to start strong. Let's see where Twisted Minds goes with our hero bands. Are you going support? Are you going tank? Or are you feeling a DPS band?
I think a Genji ban.
Play Tracer against me, Sugar-Free.
Potentially, this actually, I could see this in the Twisted Minds. This is potentially a DPS. This saves the Symmetra for Twisted Minds. I think this is a DPS protection pick. I think it's not so much about the Genji itself. I think it's about Twisted Minds saying, hey, Zenyatta, not Genji.
Yeah, come on, Comp Ops. Let's switch it up here on them. It's going to be Zenyatta?
So maybe on the flip side, I think it's potentially the same idea as Zenyatta protecting the Lucio because they want to play fast. Kind of the same idea, just in a different role.
They're connected deep in the lore, so that's how you can kind of get them I don't think he's an Omnic.
I think they're the same people, but just one has a sword on his back.
Hey, that's a rumor that they're the same people. You've heard about that one, McGregor?
Listen, I'm not into those conspiracy theories, but maybe I have to do some research when I get back.
Zen protects like Lucio, BAP, things like that, but now the Sim, like Puckett was saying earlier, still available. So I'm curious what we'll see from Toronto Ultra.
Look at that flow on Twisted Minds. These guys looking good, but their gameplay far from it early in the series. They started turning it up in game number 3, and with no Mauga on the map, what does this mean for the tanks?
So with the, you're going to see probably Ramatra head-to-head, right? That was what we just saw here on Midtown. So Ramatra head-to-head, if that doesn't really work out for Ultra, you can always fall back on the Sigma.
Yeah, of course.
Twisted Minds to force this. Come on, get it done, McGravy, right?
Yeah, Mauga is a traditional Ramatra counter. I think this is Toronto saying, hey, listen, we're completely fine taking us Ramatra Mirror. Bring it.
The map is ready. Our players are smiling. That means it's time to get into the lobby. Let's head on over to Jake and Jaws to get map and potentially the final map of this series underway.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, Servasa is the map pick here from Twisted Minds. I mean, Jake, that was the one map they actually took off Team Falcons in the group stage. 3-2 affair, pretty close, but against the caliber of team that is Team Falcons, probably feeling pretty confident taking us here now.
Yeah, the Sim Cassidy has been a huge strength for Twisted Minds, especially on Servasa. They pull out incredibly tricky moves with these two heroes, proving very, very hard to catch, with basically giving ridiculous mobility to Quartz on the Cassidy, a lot of trust. And I feel for Twisted Minds, each individual player has had their standout moments. They just haven't coalesced into one unit the way this Toronto Ultra squad have.
Well, Toronto Ultra not running out with the Lucio here, more defensive. Again, running Merit on the Ashe and then Vega on the Brig. They're expecting, obviously, Twisted Minds to kind of jump to the back line with that TP or just with the Lucio speed. Here we go, Yubi trying to time his teleports here as they move up as the point unlocks.
I like this. Just play to cap. You don't have to force anything. The Sim is a pretty decent poke hero in her own right. Someone looks for something but just can't, gets instantly pushed away, and First flip goes to Twisted Minds. This first point is great for their style.
Yeah, nice orbs there by Yubi catching someone in midair. Like you said, yeah, you don't expect Sim, poke hero, she's pretty close range, but if you're consistent with those orbs, they do so much damage.
And on the other side, Vega on the brig can't do so much until he can close the gap and get on top of the backline, which is another place Sim tries. Huge dive, though, comes in from someone.
Yeah, Vigilante. Unfortunately, not able to take that teleporter in time. Maybe cut in half, perhaps, as Quartz also ends up going down. All right, there's the quick kill.
Toronto, signature stall. Gonna get this neck out. And
that's
no,
nice. That's real nice.
I mean, this is really bad. He might need to go back to spawn and swap there. Even TPing him to get him back faster. Gonna give up the Diva Bomb. You just gotta get back into the fight. Man, that's a rough one, though. Really take some of the wind out of your sails. No ults just yet available, and these long poking phases, I think, are scary for Twisted Minds. There's so many threats that TVNT has to watch out for.
Well, of course, there's a fair amount of damage already. We almost got that high noon, but same could be said for Merit with the ball. Here comes someone again. Takes a completely charged Sim Orb before he actually touches the ground. Half HP already, but RuPaul was ready and waiting with the nade and the nano. Oh, the Primal Blade. Oh, it's also glorious when it's in the hands of someone. I don't think Bliss wishes to be here anymore, although he's kind of helped by someone there just somewhat, but no, it doesn't matter. He's still going to chase you all the way to spawn. And with 10% to go, Jake, this might just be the first cap here for Toronto Ultra.
We saw this a bit from Zeta Division, how powerful the Winston can be in the hands of someone can really take it to just about anybody. Toronto Ultra looking so adept on this comp, and Twisted Minds have no answer just yet. Yubi only 75% to that Symmetra wall. We've seen it be impactful, but you've got to get it built up more quickly. You can't be going down a point.
I only really needed to use 2 ults there too, so still got 3 to spare. If from bad to worse, DBNC says nope. Reset.
Merit just lights you up with back-to-back headshots. That has got to sting.
My guy is cheesing.
Like, bro, Merit, chill. Like, stop getting the first pick. I'm trying to style out him. I want to crush this key.
We need some clips.
I want Merit to crush the key.
Ultra Twitter.
And that hydraulic press, I mean, they've got to be getting it warm. Twisted Minds.
Oh,
5 minutes. Okay, it's cleansed. It's cleansed.
Good TP onto RuPaul, and there's the flip. Pretty quick.
Now using the sim wall. Twisted Minds maybe being a little desperate here, charging into full HP heroes. They use the TP to get out, though, so.
Very quick on the rotation here. Did a little bit of damage. Couple of headshots.
And the
in the near future if they're not careful.
You know? I don't like this.
He's being.
For Twisted Minds, I don't like when Merit sees you.
They got wall though, so maybe if we just deploy the wall, Merit can't shoot us all in the head.
Just hide, get behind the shield.
They are literally just hiding from him right now.
I don't blame them.
Eventually, they do end up contesting the point there as Sugar Free comes in, but now you have to worry about double support from Toronto Ultra. There's the wall, been deployed, TP through. Oh, the nade kill. They were lying in wait for it. Rally popped, multi-stun there as Twisted Minds say goodbye.
Yeah, we waited so long for the sim wall, and it falls flat.
Let's get Toronto quick listening, though, as they capture that point.
Lenny King, right? I'm ready to go. Go.
Yeah, we can.
I'm ready.
3, 2, push. Lucio.
Kill one. Have good Brahmo. Hey, you good at?
Yeah,
come back, Vega. Diva low. Diva's on him.
Diva. Right.
I'm back. What's up, Bob? Next ball push. Yeah. They better go.
Don't TP.
Oh, come on.
I'm going.
Nice.
We can. 3, 2, 1.
Push. Kill. Which one? Same.
Great that shot.
Guess one. You want? Here.
Are they beat it?
They beat it. Yeah.
Okay.
They beat it when we probably.
I need Diva.
Loop hiding.
Yeah, okay.
And the disengage with the TPs are really easy, but Toronto Ultra look like they got a TP of their own. They're not playing Sim. They are just, oh, they engage with B. Okay, that's fine. Oh, they rush. Okay, that's fine. We just all back out, all reset, and then someone just immediately jumping back in and securing kills. That's 2 points up now for Toronto Ultra. They're 1 point away, Jake, from walking away with this series.
I gotta call it. I mean, there's just a difference in strength between these two teams. The High Noon comes in, TP above, but Toronto, they're just ready for every play that Twisted Minds pulls out. There's nothing you can do to surprise them.
It's fooled many a team, that teleport High Noon, but not Toronto Ultra. Oh, dearie me. Not where UB wants to be, but Merit decides against this fight as well by the looks of it. Everybody jumping onto Merit, but it is Vega to the rescue. A nice little nade there onto Bliss, and here comes the nano boost. Merit down, but so is TVNT, which means Toronto Ultra are going to cap.
And I feel like every time Toronto gets control, they don't just sit back, they don't just wait for you to come in, they charge forward and clean you up off the map, force you all the way out. He's such a master of the primal rage, and with only 15% to go, it's almost a guarantee he'll get it as he dives in.
Back in, he's got the primal. They're going to extend this fight, you'd imagine, quite a fair bit. Primal used, there's no teleporter available for Twisted Minds anymore. Instantly takes down Yubi, who had, well, nothing to do with that fight whatsoever. Just beam someone just a little bit. Bliss down, and Jake, I mean, sure, someone is dead, but this might just be all over. 60% Twisted Minds. They got ults to come back in, but like you mentioned, Toronto Ultra have every single answer to what Twisted Minds are throwing in.
I'm not gonna lie, Jack, I am a biased man. Let's go NA, about to send the hometown heroes straight to that hydraulic press. I can feel it coming.
Bob, they're going to start the fight early. Well, there's the wall. It's on the point. It's going to separate Toronto Ultra from Twisted Minds. And yeah, someone's just jumped on the hog. Why not? Quartz already down. Kitsune rush pulled as they have to deal with the Vega's onslaught now with this rally. Bliss has still got the sound barrier. Does end up deploying it, but they're using a lot to try and just stay in this fight. Sugarfree's pulse bomb gets denied there by the Suzu as someone is straight back to spawn. Didn't get a lot of value there, Jake, but it was worth the attempt.
We wouldn't be North Americans if we didn't do a little trolling.
He's back to Winston. Let's go. All right. Twisted Minds to end up managing to find that fight after someone trolled a little bit.
Okay. Twisted Minds getting everything they can out of this. A deep stall onto RuPaul. It's probably going to be just one more fight for Twisted Minds, but Quartz was forced onto the Tracer to get this recontest going. Merit onto the Echo. We are officially in Mystery Heroes territory.
Okay, but still a chance. Twisted Minds literally have to be perfect here. Get 3 points, win the map, and, you know, a complete reverse sweep, if you will.
Nano for RuPaul onto someone. It's been devastating every time. Can Twisted Minds find the answer with a tricky TP?
Someone jumping in, buying some space here for Toronto Ultra. A TP into the backline, and Suzu used 2. TVNT is going to be the focus, but the self-destruct will help him get back into mech in just a moment. Someone down, actually, to self-destruct, but they end up killing TVNT as well. So it's just a 2 DPS versus 2 support situation as Twisted Minds miraculously managed to hold on. This should be the point, unless Merit can pull out something tricky. But no, not to be. Twisted Minds on the board.
TVNT, that was a sick bomb. I thought he was just using it to remech on the point, but he shot it through the hole in the roof and it came over on top of someone's head. He did not see that coming. Well played by the tank of Twisted Minds.
Quick rotations here with the Sim.
Merit on the Echo, flexing his muscles. Let's test this hit scan master's flexibility. What can he do with the copy? Maybe a Cassidy can bring him back into his comfort zone.
Yeah, probably. Even the Diva. Really early Suzu usage, but you've got Kitsune rush to use, and same with the sound barrier. A dupe into the Sim as they dupe the TP and then run away. Pulse bomb on the floor from Sugarfree. Still trying to find a flip in this fight, but easy wall for Merit. Oh, he's just beaming them down. You can't run away. Oh my word. I was like, oh, maybe the Sim, I don't know if that's a good strat there. And he earns a wall in, what, less than 2 seconds?
The copy Sim kind of goes crazy. Wall is one of the better ults in the game, and turning an Echo copy into a Sim wall has a decent trade. Twisted Minds want to strike back quick with a Sim wall of their own. Kitsune rush as well. They get RuPaul. Support ults have to be perfect here.
Yeah, they're in a good position to use this rush too. Again, a very early Suzu as Yubi just gets absolutely decimated by someone. Quartz evening things up yet again though, when the Cassidy, the true superstar for Twisted Minds, is coming alive. As Toronto Ultra, they got Vega on the point, but little to no support now for the rest of the team to stay in this.
That was a blitzkrieg with the rally. I like the idea if you get into a long fight against Symmetra and Kiriko, you are in real trouble. So I think that's the right play from Toronto Ultra. Quartz, though, so sharp with that headshot. Wait, Vigilante? Oh no, got too greedy and disrespecting playoffs merit. Simple, simple,
yeah, double headshot, I'd imagine. Oh, that's a little rough. I mean, now you're going to have to wait for Vigilante to come back. You have to play a little bit safe here, but Yubi's off in Narnia. On a completely different side of the map to the rest of his team. You're going to lose this fight, you're going to reset, but they've still got another opportunity to get back in.
Man, losing your flex support first to the hit scan. A critical error, one of the classic errors of Overwatch, but it's merit on the other side. I mean, come on. The pressure is unrelenting. So many teams have looked lost against Twisted Minds, but Toronto Ultra, they aren't even breaking a sweat.
3 ultimates for Twisted Minds, but Toronto Ultra wanting to go super early here with this Primal Rage. Sound barrier for Bliss just to try and survive the fight. 5% to go for Toronto Ultra as they attempt to try and close out this series with a 4-0. Yubi just trying to chase Merit, but Merit's a little bit too quick for him by the looks of it. A bomb on the point is going to get destroyed by the self-destruct from TVNT. Looks like Twisted Minds should be able to cap. Eventually, they managed to separate Toronto Ultra's DPS line from Vega and RuPaul, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Sugar Free chasing down Bliss, but the fancy footwork from the Lucio does mean he stays alive.
Man, what a scrap in this fight. Both teams staying alive, staggering. TVNT, though, he's lost his mech. Vigilante forced back. Can he find a time to Kitsune rush? The map is in the balance.
Rally for Vega too. I mean, how are they going to survive on this point? Yubi's still got the wall, and the kill onto Sugar Free's good from Bliss, but Rally used, and well, the rush was good from Vigilante, but there's no one there to actually use it. And now they have to stand up against someone who's nearing in this Primal Rage. A nice little bash through the wall there. The flare will be swinging for Vega, who's also going equally pretty low. Eventually, the wall does end up falling over, but now you have to deal with someone's Primal Rage. He's one angry Winston as Bliss ends up going down. It's an overtime fight here as Twisted Minds remain in control, but someone finds yet another kill. Eventually slain by Vigilante, and Twisted Minds, they're not out of this. Another boost onto Sugar Free as he focuses down TVNT's mech, turning his attention towards Yubi, but he just teleports out of there, and Twisted Minds find yet another cap.
They are clutching up when it matters most, forcing us to a 5th point on this Flashpoint map. Toronto Ultra maybe getting a little bit too silly, losing the tempo, and now Twisted Minds with tons of ultimates coming online in these next few fights. They're in a great position to get on the board here on Saravasa.
You can hear the crowd as well. We know who they want to win, that is for certain. And you best believe Toronto Ultra are feeling that in the stadium as well. Good high ground position here from Quartz. TP.
What a boop from Vega. Completely shuts this down.
Someone's on the point, but no, Sugar Free out of there pretty quick. Very, very well read by Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, that's masterful from Vega. It does secure a point for Twisted Minds. In the end, they're not going to be too upset about that. This D.Va so hard to evict from the point. Teleport forward is punished completely.
Bliss! Bliss just hit the 2-man B. Ooh, a little rough. Oh, nice shot from Vigilante, but yeah, there you go. Bliss hitting the 2-man sound barrier there. Unfortunately, didn't help Quartz or Yubi whatsoever. And that'll be Toronto capping.
Twisted Minds kind of crumbling in that fight. I don't think they needed to do anything proactive. I think TVNT could have just held down the point, stalled things out, but
you could just TP around them.
Yeah, they go for a fast move, and it just gets absolutely denied. Less coordinated than I would expect from this Twisted Mind squad.
All right, Yubi up 75% towards that wall now. So they try and enter this fight through these archways. A rush on the point. This should make someone at least somewhat fearful. And there we go, he ends up backing off. TP onto the high ground too, just to put fear in the hearts of Toronto Ultra, but looks like they're not going to give this point up without a fight. A nice nade from RuPaul there sends Twisted Minds backline reeling as the sound barrier from Vega. They're trying to make this final fight. Yubi down, the pressure just unrelenting from the rest of Toronto Ultra. Now as someone pops the Primal Rage, they're going to have one fight, but it's going to be a staggered one at 85%. Look how far someone is chasing to try and kill Bliss. He's got a contract on his head or something. TVNT ends up getting shut down by Merit, the wall on the point, but who's there to use it? Absolutely nobody. As Toronto Ultra end up claiming the map, a 4-0 fashion as well to knock Twisted Minds out.
Toronto Ultra beating the Land Choker accusations. They have booked a ticket to the semifinal in dominant fashion, having fun in the quarters. They're playing for $1 million and they're bringing out the Roadhog.
Yeah, I love to see it. Honestly, if you bring out Roadhog on any one of these maps at this moment in time in the bracket, I'm your biggest fan. Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd here do end up going down 4-0. I mean, Toronto, you think back to the Dallas Major, just one of the worst performances I think we've seen this team have. It was a really rough time for them, but showing up in a big way, beating OALGD previously in a 4-1 fashion, and even cleaner here against Twisted Minds in a 4-0. Now their next opponent is Zeta Division, but before we go to that match, we got some key crushing to do.
This is my favorite part of the tournament. I'm not going to lie. I love seeing the keys crushed. I mean,
You see how aggressive people are getting as well? They're getting snapped in half.
Yeah, they're pushing it, right? You're starting to feel it. You're starting to taste that potential $1 million prize pool and the biggest possible share waiting for the champion. And Merit, this guy on your screen, I mean, what a ridiculous performance. So consistent. The more pressure he's under, the better he becomes. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's the opposite of your expectation. But then again, he was our last Overwatch League champion. There is a reason people fear this guy on playoffs.
Yeah. Last hope for NA2 in Toronto Ultra. Of course, M80 went down to Team Falcons. A rough first round opponent, to be fair, for M80. And unfortunately, Nightmare, of course, not making it out the group. Group D was, I mean, virtus.pro sweeping. And then the rest of the teams getting a 1-2 record. God, someone will always be a fan favorite.
Even the hometown crowd for Twisted Minds has got to respect someone. I mean, this guy, you got to love him. Look at this. The personality, the excitement. I couldn't think of a better player to be representing and leading the Toronto Ultra and potentially their best international result yet.
Let's jump down to the stage, though, to hear from one of the biggest carries NA's ever seen in Lenny. Down on the stage now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am here with Sugar Free from Toronto Ultra after a 4-0 against Twisted Minds in their hometown, in front of the home crowd. So my first question to you, what do you want to say to the fans?
Hey, just like China, I'll see you guys next year.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, but before we continue this interview, we have Yubi ready to give over the key to potentially the better Tracer. So, Yubi, if you can come over here, please. There you go, you got the key. And now you guys are 2 steps away from getting to the grand final and possibly winning this trophy. But you have one more step in the semifinals against Zeta Division. What do you think about this match?
Honestly, the way we've been playing recently, I'm not really worried about them at all. You know, I think we're better in every role, every hero.
All right, I mean, you guys heard it first. Toronto Ultra think that's going to be an easy match, but let's see how that turns out. We'll get that key crushing ceremony running, but for now, let's head back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fancy. Congratulations to Sugar Free and Toronto Ultra. They sent China packing with OALGD last night, and now he says we will see you next year, Twisted Minds. Farewell, a hot 4-0. And there was some disrespect in that last game. Before we talk about the Roadhog, though, Matt, let's talk about what we saw going back to Map 1. This is where Twisted Minds looked the most dangerous outside of Map 3.
Yeah, I mean, this was their best showing, right out of the gate. I think you probably have a little bit like energy from the crowd, right? The bands didn't really come in to impact either team all too much in map number 1. After that, though, it was all Ultra all the time.
Yeah, I think that Shambali really took the wind out of their sails. You can't go into the second map after losing the first one and have zero idea what you're doing. Once that happens, it just assassinates any sort of emotion your team will have going forward. It's really hard to believe after that second map. It was an absolute beatdown.
Taking a look at Midtown, if your wind wasn't taken out of your sails after map 2, it definitely was here. You played so well if you're Twisted Minds. Your defense was nearly impeccable on the second point. but you forgot about the objective. Sugar Free on the Tracer gets behind them and helps send it home.
It's also after the first 2 maps, Quartz has a sick performance here on Midtown, and you still lose. That sends you to the 4th map. Like, well, what are we supposed to do now, right? I mean, it puts you in a really difficult situation.
It didn't even feel like a tactical pick, in my opinion. I think it's just Quartz saying, like, hey, man, we've got nothing going, absolutely nothing. Let me just pick the Widowmaker. I'll make something happen, and he did. Going into the last map, though, the wind's out of your sails. I don't know what to say. Like, it's 3-0. It's a best of 7. It's so hard to do anything. Like we said, that Midtown was just, it was the kiss of death because it was so close. And like you said, that C9 happened, and it was absolutely brutal.
Matt, here is the final fight. Someone doing someone things. We saw him go, shoo, Ronaldo style after the win. Before that, though, he pulled out a Roadhog. Is there a bigger troll in Overwatch 2 right now than pulling out a Roadhog against your opponent in the quarterfinals?
No, I mean, we saw, I think it was Crazy Raccoon earlier in the tournament, ban the Roadhog. That's probably even more of a BM than actually even playing it, right? Like, hey, we'll just light our ban on fire. We don't even need it by just getting rid of the Roadhog. But Toronto, I mean, they're starting to look like the team that we thought they would be in international competition. NA, they're going to beat the hell out of everybody. But we were worried like how they would look against the U and then, you know, APAC, and they've looked great so far.
Well, I was told I'm not allowed to pick Sugar Free 2 days back-to-back for MVP. So this time around, we got to give it to the other DPS man in this lineup. Merit on the hit scan. So good in that game 1. And if you're looking at his eliminations, he was lighting everybody on fire across these 4 maps.
Yeah, I don't have the exact statistics on how much he's played Ashe, but it seems like he's played it just about every single map. Pretty much every single time, and he is just saying, hey, come beat me. You know, hey, I'm good at this, you're good at this, but I know that I can be better. So he just throws down the gauntlet every time, and he just challenges these hit scan players.
What is interesting is that, like, we heard coming into the event that they're, you know, potentially hit scan quite weak because there's so much Diva play. And in a lot of these highlights, right, you know, they're able to kind of deal with TV and Diva. I wonder, like, when we see that match against Zeta Division tomorrow, if we see them try and force more Diva, right? Maybe ban the Ashe, play some Diva, force some more hit scan into the mix.
It's not very often that you surprise yourself with some headshots. Merit catching a few headies there and celebrating on the screen, and that means Toronto Ultra is powering forward. We have 3 teams locked into our semifinals. The last fight will be Crazy Raccoons against the winner of Falcon or virtus.pro. But what do you think about this Zeta Division matchup against Toronto? Now, we know this is going to be Korean playstyle versus a team that has been boot camping in Korea.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. Zeta wants to play a lot of like double flex support style competitions. They can play, you know, really Winston or, you know, Diva, any different types of like kind of dive centric comps. I think the real thing is like, how do you kind of slow down Merit? He's been so good on that hit scan. We know Diva's a great option against it. Can they do some other things with the bans?
McGravy, if you are coaching Twisted Minds, you're going backstage, your players are obviously not that upset. They seem to be okay on this stage, and they have the fans, of course, there to support them. But how do you keep their heads in it moving forward? Because this team, I expect to see them at future competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. This is still one of the best teams in the EU, but I think the big talking point, if you're a coach for Twisted Minds, is the fact that this is a new roster. They've made a lot of changes. They've lost, I would say, one of the centerpieces of their team in KSA. He was absolutely critical to the team, so you have to keep faith going forward.
And this team looked like they were going nowhere coming into this event. I mean, they did not look good. So to play at this level, right, finish first in their group, you know, put up you know, a decent showing here, you know, in our quarters, I think they're probably feeling pretty good about the rest of the year.
Yesterday, we whittled down our 12 teams to 8. Today, we are now down to 5 as we have to crush another key. Shall we, Matt? Take it away for your first key crush of the weekend.
This is awesome. I've been watching this from the caster booth. RuPaul showing us, confirming that is the key.
True.
Official key.
That's their name.
I think when these keys break, you know, these players, they got to realize that is real gold in there. They got to run away with that bad boy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, break me off a piece of that. Maybe slip it in your pocket, walk away with it, you know, keep it off the camera. Because, I mean, yeah, like you said, made with real gold. This is really valuable. It's not only actually valuable, it's emotionally valuable. It has so much meaning because it means you're out of the tournament.
RuPaul doesn't even seem excited about this. No, I would be jumping up and down.
I gotta tell you what, though. I think if Toronto were to win, this is one of the keys they would take with them, right? To knock out a team that's kind of playing on home, home soil, right? I think that's got to mean a little bit more. He doesn't want to.
I saw some flakes come off. He's like, I'm good with it just being bent. We don't need to snap off the top.
For a second there, I just thought he wasn't going to let it up. He was just going to go all the way to the ground. Is how we can get that bad boy out of there. Is that thing is really crushed.
Shout out to everybody working on this show, and shout out to RuPaul and, of course, Toronto Ultra, who will be playing tomorrow for a spot in our finals. It's going to be an excellent matchup. Matt, before we get to that, though, we have one more battle to go.
Yeah, you got Falcons versus Virtus.pro. I think Falcons with Crazy Raccoon, is one of the favorites here coming into this event. But Virtus.pro surprised a lot of people, right? They finished with a really great record coming out of groups. It's an EU team that I think has some really nice players that we've known for a very long time. It's going to be a huge test, though, here against Falcons.
Virtus.pro surprised everyone in the group stages. Now they got to do it against the Falcons. The final match of our quarterfinals coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup live from Riyadh.
Hello guys, this is virtus.pro backline Gala and Kenail, and
everyone.
today we're gonna do some geography Overwatch. Riyadh. Okay, nice, you know.
Here.
Sería por aquí, ¿no?
Más o menos.
Around here, I would say. Ilios. You know it?
Yeah, that one is really easy.
Okay. Oof.
Do you know it? It's like Australian.
Australia, but I don't know which part. I just put it around in the middle. Do you know where it's Dallas?
No, not really.
It's in like America, but
Probably towards to the right.
like here.
Think so?
It's in Brazil.
Think so?
It's Brazil, yes.
It's like this one?
Oh.
From the moon, but he landed at Gibraltar, so.
Gibraltar. The first.
This one.
Oh. I don't remember.
Probably the same one at California.
California. I don't know what is California.
It's like out here.
Anaheim. So it's the same as last year.
Korea.
South Korea, yeah. More or less, no?
Oh, it's this one. I think.
Oh. Yeah, muy. Yeah, it's fine. Peru. But I don't know what is Peru. So.
Nice. No, yeah.
I don't know. Switzerland? ¿Dónde está?
Around here. It was fine.
I'll give it a
guess.
7 out of 10.
Wasn't too complicated.
Thanks for watching. You guys should support us because we're gonna win it all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our interview here at the Esports World Cup, Exit 1 for Twisted Minds. I'm joined by Yubi. We'll be doing the interview here in Arabic and translating for you. Yubi, first of all, commiserations on the loss here, but I wanted to ask you a question. First of all, why did you select Toronto Ultras to play against? The question that has been on everybody's minds. Yubi, شكرا لك تكون معنا هون بالانترفيو بعد هالماتش، بس سؤالي لك ليش كفريق نقيتوا تورونتو الترا لتلعبوا ضدهم؟ نحن حكينا فيها الصبح انا وفانسي على المسرح وسالنا ليش.
اول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صراحه احنا اخترنا تورونتو لحسنا اقرب تيم لنا، لان في الخيارات كانت يا نختار فالكون يا نختار اس جي يا تورونتو، وزي ما شفتوا الجيم كانت كلوز نفس اللي كان يصير في التدريبات يعني.
I mean, in our case, we chose Toronto Ultra because we thought that they were the closest squad to the way that we liked to play and play against, because compared to the other options, that is. And as you saw, the game, yes, ended up with a score, but it was way closer in reality when you actually dig into every single map. But okay, so we got this out of it, but do you feel that even with having this big support for the crowd and everything, do you feel that it added more stress on you? Or what happened during the games where these moments were so close and yet so far away? كيف بهالمقاطع هيدي لقينا انه مع انه في المشاهدين وكل شيء عم بيشجعوكم وراهم، حسيتوا ان كان هذا زاد عليكم ضغط بالجيم؟ وليش كان هالماتش هالقد قريب بكل ماب؟
لا صراحه بالعكس، انا اشوف كان تقصير مننا. انا اشوف ادينا يعني نفس كان اللي يصير في التدريبات، ان احنا دائما يكون على فايت واحد، كل تدريب نلعب ضدهم يكون على فايت واحد، بس ربي ما وفقنا وهي يعني الحمد لله على كل حال.
And on the contrary, actually, we were quite happy and very proud of the audience that was coming here and cheering for us, but it's really on us in this case. You know, we've practiced things and we're always very close. It's always one fight away from the whole victory. And today, you know what, Toronto Ultras ended up being the better team. Shukran lak. Yubi, thanks so much for joining us on the interview. Good luck on the next path. I hope and I know that we will see Twisted Minds again in competition. Back to the studio.
Oh, I'm a fan of that, young man, but we have at least 10 more taking the stage, because rolling in right now is virtus.pro as they get ready for their matchup in the quarterfinals against the Falcons. We got McGravy and Jake join us here at the analyst desk. And Jake, I know you just got done casting, but now we get to see a big old matchup. What's going on here, and what can we expect to see from Falcons versus virtus.pro?
I mean, it's been a Cinderella story thus far for VP. I think it's fair to say massively overperforming expectations. On the flip side, Falcons would have come into this as the tournament favorites, but slipped up a little, showed a bit of weakness that I don't think anyone expected coming into this tournament. So virtus.pro, a little blood in the water at the same time. These Falcons players, you cannot write them off.
McGravy?
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement there. I think Falcons absolutely should be the favorites here. They need to stop messing around. They need to stick to their roster they're really good at. But you have to give a lot of credit to virtus.pro. 3-0 in groups that is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, that is really strong. They have great players for this minute. They have Shockwave playing the Ash, playing the Echo. They have Sauna, who's really good on the Tracer. They have Gala, who's known for playing more the flex support with the Alari. Really, really nice.
Get your votes in right now, SDCplay.gg, as we introduce you to the lineups. Let's go ahead and highlight some of the kings of Overwatch here. Surmajed has been celebrated, but virtus.pro will be the enemies tonight. Shockwave, Sauna, Rajaro, Gala, and Kanel.
Yeah, I think these are guys that really have made their marks in the World Cup. If you've watched any of that, the Overwatch World Cup, Gala, Kanal, both of those guys really made their marks. That really came onto the scene in the EU scene. But we know Sauna was on my team, Florida Mayhem. He ended up going to the London Spitfire. He played with those guys as well. Really, really strong. Jake, what do you think about Falcons?
I mean, these guys, look at this roster. This is disgusting. Parapper, Stalker on the DPS line. It's hard to get better than that, especially when you play these fast-paced double flex DPS. Hanbin on the tank. Happy to see it. I think this is Hanbin's meta. I think this is his match to win. You know Chio and Field are going to hold it down in the back line. And honestly, virtus.pro, they've come so far, but this is a serious threat on the other side of the stage.
We started with 16. It's time to whittle it down to 4 as we send it down to the stage. Let's get it all started.
The Crusher has chewed and spat out 3 keys already today, and I tell you, it won't be satisfied until it takes one more tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gadia Arena. One final quarterfinals match remains.
That's right, and this match is gonna be fire because the temperature might have cooled down outside, but the crowd is making it fired up in the arena because we're ready to introduce our next competitor. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage, virtus.pro. They are now EMEA's final hope at the Esports World Cup, topping Group D. EMEA, NA, Korea have beaten them all. But can the VB Bears jump high enough to catch the bird in the skies tonight?
And their opponents, runners-up in Korea, runners-up in Dallas. Please welcome the hometown heroes, Team Falcon! A three-way tie in the groups did not prevent them from showing off their skills last night against M80. They are yet to reach their expected podium finish, but will the stress of the stage and the crowd itself cause more harm than good? Or can they hold their psyche together here this evening? Team Falcons, virtus.pro, please place your keys in position and take your seats.
It honestly can't get better than this. We got one more semi-finalist to be decided and one more key to be crushed. So let's get it on.
Let's go. Turn it up.
Here we go. It's the final quarterfinal here on day number 4 as we are whittling down the competition to just 4 remaining teams. We know we're going to Control. We know we're going to be on Ilios. The question is, what will our coaches ban? virtus.pro enters with the higher seed. They had a bye all the way to the round of 8. On the other side, the Falcons slipped up. They played with their food, and they got burned. Let's take a look, though, as VP says no Winston here for game number 1. McGravy, thoughts?
Yeah, I think they really want to protect that double flex style that virtus.pro likes to play so much. They love to put Gala on that Alari, and we've seen a lot from Toronto. It's had a lot of success.
On the other side, Ash will be banned by Falcons. Do you like this?
This just shows a very fast tempo. Falcons want to target this Tracer Echo style. I believe that is when they are at their most deadly, with proper onto that double flex DPS, diving into backlines, tearing them apart, Stalker by his side. This is going to be a tough Control for virtus.pro.
Control, it's the first one to score 2 of our 3 maps here, as we will have multiple rounds. And it's all about just staying alive if you can at times, especially keeping those support ups. You see the map is loading, which means it's time to set it up to the casters. Let's get it going.
Thank you very much, Pocket. Yes, myself, Jaws, and Matt bringing you through this series here. Team Falcons versus virtus.pro. virtus.pro, a 3-0. Almost perfect group there, Matt, but Falcons, oh man, second place runner-up in Korea and Dallas.
Yeah, virtus.pro are like 5th seed coming out of Europe through the FACEIT League, but because some teams had already qualified, right, we kind of went down the leaderboard, so to speak, and virtus.pro ends up making it, but they actually end up probably performing the best out of the European teams thus far. I'm looking at Shockwave. How Shockwave can make an impact on this series. He's been a damage dealer we talked about for a very long time in the Overwatch scene. Fantastic player. Well, also Sauna, right? Sauna was like on that Florida Mayhem team on the bench, right? Didn't get to play a lot, but also a very good player.
I mean, this is a true test for Shockwave. Proper Widow versus Shockwaves. Of course, we know who the crowd is cheering for, Matt. Hanbin on the Sigma, though. Same with Rajaro.
They are very much behind Falcons in the same way they were for Twisted Minds. As a really slow start here, you're going to see that with the Widowmakers out.
Ooh. Pro playing a more aggressive angle there. You see a Shockwave a lot of that time just hiding behind the shield. Oh. Scarlet way out of position. Ideally, you take an off angle, right, as the Alari, but not when Proper's on with it.
Yeah, just a little bit too comfy there around that pillar. Some of these kills towards the end, they're just going to come in on a little bit slower, kind of trickling to make the spawns a little bit longer. So it will be Falcons getting in control of the point first. I think for VP, it's like, how do you deal with some of this pressure?
It's going to be real tough. It's frustrating, too, as well, playing into like a defending Widow, of course, with Falcons capping the point. It's tough to really get a sightline. You can see Shockwave's ground Widow right now.
And you see kind of like Sauna just kind of lurking around him, right? Because they know that Stalker's going to make a play for him at any moment. So it puts a lot of pressure.
What is that angle from Proper?
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the Shockwave, right? You know, you're going to have to try and challenge Proper, but that is a sick shot.
The scaffolding right there. Finishing construction with Proper's blood on the backboard. Sauna, 5% towards that pulse. Sounds like a window from Canale to match fielders. They're slowing this one down, but a good pulse from Sauna kills Chio.
Yeah, now you can start to open things up here if you are virtus.pro, right? It's the M-Matrixes on both sides, but just like that, it's going to be Stalker and Fielder coming up with some kills. Hanbin with a Flux. You might not be able to get this if you're VP. It looks like Falcon's going to be able to hold on.
Doesn't matter how many picks you got. Team Falcons always coming out on top. Fielder kind of running around the corner, just haloing Sauna just with a battle rifle. 75% Matt. I mean, this is the last fight.
So that don't look like a battle rifle to me. I was like, hey, hold on. I was like, where's the needler at? I guess we're playing with the
We need a needler hero, Matt.
Stalker here with a pulse bomb. We'll see if he can kind of like land it onto the back line. You're probably going to see Shockwave use Infrasight. Yeah, it's going to be the Captive Sunrise from both teams as well, opening it up.
Hits Chio in the sky. Can they follow up? Any connection here? Sauna killing Proper. Easier time now for Shockwave, who's activated those sights. Headshot to Fielder. Only about half charge there, so he doesn't take a full amount of damage. With 99%, Falcons and Stalker holding down this point for as long as possible.
Even with that early pickoff, right, they haven't really been able to get much of anything with it. It's going to be Rajaro using that Gravitic Flux. And even still, though, VP, they get 3. It's going to be 2 kills return here from Falcons. You have Proper alive here with the Infrasight. And they have to deal with Stalker.
Wow, that was close. Sorum's going down. Playing on Knife's Edge with a recall only in a couple of seconds. But Chio with a double peek, double headshot. Easy as that. And Team Falcons getting another cap. virtus.pro right now, just losing control at every possible moment. With 100 to 15%.
I mean, every time that it feels like VP gets like 2 like that, they're traded out really fast there from the side of Falcons, whether it be Stalker or Proper. Able to pick up those kills. Is the fans going crazy here tonight?
You can barely see the fans through all the flags coming out.
Hey, when I went down there to the stage earlier, the Kitty Arena, I mean, it was bumping for Twisted Minds. I can only imagine here for Falcons. You know, they've just been, running it up in terms of the Champions leaderboard throughout EWC.
Clean shots there from Fielder. Nothing like a good POV of a bat with good aim. All right, round number 2 now.
The Reinhardt here. So Reinhardt may seems
Classic
to be like a go-to comp for, this is EU Overwatch right here. As we'll see if they can kind of like circumvent this comp from Falcons as they want to play Hanbin on this diva, one of the best divas in the world. And, Falcons doesn't exactly have a composition you can kind of like run down, right? That's what this VP comp wants to do. And they go take this point first. That's how they want to play this, right? Play from the point, get control of it first, then force the fights on it.
Yeah, and there you go. Yeah, TP to points. Gotta wait for those lamps.
They're just gonna get poked down, though, it feels like. Yeah.
Okay, Hanbin just kind of WM1 through the back line. Oops, daisy. Any more kills here for virtus.pro? Doesn't look like it. As Hanbin just takes control of the game. 3 kills for him, 2 for Stalker.
And to see them pull it out like this type of comp early, right? And for Falcons to deal with it, it has to feel pretty good for Falcons because, like, all right, do you waste the bans on it now, right? Like, you could probably deal with that. You got Smurf on the roster as well as the VP makes changes right away. They're going to mirror what Falcons bringing out.
It was the last hope for NA in our last series with Toronto Ultra, and they made it through to semis. This is the last hope for EU to show up in the quarters. Stalker under a lot of pressure there. Still got duplication, so a way out, but doesn't end up using it. It's taken down by Sauna, but Proper evens the playing field. Both Tracers killing their respective echoes, and now Proper with a pulse bomb, not throwing it into that Matrix, and now in the little 1v1 versus Sauna, but Team Falcons just kind of running away with this one again.
Yes, they cannot deal with Hanbin. I mean, Hanbin before this Diva patch was already incredible on the hero. He casually eats a pulse bomb there from Sauna, and now that Diva becomes just an absolute unit on the battlefield. I mean, there's nothing you can do about Hanbin. Get this, Falcons wins all these fights. They don't even need any ultimates, right? 60% get all 5 ultimates. It looks like this first map's going to be pretty clean here.
And the only W right now for virtus.pro is the Goth Kiriko skin on your screen. Sound barrier comes out for Chio, really pushing them to their limits. There's 75% almost here for Team Falcons. Looking like one fight for virtus.pro. A lot of these kills getting kind of staggered out. Canel now only just spawning.
So, what do you even do for VP, right? You have double support ult here. You're gonna have to use them, maybe even just get out of the spawn. Everybody's so far pushed up here for Falcons.
Yeah, double support ult, self-destruct, maybe you get copy online, but look at Team Falcons. They got check marks across the board, looking like Twitter out here. 10% to go for Team Falcons. Now they have to push it on to the point. They end up using the beat to do so. Kill onto Fielder is good. Ripping that rush on here as well. It means Hanbin isn't going to be long for this world if he's not careful about it. Sauna finds a double kill. Falcons probably not investing anything more. No, there you go. Just going to go for a reset as virtus.pro. They get the cap.
Yeah, you give that up if you're Falcons, right? You end up using your Kitsune Rush. You get absolutely nothing out of it because Fielder dies right away. But you get double support ult out of the other team, right? So now you can come back with pulse bomb dupe here of your own. You're in still a really good spot here for Falcons to put away map number 1. Is looks like they're just trying to figure out which angle they want to kind of attack this point from. So Hanbin's going to go on, get a touch here with Chio just to try and draw them back.
They come, all right. They do manage to contest before it goes over. Double Diva. Yeah, good luck getting any bullets past them now. Shockwave still with a dupe of his own. virtus.pro stalling this one out. He has to go for an emergency duplication. It's actually onto a Tracer, so double Tracer now for virtus.pro. Canel's already dead, focused by Proper. Shockwave unable to chase Chio, barely getting any shots on him. Hanbin with his second eat of the game so far. Sauna's pulse bombs getting absolutely nothing against the master of all there in Hanbin. I mean, this is a shutout, Matthew, with 100% in building for Team Falcons as they take the first map.
Yeah, they make it look easy here against virtus.pro. So what I like there with the duplicate on the Diva there towards the end, Hanbin had a self-destruct. It allows him to just play super aggro because you have that extra defense matrix to protect the backline. He just goes incredibly deep, ends up picking up 2 kills. Hanbin also just eating all the pulse bombs, it felt like, throughout the entire map there that Sauna had for VP. So Falcons continue to roll.
Curious monitor position as well from Hanbin.
Yeah, wait, what is that?
Just completely so proper and everybody else can see.
There's no way he plays like that.
He just did.
Nah, he had to be like,
what is he like? Yo, he's like, yo, Stalker, check this out.
Yeah, that is a really interesting monitor angle.
It reminds me of
not be good for his neck.
You know, console back in the day. I know Fear itself from Halo. Pucker will like this reference, the double fingers like that, and just up against the monitor to get the perfect distance away.
Basically in the screen there, looking at his monitor. Where after map number 1, the most interesting thing was how Hanbin has his monitor placed. Since it was a blowout, let's go to the studio to hear their thoughts on that first map.
What's up, guys? That was faster than we anticipated. A hot 2-0, and Hanbin says, this is my match. You know what? Not just my map on Ilios. This is my match. He was doing whatever he wanted, even in the best moments on the other side for virtus.pro. You saw like someone turn into Tracer. Could not chase down Chio. These are just hard kills to find.
Yeah, I think blowout is the right word. I think, unfortunately, for virtus.pro, as the series develops, what they're good at, I think Falcons is just better. They have the best in the world on all of these characters, and that's not a diss to virtus.pro. They've made it really far, but this is going to be a tall task to conquer.
Falcons fans are getting behind their team, Jake, and, well, the Falcons gave them a lot to get excited about in that quick 2 map, so what did you see that we should look forward to potentially in a longer game number 2?
I don't know if the A number 2 is going to be longer. I think we're in for a quick one. Honestly, Falcons is just hitting them hard and fast. virtus.pro, it's a Cinderella story that they came this far, that they performed so well in the group stage. They were looking dominant, coming here straight to the round of 8, but Falcons just not the opponent you wanted to meet. The last pick of those winners coming into the round of 8, and you just drew bad if you're virtus.pro. This is a team that really should be in the finals, in the championship.
virtus.pro is in our club championship. They score 60 points for making it into our round of 8, but Falcons are the top dogs right now with a 2,100 point lead over second place. They've been dominant, not just here in Overwatch, but across all games at the Esports World Cup. So if I'm VP, I'm trying to score right now. But how do I do it? Hybrid, escort, push, flashpoint. What's my best chance, McGravy?
Listen, if you're virtus.pro, you just got to dig deep. You got to believe in yourself. And I think the look that we had seen on Ilios well is something that you would have continued to do. I want to stick to escort. I want to look for circuit. I want to look for Shambali. Stay away from the Dorado. You know, that's also a Winston map. That's something you want to avoid. So picking escort now, they get to stay to their strengths and they get to deny a good map for Falcons.
Yeah, with the Winston ban already used, you just cannot go to Dorado. That is tempting fate. I think Circle Royale is a good look. I think Shockwave on the Widow could be a difference maker. Proper is an incredibly flexible player. He plays just about everything in the pool. But when he's locked in these like pure, hard hit scan mirrors like the Widow, I mean, he's dangerous, but Shockwave is a specialist. That might be kind of like the one way into the series. At the same time, you're facing down a Hanbin Sigma. You're facing down Chio and Fielder in the back line. And Stalker is really the unsung hero of this team. You know, everyone talks about Proper, how amazing he is, but Stalker is just consistent.
Stalker, we're going to start highlighting you more, despite Proper's highlights. Trust us, observers, find his camera on this next map, because we're going to escort. The map is Shambali. Let's go ahead and reveal it. Any surprises here? Is this going to be a good pick for virtus.pro?
I think it's about as best as you're going to get. Like I said, the circuit or the Shambali. I think it could go either way. I think this kind of means that they kind of want to stray from the Widow. This isn't normally a good Widow map. I think if you really wanted the Widow, you go for circuit, but I think this is just, hey, listen, we want the BAP, we want the LRI, we want the Sigma. We don't want to deviate. We need to stay within ourselves and give ourselves the best chance possible.
Jake, I see the Omnic statues. Historically, Kings Row had some Omnic statues. Widows were dominant on the first point. Where could we see Shockwave pull out a Widow on this map? Can he use it?
This meta, honestly, Shambali has been a real wild card. I think every team, for me, has approached this map differently. We've seen the Winston on a dive. We've seen Diva Rush. We've seen Mauga. We've seen Ramacho. I mean, we've seen just about every comp in the meta played on this map, so I don't think we can really tell too much from this map pick. It'll be the hero bans that signal a little bit more clearly the direction that virtus.pro is hoping to take this series.
Now, most of the time, we're watching the players from Falcons. Why? Because they're alive. So let's turn the spotlight over to virtus.pro and give these guys their flowers. They've already banked $40,000. They won their group. Everyone said they were going to get 3-0'd by Fnatic. No, they slapped Fnatic with a quick early win in those groups. What did you see from them early in this tournament that they could replicate? I know they're playing a much tougher opponent here than what they saw in the group stage.
You know, I feel that it is that veterancy from Shockwave that allows this whole team to reach their full potential. They have a ton of trust in Shockwave. They have won upset victories before off the back of huge individual plays from Shockwave, lighting the team up, making them believe. I think it's time for that now. We need a little bit of heroics from Shockwave. Get the rookies believing that they can really do this. It has to start here on Shambali.
And there we go. The escort map is officially locked in. Now it's time to find out where are we going with our bands. virtus.pro, do us the honors, not just in the map pick, but the first hero.
And they're going with the Ana. So again, this kind of looks like they want to be slow. They do not want to get ran down by the nades, by the speed, by the potential Diva, potential Winston. And this kind of denies both of those tanks. You know, you can still play the carry, but we just don't want to deal with Wheeler's Ana. We don't want to deal with the sleeps. We don't want to deal with the nades. We want to keep it consistent. We want to keep it obvious.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Mauga style come in. The ban from Falcons, though, is Sigma, so they want to deny what they think is the strongest look for VP, respecting that double poke backline with the hit scan from Shockwave. For me, the only style left is Rush, and a Brawl Mirror could be a huge mix-up. At the same time, Falcons, you got Chio on the Lucio. He can handle that.
So we're going to see some Reinhardts or just a bunch of Maugas? What do we got, Jake?
You know, Falcons have really shown a propensity to take Queen into the Mauga, and while in theory I like it, they've lost at OALGD playing the Mauga. So if anything, I want to see Falcons take a mirror on the Rush comp. Don't mix it up. Don't get too tricky. I like that Hanbin's in the server. I think this is a great meta for him. Let him find the swaps. Let him feel this one out.
Game is ready. Let's send it up to Jaws and Map misdirects. Can Falcons make it a 2-0 lead?
Find out. Shambali Monastery is where we are headed. Pockets. I mean, look, we knew it was going to be a rough one, Matt, for sure. But that first map was a little bit more one-sided than I thought.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Falcons is one of the teams that, you know, with the hero bans in effect here for this event, feels like it just makes them even stronger, right? You know, everybody on their team, such a deep hero pool that can go in any which direction. At times, you know, it's obviously the hero bans, I think, made matches close, but also I think it is even, you know, exacerbated the gap between some of the teams, right? You know, some of the teams who play only one style of play or can play one style of play at a really high level, feels like they've gotten punished here.
I mean, that gap was kind of shown in Dallas. No other team, apart from the Korean teams, taking maps off each other. NA and EU unable to do so. Let's see what virtus.pro want to roll out the gate with. Looks like a
they should just have like a NA versus EU tournament, and then just the winner of that just, you know, gets
the honor of facing the Korean teams?
Yeah, and it should be like a new type of series where, you know, the NA team only has to win like 3 maps or 2, and the APAC team needs to win, I don't know, 6.
Just making rules up. Sure. Be kind of funny. All right, Humping Zarya.
I think they thought that there would be D.Va on the other side, potentially.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Although, I really love this Zarya pick. After the buff, like, well, the bubbles last so long.
We saw Gushui actually play this Zarya, and it looked really good in combination with Avenger. But even in this, right, it just allows you to just keep Proper alive. It doesn't have the same long-range capabilities as Shockwave on the Ashe, but it doesn't matter. He gets hunted down there by Stalker.
Yeah, Jar just punch block, punch block, punch block. Unfortunately, not a heavyweight, not in this matchup, to say the very least. I mean, Harmon's just toying with his food at this point. Yeah, there you go.
He's been at like full HP like most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
He's just kind of cycling those bubbles on himself and able to just kind of live throughout that. As see what VP's still here on offense. They got the card around the corner, but
okay, well, Captive Sun available from Gala, but so many things kind of deny it too. I mean, you can just bubble someone, that Sunstroke just disappears completely.
But you're also going to beat.
Yep, beat.
Doesn't really matter.
Land. Also available from Stalk, almost hitting the one clip there. Shockwave in a little bit of trouble, same with the rest of the DPS. There you go, perfectly called, Mats. That sound barrier comes in just in the nick of time to stop those Sunstruck explosions.
So this is still looking like map number 1, where a little bit of blowout city. So benefit here for VP. Both support ultimates used there for Falcons. Fielder, you see sometimes that the players, they constantly switch to like get that extra mobility to get out of the spawn. So probably just a Moira fade, then switches to the BAP just to get out. You'll have a grab here. You know what, you have Immortality Field, can kind of keep you alive on through it, but no big support ultimate here for VP. That's going to be the grab. They're going to go right after Gala.
Lamp. Humping dead though, good start, but I mean, Proper and Fielder, they just don't really mind that Humping is dead. They still got the firepower. Haven't got the health to work with though.
This is an amp matrix here from VP, like back where the point is. So they want to prevent like Chio, Stalker, and Co from coming around the corner.
Still finding kills.
It does not matter. Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of like a, you know, kind of like Dallas Fuel-esque, right, where they would lose a player first every single time, but still win the fight. Like every time they would lose a player, it still feels like they're able to come out on top. So VP, they are just feeling it right now. I mean, they are on the receiving end of a beatdown.
Yep. Couldn't even get the kill onto Fielder, unfortunately. Oh, Proper's on the Widow. Okay.
I also don't really even fault, you know, VP, right? Like, right, really, I mean, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon have just proved to be on a little bit of a different level so far.
Yeah, these super teams just formed after the Overwatch League ended. Oh, good shot from Shockwave, though. Okay, shutting one down, but now they time to power up. It's 4v5.
It's Fielder and Co, they'll back up. They'll actually have an amp matrix here. Probably play with it from the high ground, potentially. It's going to be very difficult now for VP, right? No ultimates to work with. It's going to actually be the amp matrix out quite early, trying to keep Hanbin and Chio alive.
Chio dead, okay. Rajaro comes up with one. Proper's going to be back in just a moment. Still got to be scared of Harbin, who's been using the bubbles more selfishly, like you were saying, Matt. So always close to 100 energy. Sauna going hunting with the pulse bomb. 2 good kills, make that a 3rd for virtus.pro. Okay, OT. Pressure for virtus.pro to finish even this first checkpoint, but they've done it.
Yeah, nice job for VP being able to kind of break on through there as
Shockwave just taunting Proper a little bit.
Well, to be fair to Shockwave, Proper really hasn't done much in the Widow.
No,
right?
not really.
Has not really gotten much. He was really, Falcon's looking good when Proper was on the Cassidy, so Shockwave now getting the better of him as he's off of that.
Ooh, Sauna out of there. Doesn't want to stick around too long. The wrath of Proper. Many know it, and all fear it. Boom, straight back. Does hit 3. I mean, Shio's in trouble. Yeah, skated out of the lamp. No beat as he was high in the sky. Didn't want to go for anything crazy. There's Gala. Picks up 3 kills on the Alari. Okay. I mean, that's different tempo pace now.
Right? If you get this second checkpoint just basically off of the back of Gala using that Captive Sun, coming on a little bit of a flank, that is massive. Is Proper still on the Widow here, just trying to find a pick. Is this will be an Ant Matrix here from Canale?
Sound barrier. Yeah, they're going to want to touch. They want to fear that window, but they actually just grab behind it. But is there any follow-up? Shockwave more than happy to just sit there and tank the grab. They had a lamp on top of him too, and a window in front of him. Yeah, Proper's Widowmaker. I mean, it's pretty scary, but
they got to be pretty happy that he's playing Widow. That is not really kind of resulted in much. I thought for a second there you're going to see the grab plus a pulse bomb in the mix. Stalker had it. I know was trying to make a play for that backline, but it's not able to get close enough. So now you're going to see Fielder play the Kuriko. So a little bit of a change here with Hanbin as well, moving away from the Zarya, going to play Diva. So still no like Ashe or Cassidy in the mix, right? They looked really good in the Cassidy early on. Right. Now continuing to play this Widow, which hasn't had awesome results.
Yeah, not so much. Better point for it though, you got to say. Ooh, the outburst almost into the pulse bomb, but Gala just hopping away as Stalker exits stage left. There you go. All right, okay. Proper's online. He's got 1 headshot. He's on the board on the Widow.
Like you did mention though, this is you got like a really long sight line here, like better angles. Like if you were able to play Widow and come out with some huge picks, this would be the point to do it.
Oh, another kill from Proper. Yeah, you don't want to burn that the shield from the ram too early. You've got to use that to kind of push up onto the payload. So he doesn't want to just put it up just for the sake of Proper landing a headshot, but
you're also not getting any pushes from it, right?
Exactly.
Like, you're asking them to just kind of like, I've seen loads of comments talking about how Vega kind of swinging the inverse.
Wide swinging.
The inverse like Widowmakers, you're kind of asking them to all do that.
Well, here comes the Captive Sun. Lands on Shio again in the sky. Pulse bomb on the floor for Sauna. Hits the recall. Proper under a lot of stress there in the back line. Just no LOS of Fielder, sadly, but Harmid still comes up with a self-destruct kill on Rajaro as the fight breaks down.
Yeah, now that you lose your Ram and your Tracer, I mean, that's it, right?
40 seconds as well.
Pulse bomb to work with. You're also going to have Sound Barrier here for Falcons. So I think for Falcons at this point, just prevent the map completion, right? You feel pretty comfy that you're going to be able to take that checkpoint A a little bit faster than VP. Give yourself a lot of time.
Emphasize for Proper.
No one can hide from
I was lucky. I was going to say Stalker surely has to get out of there. All right, he's all the way at the back now. Rajaro popping that Nemesis form really early. He's still got Annihilation though. There's Proper just making sure he's keeping his distance from Sauna. This is actually Gala first to fall yet again. And now Kaneo has to use the lamp on himself. Rather greedy play normally, but unfortunately it is Shio with 2 kills in the backline with the help of Hanbin. And now they can just return to the point. The Annihilation, unfortunately for Rajaro, there's 0 heals coming in. And this is virtus.pro, making it all the way to point 3 though.
Yeah, they seem pretty content with how long they pushed it, right? I know they get it pretty close there to map completion. They had a rough first checkpoint, but they really kind of cruised through on the back of Gala's Captive Sun there on the second one, so made up a ton of time. We'll see how they fare, though, on the defensive side of things. You expect Falcons to come out, play quite aggressive.
Oh, 100%. Harmin's Diva is just gross. Oh. Nice double shot too via Shockwave.
It's awesome to see Shockwave, you know, playing with a team that's finding some success. I feel like for a while in his career, he was ending up on these teams that just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like,
he was the best player on his teams. Like every single time he got picked up in the Overwatch League. Like, of course, started
off really well, but then ended up kind of
right?
just, you know, making the rounds, making the rounds of some of the spots you don't want to be. So good to see him finding some success here.
I want to see it. I really do. The proper Bastion. I personally would love it. Why? Because Bastion's pretty cool, man.
Because Bastion's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, don't you think? Don't you agree?
I think Bastion's awesome.
Yeah.
And now I think, though, if Falcons were trying to win this map, I don't think Bastion's very awesome. I think you would probably move away from the Bastion.
Oh, he's going to get you a wish. There you go. He's on the Ash. Sona on the fire on defense, though. Stalker with it.
I do wonder for VP, I mean, this is kind of thinking forward. Do you eventually ban Lucio, right? Chio, I don't think really wants to play other things. I mean, can play like the Brig and whatnot, but like I think really would want to play the Lucio, where Gall and Canale, I mean, they could play this double flex, right? May give you a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, a lot of the bans have been on either protecting a DPS by banning something random, but mostly it's focusing the tank and support role. And a lot on the Lucio players.
You would think like a Lucio ban and then going to Midtown would maybe give VP an opportunity, right?
Yeah. Be rather large. Of course, they would want to win this map ideally. But
yeah, I
they get their choice.
Win this, right? Really kind of like, hey, we lost already. Like, is that you get a DMAC on a Han, but so
so low in that lamp though. That lamp from Canale, unbelievable value. Everybody was like sub 50 HP and then brought back up. But Proper's still alive. This is
I mean, if Proper and Stalker are still alive, I mean, there is
anything can happen.
Yeah, there's always a chance.
Oh, both exchanging blows.
Carefully, Hanbin's already back.
Yep, Hanbin is back, and Shockwave is back in spawn.
Just runs right past Rajara. I mean, they don't even care that the Ramatra is there. The D.Va just kind of flies on by, and with those micro missiles does so much damage. So I wonder if Shockwave was kind of taken off guard maybe a little bit, that the D.Va was already back and up towards that high ground, because it did not look like he was ready for that. And that's kind of brutal, because now you're going to have Shockwave kind of get back to this next fight a little bit late.
And you're going to get swung on as well with these windows. Now Proper's got the perfect line of sight up onto that slope. Must be careful. Garlez is back right now on an off angle, but look how scared Canale is playing. Okay, they wait for the Falcons window to disappear and use their own. Garlez throwing in that captive sun. Bob's coming in too. Everybody's pressing Q right now. 2 meters to go for that payload to get in there. And yeah, it's just...
Maybe they thought the Bob was going to contest, but actually Hanbin kills the Bob with a remake. So
that's a rare one.
And also, you use the Captive Sun. I mean, Captive Sun, Amp Matrix, and Bob, and Falcons holds on to B.
Yes.
And this could be a fast run here through the second checkpoint.
Yeah, good 4 minutes in the time, mate.
Well, you have your own Bob and Beat to use here.
Yeah, Bob's really annoying to deal with now, of course, having the tank passive.
Yeah.
Less headshot damage. Doesn't sleep forever.
Rajaro does have this annihilation, right? But you figure they just beat and kind of run through it. Like they don't even really have to worry about it that much. So it seems like they're kind of waiting for VP to feel like they have the need to go.
Just the pylon down. Team Falcons setting up. Rajaro already using Nemesis form. Now's the time to go. Yeah, Nemesis form. He has to pop Annihilation to try and stay alive. Fielder the first to fall, though, for virtus.pro. I mean, for Shockwave just slaying him. 2 kills for Shockwave. As Hanbin and Chio just into the backline.
Yeah, these players from VP actually just moved down back like by the payload, and they actually are going to be able to make it out with their lives, I think. So, a lot used there. The sound barriers specifically, big ultimate used by Falcons, and they don't really win that fight. But look at this, Rajaro gets so weak. They're going to have Proper use this Bob as soon as he gets back. They're trying to get him back in the fight rather quickly here.
Puns one. There you go. Humming clears it. Here comes the Bob now. Stalker's even got this pulse bomb. I mean, Rajaro needs some desperate help. Again, popping that Nemesis form. But with Canale dead, yeah, Rajaro, look at the angle of that window too. I mean, Proper using it to its full effect as they take the second point. Sauna stagger just a little bit. Straight over the mountain.
The Echo swap here. So, like, Echo's pretty good against D.Va as Rajaro moves away from the Ram into the D.Va himself, but I feel like with Ash Tracer on the other side, it feels like that's a lot to have to kind of deal with for Sauna.
Yeah, Sauna pretty damn flexible. I mean,
but are you better off just matching the Tracer, right? I mean, you were trying to do that a little bit earlier. But with the Ram, it feels like it wasn't as good.
Captain Sun for Gala in a 4% or so, and Shockwave with the bomb. Here it is. It's been used already as Hanbin. Well, he's made his presence known in the backline, and here comes the self-destruct. Oh, a little Bunny Blaster kill there onto Shockwave. And Kaneo just solo using the window. Normally the best place to use it, to be honest with you. Bab does so much damage through it, and Chio's going to play super aggressive. Copy, at least for Sword, is going to be useful in this fight. Actually dupes the Tracer as Chio and Stalker surge on forward with the help of this beat.
Yeah, they backed up a little bit there just to gain some space, gain some HP back, and then they sound barrier and push on in. They get one. Now they're kind of on the hunt. It's going to be a Bob that comes through here from Shockwave. It gets deleted.
It almost got deleted. Yeah, luckily for the Bob, Rajaro had a full Matrix there to try and stop all the bullets coming in. And now Hanbin once again in the back line. I mean, world-class tank player diving, and you ain't got a long to live, that is for sure. Bob's going to cap at this point. Team Falcons, they got all the ults to work with. virtus.pro have absolutely zero. And that's going to be it, Matt. A 2-0 for Team Falcons. It's looking like a one-sided affair here. Is virtus.pro unable to even complete the map.
I mean, Falcons looks awesome. You also have the crowd on their side, right? A lot going against virtus.pro here at the moment. They did battle back. It looked like potentially you're going to see like a full hold there from Falcons at the start of this one. Gala with a really big Captain Sun kind of open things up for VP. But defense not good enough there as Falcons just run away with map number 2.
So it's another 4-0.
It feels like it, right? Because what do you do now? So you got like, maybe we see them go to Midtown, play that double flex support. Curious what the studio thinks as we're going to go into map number 3 shortly.
Once again, great stuff from the Falcons. Jake McGravy, I was here on week 1 for Warzone when the Falcons won the first key. They got a chance to put that in the totem. If this fan base keeps going as nuts as they are right now, you have to think Falcons have a 6-man in every one of these fights. Those guys are going crazy out there.
Yeah, you know, the crowd, the energy is palpable. The hometown advantage really playing in Falcons' favor, and honestly, just coming over the top on virtus.pro right now. They are getting overwhelmed. The aggression, it's stifling.
McGravy, virtus.pro did get some licks in. We saw some bodies shooting. Proper was getting beat up by a D.Va. What did you see, though, on the good side of things for VP before it was Falcons' turn to push that card?
Yeah, I think the good things are always what they've been good at. I think it's Shockwave on the Ash. I think he got, like you said, he got his licks in. You know, he hit a couple headshots on Proper. I think Proper was a little ill-advised to stick to the Widow where he did. Not that great on second point, Shambali. But yeah, I think Shockwave on that Ash, it's always been a boon for him. He's been great on it since he debuted with the Vancouver Titans in Season 3. Just always been a really good Ash player, so I think they should stick to that as much as they can.
This was a huge one. The flank from Gala, that may be a highlight you see tomorrow in our top 5, but as we take a look at some more of these plays, you saw eventually the Zarya got put away. Jake, after seeing it in multiple different maps, multiple different matches, is Zarya viable right now in this meta?
I think absolutely. If you find yourself in the right spot, I do think that Zarya has a place, but against what VP is bringing, this overwhelming backline poke damage, you can't wait back and bubble your teammates and try to grind it out. No. You need to get on top of that backline and shut them down. Chio on the Lucio, Hanbin on the D.Va. If I'm virtus.pro, I feel like you got to get Chio off to Lucio. That's really allowing Falcons to up the tempo, and it is just overwhelming their backline. Gala made some plays, but by and large, it's Fielder and Chio just getting in there and fragging on the supports.
All right, so we got to take Chio off of that Lucio. We saw that same thing when Funny Astro lost his Lucio. They lost the map. Is that the secret to success here, McGravy?
I don't know if there is secret success to go around, but I think if you're taking your best crack at the Falcons, I think taking Chio off his comfort is absolutely something you want to do. He is good at the break, but break is kind of, not to say a low impact hero, but kind of a neutral value kind of character. You can't really hard carry the game on break, so you put him either on the break or maybe even the Lari, where, like you said, Gala has been really nice for this team. You have the Gala v Chio matchup, and that might be something they're able to abuse, maybe?
We got our map pool up here. We got hybrid, push, flashpoint left. I know it's not an easy matchup on any of these, but what plays into the style that virtus.pro likes to play the most?
You know, I think it is all about slowing things down, making this a poke comp. Could see a Midtown come in, perhaps. I've seen some poke comps look really good, especially the Iliari there. Maybe a Lucio band or a Symmetra brand, blocking some of those extremely aggressive comps. I think Falcons just wants to keep the tempo really hot. So virtus.pro, wherever you're most confident in slowing things down, let Shockwave take the reins. I think you have to have confidence. If there's any way you're going to win this series, it's going to be on the back of Shockwave. I think no matter how far down you go, you have to keep believing in your hits game.
I don't know if it's the players doing it themselves or if it's the excellent coaching staff over at virtus.pro, but these guys seem unfazed. They're down 0-2, but there's no tears on the stage. There's no stress. You still saw Sana smiling at the end of that one. So McGravy, where do you feel we are going to continue to see smiles from virtus.pro? Jake gave his prediction. What do you expect?
No, I think you'll see smiles the rest of the way through. You have to be realistic. I think virtus.pro kind of knows the situation they're in. Team Falcons is overwhelming. They have talent across the board. I think you'll see smiles from everybody. But I agree with Jake. If you're going to bet on anybody, you have to bet on Shockwave. He's a veteran, and this is a great meta for him. The Widow, the Ashe, it's what he's known for. You have to stick with your guns.
We've got 3 teams already in the semifinals, and Falcons are halfway there to booking their ticket into our Final Four. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind everyone at home how we got here. It was virtus.pro making their way through the groups. They got a bye into the round of 8. Of course, they had to watch all of the matches yesterday, while the Falcons had a nice little warm-up against the Americans from M80. The rest of the matches, though, today, you saw Crazy Raccoon taking care of business against the second-best team in Europe, and ENCE and also Space Station Gaming, the best team in Europe, fell to the third best in Zeta Division from Korea. So, Jake, it looks like we could see Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon, Zeta versus Toronto tomorrow if Falcons can keep this up.
Falcons, that's a scary opponent waiting in the semis, so they're going to need to bring the heat. Falcons, they do not want to drop a map. I think they're really motivated here to secure an extremely dominant 4-0. You need all your momentum. If there's any doubt in the Falcons lineup, it will be exposed by Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. And so for these players, they need to ride that energy, close this series out quickly. virtus.pro would love to put a dent in that confidence.
Do you think they've played each other enough to know exactly what Falcon wants to run? Is there a reason to maybe switch up your compositions? Have a little fun with the remaining maps in this best of 7.
No, I think you need to show strength here. Crazy Raccoon has not lost a map. They've been dominant ever since Dallas. Even before that, this roster is stacked all the way through. They have the continuity, more so that the Falcons really haven't shown. They put in Majin, they put in Smurf more, and I think Crazy Raccoon has a more clear style. So I think in this match they need a 4-0. I think it's critical. I think it's mental warfare here. You need to show Crazy Raccoon they have something to worry about.
I like that call out. As you can see, virtus.pro is in our top 8. That means they've secured $40,000. What's up for grabs? Well, you win 2 more maps for Falcons, you get another $40,000, and it just keeps doubling until we get to that first place. $400K is going to one of these teams, $1 million prize pool here at the Esports World Cup.
You know, as awesome as it would be to take home 80 or even 160,000 US dollars, to be honest, these players on Falcons, I think they'll be upset with anything but a championship win here at the Esports World Cup. That's just the caliber of players on this Falcon squad. They're here to beat the world. Second place is just not good enough.
Now, we got to remind everybody, the Falcon fans are here. They are loud. Will they still be on their side against Crazy Raccoon? Is this going to be a one-sided affair all the way through the rest of this tournament?
I think crowd-wise, I mean, they've got to be. This is the hometown, right? This is where the support is going to come in. However, you're going to need it if you take on Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. You're going to need a 6th man, maybe a 7th, because that is a terrifying team waiting in the semis. I can't emphasize it enough. Falcons are much stronger than they were against OALGD. With Hanbin in, I do think they will pose a serious threat, but like you said, McGravy, you want all the momentum you can get going into a team that has had your number.
Now, we've seen huge leads in sports history. The Falcons were up 28 points once before blowing that lead in the second half. Is there any weaknesses on this Falcon squad? Is there any worries for you, McGravy? Can they unravel over the course of these 7 maps?
I would say, as something we talked about earlier with the Chio, I think if you can target kind of Chio on those more traditional style main supports, he is really good at the Lucio, he is really good at the break, but he's not known for his capability to flex. He's not known for the Kiriko, he's not known for Iliari, he's not known for really the Zen either. So maybe if you take him to those slower maps, maybe if you stick to the double flex and you make Gio play something else, I think that may be the only chance you have.
Jake, what are the best slow maps to choose here?
Midtown sticks out to me. New Queen Street, we've barely seen it at all. I don't know if we've seen it even once this tournament. I don't think I have. Those are, for me, the slowest maps left in the pool. virtus.pro, that might be the comments. There also still is the Lucio ban, right? We could do something unconventional, take us to a flashpoint, ban the Lucio, kind of throw chaos into the series. At this point, that might be another way to approach things. Like Falcons, they've got our number. We've just got to kind of blow up the strategies of the series, take everyone's experience off the table, and hope that we can scrap it out. virtus.pro, they've reverse swept before, so it's not out of the question.
Jake, I used to think I was the smartest guy in esports until I met you, because once again, you nailed it. We're going to Servasa, we're going to Flashpoint, and I have a feeling that Lucio will not be on the map if virtus.pro has anything to say about it. McGravy, talk to me about this map. We've already seen it once before, as it looked like it was going to be a clean sweep from Toronto Ultra. They did have to defend it as that map continued on.
Yeah, I don't want to boost Jake's ego anymore, but I think he's hit the nail on the head there. I think the Lucio ban absolutely should be coming out here. Chaos amongst the ranks is what you're looking for. You're looking to absolutely make Falcon things even a little bit, because right now there isn't a ton of thought that's going on. I think Falcons are just playing what they're comfortable with, and there really hasn't been any sort of thought process like, oh, we might lose. Hasn't really been any threat. So I think complicating the series is what you want to do.
Did I just see a wave there in the Qiddiya Arena? I love this crowd. We are having a party in Riyadh as virtus.pro takes on Team Falcon. Map number 3 is loading up right now. And as you can see, it will be Flashpoint. What's Flashpoint? Well, it's kind of like King of the Hill. But you have 5 different hills. After you secure one, the next one will unlock in a little bit of time. Both teams will get in position. And virtus.pro says you're going to take a while to get to those points. If they win a team wipe, there's no Lucio to tax you back to the next one.
For Gio, I think the gauntlet has been thrown down, but this is also an opportunity. Show Crazy Raccoons we can handle the Allari. We can flex into whatever we need this meta. Without the Diva, though, Hanbin, he's been dominating on that this series. I think that's a great ban from the side of virtus.pro.
Here we go. Hanbin is out. Smurf is in. Winston time?
Yeah, potentially Winston here. We saw Toronto pull that out with good efficiency. They played the auto break, so they've shown like, hey, this is a composition without the Lucio, without the fast-paced comps. Winston and a break is something that you can play and might be something we see from Falcons.
Map number 3 loading up. Our players locking in. One-word answers only here, gentlemen. McGravy, best player to watch on this map for virtus.pro.
Fielder on the Ana.
Jake, best player to watch on the other side for Falcon.
I would take a virtus.pro. I'm going to say Shockwave all in. You got to deliver. This is the moment. Turn the series around.
Game time, baby. Shoot better than Mr. X and Jaws ever could.
Puckett's taking shots at us. I think he's got to tell McGravy that that was 4 words, not 1 word.
Yeah, that guy can't count.
Fielder on the Ana.
Counts worse than you do.
Huh?
Counts worse than you do.
No, we've figured out throughout the weekend. I am an expert mathematician.
Yeah, I see you whipping out the calculator every possible opportunity, Matt.
Yep. And my math tells me that VP is in trouble. But I do like the bans here that come through, right? We were talking a little bit about it, that the Lucio feels like it's kind of the natural progression for VP to get the Lucio out of the mix. So I like that choice here. It puts some pressure onto Chio playing this Allari.
I think Chio's got this one in the bag on Allari too, to be honest. It's kind of interesting banning Lucio on a flashpoint map, Matt. You get so many less fights because you can't regroup quick with a Lucio, speed onto the point again. So if you're losing one fight, like 1.5 fights, you're in the danger zone.
It forces you to play even more perfect, right? Which feels like, though, an advantage towards Falcons in a slight, in that, like, we've seen Falcons even in scenarios where they lose a player come out on top. Shockwave just deletes Smurf there, trying to jump in on the Winston. So they bring Smurf into the game for Hanbin when the Diva is out to play the Winston here. But Winston into Sigma, pretty difficult to make work.
Crowd still in favor of Falcons. Who'd have guessed? So many Falcons flags out on the audience too. It's looking rather green in the audience right now. Oh, good dealing with Fielder. Not entirely sure what Fielder was doing there, but he's in spawn.
2 really fast fight wins there for virtus.pro. So off to a great start here on Flashpoint. They get Smurf extremely weak, Proper as well. They're going to have to back on up. So you see the extra damage that Gala's put down, right? Already with a Captive Sun here. Big advantage here for VP.
All right, Summon down, Pylon dead. Stalker's chance to potentially move in. Captive Sun already for Gala, though. He's done a lot of damage so far. Chio just trailing by 10% or so. Here it goes, Gala. Gonna throw it in the back line, aiming it straight at Proper. Instant detonation too. That's first point.
Yeah, this is looked pretty poor from Falcons. I mean, VP really taking it to him now that this Lucio is out of the mix. Falcons not able to get Smurf in position, make any type of play. You see Gala there with Rajaro just pushing in on top of Proper, one other player for Falcons, able to deal with it quite quickly. Fast point for VP.
See how quickly Team Falcons are on the rotations. Got Captive Sun of their own, pretty easy to kind of execute with a monkey as well.
See if they can get Smurf close though. Feels like he's just gotten absolutely destroyed.
Oh, Smurf is in. Close. Nano boosts and Shockwave down. That window used from Kunal. Oh, it's no longer. That's a nice pulse bomb connection by Stalker as well. Although the support's doing a fair amount of work here, virtus.pro. They end up claiming a couple of their own. In fact, Gala with another one, in fact, onto Proper, but the Bob is going to clean up.
Yeah, but the Bob not on the point, so it's just like a 1v1 here. Stalker versus Rajaro on the point. I think you're going to have some more players coming back here for Falcons. I love how we saw in the pip, right? I know Falcons end up losing the first point. The fans don't even need to worry about it. They're still celebrating. They know they're going to get the next one. There's a good chance they get the map as well. Chio already gives up on the Alari, so I think this is something that if you're some of the teams watching the tournament and you're watching, like this could be something to go after, right? Force Falcons to move off of that Lucio, play different types of things.
Can't be banned again in this series, however, so you'd imagine Lucio is going to come out once more for Team Falcons in the next map. All right, Sauna with a bird's eye view. That's Flux trying to hit Smurf, but Smurf just Primal Rage leaps away. And Gala's already dead. And like I mentioned before, not having the Lucio is really rough. You have to be very precise with your disengages too. Any kind of stagger death is emphasized with the lack of speed boost. Speaking of which, there's another kill onto Sauna. I mean, 70% of building. Another stagger kill here, and Falcons are going to take this point. Oh, Kunal was one. Oh.
Yes, the tides have turned, it feels like, here on this point specifically. Gala maybe here with this Captive Sun. Can you push in here and make a play for it? It'll be Rajaro the one who will actually have to get a touch.
Ooh, Gala high in the sky. Oh, connects to Fielder. Fielder's already low, so the initial damage there of the Captive Sun insta-killing him. Ultimate's still available from Team Falcons, although one of them's in spawn currently, but Stalker's still with the pulse. Ooh, that's a 100-0 from Team Falcons.
Yeah, they get off to a rough start in our first flashpoint, but the second one really fast in favor of Falcons. They don't really even need much to do it, right? The Captive Sun used by Gala there, so not going to have it now. So you're going to have the Nano available for Smurf, or you can Nano Chio. We've seen them do the Nano on the Brig a lot of times. Nano Brig with the Rally. I mean, it's like a better tank out there.
Yeah, actually is, yeah. You get a stun. And you can heal people. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's a 6v6 tank. Yeah. You get a stun, everybody gets a stun. Smurf's dead.
Yeah. Pretty quick kill after using the window. Oh, they're going to rally. They're going to go in. Oh, Chio. What is this? There's no nano there, Matt. That's just regular old Chio on the Brig. Oh, boy. I mean, virtus.pro thinking, yeah, we kill the tank. We can just push on to the point. Nah.
No, I would have thought they would have actually had to, like, nano Chio to keep him alive. He just rallies, and they walk in.
He's just that good.
Yeah, two with a bash there, and then just kind of flails him down. This allows you now to kind of hold on to this Nano, right Nano into the Winston, into the Primal Rage. A lot of displacement here available for Falcons.
Stalker in a nice spot as well to pressure out the back line. Pulse Bomb in hand. So many ultimates from Team Falcons, though. I mean, yeah, they're going to deploy the Bob first. Shockwave afflicted with the anti.
Gala's in a really rough spot. He's off on his own, yeah.
There's no way. You can't play that much of an off angle on the Alari. And then Smurf's just going to run him down too. Yeah, there you go. All right. Shockwave does claim one kill, I suppose, on Proper, but Proper will be back in a moment's notice.
But they also try and push in, right? Because they see that Smurf is in the backline with Stalker making a play for Gala. They try and push in, and what do? They just nano Chio.
Good nade again. Is Gala going to go down once more? I mean, Smurf can rid the Primal Rage if he wants to, but no, thinks better of it. Oh, actually goes down to Sauna.
He's been trying to save this Primal here, and now you end up losing him yet again to a focusing beam.
Nice Chio. Oh, still connects. What? Uh-oh, Chio in trouble. 1 HP. There you go. The Sunstrike detonates, and Chio down. There's the flip.
Proper gets Canal here, and you have Smurf available with the Primal. I'm like, do you use it here? That's going to be a pulse bomb, and Gala didn't even see him. This is going to be the Primal now from Smurf. They have a real opportunity to kind of turn this situation into a winnable point.
Oh, that was gross from Stalker. Flux! Oh, hits Smurf at the perfect time there as he came out of the Primal Rage.
Can you still win this, though? You have Chio here, Fielder Proper, and Stalker now coming off the spawn. They've lost Sauna. They're going to make a run for the point.
I mean, if Chio gets Rally, anything's possible at this point. Rally coming up rather soon. Smurf's going to rejoin the team in just a moment. Chio with a 3-man unit pushing up onto this high ground. The bubble usage from Smurf there was absolutely beautiful. Like a duplication onto the Ana. Sauna, yeah, he's seen better days. And that will be, well, it should be Team Falcons cleaning up, and that will be the second point. Viscala goes down very late. And Team Falcons with one more capture point, and they will take the map and match point.
Yeah, Rajaro got like pushed into the corner there. The Immortality Field thrown in, but not good enough to save him as Falcons now after, you know, the first point started to look a little bit rough, right? But they have gotten everything working post there as now you're going to have Fielder with this nano boost, right? You get nano Stalker, Chio, Smurf, lots of different options. I think Smurf just needs to be a little bit careful, right? They've been finding constantly with these early first picks.
Yeah, Smurf already pretty low. Jumps in with the nano boost, the damage resistance. Not enough to actually save him as Canal just shoots at it, plainly. Nice little Bob usage as well to make sure Smurf is punished every single time he goes for a dive. The window is going to aid in the kill on the Bob. Point almost capped by Falcons. I mean, it's so close. Looks like virtus.pro now moving in, trying to revert that capture as the lab gets deployed just to make sure Shockwave doesn't go down to a stray Tracer.
So Smurf now will jump in. That's going to be a sleep here.
Kill Shockwave.
Rajara, as you do get Shockwave. Smurf still alive as well. As they give up the point, as that's going to be VP taking it, but it's going to be Falcons flipping it right back. I mean, not going to be able to get much of any time there whatsoever.
Just every time you think the fight is won for virtus.pro, someone from Team Falcons who was killed that same fight comes back and then just wins it.
Yeah,
it's insane.
The VP, they'll come back. Grab Captive Sun combo, right? Could be pretty decent. You do have the Rally available. Rally kind of won't like save them on through that, but Smurf with the Primal, that's a nice shot.
Cheeky.
I think that's a good trade though, like for Falcons, right? You know, you keep they have the Captive Sun, you keep your Tracer alive, right?
You are dead. Smurf ain't gonna let you live this one, I'd imagine, not with his Primal Rage still available, and Chio with the Rally. Spotting the Echo up on the high ground. Sauna not long for this world, same with Canale. Smurf is just like a 20-ton tumbleweed coming at you at every single possible moment, and they're gonna stagger Gyro for as long as possible too.
With no Lucio, I mean, what, you're going to get another fight here? It's going to look like a little bit of a junk, but this is Gala using the Captive Sun.
Gala trying to make a statement here, man.
Off on an angle here.
Gala's dead. Oh, I mean, he's trying to kill Proper back. He killed Proper once. Spot Proper trying to get back to the rest of his team, hit him with the ult. But you're in OT.
Sauna's going to...
You do get the flip, I suppose.
But I don't think this is going to result in any... Yeah, I mean... That is so risky there from Gala. I mean, maybe you feel like you kind of need to make a play because the game is pretty much decided at that point, but...
Soldier for Proper to get back. I think this might be it, though. With no Lucio, no speed-ups, it's tough to get back onto that point. Gala down, the rest to follow. This match is all Team Falcons, and the crowd are here for it. A 3-0 for the hometown favorites. One more match, one more map even, and they'll be facing Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals.
Yeah, what feels like a final, right? I mean, that matchup between those two teams is VP. They got a lot of stuff to sort out here. I know going into that map number 4 is Falcons. They bring in Smurf. They play the Winston. Don't really need to play that D.Va. And they just look lights out. And that's the Lucio ban off the table as well, right? So a lot of trouble here for VP now.
Everybody from Team Falcons with a smile on their face. Definitely thinking ahead at this point, Matt, you'd imagine, with Crazy Raccoon in the semifinals. It's been a grudge match ever since Dallas.
Yeah, between those two teams, right, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, it has been neck and neck really kind of throughout the year thus far. Crazy Raccoon, though, perfect here in terms of maps, right? And 9-0 through groups. They won today 4-0. So Falcons ends up dropping a series, right? Which is a little bit surprising down in groups. They do not look like they're in a situation to drop this series here today, though. Let's go to the desk to discuss map number 3, see if they think we'll see more than map number 4.
We don't think so, Matt. No, we think this one is done and dusted. Go ahead and warm up that hydraulic press because the Falcons are rolling. You captured a point, though, virtus.pro, and I'm proud of you for that. McGravy, let's start with the positive for VP. How'd they get that first point?
I think it was the Sigma. I think Sigma was really good on that first point. And I think the Alari from Shio, again, I think we said it earlier that if you want to take, potentially the map off of Falcons, you want Shio on the Alari. But yeah, he just couldn't get it done. He ended up swapping to the break, and he was a lot more effective on that.
I mean, it just showed that even while I think Falcons, their strongest look this meta is with Hanbin, they've got a player like Smurf on the bench.
Right?
That's absurd. Smurf could start on almost any team in the tournament, and you'd think he's one of the best. And here, he could just come in, win a quick map, comfort hero, easy peasy, go back to the bench, rest it off, let Hanbin take the reins here. And honestly, I think Falcons, this is their strongest look yet. I feel like they've refined things. They brought it back to their strengths. This is a Falcons that's preparing to face Crazy Raccoon. For this is a write-off match for them.
Now, a lot of people are saying, well, it's going to be totally different because the way virtus.pro plays is totally different from what we see from the Koreans and, of course, Crazy Raccoon. So what can we take away from this series so far that you expect to see more of going into the matchup semifinals tomorrow?
I think you see a lot more. I think Falcons is learning. I think this is also a style. I think virtus.pro is very similar to Toronto in this tournament. They play a lot of the Alari. They play a lot of the hit scan. They like the Sigma. Yes, Toronto's a little more flexible. Yes, they may be a little bit better, but I think Falcons can still learn here. It is dominant, but playing against a style and getting some reps is super important.
Jake?
Yeah, I think at this point, it's all about confidence for the Falcons. It's about building trust, about being ready for what will be your match against Crazy Raccoon. I know the series is not over yet, but come on, guys. We all watch these maps. This is a brutal beatdown. A couple points capped here and there from virtus.pro, but Falcons, I mean, they are just running away with it. The crowd feels it too.
We have about 2 minutes before we send it back to the stage, so let's spend 40 seconds per player in the starting lineup. Just kidding. Let's go here to our map pool. VP gets another pick. Pusher hybrid. Which one's going to be longer? Which one could end up faster here, McGravy?
I think if you want to go fast and just get it over with, you would go for the push, but I think virtus.pro is not going to roll over. I think they're going to try into the very end, and I have a lot of respect for that. But I think if we're going anywhere, I think it's going to be Midtown. It is the map that has shown that you're able to play the Sigma, you're able to play the double flex, and yes, Falcons can target some bans, but I think Midtown is probably where we're going to go.
Jake?
Agreed. I think Midtown is the try-hard pick, but if you're ready to let it go, take us to a Coliseum, a new Queen Street, and let's just get this full cap push on. But I think virtus.pro, they came all this way. They came across the world to play here in Riyadh on the biggest stage yet. Shockwave, he's a veteran. He's got to be talking to his team right now and reminding them how far they've already come, how many odds they've already bested. Maybe they can do it one more time. I mean, even to win a map here would really mean a lot, I think, for a lot of these rookies on the squad.
If I'm on that stage, I'm starting to think, how am I spending my $8,000? My piece of the 40K. virtus.pro isn't done yet, though, and you two are correct. We're going back to New York City. I hear it's Midtown. Yes, sir. So here we go. Another hybrid map. Is there potential for a full hold on Midtown, or are you almost guaranteed to capture point A?
It's very hard to get the full hold. I feel like the attack really has to mess up. But what you really have to focus on is double flex and holding all of the angles. You have to contain Falcons. If you let Falcons get in front of your face, get on top of you, they don't stand a chance.
Jake?
totally agree. That alleyway, it's not the focus of the fight. It's not where we're often looking, but really it's going to decide the first point. If you can work your attacking positioners through that alleyway into the mega around the point, the defenders really lose a lot of the angles, becomes a lot more claustrophobic for them. So want to see the attackers move through that angle and start to take map control, get this first point capped.
Any reason to sub Hanbin back in, or are you happy with Smurf here?
I think Hanbin should play this map. I think this is in the end of poke map. We'll have to see with the hero bans. There's probably ways to work Smurf in, but I like Hanbin this meta. I want to get him as many reps as possible.
And are we going for Stalker or Proper to have more eliminations for the Falcons? Who's going to get these fans on their feet, making even more noise than they already are?
I think it's going to be Stalker because, like I said, you really have to open up those side angles. Jake talked about it, the alleyway, and a lot of that goes down to the Tracer and whatever main support, whether that be the Brig, whether that be the Lucio, the Illari. That's really where this map opens up, so I'm looking towards Stalker to help the Falcons finish this out.
I feel like it's the fourth quarter and you're up by 40. Some of the fans already going home trying to beat the traffic as we head to Midtown. We can see some traffic of our own. At least a fire truck. Maybe a police car if we get far. Let's take a look here at the hero bans. And we're going to see no Brigitte.
Another attacking ban against Chio. Would probably rather play the Brig even in a poke mirror. But honestly, I think for Falcons, you're happy. Like, get Chio more reps onto the Ahri. For them, I think this series is locked up. Stalker has been just monstrous on the Tracer today. The pulse bombs, he's doing nasty things. Pulsing people off his own screen. And he needs to be playing like that to take down Crazy Raccoon tomorrow.
Yeah, I think no matter what, you got to look for Falcons. They have to show strength here. Crazy Raccoon is the obvious favorite here. And Falcons bans out the Pharah, so they want to deny VP from playing slow. They want to keep as little poke as possible. Yes, you can have the Sigma. Yes, you can have the Ashe. Yes, you have the Illari, but no Pharah.
We are on day 4 of 5, Jake. Players can feel it. They can taste that victory. Falcons 1 map away from securing their spot in our Final 4 in the semifinals. It's single elimination, best of 7s from start to finish here in the playoffs. And we find out, can they close out the quarters as we send it up to Jaws and Mr. X?
Yep, here we go. 4th and final map, Matt. What's going down? Midtown.
You're already calling it the final map. You're writing off VP already?
You were writing them off earlier. Hello, Mike.
No, I was just asking the opinions of the desk. I wasn't writing them off right away. It does look very difficult though for VP in this current situation. As look, the break gone. Chio probably, this is a map on Midtown that I thought that VP would pick, right? They end up doing it. Chio was probably forced to play, that Illari yet again, and they actually Smurf in to play the. Sigma, which is interesting. You would expect Hanbin to come in potentially, but could be they want to play maybe some Winston or something like that.
Yeah, maybe you get to point B and you want to switch over.
Really, it's just Winston, right? That's kind of what Smurf would do.
Yeah, it's something that Smurf does. Proper Widow again. Is it going to bite them like it did on Shambali Monastery? We have to wait and see. But on
it was not very good on Shambali.
It was not, but this map is definitely better for it. All right, just a quick scout there by Sauna, and then instantly scouted by Proper's Venomite.
I was like, wait a second, is that Sauna?
Got glasses on
looks
now.
like Stalker to me. But it'll be VP here on offense. So Proper getting a new look as well. So kind of watching that choke now, seeing if he can find any hits.
Yeah, this alleyway is going to have to be contained somehow, but I think Stalker and Chio are going to be able to do just that.
What's your thoughts on the Ana versus the BAP here?
I prefer playing Ana, just in general. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Well, in terms of yeah, of course, I wasn't asking for your personal preference on what do you like to play.
Sorry, my bad.
In terms of the comp, like Sigma without the immortality field.
Yeah. You end up just playing super far away, so the fluxes are going to have to, you're going to have to overextend with a Sigma to get a big flux off.
And then, like, who's your nano target?
Probably Sigma when he gets fluxed, honestly. Or you just nano Stalker and he just kills 5.
So, Stalker's kind of holding the Ashe and BAP at the choke is a really odd spot here for Smurf to even be in as well, as I don't even know who's going to be able to get a touch.
Good kill from Sauna. Oh, makes it a 3rd. Nice footwork there. Well, that'll be point A taken.
Yeah, I do not like this look from Falcons. I'd like to see them change it up.
Yeah.
Stalker, he was trying to do some work on Shockwave and Canale in the choke, but it does not work out. So yeah, they
there
go
you
with the
go.
monkey.
Yeah, it's just like you pointed out before, like maybe if they want to switch things up here, that's why maybe they have Smurf in, so play a little bit of Sigma, then swap to Monkey as we go to second. Pulse one thrown out, little Hail Mary from Sauna.
Maybe you see the Widow swap as well. Like, I get to see them going either like Ashe, or do you even think maybe you play an Echo here? Like
I think you just stick in the Widow, honestly. The comp is so slow moving on the side of virtus.pro. The sidelines are good on A, but they're even better on B. So I won't be too surprised to continue to see Proper do that. Nice kill onto Rajaro.
Yeah, and they dropped the Amp Matrix to try and heal Rajaro or take out Smurf, right? And they don't get either. So they do get Chio again. So Chio is not had the best to go on the Alari, whether it be Flashpoint or here on Midtown. So we talked about that a little bit earlier. Might be something that teams target, potentially if Falcons is able to get by them.
Sights for Proper. Spot Sauna top left. Nice heady. Oh, okay. Well, Summon and the Alari down, and a nice nade from Fielder 2 in the back line.
Yeah, the pylon's good. You just won't live through Pulse Bomb. As probably did not have that immortality field. So now Falcon's starting to get this going, amping up the pace, as the desk was talking about. VP wants to slow it down, wants to punish, wants to strategically move up. Falcons, they do not want to do that. They want to play fast. They want to play aggressive in a real skill matchup.
Oh, another nice nade. I mean, he's going to get chased down, surely. Oh, Smurf didn't see him. Rank 1 Among Us player. Was not spotted, was hiding in vent.
Well, Canal's back there as well, right? So you kind of like isolate that Ashe in the back.
Well, Chio kills the pylon yet again. They end up trading Alaris. As a Smurf with the Primal Rage with 36 HP. Didn't want to rip it there, I'm surprised. Maybe going after the back line. It's actually Sauna that cleans him up. Knowing that the Ana's down, though, maybe Falcons just decide they want to go for a reset. Get a better fight on the next. As the payload's made its way through Car Wash now.
So you do have a chance here for VP, right? You're going to have high ground control and Matrix with Shockwave on the Ashe. Potential to potentially get this over the line as Smurf's Primal. It's going to have to be what they use to kind of contest here.
Good pulse again.
They do get Chio, though.
Flux.
Oh, Smurf dodged it.
I think it's the second time he's done it today, but I mean, Sauna, man of the hour for virtus.pro right now on this Tracer mat. Canal is in a sticky spot, but that pylon keeping him alive. And this window super far back. There's no chance, I don't think, for Smurf to stay up for any much longer. Stalker dead. That is the checkpoint. Okay, virtus.pro. I mean, this is what Sauna just continues to put up performance. Just forcing Fielder in a situation where Chio has to just perma-look at him so they can't perma-pocket Smurf.
Yeah, and I really, without Smurf and Stalker kind of like, playing how they have here through, our first two checkpoints, I think this would be VP kind of rolling through the map. I mean, Chio has been, getting picked off constantly on the Alari, and then I also think the Widowmaker, we have not seen, the Quartz level impact, right, or the Merit level impact here from Proper.
Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. Well, they got Nano Boost at least. Widow just keep getting better and better at every single point of the map.
Yeah, but then why just play here at the end? Don't play at the
You have
start.
to also get kills.
Yeah.
Fair. Oh, what a clip from Sauna! He's honestly solo carrying virtus.pro right now.
Yeah, that's a nano though from Smurf, right? Deals with Rajaro in Shockwave. And Chio now has found himself up on the high ground. The Smurf just kind of flattens Sauna on the exit.
Yeah, Primal Rage coming up soon. 2 minutes to go.
Shockwave now will match the Widow. So this is where I think it's probably a little bit better for Falcons, especially now that Proper does have the infrasight, right?
Looked like Fielder was testing Shockwave there. Little aim training session. There's the sights from Proper.
Oh, the adjustment's crazy.
It is ridiculous. Oh, there's no way he's going to try and solo hit him. And he missed. He missed. Oh, no way. Gala with the ego play there on to Proper. At least he manages to kill Fielder, who's playing fairly far up. Still testing him. But this Primal Rage from Smurf going all the way to the spawn doors of virtus.pro.
Do you think VP should have switched? Like, I think they were looking pretty good on this Sigma, right? I feel like trying to play the Widow in the D.Va is playing right into Falcon's hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like maybe the Sigma would be a little bit more beneficial, but with the Sigma, like, again, who are you fluxing? Because everybody's playing so far away. Yeah, you get control over the point, but it's... At least you're also able to stop Proper from getting away with murder. You can eat the pulse bombs. There's a lot to kind of gobble up. Even the Alari ult, right? The Captive Sun. Slowly but surely. I mean, if Team Falcons are whittling this time bank down, only 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is slowed down dramatically here as Shockwave. So careful. I mean, it's damage from Chio coming in, damage from Proper as well.
Yeah, if you can get a shot off on the Widowmaker as the Alari, the Widow has to play so safe. Sauna down to Proper, and I think it's going to slow down once again. I mean, look, Nano deployed onto Smurf. There's just no chance for them to get in.
Straight for the Widow. I mean, pushes the Widow in both supports so far out. So Chia will get rid of Rajara in the back line as 15 seconds left. Looking like VP's push may end here.
10 seconds. Gotta go for the Hail Mary. Where's he sending it? It connects. Let's see if Chio can find a little bit of something more here. Shockwave bobbing and weaving away from Chio, who has to use the outburst there to get away. But again, Smurf just like a magnet for the backline is using that Primal Rage all the way up to virtus.pro spawn once again, and Stalker just holding the payload.
Yes, it'll be in for sight here from Proper as well. Feels like insult to injury. Rajara actually
the bubble died.
Yeah, he gets the kill there on the Smurf, but just a matter of time here before they kind of clean up Sauna.
What a weird game. This pacing is very strange.
It felt faster paced when they were playing the Sigma.
Real, yeah. You're so real for that one.
And then, like, they play D.Va Widow, and we just get to, like, a snail's pace. So, Falcons knows exactly what they need to do to secure a spot in the semis. That would be a match against Crazy Raccoon. It would be a really huge matchup. People thought that would probably be the finals.
I wonder if Proppers are going to continue to play the Widow. I feel like it.
On offense?
Yeah. At this point, I'm kind of convinced, like, Proppers, like, we know we're going to make it. I just want to play Fun Hero.
I just want to play Fun Hero.
Yeah, why not?
Ashe is a pretty fun hero.
Yeah.
Well, so VP will look like they will play the Sigma here on defense. That's probably the best of option, right? At least at the start.
What if Falcons go with this again? The Zarya Venture. Kind of a nice little combo. We've seen a little bit before. I really like it too, because you can just bubble the Venture. The Venture's immortal. Because as soon as you use one of your abilities too, you get the added shielding, so it's very hard to take the Venture down. And then they just hit the burrow, they get out. If they need another bubble, they can get one.
We've seen that play really well. As this will actually be Proper with a TP at the start. Tracer. So this is going to be an all-out dive here against this Sigma, right? Just getting that Venture into the back line with the D.Va and the Tracer and just making plays.
Yeah, D.Va, no Zarya. Stalker lying in wait. I mean, we've seen Harmbin too in the previous matches, Matt. Just WM1. There's no S key. He's removed it from the keyboard. Shockwave getting a CC'd there. All good from Rajara. Gets a nice rock. And virtus.pro still. Sauna picking up these early kills.
Yeah, Fielder TP'd around the corner there with Smurf. And Chio did not make it. And they just left Chio in a 1v1 against Sauna. And did not come out on top in that one as Proper. I'm just trying to bait Sauna back. Like, hey, let's just take this Tracer 1v1 as Proper likes his chances in that one.
Kill the pylon. The pylon is one. You got to focus that at some point. Just tag it real quick. Does provide a lot of healing if left alone.
So this is the type of game, though, that Falcons wants, right? Players all over the place. As look at this. I mean, Stalker just pushing Shockwave all the way back to the choke. Rajaro just having to look everywhere. There's a Lucio coming from behind him. Now there's more players coming through the choke. This is that fast, amped-up pace that Falcons wants.
Yeah, exactly that. You see Rajaro there using that grasp to try and save his team. One tick taken by Falcons. Flux lands. Suzu early for Fielder, so surely death. And there you go, Fielder slammed back into the ground, and Smurf 1 HP on the point. Still with a remake, however, but Stalker managing to keep him up. And that's ridiculous stuff there from Falcons. And I mean, virtus.pro is still going for this one, Matt.
Yeah, they're going to drop an Ant Matrix here and just kind of like play around the corner back by their spawn. That's going to be self-destruct here, use Tectonic Shock as well. So now it's going to be Smurf getting a new mech back. It's going to be the clean-up crew. So Falcons will take that A checkpoint. So looks like we're going to see some changes here. Do you play, look like they were thinking about it. Do you play Winston?
No,
Winston. All right, there we go. Yeah, gonna play the Winston. So,
all right.
This is like a classic type of comp, right?
This is traditional dive. Like,
yes.
Trace, Genji, Winston, Ana, Lucia. Nothing better, honestly. Gala, massive ultimate, but unfortunately for him, Chio still with the sound barrier and still willing to take the duel in the skies.
And they lose Rajara. They're just going to allow Fielder to kind of gain some of this healing up. They're going to continue to move the payload here shortly. So it's going to be almost impossible now to hold that high ground as Rajaro comes back now on the Diva. So going to move away from Sigma. Wants that defense mix to try and keep the backline alive.
Oh, Smurf going down, not great. Still a lot of damage is worth keeping in mind. Something we spoke about the other day, Matt, was the Alari and the BAP in the back line. The initial like spam and poke, sometimes tough to kind of deal with. Still going to change, I wonder?
Yeah, the reason you would potentially... Okay, so...
Ash Tracer. Okay.
They'll play Ash Tracer. So a little bit more long-range capability here for Proper and Co. Also, I mean, Shockwave there just gets extremely low, but Gala takes out Chio. You're going to put a little bit more pressure on Rajaro, right, with that defense matrix use, playing with a little bit more of a long-range hit scan. So now VP is starting to get rolling, starting to put it together a few fights in a row.
Yeah, I'm curious what the thought behind the Genji and Tracer pick was, because now you're a fair amount behind in terms of ult percentage. Get your like for like.
They just give Proper up. I mean,
yeah,
they all rotate. I mean, he's not even close.
They've got Nano Boost, they're going to have Primal. Can someone land a big pulse spot? They're going to have to look 2 different ways here before they cross the street.
What are they trying to set up? They're going to go for high ground here.
There
now
it is.
Smurf going to go in. This is going to be the Bob as well.
Oh, Shockwave just deleted.
And Fielder and Chio are just like in the subway there battling Rajaro. I mean, they just do such a fantastic job keeping each other alive.
They're up there on Mount Olympus, Matt, sitting up with Zeus. Just they're unkillable, no matter what the comp they play.
Yeah, and you were saying they were behind a little bit in terms of ultimates because they swapped, but now they're sitting pretty right. They have the sound barrier yet again. And they end up losing Sauna right away. I mean, this is a great spot now for Falcons. As look at this, Galich trying to find anything there. Connects to nobody.
Yeah, hits it in the doorway. Was hoping that splash damage would take care of the people cowering in the subway after not paying for their train ticket.
Oh, they end up using self-destruct. I mean, this is everything thrown in here for VP.
Chio also using that sound barrier in the subway. Gala dead, Proper traded. However, look at Rajaro. He's only got Canal to really rely on here, but that should be a D-Mech, yeah, for Smurf. And that should be the second point unless his pulse bomb connects, and it does not.
Yeah, as we're getting very close to the second checkpoint. Gala here with the bios. He goes over to the Lucio trying to get back, make a play. That is second checkpoint on the board. So Falcons looking like they're ready to run it up here.
They're ready to get back to the hotel, jump in the sauna and the pool, I think.
Yeah, they're a little bit late. They would have to been the first match of the day probably to make that one.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that it's like midnight.
Yeah, here to close things out, though. Falcons, they are in a good spot to go back to the hotel here with this Nano Boost potentially onto Smurf. He's been sick with it. And then also, you're probably going to build another Primal. I mean, he just used it, but with how close he is with that Nano,
yeah,
you're going to get another one.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt.
Rajaro,
3-4 ults.
trying to, like, contest, stay up there a little bit.
Gala's been very consistent on the Alari, though. It's either Gala or Sauna kind of opening these fights up, at least. See if they can kind of sustain themselves through. I mean, Falcons realistically have 1.5 fights or so. Smurf super low, actually just goes down.
Yeah, I don't think they want to use the Nano there at the moment, so they do get a sleep here. on a Rajari.
They got to survive.
Woken up here.
For how long? All right, just go for the reset here. Just go again.
This is good for VP. We've seen Smurf a few times, like, just kind of like play that Winston, maybe lurk around for a little bit too long, especially on that flashpoint map that we just saw. But Falcons playing for a position where they can get basically all ultimates here. Not much further to go, right? About 25 meters.
Big Dynamite. It's bought enough time for virtus.pro to kind of build up ults for themselves, so it's going to be a fairly evenly matched fight in terms of ults. Oh, Sauna with a good stick. 6 Stalker of all people. Primal Rage ripped by Smurf. Could stay in this fight for a long time now, especially as filled with that nano boost. But now the next target for virtus.pro is Shockwave. It's Proper, and he's down once more. Sauna, what yet again for virtus.pro, coming up large.
I think they bait them in here, though. That's going to be the nano boost onto Smurf as they try and push in, try and get the kill, so they bait them in a little bit. Chio not there with the sound barrier, though. They just kind of like give up Smurf there, so they'll hold on to that sound barrier for what potentially is a final fight coming up.
English smart, though. They know they need that sound barrier for that final fight, and their spawns are so close, and they had the man advantage. Look at that blue box of victory. Such an awkward spot for virtus.pro to hold. Smurf back on the Doom.
Yeah, not going to be a lot of healing. Okay, so Canale goes back to the Baptiste for a second there. Kind of hovering a Lucio. Is this going to be a Captive Sun here early on? It's going to be sound barrier from Chio. It's good. Connects with everybody.
Decent damage with the sound barrier. Comes in just in the nick of time. Both Bobs dead. Good punch in the wall. Almost ends Sauna's life. Has to back all the way up without a recall. He can't play any kind of aggressive angle.
Bio hits Rajar. That's a huge kill, though. They find Shockwave.
And now it's go time. virtus.pro need to clutch onto this fight, but no, Proper finds 2 kills. It's all Proper versus Sauna right now. Oh, the stick onto Smurf's back. He does get one, and Gala with another. Proper down, Stalker, the last person left. Oh, and they're not going to get it. virtus.pro come up with a win. Reverse sweep starts now as Midtown is theirs.
Yes, Stalker actually touches the payload there for a second, gets off of it to go get a health pack, kills the Gala, but cannot challenge Sauna at the end as Sauna on the Tracer is basically single-handedly kept VP in it.
Coach Smash there trying to give some encouraging words to VP. They're not out of the woods. Still, 3 more maps to go.
I mean, this
back to back to back.
Crazy scenario because now you're, to even make a comeback, you're going to have Falcons be able to get their map pick, their ban selection first. Now is the real test for VP.
We'll see where Falcons want to go. Of course, Falcons did drop their series in the groups versus OALGD. That's how they got their 1 loss.
I mean, push. Do you consider banning the Alara here? If you're Falcons, right? Chio definitely doesn't want to play it. Gala and Canale, I mean, that's kind of been like the best thing that we've seen from them. You can even ban Tracer here for Falcons. Like, it wouldn't be terrible. You could ban Tracer.
I think that's a pretty smart ban, actually, because Sauna's been the main carry for virtus.pro right now, at least on that last map. Like, his sticks were just phenomenal. His just default Tracer play looked stellar. We'll see what the studio has to say, though, and to where we're going next.
Mad respect to Sauna from virtus.pro. He had so many heroic moments in that game to force a Game 5. We're not going home yet. We've had a 12-hour day, an 11-hour day. Sauna's trying to make it a 13-hour day today. Jake, take me through this matchup, though. What have you seen in this map as we have virtus.pro finally on the board?
I mean, fantastic play from them to be this far down in the series and still have the heart to dig deep and battle back. At the same time, though, Falcons, hubris. I mean, to be honest, this is Hanbin's meta time and time again. I'm looking at the comps and I'm thinking, oh, VP, just have a better comp. I mean, Falcons is winning off raw talent, just ridiculous fragging power, but if you put Hanbin in the server and you set yourselves up with a comp that really suits this meta, I feel like we would not be going to a Game 5.
Do Falcons win if Chio drops the beat?
Maybe, potentially. What I'm really upset with is I feel bad for Smurf because I feel like he isn't being set up for success. This Sigma versus Winston, it felt like it used to be a hard counter, but as it's developed with this double flex playstyle in the Iliari, like it doesn't feel as much as a counter. It feels very 50-50. It feels like every time they put Smurf in versus these spam comps, they're setting themselves for failure. This is like a team they should absolutely be 4-0ing. We talked about it earlier. They need the confidence, they need the momentum to play against the best team in the tournament. listen, they're still probably going to win the series, but I think this is a mental battle. And I think even dropping a map here, it means a lot for Team Falcons, in my opinion.
Crazy Raccoon going to be feeling a lot more confident. If Sonic can do it, so can we. Virtus.pro as a squad, surviving for another map, but unfortunately for them, that means it's now Falcons' decisions to decide not only where we're going, but also who gets the first ban.
I will say map 5, is the least valuable of the map picks. Still, I think, should be good enough for Falcons to close it out. But like you said, McGravy, I think Smurf not being set up for success. I see these comps, it's like, well, you're on this Winston on a Lucio, you want to play super fast, and then we have an Ashe. How does that fit in? We've got a D.Va on the other side, double flex backline, like they're poking so well. Again, the individual skill from Falcons, it's so overwhelming. Maybe they can just do anything and win. Maybe they're trying to put one over on Crazy Raccoon and, throw some curveballs that they won't really use in that series. But at the same time, I think you would have rather ended this 4-0, get to bed, and start prepping for tomorrow's semi.
Maybe they want to go to New Queen Street and let us know what that map looks like, McGravy.
Man, we haven't seen it so long. I might have forgotten how it plays out, but this is it's been a long time since this map come out. It is one of the newer ones, but there is a lot of story to this map. The hit scan's very good. Every time I think of New Queen Street, I think of MN3 on that Ashe. So I want to see Proper really step up on the hit scan. I think he still has questions to answer playing that role. He is an amazing flex DPS. There's no doubt about that. But the Proper Stalker DPS line, they play a lot of the same heroes. I really want to see Proper step it up on more of this traditional hit scan because it has proved to be good in this tournament.
I see some people saying, oh, come on, just let the series end. There is serious cash on the line. $40,000 is guaranteed. Yes, that's a decent paycheck for a week of work. But you get 80 grand if you pull off this W. The boys from Virtus.pro are going to be digging deep. Where do they have the best shot?
I think for them, the push maps, at least, is not too valuable of a pick for Falcons. I think VP have a fighting chance on any of these maps. I think maybe you don't want to see Runasapi. We've seen a lot of Lucio on that map. We've seen a lot of fast play. Maybe that's the way to end the series, right? That's where your biggest advantage has been for Falcons, right? Chio on the Lucio, your block, these double flex supports. I haven't seen so much of that on Runasapi, so if I were Falcons, I would take it to that high pace and end the series here. But I think they have shown weakness, and I think Virtus.pro, maybe Shockwave just turns it up to 11. You never know what can happen.
And if you were a betting man, would you suggest that we swap back Hanbin for Smurf, or will Smurf be in here once again?
Weirdly enough, I feel more okay with Smurf on some of the push maps, but I think just Hanbin, it's his meta, man. Match it up on the D.Va, bring him out. I mean, he feels like his win rate is monstrous. It feels like he always wins when he's in. Smurf, his heroes are normally so dominant. He's a fantastic player, but this isn't really the main tank meta. It's an off-tank meta.
Falcon fan, confirm that for Jake and I. Is it 100% win rate for our man Hanbin? Let us know as we are going to finally reveal the predictions from the chat. 92% felt it was going to be Falcons. Some Europeans, though, have faith in VP.
I mean, this is how it should look. Like we've said before, time and time again, this roster is full of champions, and the people that aren't champions are MVPs. They're award winners. They're role stars. They're all of the above. So, yeah, this is absolutely how the poll should look. Falcons is still incredibly favored. Winning a best of 7 in this hero ban format and a reverse sweep style it's essentially impossible. It's so hard. There's so many odds to overcome.
Jake, this is an international event. Not everyone went to college. What does hubris mean?
Pride cometh before the fall. When you got too much pride, that's hubris. Punished for it sometimes. I don't know if Falcons will be today. Maybe just one more map. Maybe just an extra little speed bump. But you have to wonder, is there now any doubt in your mind? Is there any fear? Because when you play Crazy Raccoon in that semi, you can have no questioning. If you have that moment's hesitation, you're already dead against Crazy Raccoon.
Right. Exciting game so far. Sana and Virtus.pro forcing a game 5, but unfortunately, their opponent gets to pick the next map. We'll be heading back into the Qiddiya Arena in just a few moments. I wonder if we'll see any substitutions coming in here, McGravy, or will they feel confident that they can finish with the 5 on stage?
I'll be interested to see. Like I said, I feel like they haven't exactly set Smurf up for success. If they do put him in, I want to see a clear game plan. I think on the Midtown, there was a lot of questions to be answered with their compositions, and we're going to Runasapi.
I see a waterfall. Runasapi is going to be our map. We're going to be playing push. This is a very quick game mode, Jake. Can you get off to an early start as Virtus.pro and then just play defense?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd hope for, but to be honest, I'm a little worried. When Chio has brought out the Lucio and on the maps that favor a high-paced style, Falcons has been incredibly aggressive and incredibly effective with that aggression. It seems to work every time. I think Chios Lucio probably is going to be enough to close out the series. No longer available to be banned.
What are the chances we see Sana able to play the Tracer on this map?
He could, but I mean, in the end, no matter how well Sana plays, he put on a masterclass last map, to be fair. You got to give him credit. But he's going up against Stalker. If you ban Tracer, it's just...
Then Stalker can't have any fun.
I feel like banning Tracer is literally insane when you have a player like Stalker on your team. I mean, I think he's the best in the world.
For the first time, Falcons get to pick the map and the ban, as we will see Runasabi coming through for push. Game 5 in our best of 7. Falcons have been on match point. They fell short last map, looking to seal the deal, and they have the first hero ban. It comes in. Ilari from their side of things. Any surprises, McGravy?
They said, Gala, we're sick of you, man. You've gotten so much value out of that Captive Sun, those flanks. You've been best in Geo pretty much the entire day on the hero in that mirror.
And virtus.pro
as well.
I was going to say, virtus.pro getting rid of Zarya. We've only seen Zarya on one map. Is this a good move?
It's something that only Hanbin has wanted to use so far in this series. So Rajaro, although he plays many of the same tanks as Hanbin, would prefer a mirror. That Zarya, especially with Falcon's aggression, I think it is a deadly threat, and I think they're wise to get rid of it on a map like Runasabi.
You guys are killing it here on the desk. You called the maps earlier, you called the bans, and now you called Hanbin making his return, Jake. This has been a tank to look out for. If you're looking to get better at the game, just tune into Hanbin's stream. Tune into what he's doing here at the Esports World Cup. He puts on a masterclass.
One of the best to ever do it. He's been on top for years, and I would say he is still right there as we head into Runasapi. Eyes on Hanbin.
One more key to crush. Will this map decide it? Let's set it up to the casters. Jaws, take it away.
Thanks, Pocket. Yes, Runasapi is the map. Mats, Hanbin in, Zarya ban on the side of virtus.pro, while Team Falcons take away that Ilari.
Yeah, the Zarya they've used in combination with the Venture, right, to do some really nice things with an aggressive play style there. I am curious how VP... Gala's been sick there on the Ilari in the back line. How do they play now without this hero? If they play pretty well, you get by this, right? 3-2, you get the Ilari back, and it makes maybe you're kind of cooking here if you're VP.
Potentially. But, I mean, looking at the first 2 maps, or 3 maps, sorry, it's just been a soul-crushing defeat after defeat. I'll have to wait and see, though, if it's going to be the same thing here. virtus.pro just TPing out of Spawn, Saw on the Farah, and Proper and Stalker Tracer Cass.
Yeah, so Hanbin comes back in to play the Diva here. Can also kind of match this Sigma of need. Sonic going all the way back to the spawn. Maybe playing the Tracer here, going to swap. Looks like, yeah, will be the Tracer. So I like the decision. You see the Cassidy on the other side. You see that Diva. You're going to have to play something else. And Sona's been awesome on the Tracer.
Yeah, really clean with it, especially on Midtown. I mean, it was the one that was getting picks. It was the one that was getting multi-kills. It was a big component of why they were so successful there. Casti, I'm surprised to see Casti here from Proper, to be honest. Versus the Ashe, like, Casti just got a range nerf.
I feel like we haven't seen Proper play that much Ashe compared to, like, Merit is like 100% playtime almost, right?
Right. The Ashe is so powerful. After the Casti nerf, I'm like, probably not going to see it a whole bunch, but a lot more than I originally anticipated. Proper a little bit low, Sona with a triple blink into the back to try and finish off with a melee kill.
Well, especially with the Dynamites being able to kind of like make healing resources scarce amongst the entire roster, right? Just put healing pressure on the opposing team. So Hanbin gets quite low, going to have to use that self-destruct already.
Hanbin has done so much damage, though, that he had a self-destruct. I mean, Rajaro was 45% towards his own ult, but still handily dealing with Hanbin's aggression.
Yeah, but Hanbin just kind of pushes on in and ends up getting quite low as Fielder goes for a sleep and then tries to use the nade to help him out. But get this, look at Shockwave and Proper in terms of like ultimate build-up, like the amount of extra damage that Shockwave have gotten thus far. It's given a nice advantage to VP.
Nice angle of the window too, good luck. Falcons, you can't really push into this one. Oh, the nano on the Diva.
Here we go.
After they got pulse bombed. It's time to shine for Hanbin. Unfortunately though, that overhealth provided by Gala is going to be just deleting the nano pretty much. You haven't got that anymore. We can shrug it off.
Yeah, it's going to be a sound barrier here from Shio as that's going to keep Hanbin up, but pretty risky inside that close quarter area.
Almost got AJ'd there. Do you trust Shio to know exactly what frame he needs to land that beat?
So that was Nano and sound barrier there used for Falcons. Deadeye available here for Proper. Always got to be careful with lifting up the Cassidy with the Flux, and then the Deadeye comes out. But it's a huge fight coming up here for VP because they do get a pretty nice lead here. So they'd love to prevent any more progress here from Falcons. Just keep putting the pressure on.
Flux from Jaro is going to be quite big here. Because obviously, like you said, Shio used the beat in the previous fight, so even one in the Flux should be an easy kill. High noon from Proper. Getting sped up. Look at how fast he is. Is he Lewis Hamilton? Look how quick. Like an F1 car. Flux. Now Jaro getting sped up.
The driver of the car, right? Lewis Hamilton?
Lewis Hamilton is a driver of an F1 car. That is correct, Matt.
Yeah. I knew that.
Yeah. I know you only know ball.
Yeah, I'm a big wheels on the ground guy.
Oh, yeah? Not much of a pilot?
You know, I could dabble in the pilot thing every once in a while. Just, more of a, the cars, you know,
Matt's alternate career?
They go around so fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Someone with a triple blink there right in a proper space. Use a recall. Stay alive. That'll be a lead change here. And you might end up also getting a checkpoint here as Stalker with a pulse bomb. Self-destruct to just kind of clear this out as well if need be.
Close to that checkpoint, like you said, taking the lead too.
Well, Stalker contests it, and everybody wraps here for Falcons.
Yeah, Fielder.
They kind of leave Fielder out on an island.
Yeah, that's a little rough there for Fielder. Getting that angle is kind of nasty from Falcons, but if you had your Ana up, it would have been even better. Self-destruct, pulse bomb. Double explosive there to kill Kanel and Rajaro.
They bait him in. You see Chia there playing around the corner, and then it allows Proper to just kind of hide towards that side as this will be checkpoint and some. So the crowd still going crazy here. 12:30 a.m. in Riyadh as the fans want to see this Falcons win in the worst way.
Oh, they're popping off. They're ready to rock and roll. All right, Shockwave. Just got the bomb online. Good nade from downtown. No capitalization, however.
About halfway through the game here as well. Double support ult here for VP. They may want to try and like bait them in, but it's going to be double support here for Falcons. So Falcons still in a really good spot. That nano onto Hanbin's been extremely effective, and there it is.
Ooh, that window, Hanbin's going to have to go, yeah. Just peace out for the time being, even though he's got the nano. You see what they're doing here, Matt? They're just a pincer maneuver.
Yeah.
virtus.pro have to pick a direction. Looks like it's going to be heightened. Shio perfectly recognized that. Uses that sound barrier to keep the rest of the squad alive.
Doesn't
Proper free firing on the front line. Oh my goodness! Proper!
The Deadeye for the reload there as well. What? The Deadeye insta-cancel for the reload is Proper. Doesn't even smile. I mean, they're just so casual for him. I mean, that was nuts.
That's just filthy. Crowd recognizing true talent there. And basically the bot has just reset, Matt. Back to the same situation. Oh, you have to push up the hill. You have to push it into us. You're going to have to use ults to do it.
Yeah, and a little bit of a change here for VP. Canal will play the Karika. So you get the kind of invulnerability there from the cleanse. I think just a little bit more damage. Way harder to kind of track that back line now as well.
All right, Flux from Rajaro. Here it is. She hasn't got beat. Has to hit some fools in the back line, but unfortunately, Shockwave's going to get traded. There's the Flux. Pulse bomb in the kill feed 2 onto Fielder. Hanbin hugging the bot to try and make it rather painful here for virtus.pro. Of course, them winning the fight at this point is great, but if Hanbin could just distract them for long enough, they're going to be able to regroup pretty quick. 66 HP, 180 on the Matrix. Oh, does get demeched. Forced to use self-destruct.
Yeah, but still just buys them a lot of time, right? The fact that they don't actually, they're not able to chase up that self-destruct and take out Hanbin, that allows him to stay alive. The bot, they're going to get no progress here with that. So this is just going from bad to worse now for VP. Stalker with a pulse bomb gets Rajaro low. Hanbin comes through to finish him off. The nano on to Proper to keep him alive through that aggression that comes on through. And just like that, the bot go in the other direction yet again. Deeper into VP territory here for Falcons.
It really is just a big tracer at Harbin right now.
Yeah.
A little unfair, honestly, when Harbin's in the server and he picks D.Va. 90+ meters, Matt. Sound barrier and the rush for virtus.pro, but they are losing control of this game, having to classic push mode, right? You're using ultimates just to get control of the bot. The other team disengages. You've not wasted.
And now you beat to match. But now you beat to match here, and then also Shockwave dies, right? So he's going to be a little bit late coming off spawn here. Is
just an absolute masterclass of how to play push here from Team Falcons.
Hanbin just so aggressive. Just constantly moving here on the D.Va.
It honestly, it feels and looks like he has infinite fly.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. When I was watching him before, I was like, man, that cooldown seems to be coming back so fast. I think it's just him.
He is just different like that is for sure. Well, Sound Barrier came through from Team Falcons. Gala's still holding on to his. You can see he's trying to look at every which way possible because Team Falcons are skulking in the shadows. Sound Barrier comes in. Shockwave, though, already dead. Hanbin getting a D-Mech on himself. That's not great, in all honesty, for Team Falcons, but still burning a lot of time. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. virtus.pro's tournament life on the line right now. And Proper still clicking heads.
Yeah, it just feels bad there for VP. They end up, winning the fight, getting the bot going the opposite direction, but to use Sound Barrier to basically get out of spawn under 2 minutes, I mean, you're not going to see that ultimate again, right? It just feels like it puts you in a really bad situation here. Is Hanbin just being such a nuisance here.
We made it to mid, guys.
Just getting back to the bot, just preventing them from moving forward. Shockwave uses Bob, and Falcons just, turns and runs, right? So they get that Bob for basically free.
Well, checkpoint in the size of virtus.pro. Oh, here's the nano. Oh, it's on Hanbin. Oh, this is going to have to be some major peel right now. And unfortunately, not enough from the Lucio, as Shockwave felled by Hanbin once again. And with 30 seconds to go, Chio having a little bit too much fun on the Lucio.
They don't have checkpoint, so Hanbin and co just get off the bot for that brief second, right? They're going to get off the bot. Yeah, they're going to get off the bot and push forward and prevent them from actually getting back.
That's it. I don't think they can touch it all.
Yeah,
Rujara's got enough thrusters in the world to make it there. He's going to need to attach a rocket to his back. Oh, well, I take it back. He is there, but his mech, not long for this world. 1 HP, gets ejected, and Gala focused down. Pulse bomb from Sauna. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Spots Proper. Oh, the pulse bomb connects with the wall. And Team Falcons with ults to spare. Midtown, just a blip on the radar as they eliminate virtus.pro and move on to the semi-finals.
So the fans here going absolutely nuts for Falcons. That match tomorrow is going to be sick. Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. The rematch after Dallas, right? Those series were so good. We will get it again in a best of 7. So, virtus.pro put up a pretty good fight, right? Took a map, looked good at times. They look like they'll be able to kind of continue, improving, getting better in the second half of the OWCS season, right after this event. But their EWC journey ends here. Like many journeys have ended at the hands of Team Falcons.
EU now officially out of the competition. Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, Zeta Division, and Toronto Ultra remain. Crowd, of course, elated with the victory on Team Falcons. That Zeta Division Toronto Ultra match is going to be very close too for the Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons final. It is a rivalry of all rivalries this year.
Yeah, but I gotta say, all the regions showed up here this
Absolutely,
weekend, right?
Yeah.
A lot of us were talking maybe before, like, do we have an all-Korean semi-final, right? Toronto, they kind of sneak their way in there. They start to show up. But even in the quarters, right? Ends VP Space Station, Twisted Minds in Toronto had a whole mix of different teams. What a great game this was today.
Well, we've got Stalker down on the stage for a quick interview. Let's send it down.
Thank you guys very much. I'm here joined by Stalker from Team Falcons, coming out from a great win today against virtus.pro. I gotta ask, it was a pretty fast 4-1 victory for Team Falcons. Stalker, how'd you guys prepare for this match? What was the game plan coming into today's match? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리고 팬들이 굉장히 소리를 많이 질러주시고 계신데 일단 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
오늘 경기에 위해서 따로 준비하는 것은 없고요. 다음 경기에 위해서만 생각했는데 오늘 딱히 뭐 준비 안 해도 이긴 것 같습니다.
Honestly, we didn't really prepare that much for this match. We were thinking a lot about our next match that is coming up tomorrow for semifinals. But yeah, surprisingly, we didn't need any practice. We didn't need to prepare anything. We got the win. Talking about next tomorrow, I think that is my next question. That is the big one. You guys are going to be facing off against Crazy Raccoons tomorrow for semifinals. Stalker, any fighting words for Crazy Raccoons? 자, 방금 Crazy Raccoon, 방금 이제 내일 경기를 말씀하셔서 그거에 대한 질문을 좀 하겠습니다. 내일 크레이지 라쿤과의 경기가 있는데 아무래도 굉장히 큰 빅매치가 될 것 같은 생각이 있어서 스토커 선수, 크레이지 라쿤에게 한마디, 고!
이번엔 저희가 이깁니다.
This time we are going to get the win. Everybody give it up for Stalker one more time. All right, now it's time to crush some keys. I believe we have Sauna standing by to give their key to Stalker. Stalker received the key.
Congratulations.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sauna says congratulations. Do you have anything you want to say to Sauna? 방금 축하한다고 말씀해 주셨는데 한마디 또 부탁드릴게요.
잘하시던데 다음에도 보죠.
Stalker says you guys are pretty good. Hope to see you guys next time. All right. That is it for the post-match interview. Back to studios.
Much love. Much love, of course, out there on the stage, and we got love for the Falcon fans. How did you guys do it? Am I doing it right? Oh, Falcon fans, learn from these guys. All right, honestly, I need Milos or I need Fancy to teach us what cheers are going on there in the Qiddiya Arena because they had a lot to celebrate. Let's start with another award performance. This one, your MVP honor, goes to Stalker. Proper was really fun to watch, but this guy's so consistent from start to finish, I should say. I need to go to bed, Jake.
Oh boy, don't we all? Certainly the Falcons do need to. They got a tough match tomorrow. We'll need to see heroics like this one more time from Stalker to secure their position in the grand finals. On Tracer, I think he's the best to do it right now. There are maybe more flexible flex players, but when it comes to the Tracer duels, I put my money on this man on your screen.
Prophet in his prime versus Stalker right now. Who wins?
Right now, the level is higher than it's ever been before.
McGravy's shaking his head. Yes, he agrees.
The level always gets higher every year. These guys are always grinding. The motivation hasn't dropped for any of these guys. So yeah, I mean, practice always over the years will be better.
So dirty was Stalker tonight. His Tracer play electric. The solo clips on the back line constantly causing issues for virtus.pro, and you can see he can do damage at any range. Proper and Stalker, that DPS duo is going to be a lot to deal with if you're Crazy Raccoon tomorrow. And officially, the Falcons lock in for a spot in our Final Four. But first, let's revisit the whole series. Take us through it, McGravy. We go back to control with Ilios.
Yeah, this was relatively competitive. I mean, VP didn't look terrible, but I really liked the fact they left Hanbin in. Yes, there was a Winston ban, but yes, just play Hanbin. That's what they've looked their best. And I mean, I said it was competitive, but it was pretty one-sided on that first map. What do you think about the second map, Jake?
Yeah, I think there's two key ingredients to Falcon success. Number one is Hanbin in the server. Number two is these high-paced styles where it's not just Hanbin going in, it's Stalker, it's Fielder on the back, diving into the backline with Geo. I mean, this is a full court press from Falcons. When they're all attacking, when they're all pouring on the pressure, playing dynamically, I think that is the scariest Falcons are ever going to be. And I think that's their best chance to take on Crazy Raccoon. You got to remember, that team waiting for them in the finals, the semis, hasn't dropped the map. They are a juggernaut. Although Falcons was dominant, they face a different beast tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they have to be feared. And Falcon, they need to stay within themselves. They need to find a style. I think they're trying to do a little too much. As you said, I've said it before earlier, Smurf's not set up for success. This is probably not his meta. There's no diss to Smurf. He is an all-time legend on tank, maybe one of the best tanks of all time. But you stick with Hanbin here. You stick to the fast-paced, aggressive, in-your-face styles, because I think if you do anything otherwise, I think Crazy Raccoon is going to eat you up.
With the hero buffs and nerfs coming from the devs, the meta is always changing. Right now, it is a Diva Tracer meta featuring some Ashe and featuring some fantastic double flex supports whenever they want them. VP did steal a map, but it was Falcons' match to lose. They had total control, not just of the game, but also the audience, and you have to think they're carrying that into the semifinals tomorrow. You know, I'm wondering, we have our Kadia plays of the game, plays of the day rather, coming up next, and how many of these are from this matchup? Would you give Proper one for that Cowboy play?
That was pretty sick. As soon as I saw Proper on the Cassidy, I wasn't sure about the hero pick on that map, but when Proper delivers plays like that, I'm like, oh, I kind of got to eat my words. I mean, he is a monster sometimes. He just lights up the feed in a way that few other players can.
Here it is, your Kadia play of the day. Let's take a look at it. It's the Ashe from Florida to kick things off. And of course, you can get in on the action. Hit us up on Twitter at Kadia Gaming, hashtag PlayLife. Flora, he was playing like a madman on the Ashe. And then, of course, how about up close and personal barrage coming out? Sugar Free having fun on that character.
Gala came up with his own Kadia play of the game here on Shambali Monastery. Was a huge performer here on the Iliari. I think dominating the server sometimes, but the incredible pace from Falcons was just overwhelming in the end.
And of course, we got to close it out. The final map's coming through, and you got to show Hanbin on the Diva. Fantastic stuff from start to finish. Proper on the Cassidy, as we mentioned. It's so fun to watch as well. And we get a chance to see these folks in action once again, coming in to the final day of Overwatch 2 at Esports World Cup 2024. Let's take a look at our schedule, McGravy, because we've got two banger semifinals coming our way. First up, it will be Falcon versus Crazy Raccoon. I say first up, but that's at 6 p.m.
Yeah, it's a little late, but hey, that's all right. We're catering to the Western audience as well, so everybody can get a view of these games, because Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons, this is pretty much potentially a finals matchup. These are the two best teams in the tournament. I mean, this is a banger right at the start.
That's the grand finals of Dallas DreamHack. And then in our second semifinal, we have Zeta Division, who didn't make it to DreamHack, playing on their biggest stage of the year. They take on a very confident Toronto Ultra.
I mean, it was only by a hair's breadth that they didn't make it to that first major. Toronto Ultra was at the major but fell flat. So honestly, I think a lot of people will be expecting Zeta to be dominant. However, the Toronto Ultra that showed up here in Riyadh is a different beast. They're in peak form and they're hitting their stride, confidence oozing off of them. The last hope of NA, I think, has a real shot of making it to the grand finals.
Two very tight matches, and I got to get your guys' early predictions here. Will there be any 4-0s on the final day of Overwatch 2?
I don't think so. I definitely think Crazy Raccoon is favored in this matchup, but I do think Falcons is at least good enough to get a map or two. And on the other side, I think both Zeta and Toronto have to be happy with this matchup, because avoiding those guys on the other side of the bracket for a chance to double your money, again, $160,000 at the minimum, I mean, you got to be happy for Toronto or Zeta. I think that'll be a very, very close match.
Falcons slipped up a little bit in groups, and they dropped one map tonight, but Crazy Raccoon is still perfect. Haven't dropped a single map. We'll see if they can continue it. Once again, that is tomorrow at 6 p.m. But right now, we got to tune in with virtus.pro. We got Shockwave backstage.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our exit interview. Here with virtus.pro Shockwave joining us. First of all, I mean, commiserations, hard-fought battle. But I wanted to ask you, despite everything, you still got to top your group. You still got to play on the main stage, and you lost the Falcons. Do you feel that you've achieved at least a positive level of change, and I guess improvement through the tournament?
I mean, I don't know if we were really expecting to win this match. I think we wanted obviously to try our best, and we got one map. But I think just getting top of our groups and beating arguably the best EU team, that is SSG, I think probably now, just after losing, it might feel a bit bad, but, maybe tomorrow, then we'll look back and think that probably isn't too bad, so, yeah.
Do you feel that you have a lot more studying to do before you get to the next international event? Because, it is different beating even a space station, like an EMEA team on land in an international event. That feels different than just playing at home.
Yeah, I mean, I think for upcoming tournaments, we might need to unlock more heroes. We did a boot camp in Korea, and I think a couple of heroes we we unlocked, I would say. Like, we started playing and we had some good practice on. So yeah, I think for upcoming time, be a bit more flexible sometimes. Especially, I don't know for sure if like what hero bans is gonna be in the future, or if that's gonna be a thing. But yeah, I think flexibility is for sure key. So yeah, gotta work on that.
Since you mentioned hero bans, actually, I wanted to ask you kind of general thoughts on it for you yourself, and if it had any impact on how you set up during every single map, or how you plan out your rosters for the map itself.
I mean, we try mostly to like protect ban, I think, and I think against especially the Koreans that can play dive, we wanted to maybe like. I mean, there's a lot of it's so like there's so many variables, right? So it's very complicated, and I can't just explain like in 1 minute. But I think generally we want to protect our double flex composition by banning enemy supports, and then if they play dive, we just try to just take it straight on like man up and just try to win that. So.
At some point, it does have to come down to winning duels and at least preparing things together. So, Shockwave, thank you very much. And despite the loss, I cannot wait to see you and the team back on international play. It was a pleasure watching you all playing, especially dominating your group.
Great to see him still in high spirits. They're going to walk away with some serious cash. Unfortunately, though, their run here at Esports World Cup 2024 is over. And they're giving this young man the honors. It's time to look at the hydraulic press and smash another key.
Crush the key, crush the key.
Get it done, get it done. All right, safety first, McGravy.
Yeah, I mean,
shields up, baby.
Oh, shields up.
This is heavy machinery right here. We don't mess around. Proper. Let's see him crush this key.
Missed the pedal, but that's all right. Listen, this never gets old. I mean, who doesn't like a hydraulic press? I mean, I get on little TikTok, and we all watch those videos, right? We all like the little brain stimulating videos. I love those. Mr. actually shaking his head no, but I'm in love with them, and I'm enjoying this.
Here we go. Does it snap? Oh, there goes the tip. He snapped it. It is bent. It is ruined. And the question is, will they put it in their trophy, or do they just throw it in with the rest to the totem to be crowned in resin?
This one's going in with the resin. I'm sorry, virtus.pro, but I think they will be, whoever wins, I think it's going to be the other top 4 teams that wind up in that winner's trophy. I mean, these top 4 teams are all so dominant, all securing solid positions here in the semis, earning their spot. Even Falcons, as much as we've criticized them a bit, I mean, I think there's even room for Smurf to find success on this roster. There's a couple maps in the pool where, with the right ban, I think his heroes can really succeed. But for the most part, I want to see Hanbin tomorrow. I think that's the best shot against Crazy Raccoon.
They said they didn't practice. They didn't warm up for virtus.pro, but they have put in time preparing for Crazy Raccoon. Once again, that is our first match tomorrow. It kicks off at 1800, 6 o'clock. I had to do some quick math. Final thoughts, though, here as we are down to our last day of Overwatch 2, McGravy.
Yeah, as you see, Proper trying to bite that gold. I think that's what he's shooting for. I think anything less than winning this tournament here for Team Falcons is a disappointment. I think Team Falcons as an org, they have such a huge lead. I think they want to keep that going. I love Apex. They have an insane Apex team coming up as well, potentially the best in the world. So they want to keep this streak going.
Jake?
Club championship on the line. I think so much money potentially available for these teams. They all want to secure that first place. And for so many players still alive here in the top 4, nothing less than a world championship will suffice. But only one can be champion, Puckett.
With just 3 matches left, I please ask you players, give us a Game 7. Give the people what they deserve, and make sure you are here bright and early to secure your seat as the semifinals kick off tomorrow. We'll see you then.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.